In the second week of the apocalypse, the sky remained shrouded in a suffocating gloom, devoid of any signs of clarity, while the air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay. "Darling, why don't you check the house across the street to see if there's any food left?" Mother's face was etched with concern, her words veiling an implicit command. Qiao An scoffed internally. It seemed that the term darling was only invoked when she was needed. Seeing her sister's prolonged silence, Qiao Xin feigned faintness. "Mom, I'm so hungry I can barely stand. Are we going to starve to death? You, as the elder sister, should contribute to this family. It would justify the years of hard work your mother and I put into raising you," Father finally interjected. Qiao An's smile grew increasingly radiant, her thoughts laden with disdain. "Very well. In this household, Mother was biased and domineering, her sister arrogant and overbearing. While Father was weak and ineffectual, they formed a perfect trifecta, leaving her as an eternal outsider." After ensuring the corridor was devoid of threats through the peephole, Qiao An opened the door. Just as she stepped out, someone shoved her from behind, followed by the swift sound of the door locking. Taking a deep breath, Qiao An steadied herself and offered an international gesture through the peephole. As she scanned her surroundings, a smile broke when she spotted a pool of congealed blood. She crouched down. Using a small knife, she had prepared to make a shallow cut on her fingertip, then smeared some of the dried blood onto the wound. Uncertain, she pressed down firmly, ensuring her blood mingled with the coagulated remnants. "Virus, oh virus, please grant me the favor of a painless transformation into a zombie," she thought. Why didn't Qiao An simply seek out a zombie for a bite? Apologies, but she yearned for life, even while fearing pain. As anticipated, the virus proved to be quite potent. In less than a minute, her body underwent a tumultuous shift alternating between chills and warmth. Her skin turned pale, her eyes bloodshot, and her insides felt as if they had been viciously torn apart and hastily stuffed back in. Excellent. She had successfully joined the ranks of the undead. Initially, she believed she would lose consciousness, allowing her to completely abandon herself, sparing her mind from exertion. However, given the current circumstances, it appeared that her mind still required engagement. Qiao An felt an inexplicable wave of disappointment. With a guttural growl, a zombie emerged from the shadows, excitedly dragging its battered body toward her. Qiao An raised an eyebrow and swiftly approached the creature. Was this mutual pursuit? With a mixture of trepidation, she stood before the zombie, closing her eyes in anticipation. The zombie, with its vacant stare, tilted its head, sniffing her, then turned away without a backward glance. Qiao An. It seemed disappointed. Was she being rejected? Employing her uncanny ability to be ignored by the undead, she made her way to a shopping mall. Although it had been pillaged countless times, leaving scant food, she, now a zombie, had no need for sustenance. She found herself in the bedding section, meticulously selecting the most comfortable large bed, and gathered a silk quilt for herself, contentedly drifting off to sleep. Uncertain if the realm of dreams would still welcome her in her undead state. Bang! 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 The silence of the night was shattered by a series of dull metallic clangs. Qiao An jolted awake, ready to scold whoever dared disrupt her slumber, only to remember she was in a mall. Her entire being go no, her entire corpse was suddenly alert. She hurried to the source of the noise. Before her stood a towering, muscular male zombie, relentlessly slamming his body against an iron door. Could there be treasures hidden behind that door? Curiosity piqued, Qiao An approached the zombie, eager to investigate. Through the crack of the door, an enticing aroma wafted through, provoking an insatiable hunger akin to a starving ghost catching the scent of fried chicken. Noticing her presence, the male zombie abruptly halted, sniffed her, and opened his mouth as if to take a bite. Fortunately, Qiao An reacted swiftly, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The zombie was momentarily stunned. Qiao An found herself equally bewildered. Why would he attack his own kind? Such madness. Seeing the zombie prepare for another bite, she wasted no time and retaliated, delivering a flurry of slaps to his head. However, why had no one warned her of the immense strength that came with her transformation? After only a few slaps, the robust male zombie collapsed with a thud, meeting his end. A round, glimmering object rolled out from his head. Intrigued, Qiao An bent down to retrieve it, but her body seemed to act on its own, forcing the shimmering object into her mouth, swallowing it whole. No, there was still brain matter on it. This was Qiao An's final thought before slipping into unconsciousness. Chapter 2. Sparkling upon opening her eyes once more, Joanne's immediate reaction was to retch. For the first time, a zombie had tasted the essence of brain matter, and the act of vomiting was likely to become fodder for mockery among other undead. She leaned against the wall, heaving for what felt like an eternity, expelling nothing but saliva. Had she already digested it? Just as Joanne was caught in the throes of her retching, a small hand gently patted her back, aiding her in regaining her composure. The delightful fragrance from the previous night emanated from this very hand. Startled, Joanne ceased her movements and straightened up to follow the hand's direction. It belonged to a boy of perhaps 7 or 8 years, despite his grimy appearance, which suggested he had endured considerable hardship in this apocalyptic world. His delicate features hinted at an innate charm reminiscent of a star's offspring. If cleaned up, he would undoubtedly captivate a throng of admirers. Noticing Joanne's gaze upon him, the boy began to babble incomprehensibly, perhaps realizing that Joanne, now a zombie, could no longer comprehend human speech. After speaking, he tugged at Joanne and Appo's clothing, his face a mixture of concern and fear. Joanne studied his innocent visage, torn between the impulse to take a bite. He appeared irresistibly delectable. Yet, reason prevailed. Devouring a human, it seemed, was a matter to be postponed for another time. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices surged into Joanne and Appo's mind from all directions, reminiscent of a gathering of distant relatives chattering incessantly. Annoyed, she pressed her hands to her ears. But the noise persisted unabated. Unable to endure any longer, Joanne let out a primal scream and furiously flung open the door, dashing outside. The boy hurriedly shut the door behind her, peering through the crack to watch her depart. As Joanne ventured halfway, a troubling realization dawned upon her. She could no longer comprehend human language. What had just transpired? While she pondered this, a zombie suddenly emerged from a nearby shelf, staggering toward her. Hungry. Food. The zombie and Appo's mouth, reduced to mere bones, moved. Joanne was taken aback. Goodness. This one could speak. Hungry. Food. But wait. Although the zombie's mouth was in motion, no sound escaped. Perplexed, Joanne quickly deduced that this was likely a form of mental communication among zombies. For within the creature's head resided a glimmering object, the source of the voice. Acting on instinct, Joanne swiftly thrust her right hand through the zombie's skull, extracting the luminous orb within and swallowing it whole. This time, there was no sense of nausea. Instead, it felt refreshingly akin to consuming a mint. This is insufficient. I desire more. Such frenzied thoughts engulfed Joanne's mind, her body moving uncontrollably. She appeared to possess a form of heightened perception, able to see each wandering zombie within the mall, each harboring a radiant object awaiting her collection. Her movements became remarkably agile, akin to a cat weaving through the expansive space of the mall. Within the span of a single morning, she had cleared the mall of hundreds of zombies. As she regained her composure, Joanne instinctively grasped the nature of her newfound abilities. Drawing from her years as an avid reader, she surmised that those sparkling objects were likely the crystal cores often mentioned in apocalyptic literature. Consuming them could lead to evolution or the acquisition of supernatural powers. Joanne extended her hand, envisioning flames or droplets of water manifesting, but after an interminable wait, nothing materialized. She sighed. It seemed she was destined to remain untouched by extraordinary abilities. Afterward, Joanne found a clean outfit within the mall and gathered some food, cheerfully preparing to meet the little boy from the morning. Though transformed into a zombie, a flicker of humanity still resided within her, after all. One ought to respect their elders and cherish the young. Chapter 3. A moment of carelessness. When Joanne returned, the little boy was still hiding behind the iron gate. He opened the gate only after confirming it was Joanne through the crack, and began to chatter incessantly. Joanne, unable to comprehend, chose to ignore him and busied herself stuffing food into the boy's arms until he could no longer hold it. The boy, woodenly clutching the food, glanced at Joanne, his eyes red, tears trickling down his cheeks. Joanne chuckled, unbothered by how terrifying her smile might appear in her undead state, and affectionately ruffled the boy and Appo's hair. In the following days, Joanne remained with the boy in the mall. The place was well stocked and devoid of outside disturbances, allowing the two of them to live quite comfortably. Occasionally, a lost zombie would wander in, only to be kindly escorted away by Joanne. As they spent time together, the boy grew closer to Joanne, transitioning from fear to playful affection, prompting Qiao An to reflect. This is truly how siblings should interact. Unlike her sister back home, Qiao An, rather indifferent to her circumstances, spent her time relaxing in the mall, only occasionally venturing nearby for some crystal course. She had no desire to play the hero in this apocalyptic world. Merely surviving and waiting for the end was sufficient. After all, in this era of chaos, greater abilities often led to a swifter demise. Qiao An was quite content with her current ability to handle ordinary zombies. Just as she sought to enjoy her peaceful existence, an unwelcome obligation emerged, compelling her to strive for more. Today, Qiao An, as usual, used her psychic powers to scan the vicinity for any new mint candies. Finding none, she reluctantly took the boy along to search for zombies. Qiao An had grown considerably strong, and having the boy by her side felt safer than leaving him alone in the mall. More importantly, he could assist her in logistics, which delighted her. Zombies wandered through the streets, their gazes vacant and movement sluggish, most missing limbs and draped in decaying flesh. Upon their arrival, the zombies became agitated, sensing the presence of living beings, growling and roaring as they approached. Qiao An placed the child in a spot beyond the zombies and oppos, reach, then leapt down, unleashing her fury upon them. Her method of dispatching zombies was straightforward and brutal, focusing on speed, precision, and ferocity. With overwhelming strength, she targeted their heads, delivering fatal blows that sent brain matter splattering. Once the skirmish concluded, Qiao An lifted the boy down. He squatted on the ground, skillfully extracting crystal cores from the fallen bodies, then washed them with his portable water bottle before handing one to Qiao An. She eagerly popped it into her mouth, savoring the instant absorption, restoring her energy. Thus, one dug while the other consumed, the scene both heartwarming and bizarre. A low, ominous growl shattered their moment of bliss. The sound was loud, seemingly originating from several dozen meters away. Sensing trouble, Qiao An quickly extended her psychic powers to investigate. To her shock, a massive, unknown creature was approaching, within which glowed a faint orange crystal core. Typically, zombie cores were white. The orange hue suggested it was likely a high-level zombie. With no time to lose, Qiao An swiftly scooped up the boy and dashed back to the mall. The boy, oblivious to her urgency, leisurely cleaned the last crystal core in his hands and offered it to her. How could he still think of feeding her at a time like this? Qiao An felt an unspoken frustration. Children truly enjoyed life, without worries. In the boy's puzzled gaze, Qiao An concealed him in what she believed was a safe spot, gesturing wildly in hopes he would grasp her meaning. The language barrier was truly disheartening. He looked at her strange antics with confusion. As the creature and oppos' growls grew ever closer. Like a death knell, Qiao An had no time to elaborate, securing the door before turning to face the impending threat. She braced herself as the creature approached within mere meters. It was grotesquely hideous, its body covered in rotting flesh, oozing yellow pus, emitting a foul stench, devoid of discernible features or limbs, merely a massive, mobile mass of flesh towering over 5 meters high. As a fellow undead, Qiao An was loath to confront it, despite her hardened psyche from countless hunts. This creature was beyond her acceptance, yet it seemed quite fond of her. Upon seeing Qiao An emerge, its excited growls intensified as it wobbled toward her, resembling a giddy 200-pound child. This sight sent Qiao An fleeing, terrified of being enveloped in its embrace. She ran, and it pursued, her escape seemingly futile. Qiao An felt like a dumpling pursued by a hungry dog. No matter how she hid, it effortlessly tracked her down. Doubt began to creep into her mind. Had she indulged too much in sweets, leading to this grim fate where she was now seen as food? Though fate oscillates, this turn was far too swift. Eventually, exhaustion overwhelmed her, leaving no choice but to confront the creature head-on. Now within 5 meters of it, Qiao An stood her ground, her right fist coiled in preparation, envisioning herself as a superhero ready to deliver a decisive blow. In that brief distance, she imagined the splendid spectacle of the creature exploding from her punch. However, reality proved far less forgiving. As her fist connected, she realized why the creature appeared so formidable. Its body split open, revealing 2 slimy tendrils that ensnared her, dragging her into its grotesque form. I was careless. I didn't evade. This monster plays dirty. Qiao An cursed inwardly. Chapter 4. A lack of will to survive enveloped within the creature. Darkness shrouded Qiao An, the air damp and stifling, reminiscent of a sauna, rendering the act of breathing an impossibility. Yet, she recalled that she was a zombie, unburdened by the need for respiration. Perhaps it would be better to be digested by this monstrosity, Thus, she would be spared from confronting the brutal reality of the apocalypse. She harbored no hopes for the future, nor for humanity. Even if they managed to construct a sanctuary as depicted in apocalyptic tales, Qiao An would still have to toil relentlessly for a mere loaf of bread upon her return. She was, after all, a zombie, no longer embraced by humankind. There was no need for work, only the necessity to fight, against zombies or humans alike. Ultimately, she would succumb in defeat, reduced to a handful of dust, vanishing entirely. Whether sooner or later, death was inevitable, it would be preferable to embrace it now. Qiao An remained quietly ensconced within the creature, neither seeking rescue nor struggling against her fate, feeling its myriad teeth gnawing at her flesh. In truth, zombies lacked sensation, a twist of fortune amidst misfortune. Was this to be considered a form of euthanasia? Closing her eyes, she gradually drifted into unconsciousness, akin to a peaceful slumber. Beneath the cold, silvery starlight, the immense mass of flesh began to shrivel at a visible pace. The creature condemned to death before it could even utter a wail. Its vast form seemed to wither as if subjected to intense heat, moisture and nutrients evaporating until it became a lifeless piece of jerky. Qiao An awakened amidst a pile of cold, desiccated flesh, her body cloaked in a layer resembling dried meat. Curiously, she probed it with her fingers, finding the texture brittle, akin to eggshell, and soon freed herself from its grasp, uncertain of what had transpired. Qiao An felt as if she had been reborn. Her body felt light, as though she had undergone a thorough massage. Her mental acuity had sharpened, allowing her to perceive her surroundings with newfound clarity. Looking down at the pile of shriveled, jerky-like remnants, a terrifying thought surged through her mind. Had she drained it completely? Without time to ponder further, Qiao An hastened back to the mall. She was oblivious to how long she had been unconscious or whether the small boy still lived. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, Qianlin anxiously awaited her return behind the iron door, having spent the night in restless anticipation. This was the first time he had been apart from Qiao An for such an extended period. In this predatory world, he had finally found solace in her presence. A warmth he cherished deeply. Even though she was not human, he did not mind. In his eyes, humans were far more terrifying than zombies. Feeling despondent, Qianlin suddenly heard a commotion outside and scrambled to the door in eager haste. Peering through the crack, he beheld a figure approaching him with astonishing speed, too quickly for him to comprehend. As she reached the door, he recognized her. Her skin was pale, her eyes of vivid crimson, and her lips devoid of color. Yet, her striking features rendered her less terrifying and more ethereal, reminiscent of a spirit from folklore. Upon seeing Qiao An, Qianlin froze for a moment before rushing to embrace her waist. "I thought you had left after not returning for a day," he exclaimed. Qiao An mused to herself. So she had indeed slept for an entire day? But wait, how could she understand human language now? She opened her mouth to speak, but all that escaped were melodic hisses. Qianlin gazed at her in awe and remarked, "You've become more human-like after just one day? Was it because you consumed many small orbs yesterday?" Although Qiao An had possessed awareness before, her physical form had resembled that of other zombies, lacking the vitality of humanity. Now, disregarding her skin tone and eyes, she resembled a human in every aspect. The small orbs he referred to were crystal cores and unable to articulate. Qiao An merely nodded in agreement. His excitement surged. "Sister, you can understand me now?" The way he called her sister resonated sweetly, unlike the way her own sister addressed her by her full name. Under his expectant gaze, Qiao An nodded again and, with a flourish, inscribed on the ground, "What is your name?" "I am Qianlin, Lin of the Forest," he replied joyfully, chattering away to Qiao An. For every sentence he spoke, Qiao An reciprocated with writing, revealing his pent-up desire for conversation after being so long without it. From Qianlin, Qiao An learned that his father was a soldier, spending long stretches in the military, while his mother was a supermarket manager. During the fateful weekend when the apocalypse struck, he had been assisting her at the store. His mother had sacrificed herself to protect him during the zombie outbreak. Listening to this tale, Qiao An felt a pang of sympathy. Why was there such a profound disparity between the lives of other mothers and her own? Chapter 5. The Zombie Cat as the night deepened. An unsettling tranquility enveloped the surroundings, making it difficult for Joan to find sleep. Despite her transformation into a zombie, she had retained her habit of resting at night, even though her body no longer required it. In her previous life, however, sleep was a rare luxury. Long nights spent working overtime had become commonplace as she tirelessly toiled to support her parasitic family with meager earnings. Reflecting on her past, Joan found her former self laughable as she sat cross-legged beside Qianlin's bed, listening to the familiar rhythm of his breath. Tentatively, she reached a finger beneath her nose. No breath. Lost in thought, her crimson eyes stared vacantly into the darkness, her mind adrift without purpose. Suddenly, two flickering red lights in the dark snapped Joan back to reality, sending a jolt of tension through her. Was that a zombie? No. She had enveloped the entire mall with her psychic energy. Any intruding zombie would have been detected immediately. Yet, if it wasn't an Appos, TA zombie, what could those red lights signify? Only zombies possessed such crimson eyes. Steadying herself, Joan scanned the area once more with her psychic abilities, yet found nothing amiss. Perhaps it was merely a figment of her imagination, she mused. Meow? A rough cat and Appos' cry from behind jolted her heart. Turning her gaze, she beheld a pitch-black cat with dark red eyes carrying Qiao An, who was much larger than it, in its jaws, a most peculiar sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Joan reached out to seize the creature. The black cat, with a glint of mockery in its eyes, leaped nimbly and evaded capture, darting atop a wooden cabinet. Curse it! Ever since becoming a zombie, my wits have been dulled. How could I expect to catch a cat empty-handed? Frustration etched on her brow. Joan fixed her gaze on the bizarre tableau of the cat and Qiao An atop the cabinet, contemplating her next move. Qiao An, awakened from his slumber, rubbed his eyes in confusion. Upon realizing his predicament, fear washed over him. The darkness obscured what clung to his collar, but the glaring red eyes revealed all. The black cat, sensing Joan's unwavering stare, leisurely swayed its tail, releasing its grip on Qiao An, who now lay helpless on the cabinet, while the cat perched atop him. Joan discreetly unleashed her psychic energy and, to her astonishment, glimpsed a glimmering crystal core nestled within the cat's mind. Animals too had succumbed to zombification. This apocalypse was proving to be far more brutal than she had anticipated. Her own abilities paled in comparison to the cat and Appos' agility. Any rash move could provoke the creature and seal Qiao An's fate. Desperation clawed at her, akin to an ant scurrying on a hot pan. If only she were stronger, she lamented, then she wouldn't be rendered powerless against a mere cat. If only she possessed offensive powers instead of the ability to sense her kin. Such a skill was utterly inadequate in this brutal world where strength reigned supreme. In a daze, Joan perceived ethereal arms emerging alongside her. Instinctively, she attempted to move her own arms, only to find that the phantom limbs responded as if they were her own. Startled, she discreetly shifted them behind her, tugging at her clothing, and indeed, it felt as though something had grasped her hem. The black cat atop the cabinet seemed to sense the disturbance, its gaze fixed intently on Joan, a low growl emanating from its throat as a warning. But it was too late. With newfound control, Joan seized the black cat, lifting it high with one hand, while the other swiftly grasped Qiao An and hurled him towards herself. She leaped forward, enveloping Qiao An in her arms, but when she turned to confront the cat, it had vanished without a trace. An ominous feeling surged within her as she shielded Qiao An, projecting her psychic energy in search of the cat and Appos' whereabouts. In the darkness, the glimmering core of the black cat flickered in and out of view, appearing momentarily atop the cabinet, then at the corner of the wall. It was not its speed, but rather an uncanny ability to vanish and reappear that bewildered her. In an instant, the light of the crystal core was at her shoulder. Meow? The cat and Appos' furious roar echoed through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Joan made a decisive dash towards the door. The thwarted black cat arched its back, its fur bristling, radiating an unmistakable threat. Joan had no time to soothe the bewildered Qiao An. She flung the door open, pushing him outside, while she turned to face the cat. As Qiao An sat on the floor, watching Joan and Appos' retreating figure, memories flooded back, intertwining with a familiar silhouette, stirring a mix of fear and an indescribable thrill within him. Joan, glancing back, saw Qiao An seated in stunned silence, her urgency mounting as she implored him with her eyes. Run. Quickly, flee. Qiao An hesitated momentarily, seemingly grasping Joan and Appos' intent, before scrambling to his feet and fleeing without a backward glance. Chapter 6. Cat and Mouse. Joan gazed at Qiao An until he vanished from her sight, allowing her to release a slight breath of relief. Fortunately, they did not indulge in the melodramatic glitch as typical of romantic dramas, or else she would have found herself in a dreadful predicament. Meow? A piercing cry echoed behind Joan, followed by a fleeting shadow. She barely had time to turn around when a substantial chunk of flesh was violently torn from her left shoulder. Viscous blood trickled slowly from the wound. Perhaps due to the zombification process, the flow was languid. A black cat crouched within half a meter of Joan, its whiskers stained with deep crimson, and its mouth clutched a prize, its tail swaying leisurely from side to side. The cat and Apos' gaze fixed on Joan, as if it were relishing the sight of a mouse struggling beneath its claws. A myriad of speculations raced through Joan and Apos' mind. The cat and Apos' astonishing speed was undoubtedly not merely a consequence of zombification. It could very well be linked to some latent powers. After all, if she possessed the void arm, it would not be surprising if other species had their own unique abilities. What could it be? Joan pondered, baffled, shielding her head with the void arm. She recognized that the crystal core was her most vulnerable point as a zombified entity. The black cat seemed to have regained its composure, discarding the morsel it had been gnawing on and rising gracefully to circle around Joan, as if contemplating where to strike next. Each of its steps echoed in Joan and Apos' mind, instilling a dread that it might lunge at her once more. Cats are inherently playful. When not hungry, they do not immediately consume their prey, but rather toy with it. They allow their quarry to escape only to capture it again, honing their skills for future hunts. The black cat was no exception. It mewed softly beside Joan before sauntering away. Confused, yet acutely aware of the cat's lingering presence, Joan dared not lower her guard. She tentatively stepped forward, and predictably, the cat lunged at her with uncanny speed. This time, its target was her right shoulder. A gust of wind seemed to sweep past her ear, causing several strands of hair to flutter forward, while her right shoulder suffered another vicious tear. Joan felt an urge to resign herself to despair. Yet she was infuriated by her helplessness against a mere cat, a wretched creature at that. Gritting her teeth, she contemplated engaging the black cat in a battle to the death. The cat, oblivious to Joan's thoughts, repeated its previous actions, discarding the flesh it had seized before vanishing once again. Taking a deep breath, Joan forced herself to regain her composure. Her mental acuity was considerable. If she could calm her thoughts and meticulously track the cat and Apos' movements, she could surely prevail. She closed her eyes and relaxed her body, enveloping herself in layer upon layer of mental energy, weaving an invisible cocoon around her. Gradually, Joan lost awareness of her surroundings, forgetting the passage of time, with only herself and that elusive black cat remaining in her consciousness. Meow. The glow of the cat and Apos' crystal core flickered above her head. I and Apos' been waiting. Joan and Apos' void arms lunged towards that glimmer, striking with a resounding clap, trapping the light within her grasp. Meow. The black cat emitted a piercing wail, its form appearing as though it were being crushed, suspended before Joan. It had never anticipated that Joan and Apos' speed could match its own. With one hand firmly clutching the cat and Apos' body, she aimed the other at its crystal core, prepared to conclude this encounter. But in the next instant, the gravely injured black cat inexplicably vanished. Joan and Apos' heart raced, suddenly aware of a chilling sensation at her neck. Looking down, she discovered a sharp fruit knife had inexplicably pierced her throat. One knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, an increasing number of blades materialized out of thin air, all flying directly toward Joan. She swiftly extracted the knife from her neck and hurled it away, deflecting one blade while using her void arms to block the others. Yet, as soon as they fell to the ground, they vanished after merely a second, appearing and disappearing like the elusive cat itself. Chapter 7. Breaking the stalemate. The black cat lurked in the shadows while Joan stood exposed in the light. They were locked in a tense standoff, neither daring to make a move, both waiting for the other to reveal a flaw. Joan's shoulders were stained with dried blood, her prolonged exertion of mental energy rendering her utterly fatigued, and the black cat was equally drained. Zombies relied on the crystal cores of their kind to replenish their strength. And in the eyes of both Joan and the black cat, they were each a prime source of sustenance. The one who faltered first would inevitably become the other and Apos' nourishment. Sister! A frantic cry shattered the impasse. Qianlin, drenched in sweat, rushed forward clutching a pile of canned goods and cat toys, with the severely injured black cat trailing behind him. Joan's pupils constricted in alarm. She sensed impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, she summoned her void arm to shield Qianlin while leaving herself vulnerable to the black cat and Apos' attack. A gleam of triumph flickered in the black cat and Apos' crimson eyes as dozens of gleaming weapons materialized around Joan, encircling her like a tightening noose, as if she would be pierced by a flurry of blades at any moment. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Qianlin froze, the can slipping from his grasp and rolling across the ground. He did not flee. He yearned to aid his zombie sister. He had scoured the marketplace for items that might please her, hoping to assist, yet his arrival now jeopardized her safety. Tears streamed down his face, splattering against the earth. With a swish, the weapons hurtled towards Qiao An, closing in with alarming speed. Trapped within their midst, Qiao An curled her lips into a faint smile and offered Qianlin a reassuring glance. "Sister," Qianlin cried out, his eyes tightly shut, his voice hoarse. He dared not look, nor allow himself to think. It felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away, collapsing to the ground and weeping, his vision blurring. The clattering of weapons striking the ground drew Qianlin's attention, halting his cries. Curious, he glanced at Qiao An, only to find her standing unharmed amidst a scattering of weapons, with the black cat hovering before her. "Ha!" Qiao An scoffed, a smirk playing on her lips. A beast is indeed a beast, lacking the intellect of a human. The arms she had wielded were not to protect Qianlin, but to target the black cat and Appos, as crystal core. The most effective way to safeguard someone was to eliminate the threat. The black cat, believing it was in a position of advantage by using Qianlin as a shield, inadvertently played into Qiao An and Appos' strategy. With one arm supporting the black cat and Appos' limp form and the other grasping its cranial crystal core, Qiao An could end its life with the slightest motion. The black cat struggled to open its eyes, the light of its core flickering. Slowly adopting a hue akin to Qiao An's void arm, Qiao An's core shimmered with a faint golden glow, indistinguishable from that of ordinary zombies. Yet, within the black cat's core, a delicate strand of golden light emerged, reminiscent of fine hair. Perplexed, Qiao An felt a curious bond emanating from the core, spreading throughout her being. Perhaps it would be wise to spare this cat for now, to first unravel the mystery of this peculiar sensation before taking action. She approached Qianlin, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, yet her hands, stained with blood and grime, only made him dirtier, turning him into a little mess. Unable to suppress a laugh, Qiao An found herself amused as the shaken Qianlin clung tightly to her waist, fearful she might vanish at any moment. She gently patted his back, soothing his distress, and then inscribed on the ground, "Let us go," to excavate the crystal core. On one hand, her current condition was dire, necessitating a replenishment of energy through the crystal core. On the other hand, the encounter with merely one black cat had left her in such disarray, solidifying her resolve to grow stronger. At the very least, she needed the capability to ensure Qianlin and Appos' safe passage back to humanity. Qiao An had never intended to keep Qianlin by her side. She had always awaited the moment when humanity stabilized and established a base, at which point she would return him home. After all, humans and zombies were destined to follow divergent paths. Chapter 8. The Clingy Cat. After experiencing the rigors of the college entrance examination, one often finds elementary school problems to be exceedingly simple. Joanna now felt this way. Following her battle with the black cat, confronting ordinary zombies was as effortless as slicing watermelons. Before long, she had collected a dozen crystal cores. She fed herself a handful of crystal cores, crunching them like candy. The wounds on her body healed rapidly, and when she deemed it sufficient, she lifted the barely conscious black cat and fed it several cores as well. The black cat convulsed briefly after consuming the cores, then gradually settled into a calm state, its disheveled fur beginning to glisten. It slowly opened its eyes, and upon recognizing the person holding it, fear returned, its tail tucked between its legs. "Oh, so now you know fear, do you? Wooden and Appos. T'd have been better to be obedient from the start?" Joanna silently scoffed. The black cat paused, as if it understood her thoughts, and tentatively wrapped its tail around Joanna and Appos' arm, letting out a soft, pleading meow. Ugh, that was quite an unpleasant sound, Joanna frowned. The black cat, realizing its mistake, sought to mimic the sounds humans found endearing, producing a few more meows. Meow meow. Joanna stared in astonishment at the coddling, charming black cat in her hands, internally exclaiming, "Clingy cat, clingy cat." But wait, Joanna had not uttered a word. She had merely been voicing her thoughts. Yet the black cat seemed to perceive her innermost feelings. To confirm her suspicion, she thought, "If you can hear me, meow once." Meow. Joanna sensed an invisible bond forming between herself and the black cat, as if her thoughts could dictate its very existence. "Shall I test this?" The black cat, sensing the dangerous notion, meowed anxiously, desperate to flee but finding no escape. "Sister, is it afraid because you intend to keep it?" Qianlin interjected. The black cat looked gratefully at Qianlin. "Good person. Angel, I am truly terrified." Joanna shook her head. "Then we should extract its crystal cores to replenish ourselves." The black cat was indignant. Demon, there are no good humans." Joanna nodded again, feigning an intention to dig for the cores. The black cat panicked, struggling to escape but to no avail. In a moment of desperation, it remembered something and suddenly released all the food from its space, creating a small mountain of provisions. Joanna raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of food. How did you conjure this? Teleportation? Or spatial manipulation? Seeing that Joanna had no intention of harming it, the black cat secretly sighed in relief, then shook its head and nodded, extending its delicate tongue to lick Joanna's hand. Chen Lin was the most astonished. Since the apocalypse began, he had not seen such an abundance of food. Instant noodles, chips, ham, spicy strips, milk, chocolate, and more. Sister, what is this? Chen Lin swallowed hard, gazing curiously at Joanna. Joanna shook the black cat in her hands, indicating that it was responsible for this bounty. Sister, why don't we keep it? It seems to have some utility. After a moment of contemplation, Joanna nodded. The black cat posed no threat to her now, and its spatial abilities could prove invaluable in the apocalypse. The black cat, on the verge of tears, lamented how close it had come to reuniting with its great-grandmother. Let us name it. Joanna began to write on the ground. Sister, you should name it. You caught it, Chen Lin suggested. White Cloud, Joanna pondered before inscribing it. Chen Lin and the black cat exchanged looks of disbelief. You're naming a shiny black cat and amp. Amp. Oppos. White Cloud and amp. Amp. Oppos. What? Are you dissatisfied? Joanna inquired silently of the cat. Quite satisfied. How dare it be anything but? The black cat meowed in a manner that expressed agreement. This woman. No, this undead. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. The cat's life was truly unfortunate. Chapter 9 Departure. Flickering flames danced like exuberant revelers, their dazzling glow obscuring the true form of the lurking monster, revealing only a distorted body writhing in agony. A tall man, enveloped in flames, wore a smile that curled his lips upwards as he appeared to engage in animated conversation. Resolutely, he moved toward the creature, and together they vanished into the inferno. As the fire extinguished, darkness gradually encroached upon the surroundings. A familiar figure staggered into view from the shadows, rising unsteadily before departing. Sister. Chen Lin jolted upright, drenched in a cold sweat. The terror in his eyes lingered as he scanned the inky blackness around him. Beside him lay Bai Yun, peacefully slumbering, while Qiao An sat cross-legged by his bed, eyes closed in meditation. It was merely a dream. Chen Lin exhaled deeply, recalling the blood-soaked image of Qiao An, her spirit seemingly shattered, as if she had endured great calamity. Lost in thought, a gentle hand caressed the top of his head, a soothing gesture that brought him comfort. Looking up, he found Qiao An smiling down at him. Overcome with affection, he nestled against her, inhaling her distinctive fragrance, as though he had fallen into a soft, ethereal cloud. Qiao An, interpreting his actions as childlike affection, tenderly stroked his back. Once he had calmed, she released him and tucked the blankets around him. The following day, dawn broke on the horizon, and the night finally drew to a close. Qiao An, cradling Bai Yun, approached the food section of the shelves, mentally noting, "Let us gather as much as we can, but be sure to leave some space for clothing later." Bai Yun surveyed the array of provisions, mewed softly, and the shelves were swiftly emptied. Its current storage space was neither vast nor minute, roughly 20 square meters. Content with the now barren shelves. Qiao An prepared to venture into the clothing section. After half an hour, she realized Bai Yun could no longer accommodate any more items, prompting her to pause. They had lingered in the mall long enough, with the surrounding zombies having been nearly eradicated. Yet, she required many more crystal cores to enhance her strength, leaving her no choice but to embark on another journey. Approximately 15 kilometers from their current location lay several universities teeming with survivors. Nearby was a resource-rich university town, a trip that promised great rewards. Alas, Bai Yun and Appo's limited capacity necessitated further exploration to maximize its potential. Perched on Qiao An and Appo's shoulder, Bai Yun suddenly felt a chill creep down its spine, an ominous sensation enveloping it. Sister, must we really leave? Chen Lin gazed at Qiao An with concern. Haunted by the remnants of his nightmare, Qiao An retrieved a notebook and pen, inscribing, "Do not fear, rest assured, sister will protect you." Yet, Chen Lin hesitated to voice his thoughts, recognizing the absurdity of allowing a dream to impede Qiao An's journey, especially since she genuinely required the crystal cores. Lowering his head, he grasped her cold hand tightly. To avoid drawing attention, Qiao An donned brown contact lenses to mask her crimson eyes and deliberately dirted their clothes. Even Bai Yun, whose coat had gleamed, was dusted with grime. Only when the three of them appeared disheveled and embodying the grim essence of survival in a post-apocalyptic world did she relent. After scouring the vicinity, Qiao An located a drivable vehicle. She placed Qianlin in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt, while Baiyun was carelessly tossed into the back seat to entertain itself. As the engine roared to life, the trio, each with their own thoughts, departed the mall where they had resided for half a month, embarking on an uncertain journey ahead. Chapter 10. The manly charm you would think Joanne couldn't drive. Yet she navigated the road with remarkable steadiness. Conversely, if you believe she can drive, she might recklessly crash her vehicle into the supermarket, shattering the glass and leaving a mess in her wake. Fortunately, Qianlin emerged unscathed, though Baiyun, seated in the back, was violently jolted against the window by the sudden impact. Sister, you. Qianlin clumsily climbed out of the car, inadvertently dragging Baiyun along with him. Joanne, visibly embarrassed, scribbled on a piece of paper, in this post-apocalyptic world, rules have become obsolete. As long as no one is hurt, that is what matters. But the cat is hurt, Baiyun protested, shaking off the remnants of shock from its fur. If it weren't for the fact that Joanne was far too formidable, it would have leapt up to deliver a swift reprimand to this foolish woman. Goodness gracious. That girl appears so refined, yet she drives like a beast. A man peeking from behind the shelves clutched his chest in terror. Joanne and Qianlin turned to face him, both astonished by his towering stature. He appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, standing nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. His thick brows and large eyes were complemented by well-defined features, tan skin, and gleaming white teeth, sporting a neatly cropped hairstyle. He wore a simple t-shirt and rubber-soled shoes. Strapped to his back was an unconventional weapon that resembled neither sword nor knife. What era do we live in where someone still carries cold weapons? Joanne pondered, yet she felt no fear. After all, she was now a zombie. Who could possibly intimidate her? It was likely that others felt the trepidation instead. Qianlin, however, was on high alert. Upon seeing the man, he was momentarily paralyzed, as this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from his dreams. Noticing Joanne and Appo's silence, Song Long scrutinized her and, upon spotting the paper and pen in her hand, suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, I truly apologize. I did not realize you were mute. Joanne, Qianlin. The two fell into an awkward silence. Joanne had no intention of engaging with this man exuding such a strong masculine aura. Her purpose for entering the supermarket was solely due to sensing a higher-level zombie nearby, prompting her to make a sudden turn and drive in. As Joanne unleashed her mental energy to locate the zombie, she noticed the glimmer of a crystal core drawing nearer. Her expression hardened. It was here. A decaying, push-dripping zombie plummeted from the ceiling, lunging at Song Long with its gaping maw. Qianlin gasped, wanting to shout a warning, but it was too late. In mere moments, the man might meet his doom. Yet Song Long seemed to sense the danger, reacting swiftly. He drew a broadsword, crossing his arms to intercept the zombie's assault. With a swift motion, he hurled the creature into the air, cleaving it in half with a single strike. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Hey, I didn't startle you, did I? While my pose may be impressive, don't be too enamored, Song Long grinned, flicking the viscous remnants from his sword before sheathing it. Joanne was clearly taken aback by this man's extraordinary combat prowess. What kind of ordinary person could dispatch a zombie with such ease, as if slicing through a melon? Especially one of a slightly elevated level? She swallowed hard, glancing at the dismembered remains on the floor. Could you please split its head open? Qianlin ventured to ask first. Song Long hesitated, clearly taken aback by the unusual request, yet he nodded in agreement. Drawing his sword, he expertly severed the zombie's head before sheathing it again in one fluid motion. Qianlin approached, carefully extracting the crystal core and wiping it on his clothing before pocketing it. With outsiders present, he couldn't feed it directly to Joanne. It was best to keep it for now. Well, is this a clam essence? How come there's a pearl inside its head? Song Long inquired with curiosity. Qianlin replied without hesitation, It's of no use. I just think it looks nice. Joanne. Surely, that reason would fool only the gullible. Hey, you know, it really is quite beautiful, Song Long exclaimed, his eyes brightening with admiration. Joanne. How astonishing it was to encounter such a simpleton. Chapter 11. The wheat is ripe. Having just vanquished a zombie, a multitude of low-level zombies, drawn by the commotion, began to encircle the area. Joanna, of course, felt no fear. However, with others present, she was reluctant to reveal her true identity. In the distance, the mass of zombies approached the supermarket, moving sluggishly. Joanna tightened her grip on Qianlin's hand, her mind racing. Perhaps they could still escape by car, though it was unfortunate that the vehicles lay in ruin. Song Long, noticing the disturbance outside, shielded his forehead with a hand and peered into the distance. Look, even in death, they crave excitement. He wiped the smile from his face, unsheathed his sword, and positioned himself protectively before Joanna. You two should take cover inside. Wait here until I clear them out. Joanna thought this was quite fortuitous, a timely intervention. With a cheerful demeanor, she led Qiao An to the innermost part of the building, her gaze fixed intently on Song Long and Appo's back, curious to witness the extent of his prowess. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters and wielding a 1.5-meter-long sword, Song Long's blade gleamed ominously. Before the zombies even reached the entrance, he lunged forward, his movement swift and agile. With a sweeping motion, he severed the rotting flesh and bones of the undead. For reasons unknown, Joanna perceived him as a farmer harvesting wheat. The zombies fell before him as if they were mere stalks of grain. With a deft slice at their midsections, he would toss their upper halves aside. The area was rapidly cleared under his skillful hand, his attire remaining spotless, untouched by the chaos around him. The remains of the zombies were neatly divided into 2 piles, one of upper bodies, the other of lower. Then, he rummaged through the pile of upper bodies, producing a collection of cores wrapped in cloth, and approached Joanna. Did Joanna feel fear? Truth be told, she was somewhat intimidated. It seemed humanity's evolution had overlooked her. While she struggled to run even 800 meters, this man dispatched hordes of zombies with seeming ease. Kneeling before Qiao An, Song Long opened the cloth with a grin. Here you go, child. Take this. Qiao An's eyes widened at the sight of the cores. Song Long had been gathering them. He glanced at Joanna, and seeing no sign of rejection, he bowed slightly and accepted the cores. How about that? Am I not impressive? Song Long straightened up, winking at Joanna, eager for praise. Joanna remained silent, jotting down on paper. We must leave, or we will attract even more zombies. Song Long smacked his forehead in realization. You and Appo's. Rewrite. Where are you headed? It and Appo's. Too perilous for a woman and a child to venture alone. I can escort you. Joanna shook her head, uncertain of their destination. At most, she sought a place to settle and eliminate zombies in the area. Strangely, this locale appeared to be devoid of higher-level zombies. The one they had encountered was the highest rank present, and it was singular. How peculiar. Song Long, misunderstanding Joanna's reluctance, pounded his chest. Come now. There's no need for formality. It's my duty to protect women and children. Joanna remained speechless, while Qiao An, his eyes glistening, tugged at her sleeve. Sister, let the uncle come with us. Uncle? Call me brother. I'm only 25. In the prime of my youth. How did I become an uncle? Song Long playfully tapped Qiao An's head to express his discontent. Joanna was perplexed by Qiao An's sudden inclination to include a stranger. Yet, unable to conjure a reason to refuse, she nodded in acquiescence. However, before I take you, I must first locate my sister at a university. Are you locals? Do you know where a university is? A university? Joanna was well acquainted with it. Indeed, it was her alma mater. Seeing Joanna nod, Song Long beamed. Wonderful. Can you guide me there? Once we find my sister, we can all head to safety together. After a moment's contemplation, Joanna nodded again. The university would undoubtedly be teeming with people, thus attracting many zombies, an opportunity for a feast. Moreover, with this man's considerable strength, she could simply follow in his wake and collect cores without lifting a finger. This arrangement was rather advantageous. Chapter 12. The Silent School. After securing a functioning vehicle, the trio set forth towards a university. Throughout the journey, Song Long's chatter was incessant. He introduced himself while boasting about his exceptionally intelligent sister who had gained admission to a university, thereby becoming the pride of their family. Unable to interject, Qiao An remained silent, prompting Song Long to shift his attention to Qiao An. He recounted the arduous trials he endured in the apocalyptic landscape to reach this place in search of his sister, elaborating on his martial prowess. Qiao An found the journey interminable, yearning for their destination as Song Long and Appo's incessant prattle proved overwhelming. From now on, you shall call me Brother Long, Song Long declared, leaning over to Qiao An in eager anticipation. I will protect you both diligently. Qiao An quickly discerned Song Long and Appo's character, a simple-minded giant. All right, Brother Long, he acquiesced, while Song Long beamed with satisfaction, contentedly petting the cat in the back seat. As their conversation continued, the vehicle came to a halt. They had finally arrived at a university. Qiao An unleashed her mental energy, attempting to ascertain the number of zombies within the campus, but the results filled her with dread. In the expansive grounds of the university, the estimated count of zombies was barely over 100, all of the most rudimentary kind. Given that a university housed at least 40,000 students and that the apocalypse had not coincided with a holiday, the number of transformed individuals should have been significantly higher. The abnormality of the situation heightened Qiao An's alertness, causing her to hesitate at the entrance. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, Song Long sensed an oddity as well. The campus, though grand, was eerily desolate. Indeed, it was not merely quiet, it was silent. Not a single zombie was in sight. And the profound stillness only amplified the sense of danger. "Are you certain your sister is still alive?" Qiao An inquired, handing a written note to Song Long. He nodded and then shook his head, retrieving his phone to show her a message from his sister. "I am hiding. They cannot find me. I am safe, brother. Do not worry. There is food and water here. I can endure for a while longer. I will find a way to escape. Do not fret." They have suddenly all disappeared. Has the disaster ended? The last message was sent a full week after the previous ones, and there had been no further communication since. Perhaps her phone had died, or the signal had been lost. Regardless, there was nothing more. What troubled Qiao An was the implication of her sister's statement regarding the sudden disappearance of the zombies. How could an entire university's worth of zombies vanish in such a short span? The unknown is always the most perilous. She wrote next, "Do you wish to go in and search for her?" Song Long nodded, stating, "One must see the living and the dead. My sister is resilient. She might still be waiting for my rescue." Qiao An furrowed her brow and wrote, "It has been nearly 2 months since the apocalypse began. Are you certain she is alive?" Song Long paused, as if frozen in time. Indeed, it had been quite some time. How could his frail sister have survived alone for 2 months in this harsh reality? Coming to this city in search of her had merely served as an excuse for him to cling to life. Observing his despondent expression, Qiao An felt a pang of sympathy and wrote, "What if she is indeed alive? After all, my brother and I have managed to survive thus far." Song Long's face brightened with gratitude as he looked at Qiao An, revitalized by her words. He eagerly opened the car door, ready to dash out, only to be halted by Qiao An, who held up her notebook with a warning. "It is dangerous here. Be cautious." "Kiki, no worries. You two find a place to stay and await my good news. Eat and drink well, and think of me often," Song Long replied, grinning widely as he brandished his sword before hastily departing. Qiao An contemplated driving to a nearby shopping mall, where she cleared out the scant zombies within, extracting crystal cores and feeding them to Bai Yun, as Song Long had instructed. It was Bai Yun and Appo's first time consuming such an abundance of crystal cores. Thankfully, they were easily digestible, or else the poor creature would have suffered from indigestion. After Qiao An fed the last core, Bai Yun suddenly began to convulse, as if struck by an electric shock. "Sister, Bai Yun is," Chun Lin exclaimed, retreating in fear behind Qiao An. Qiao An remained silent, her gaze fixed on the writhing Bai Yun. Within half a minute, the convulsions ceased, and it rose unsteadily. "Meow," Bai Yun croaked, suddenly lunging at Qiao An's neck, baring its sharp fangs as if to bite down. Annoyed, Qiao An clicked her tongue and flung Bai Yun away, causing it to land heavily on the ground. "Have you forgotten how to meow? That sounds dreadful," she muttered. Bai Yun stared incredulously at Qiao An, bewildered. How could it, having just evolved, still be overpowered by this woman? Qiao An coldly regarded the black cat on the ground, releasing her mental energy to suppress it. "Even if you are truly stronger than I, you cannot harm me in the slightest. Should you betray me, you will find no refuge." During this time, Qiao An discovered that her bond with Bai Yun allowed her not only to comprehend its thoughts but also to control its actions. This newfound ability was remarkably useful. Bai Yun felt as though the crystal cores within its mind were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, causing it pain and making it struggle to breathe. A wise cat knows when to concede. Thus, it began to meow submissively, adopting a tone of feigned innocence. Qiao An smirked. "Now that is a good kitty. You will protect Chun Lin until I return. If anything happens to him, I shall skin you for a scarf." Bai Yun and Appo's fur bristled at the threat, and it quickly scampered to Qiao An's feet, signaling its compliance. Chapter 13. The concert is absurd. But I am absolutely reliable in the tumultuous world where everyone is preoccupied with their own survival. Joanna could not help but worry about the kind-hearted Song Long. Such benevolence was a rarity in this apocalyptic era. Additionally, a university seemed to be summoning her in some mysterious way. She sensed that something was hidden within its campus. After giving White Cloud a few instructions, she briefly communicated with Chun Lin, leaving under his watchful gaze. By the time Joanna arrived at the school, dusk had settled in, cloaking the campus in a shroud of eerie stillness. She extended her mental energy to locate Song Long, quickly confirming that he was in the teaching building, laden with numerous crystal cores, presumably having dealt with the low-level zombies he encountered. Knowing he was safe, Joanna sought to enhance her appearance of preparedness. She approached the security room at the entrance, shattered the glass of the anti-explosion cabinet with a punch, retrieved a security baton, donned cut-resistant gloves, a blast helmet, and a stab-resistant suit, and equipped herself with 2 powerful flashlights before making her way to the teaching building. Having cleared the zombies from the school, Song Long posed no obstacles for Joanna as she navigated her way to the familiar teaching building. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as memories of joyful mornings spent with her roommates flooded her mind, but the building now resonated with an oppressive silence. Joanna found Song Long in front of the vending machine on the 6th floor, where he was sipping milk. Upon seeing Joanna, clad in full gear, he was momentarily taken aback, causing him to drop the milk carton with a resounding thud. The milk that he had yet to swallow choked him, prompting a fit of coughing. Joanna considered patting his back for reassurance but quickly dismissed the notion due to their considerable height difference. Why you? What are you doing here? We need to leave. It's dangerous. I'll come back for you once I find my sister, Song Long stammered, stifling his cough while pushing Joanna away with one hand and pounding his chest with the other. Joanna stood her ground, unblinking, and with a swift motion. She swung the baton, striking the vending machine with a resounding crash that left a deep dent. Her action conveyed her formidable strength to Song Long. The loud noise startled him. Goodness. Those who survive in this apocalypse are indeed fierce. This girl appears delicate yet possesses such strength. After a moment, he retrieved a package of crystal cores from his pocket. Even so, you must return. Your brother is still so young. He needs protection. By the way, take this back for him. I know he likes it. Just as Joanna was about to respond, the ground beneath them trembled violently, akin to an earthquake, causing her to stagger. The dimly lit corridor was suddenly engulfed in darkness as something malevolent began to grow around them, the sound of rustling sending shivers down their spines. With a swift flick, Joanna turned on her flashlight, cutting through the darkness. The scene that unfolded before them sent Joanna's sanity spiraling, and even the robust Song Long felt nauseated. The walls were covered in pulsating, grotesque masses of flesh, reminiscent of placentas, with blue-green veins and yellow mucus coating them. They throbbed rhythmically, concealing some unknown creature within. Suppressing her disgust, Joanna approached the window, only to discover that the outside was similarly ensnared in flesh. The entire teaching building was ensconced without a sliver of space, blocking out the light. What in the world is this biological crisis? Joanna cursed inwardly. Watch out, Song Long exclaimed from behind, prompting Joanna to react instinctively. Without hesitation, she swung her baton and turned to strike. The object she hit collided with the fleshy mass and fell to the ground. Only then did she realize it was a female zombie, devoid of a body, with only a head and 8 tentacle-like appendages reminiscent of an octopus, all ensconced in yellow mucus. Upon being struck by Joanna, the head let out a chilling scream before exploding, splattering putrid fluid everywhere. The surrounding flesh began to emit a cacophony of shrieks, writhing and leaping as they consumed the scattered remains, splitting into new grotesque forms. A nearby mass erupted, and a male zombie and Oppo's head lunged at Song Long. Without a moment and Oppo's pause, Joanna gripped her baton tightly and, akin to a baseball player, sent the grotesque head flying. Before they could catch their breath, more and more masses ruptured, their heads attaching themselves to the walls, launching an assault from all directions. Song Long's sword swung through them like skewers, smashing them against the wall, leaving a smear of blood and flesh. These creatures were not only terrifying, but utterly revolting. With a swift motion, Song Long cleaved the tentacled creature's head in two. Joanna remained silent, her brow furrowed. On one hand, she was repulsed. On the other, her mental probing revealed a chilling truth. These monsters bore no crystal cores. How could this be? Even White Cloud, a mere cat, possessed crystal cores. Yet these creatures were utterly hollow. Without cores, there were no weaknesses to exploit, and a sense of unknown terror enveloped her. Sensing her distress, Song Long glanced at her and comforted. Fear not. The concert may be absurd, but I am absolutely reliable. Joanna ignored him, focusing intently on her baton, striking down each grotesque creature. This is what you get for being so revolting and trying to scare us. Why won't you respond to me? No matter. My warm enthusiasm is just what your cold indifference needs, Song Long quipped, maintaining his cheerful demeanor as they continued their relentless defense. Under their combined efforts, the tentacled horrors were swiftly reduced to mere remnants. The air became thick with the stench of their decay, and Joanna and Oppo's gaze remained fixated on the writhing remains on the ground, signaling that the battle was far from over. Chapter 14. The flame scattered chunks of flesh on the ground converged like iron filings drawn to a magnet, writhing together as if they were soft-bodied creatures, swiftly coalescing into new masses of flesh. As before, they birthed tentacled monstrosities that once again launched an assault on Joan and Songlong. Though they were cleaved into pieces, their relentless resurrection seemed inexhaustible. Even more perilous were their tentacles, adorned with fine, sharp spines that could easily tear away a layer of skin if one let their guard down. Joan, being a zombie, was naturally unafraid of such threats. However, she remained vigilant to protect Songlong from injury, lest he transform into yet another zombie in this world. Time passed, and Songlong, gradually exhausted, moved with increasing sluggishness, leaving more openings in his defense. Joan realized that prolonging the conflict was futile. Thus, she led Songlong in a tactical retreat, seizing an opportunity during the monster's brief moments of healing to slip into a small classroom, swiftly securing the door behind them. Quietly, Joan extended her mental energy to shield the classroom, knowing that this was not a sustainable solution, for prolonged exertion would ultimately wear her down. Nevertheless, for the moment, they had to hide, allowing Songlong to regain his strength before devising a plan to escape. Leaning against the wall, Songlong gasped for air, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The relentless onslaught of the creatures had numbed his hands, and he felt as though he were facing the very embodiment of nightmares. Joan rummaged through the classroom until she found paper and a pen, scribbling a message and passing it to Songlong. "You rest. They cannot enter for now." Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Songlong wiped his brow and remarked, "How come you don't look tired at all? One shouldn't judge a book by its cover." Indeed, the disparity was stark. While he was worn down from combat, she seemed unfazed, wielding her weapon with effortless grace. Impatient, Joan emphasized the word rest in bold letters on the paper. Songlong chuckled, "You take a break. I'll keep watch." Joan's scrutinizing gaze spoke volumes. Frustrated, Songlong protested, as though insulted, "How can I let a little girl guard me while I sleep? Go ahead and rest. I'm already refreshed." Just then, their standoff was interrupted by the sudden flicker of Joan's flashlight, which extinguished, plunging them into darkness once more. With a sigh, Joan fumbled for another flashlight. But before she could switch it on, a small flame illuminated the night. The flickering light danced upon Songlong's earnest face. "Hey, what do you think? Am I handsome?" he joked, holding the tiny flame in his palm. Joan, momentarily stunned by the sight, quickly regained her composure. She had anticipated encountering others with extraordinary abilities, yet she had not expected it to happen so soon. Pretending to be perplexed, she gazed at Songlong, awaiting his explanation. Songlong, unreserved, placed his hand between them, casting a warm glow. "Actually, I discovered a month ago that I could ignite flames. Though it's not large, it's sufficient to provide light. Don't you think I might just be a manifestation of a fire god?" Joan remained silent, noticing her lack of response. Songlong continued to muse about the implications of being a fire god, wishing he could incinerate the monsters and protect the land and its people. Imagining himself as a revered hero, "Then my sister would surely admire me even more," he added wistfully. Curious, Joan extended her hand, pinching the flickering flame between her fingers until it extinguished. An awkward silence enveloped them, though shrouded in darkness. Joan felt as if she could see the flicker of disappointment in Songlong's round eyes. Would he be angry with her? Songlong, sulking against the wall with his sword, feigned indifference. Yet, unable to contain himself, he asked, "Are you a ninja turtle? How can you resist the urge to chat with me?" Joan, feeling a bit embarrassed, shrugged, then pointed to her mouth and shook her head to indicate her silence. With a deep sigh, Songlong relented, "Fine, fine. I won't hold it against you. I forgive you for your silence, considering your predicament." Just then, an untimely growl emanated from his stomach. He was hungry. After battling the tentacled creatures for so long, it was no surprise that he had depleted his energy. Ignoring the flush of embarrassment on Songlong's cheeks, Joan produced a pack of compressed biscuits from her pocket and tossed them to him. He clutched the biscuits like a precious treasure, expressing gratitude. "Aren't you going to eat?" he inquired. Joan simply wrote, "Not hungry," seeing her nonchalant demeanor. Songlong felt no need for further politeness and began devouring the biscuits ravenously. In mere moments, he had polished off the entire pack, which, for his sizable frame, was hardly sufficient. At home, he could easily consume 8 bowls of rice along with 3 steamed buns in one sitting. "What do you like to eat? Once we're out of here, I'll treat you. You must try my cooking. Everyone who has tasted it has praised it, especially my braised pork knuckle. It's my specialty, and my sister adores it." As he spoke, he animatedly mimicked the motions of cooking, as if he could conjure up a delicious dish at that very moment. Joan remained silent, observing him with a serene expression. Clearly, she had underestimated Song Long's penchant for conversation. Even alone, he spoke with fervor, recounting tales of the village dogs, the cattle in the fields, the fruits on the trees, and stories of his sister. Once we're out, I'll take you back to the village, plant a few acres, tidy up the house, and raise some chickens and ducks. Perhaps we can even get a cat that you like, and enjoy our days until these monsters disappear. His voice gradually faded, replaced by the soft rhythm of his breathing. Joan squatted opposite him, resting her chin on one hand, gazing at the familiar figure before her, her thoughts drifting far away. Chapter 15. The fourth level, a night of tranquility. After a restful slumber, Song Long rubbed his eyes and softly murmured, "It is time to rise and attend to our tasks." Upon surveying his surroundings, he awoke from his reverie, realizing that the previous occurrences had merely been a dream, a rare, delightful dream. Noticing his awakening, Qiao An gestured towards the door and inscribed on a piece of paper, "They have all quieted down. I wish to venture outside to assess the situation. You must ensure your own safety." Song Long, however, resolutely declined her suggestion, stating, "You have kept watch throughout the night. Allow me to go and investigate." With that, he made to exit, but Qiao An grasped his clothing, raising her notebook which read, "Let us go together." Unable to withstand her insistence, Song Long reluctantly acquiesced. The two cautiously opened the door, covering one another as they stepped outside. The monstrous entities had reverted to grotesque masses, clinging to the walls around them. The movement of these masses was significantly subdued compared to the previous night, leading Song Long to speculate that they too were in a state of rest. To avoid disturbing them, the pair crept towards the staircase, deftly sidestepping the fleshy obstacles, and successfully ascended from the 5th floor to the 4th. However, the sight that greeted them on the 4th floor left them in stunned silence. The ground, walls, and ceiling were adorned with masses of flesh, 3 to 4 times larger than those on the 5th and 6th floors. Unlike their counterparts, these masses were not dormant. They moved slowly, converging towards Song Long and Qiao An as they arrived on this level. With a grave expression, Song Long observed the encroaching masses. The staircase was constricted, and the enormous fleshly forms had entirely obstructed their descent. The only means of retreat lay in clearing them away. With a metallic clang, he unsheathed his sword, adopting a stance of attack. Qiao An gripped her security baton tightly, holding her breath in anticipation of the creature's assault. As the monsters drew nearer, they showed no signs of aggression. Qiao An, with keen eyes, noticed that the areas traversed by the creatures were corroded by an acrid slime, possessing a corrosive power akin to concentrated sulfuric acid. Alarmed, she seized Song Long and urged him to leap through a gap at the staircase and Appo's corner. Taken by surprise, Song Long stumbled forward, internally lamenting Qiao An and Appo's recklessness, which evoked a startling image akin to Lin Dayu and Appo's delicate grace. Fortunately, Song Long and Appo's agility allowed him to recover swiftly, landing securely alongside Qiao An. Upon seeing the two descend, the creatures that had been climbing the stairs redirected their movements. A few urgent ones leapt upon their companions, propelling themselves towards the duo. Qiao An shouted in anger, immediately swinging her baton with all her might at one of the creatures. Yet, the creature and Appo's immense size rendered her strike insufficient to displace it, instead allowing it to adhere to her baton like a stubborn adhesive. Observing Qiao An and Appo's plight, Song Long swiftly intervened, slicing the creature in half with his sword. The severed mass quivered and fell silent, no longer animated. With a sigh of relief, Song Long realized that these creatures did not regenerate. This was a pivotal advantage. He exhaled deeply, launching into a series of strikes as if butchering meat. His long sword cleaved through the creatures before they could close the distance, and soon the staircase was littered with their remains. Yet, Qiao An's unease persisted. These creatures were undeniably weaker than those on the 6th floor, but something felt amiss. Her intuition proved correct. The remnants on the ground began to decay rapidly, emitting a noxious, corrosive gas. This gas, as if possessing a will of its own, coalesced and drifted towards the two. Panic-stricken, Qiao An yanked Song Long towards the next floor. The gas approached swiftly, threatening to engulf them. In a moment of desperation, she propelled Song Long to the 3rd floor while summoning her void arm to intercept the gas. The instant her arm made contact, an excruciating pain shot through her body, an intensity she had never experienced since her transformation into a zombie. Her body convulsed violently, and she cradled her head in agony as she sank to the ground. Even as her void arm trembled under the corrosive assault, it held firm, blocking the advancing gas. The gas consumed parts of her arm before dissipating, while the trailing gas continued its relentless corrosion. Gritting her teeth, Qiao An endured the searing pain until the last trace of gas evaporated. Uncertain, Song Long approached her from behind, observing her trembling figure. Words of concern lingered on his lips but were swallowed back. Watching the gas dissipate, he sensed that it was Qiao An who had neutralized it. Could she also be an extraordinary being? As Qiao An gradually regained her composure, Song Long gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice laced with concern. Are you all right? I am worried. His words trailed off abruptly as he met her gaze, astonished, momentarily forgetting to breathe. His voice quivered. You are a zombie? Chapter 16. A match made in heaven. Joan and Appo's colored contact lenses had long since disappeared, leaving her crimson eyes bare for all to see. Crouching on the ground, she gazed up at Song Long, feigning calmness as she took out paper and pen to write, I will not harm you. Noticing that Song Long remained in a state of shock, she added, I just want to get out. After a moment, he finally reacted, exclaiming, impressive. His gaze was filled with admiration as he looked at Joan. Even in a zombie state, you still retain your humanity. Truly, I'm moved. Joan sighed inwardly, realizing that Song Long and Appo's thought process was rather unconventional. So what do you usually eat? If you have humanity, would you still consume others? Why not feast on me instead? Do zombies sleep? Do they snore? His barrage of questions left Joan speechless. In frustration, she grabbed the crystal core that Song Long had previously given her and popped it into her mouth, crunching down on it. Since her true nature was already revealed, she decided to abandon the pretense and replenish her strength. Observing Joan devouring the crystal core, Song Long approached with curiosity. Is it tasty? What does it taste like? Can humans eat it? Will it upset your stomach? Joan ignored him and glanced up, only to see a headless corpse crawling towards Song Long from behind. The creature and Appo's severed neck spewed forth white silk, inching closer to Song Long, who remained oblivious. With a swift sweep of her leg, Joan knocked Song Long to the ground, evading the monster's attack. After a failed ambush, the creature launched another volley of silk. Seeing that Song Long was unable to dodge, Joan took the hit herself. The corrosive silk burned through her protective suit, sizzling as it ate away at her skin. Truly, the monsters in this building share a similar skill set, all possessing corrosive properties. Just how much acid did they consume in life? Joan mused internally. Realizing the danger, Song Long scrambled to his feet, one hand shielding Joan while the other brandished his sword, swiftly severing the monster's limbs. So this is where the monsters without bodies from the 6th floor ended up? He remarked, driving his sword into the creature and Appo's chest, delivering a mortal blow. Are you all right? He asked, finally turning to check on Joan, guilt flooding his heart. Joan shook her head, signaling that she was fine, but the back of her clothing was entirely corroded, leaving only the front intact. If she were to let go, how could you be fine? Let me see, Song Long exclaimed, moving to inspect her injuries. Then, as if realizing something, he quickly removed his t-shirt and awkwardly offered it to her. My apologies. I didn't notice. Please, wear my shirt for now. The memory of what he had glimpsed moments earlier sent heat rushing to his cheeks. With a dark expression, Joan accepted the shirt and put it on, though it hung loosely on her, reaching down to her knees like a dress. After changing, she gestured for Song Long to descend to the next floor. Song Long stared at Joan, who was clad in a shirt, looking like a child who had stolen an adult's clothing. It was somewhat odd, yet somewhat endearing. Noticing Song Long's silent amusement, Joan and Appo's expression darkened further. They now stood in the corridor connecting the 3rd and 4th floors. With the recent appearance of monsters, they proceeded with caution. Although only one had shown itself, given the circumstances of the previous 2 floors, there were likely many more on the 3rd floor. Joan inquired about the extent of Song Long and Appo's fire abilities. He demonstrated, at most, it's about the size of a fist. Joan was disheartened. She had hoped he could use his powers to incinerate the silk, but it seemed unlikely. After consuming the last of the crystal cores, her injuries were nearly healed, and her mental strength was replenished. She flexed her wrists, preparing to confront the monsters head-on. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they were met with a horde of the same headless monsters. These creatures crawled on all fours, displaying remarkable jumping ability, leaping over 5 meters high, and exuding corrosive silk that was difficult to sever. Dressed in what appeared to be student uniforms from their former lives, they were a chilling sight. Song Long's sword struggled to cut through the resilient silk, forcing him to dodge and aim for their limbs and chests. With her identity now revealed, Joan decided to abandon pretense and fight. One punch for each spider monster, she effortlessly intercepted the silk with her baton, yanking the creatures towards her for a decisive blow. The sounds of fists colliding with flesh filled the air as she moved with blinding speed, delivering fatal strikes with each punch. The monsters, swift as they were, found themselves outmatched by Joan's agility. Whenever they leaped to the ceiling, she would pull them down with her ethereal arms. When they attempted to evade through spatial jumps, Song Long's sword awaited them. Several unfortunate creatures impaled themselves on it, meeting their end. Teamwork makes the dream work, Joan thought, as she grew tired. She used her powers to hurl monsters onto Song Long's sword, which he adeptly caught, whether horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. He was always ready. Their synergy was seamless, appearing both fierce and precise. Within just over an hour, the third-floor monsters were dispatched. Joan flicked the blood from her hands, reveling in the satisfaction of using her fists. Suddenly, a brilliant flash from a crystal core caught her eye. It was brighter than any she had encountered, indicating that a more formidable entity awaited within the building. Alarmed, Joan quickly reached out with her mental energy, only to find an overwhelming darkness. Had she imagined it? Chapter 17. Death comes early or late. The two wasted no time and swiftly ascended to the second floor. To their surprise, this level was not as densely populated with monsters as the previous ones. It was eerily empty, save for a creature resembling a stick insect, towering at approximately 2 meters. It was not much shorter than Song Long, yet it possessed a slender form comprised entirely of rigid exoskeleton, segmented into 3 distinct parts, devoid of any flesh. Its 6 legs were wide and flat, akin to blades, with the 2 near its head adorned with fine, backward-facing barbs. The creature's head was grotesquely featureless, lacking any discernible facial attributes, save for its enormous, claw-like mandibles. It remained motionless several meters away from the two, giving the impression of a lifeless statue, were it not for the faint hissing sounds it emitted. Seeing only one monster, Song Long chuckled as he unsheathed his sword. Once we dispatch this one, we can finally escape this wretched place. Joan also rolled her wrist, ready to eliminate the hideous creature. The monster slowly turned its head, hissing ominously, before letting out a piercing shriek and swiftly leaping out of their line of sight. Both were taken aback. Even Joan, whose reflexes were typically lightning fast, could not discern the creature in Oppo's movement this time. Scanning the surroundings for any sign of the beast, she immediately unleashed her mental energy to probe the area. Her psychic force spread like a delicate net, capable of sensing any prey that might disturb it. Yet this time, there was nothing, only a deathly silence. Song Long and Oppo's eyes darted nervously, his breath steady as he remained vigilant for an unseen assailant. Suddenly, a shift. It was coming. Joan reacted instinctively, delivering a powerful punch to the monster lurking behind her. However, contrary to her expectations, this time the creature did not explode. It remained utterly still. A moment behind, Song Long swung his sword at the creature, but to his astonishment, it left not a single mark, while he felt the reverberation numb his hand. The monster adhered to a peculiar sense of fairness, allowing the two to finish their attacks before it hissed and initiated its own assault. It first raised its forelimb to firmly restrain Joan, rendering her unable to escape, before plunging its hind leg into her abdomen with a sickening thud, then discarding her carelessly to the ground like refuse. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that Joan barely registered what had occurred. By the time she comprehended the situation, she found herself gravely wounded and collapsed on the floor. Meanwhile, Song Long's sword was severed by the creature's razor-sharp limb, leaving him with only a half-hilt in hand. As the blade shattered, the calmness within Song Long erupted into a tempest of fury. A surge of energy burst forth from his chest as he roared, swinging the remaining hilt towards the monster. The creature effortlessly raised its forelimb, blocking the strike with ease. It had grown weary of the game, ensnaring Song Long with its body and opening its maw wide to feast upon its prey. Prone on the ground, Joan summoned her void arm, channeling all her strength into a punch aimed at the monster and Oppo's head. The unprepared creature was sent flying more than 3 meters by the force of her blow. Seizing the opportunity, Song Long broke free from his confinement and rushed to Joan's side, intent on helping her escape. The monster hissed in furious retaliation, vanishing from sight in an instant. Ignoring her abdominal wound, Joan was overtaken by a foreboding sense. Summoning her last reserves of strength, she pushed Song Long away, only to be impaled against the wall by a flying bone spike. With a swift whoosh, 2 more spikes pierced her wrists, and the final one plunged mercilessly into her heart. Gasping, Joan coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Though the heart was not a fatal weakness for a zombie, the assault caused her immense pain and robbed her of mobility. In that moment, she felt as though her very essence was being siphoned away. With great effort, Joan opened her eyes, straining to catch a glimpse of Song Long. Her lips moved silently, attempting to urge him to flee. Words eluded her, and she resorted to lip-reading to convey her message. Fate can indeed be a cruel mistress. When she wished to live, she was perpetually thwarted, and now, just as she yearned for survival, she was confronted by this abominable creature. Joan's eyelids grew heavy as she observed the monster approaching, its forelimb swaying ominously closer. A sardonic smile graced her lips as she bowed her head in resignation. Let me die, let me die. Early or late, death is inevitable. To die early is to be reborn swiftly. To die early is to be reincarnated quickly. Let me die, come swiftly to my end. The monster loomed before Joan, realizing that she was not human, but rather one of its own kind. It hissed in excitement, crystal core, crystal core, as it raised its side-like forelimb, poised to cleave Joan's skull. In a moment of desperation, Song Long rushed in front of Joan with extraordinary speed. The creature and Appo's limb struck his shoulder, severing his left arm completely. Blood spattered, yet he remained unfazed, his gaze ablaze with fury, fixated on the monster, vowing to incinerate it utterly. This unforeseen turn of events momentarily stunned the creature, which then lifted its foot, preparing to behead the oblivious human before it. Chapter 18. Let us go out together. Unlike my sister, who is exceptionally bright and has proudly secured a place in university, I, having graduated from high school, followed our father into the fields. Though I possess a handsome exterior and culinary skills worthy of admiration, I yearn for the opportunity to share my culinary creations with you. I bare my heart to you. Why do you conceal yours? Is there anything that cannot be shared with me, shrouded in secrecy? Once I locate my sister, I shall take you to our rural abode. I will toil in the fields while you care for our cats and dogs. How did you become a zombie? You still appear quite dashing. Even as a zombie, I shall protect you. The voice of Song Long echoed persistently in my ears, rousing the slumbering Qiao An as if a pair of warm hands were caressing her cheek, beckoning her to awaken. Qiao An slowly lifted her heavy eyelids, finding Song Long's warm blood upon her face. With his remaining arm, Song Long grasped the creature's limb tightly, pressing his body against it, refusing to relent despite his own wounds. His chest burned with a fury, a wrath unparalleled. A flame erupted from his palm, singeing the monster as it attempted to break free. Yet, inexplicably, he possessed the strength to hold on, refusing to relinquish his grip. If he could not let go, then he would sever the arm along with it. The monster, in a fit of rage, raised its forelimb to strike, but the flames in Song Long and Appo's hand swelled, enveloping him entirely before the blow could land. Burning, burning. Song Long was ablaze. Like a towering inferno, he ignited. Realizing the peril, the monster attempted to escape. But Song Long held fast, a trap tightly clinching its prey. The creature writhed in pain, desperate to shake him off. As the flames grew more intense, they leapt from Song Long to the monster, igniting it in a furious blaze. The agonized roars of the monster melded with Song Long's furious cries. Qiao An's once blurred vision sharpened, the dazzling golden light momentarily eclipsing her sense of self. Upon seeing her awaken, Song Long grinned amidst the flames. Once I burn it to ashes, we shall be free. Qiao An numbly nodded, her eyes fixated on him. Do not fret too much, for I am aware of my magnetic charm. After all, I am a remarkable creation of Nuwa, destined for the annals of history. Song Long flashed a smile at Qiao An, the flames around him growing ever larger until they consumed him and the monster entirely. We must hasten to escape. I cannot leave my sister waiting anxiously. In the midst of the flames, Song Long and Appo's voice diminished, becoming faint as if carried from afar, until it vanished altogether. The fire gradually waned, and when the last remnants of either Song Long or the monster were extinguished, nothing remained. The bone spikes piercing Qiao An also dissipated, and she fell limply to the ground. Her crimson eyes dulled, her mind bereft of thought. She felt like a soulless puppet. Who was she? Where was she? What was she to do? She knew nothing, absolutely nothing. Let us go out together. Yes, she must go out together. Together? With whom? Qiao An and Appo's vacant gaze scanned her surroundings, finding no one. Together? With whom? This question echoed relentlessly in her mind, devoid of answers. causing her head to throb painfully. The agony rendered her breathless. Out. Yes. First, we must escape. Emerging from the depths of despair, Qiao An felt as though she had discovered the key to the exit. Out. She needed to leave this place. Stumbling, she rose unsteadily, disregarding her wounds, and wobbled toward the first floor. Chapter 19. Pain. The entire teaching building was enveloped in flesh, resembling a colossal placenta from a distance. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that these masses of flesh possessed features akin to human faces and limbs, a motley assembly of both genders and all ages. Joanna clung to the stair railing, ascending to the first floor with labored steps, only to be met with a sight that rendered her powerless, collapsing onto the ground. The floor was not solid ground, but a writhing mass of flesh, blocking every door and window, pulsating ominously. Thick walls of flesh encased the surfaces, engulfing the columns. Get out. All of you, get out. The voice echoed incessantly in Joanna's ears as she crouched on the ground, covering her face. Her mental state unraveling into a chaotic tangle that left her head throbbing, a guttural shriek escaping her throat. The radiant glow of the crystal core re-emerged beneath her. Its brilliance was blinding, even more so than the sun above. This time, Joanna saw it clearly. Suddenly, she burst into wild laughter, frantically tearing at the flesh beneath her, ripping it apart and casting it aside. Yet the masses piled higher, layer upon layer, each tier revealing more, an endless expanse. Madness danced in Joanna's eyes. It was not enough, not deep enough. The crystal core lay just beneath, spurring her to dig with renewed fervor. Blood and flesh flying as her garments soaked crimson and her eyes turned scarlet. Her void-like arms twisted behind her, expanding and contracting in excruciating contortions. In a frenzied motion, she grasped the flesh and tore it apart, intensifying her excavation. As twilight descended, darkness enveloped her. Joanna was unaware of how long she had been digging. Beside her lay a mound of corpses, her hands bloodied and raw, exposing bone, yet her expression remained stoic as she continued her labor. The void-like arms behind her had become frail, flickering in and out of existence, but still they persisted in their task. It and amp, oppos, as close, so close. I'm almost there. She toiled from day into night, from night into day, digging until her fingers fractured and her arms broke, yet she refused to yield. When her hands could no longer serve, she resorted to her teeth, biting until her lips bled and her teeth loosened, indifferent to the pain, as if possessed. Relentlessly delving deeper, time slipped away, and she slowly began to gnaw at another layer of flesh when suddenly, a refreshing sensation cut through the stench in her mouth. It was the crystal core. Joanna bit down fiercely, a torrent of energy surged into her battered body like a sweet spring. The wounds in her abdomen healed rapidly. Her fractured arms rejoined, and her once pale bones sprouted fresh flesh, her crimson eyes gradually darkening. Her void-like arms swelled, expanding into what resembled enormous wings. The flesh masses began to wither, like desiccated fruit, as the teaching building collapsed swiftly. Joanna remained steadfast, kneeling in place, her madness unabated. With a thunderous roar, the structure crumbled entirely, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Silence reigned for a moment, then a figure shot forth like an arrow. Soaring into the sky, Joanna hung suspended above, gazing down at the lifeless land beneath her, her ebony eyes devoid of emotion. Not enough, she murmured softly, as her mental energy spread like a vast net over the city below, revealing the locations of the zombies. In a flash, Joanna moved with remarkable speed, covering distances of over 10 meters in an instant. Spotting a zombie on a certain floor, she dove through the window, unfazed by the glass that grazed her cheek. Locking onto her target, her hand pierced through the zombie's skull, extracting the crystal core without hesitation, swallowing it whole, blood and all. As her facial wounds began to mend, it hurts a bit. Joanna touched her glass-cut cheek, momentarily lost in thought. Pain. Pain sensation? Had she not transformed into a zombie? How could she still feel pain? Lowering her gaze, she caught her reflection in the shattered glass. Her red lips and black eyes mirrored her former self, only enhanced, exuding an otherworldly allure. Realizing this, Joanna fell silent before bursting into laughter, tears streaming down her face. Look, I not only resemble a human, but I can also speak, cry, and feel pain. Her laughter subsided, and she resumed her former demeanor, setting off to the next location to hunt zombies. Like a ravenous beast, she relentlessly preyed upon the city and Oppos' inhabitants, insatiable in her hunger. The lower-tier zombies, upon seeing her, would obediently offer their crystal cores, while the more powerful ones stood paralyzed under her oppressive presence, helplessly watching as she claimed their cores. In just 3 days, The city was entirely devoid of zombies. The surviving populace was astonished to find that the wandering zombies had vanished, attributing their disappearance to divine intervention or the natural course of life. Whatever the reason, the zombies were gone. For the first time in over 2 months, they dared to venture onto the streets in search of food and bask in the sunlight. Joanna discovered an abandoned apartment, cleansing herself with purified water from the supermarket. Washing away the grime accumulated over the past few days, she donned fresh attire and tidied her disheveled hair. Standing before the mirror, she regarded the woman with red lips and white teeth, who returned her gaze with a smirk. In a fit of rage, she struck the mirror, shattering it into countless fragments. Satisfied, she wiped the crimson blood from her knuckles and grabbed her discarded t-shirt, ready to seek out Qiao. Chapter 20. Aligning with the right individuals. It has been 8 days since Qiao An departed, and Qiao eagerly anticipates her return each day. Yet, a week has passed without a trace of her. Although he is aware that Qiao An is still alive, he cannot fathom why she has not come back. Compounding his unease are the recent dreams. In these dreams, Qiao An appears as a human woman, though her gaze is chilling, evoking a sense of dread. Upon waking, Qiao gasps for breath, unable to shake off the haunting intensity of her eyes. Qiao An and Appo's absences, in fact, a boon for Baiyun. Without the oppressive presence of that woman, Baiyun indulges in a carefree routine of eating and sleeping, occasionally amusing itself by teasing the human boy and scavenging for a few zombies when hunger strikes. However, it is worth noting that zombies have become increasingly elusive of late. As Baiyun lounges contentedly, swaying its tail, it suddenly senses a formidable pressure, causing its body to tremble uncontrollably, an instinctual reaction of the weak in the presence of the strong. Qiao notices Baiyun and Appo's distress and cradles it in his arms, inquiring, "What is it, Baiyun? Why are you trembling so violently?" At that moment, a series of knocks reverberates from the door. Baiyun feels an ominous chill. The entity outside exudes a terrifying strength, and should it enter, both it and the boy are doomed. With a desperate meow, Baiyun wriggles free from Qiao's embrace, attempting to teleport away, but no matter how hard it tries, its powers eluded, as if held captive by an invisible force. Could it be that my sister has returned? In stark contrast to Baiyun's fear, Qiao and Appo's excitement surges as he rushes to the door. However, he is halted by Baiyun, which stands defiantly before the entrance, for bristling, emitting a series of warning meows. "Foolish human, do not open the door. If you do, we will both perish." "What's the matter, Baiyun?" "It's my sister out there. Stop causing a fuss. I'm going to open the door." Qiao sidesteps Baiyun and approaches the door. Just as he is about to turn the handle, Baiyun leaps onto it, baring its teeth in an attempt to intimidate Qiao. Qiao An possesses only a modicum of power. The beast outside is exponentially stronger. It cannot possibly be that woman. In the midst of this standoff between man and cat, the individual outside, growing impatient from the prolonged wait, forcefully breaks the door down. Baiyun, still perched on the handle, is flung alongside the door, while Qiao, quick on his feet, dodges to the side as the door splinters. Qiao, the intruder calls out, standing at the threshold. Qiao, taken aback by the cold voice, suddenly recognizes the figure and exclaims, "Sister, you can speak now." Qiao An reaches out, ruffling Qiao and Appo's fluffy hair. Then her gaze sharpens as it falls upon the disheveled Baiyun. "Come here." Baiyun, trembling with fear, cautiously crawls towards Qiao An, its body quaking more intensely as it draws near, embodying the terror of prey before a predator, fearing that Qiao An might extract its core at any moment. With a flourish, Qiao An dumps a heap of collected cores at Baiyun's feet, some high tier, others low tier, but predominantly the former. Baiyun, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of cores, becomes momentarily dazed. It glances between Qiao An and the pile, a tumult of joy and fear battling within it. Just how many zombies has this woman slain? The thought sends shivers through the feline. "Consume them all," Qiao An states flatly. "Meow, meow, meow." Baiyun squeaks, attempting to sound as endearing as possible. With that, it begins devouring the cores voraciously, reveling in the bounty. This woman is truly exceptional. No, it is its master who is extraordinary. Baiyun and Appo's life of effort is over. It has ascended to the pinnacle of feline existence. While Baiyun feasts with delight, Qiao stands nearby, his brow furrowed with concern, lost in his thoughts. Once Baiyun has devoured the mountain of cores, it commences its evolution, this time without the usual convulsions, instead radiating a serene calmness. It feels a torrent of energy coursing through its body, its spatial awareness expanding threefold, and it mysteriously sprouts a second tail. Qiao An furrows her brow, observing the two-tailed black cat on the ground. Can you retract that extra tail? Meow. Bai Yun attempts to comply, and indeed, it manages to retract the surplus tail. Let us proceed. Qiao An gestures for Bai Yun to come closer. Bai Yun, eager to please, wags its tails and leaps onto Qiao An and Appo's shoulder, settling obediently. Where are we going? Sister? Chun Lin inquires, puzzled. To stock up on supplies. By the way, sister, what of brother Song Long? Did you find his sister? Only then does Chun Lin recall Song Long. Qiao An pauses momentarily, then replies coolly, we found them. He left with his sister. I see. Chun Lin does not press further, gripping Qiao An's hand tightly as they depart together. Chapter 21. The survivor base. After the zombies vanished from the city, humans were seen everywhere, desperately vying for food. They would brawl over a single pack of instant noodles, hurling insults and employing the most venomous language to attack one another. Most appeared gaunt and emaciated, exuding a foul stench, with their eyes gleaming with insatiable greed for sustenance. In this absurd city devoid of zombies, everyone had become exceedingly hypocritical and selfish, openly harboring a frenzied hatred for their own kind. Joan, holding Chun Lin and Appo's hand, observed the people on the street with a detached gaze. Clad in clean attire and exuding a rosy complexion, along with a glossy black cat, they stood in stark contrast to the others, clearly having lived a life of comfort, as though they had never endured the tribulations of the apocalypse. They arrived at a large shopping mall, where the food supplies had been nearly depleted, leaving only unwanted remnants. Joan had no intention of hoarding food, as the provisions from her white cloud space could last her over a month, and being a zombie, she had no need for sustenance. She approached the clothing section, feeling the fabric of a garment that caught her eye, just as a man snatched it away. Ah, this is quite nice. I'll take it, Lu Ren exclaimed, pulling the clothing from Joan and Appo's grasp with a carefree demeanor. That is a girl's outfit, Chun Lin frowned, displeased by the actions of the brash young man with yellow hair. Only then did Lu Ren notice the child beside the beautiful woman. He scoffed. Is it wrong for me to take something for someone else? From the moment Joan approached, he had been captivated by her striking beauty. Dressed in a sleek black American sports outfit, her long, dark hair elegantly tied up, and her fair skin complemented by exquisite features, she was truly mesmerizing. Joan seemed oblivious to Lu Ren, displaying no anger even after her clothing was seized. She simply turned to select another item. Ignored. Lu Ren felt a surge of irritation and followed closely behind her, snatching whatever she intended to take. After several successful grabs, Joan remained unfazed, never casting a glance in his direction. Finally, during one of the thefts, he intentionally brushed against her hand, prompting Joan to look up. Her dark, inscrutable eyes revealed no emotion as she pursed her lips and retrieved a tissue to wipe the back of her hand, where he had touched her. Lu Ren felt a shiver of unease at her gaze but feigned composure, shouting, "What are you wiping for? Do you look down on me? Countless women beg for my touch, and I bestow it upon you as a favor. Disappear from my sight," Joan replied coldly after finishing her task. Seeing the beauty finally acknowledge him, Lu Ren grew bolder. You want me to vanish just like that? On what grounds? Joan ceased her gaze upon him and began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Who are you trying to scare? Lu Ren mocked with a casual demeanor. 2. Is the next number 1? Let me count. I'm curious to see what you'll do about it, he jeered, hands on his hips, tossing the pilfered garments onto the floor. 1. Joan completed her countdown, but made no further move. Lu Ren erupted into laughter. What a bluff. What time is it to frighten anyone? You think I'm scared of you? Suddenly, his words were cut short by a piercing scream. White Cloud leaped onto his face, clawing furiously, drawing blood. Clean yourself up and then come again. Joan instructed White Cloud before gathering the remaining clothes, except those that had been touched, and without sparing Lu Ren another glance, she led Chun Lin away. Get lost, you filthy cat. Lu Ren flailed his arms, attempting to fend off the feline assault, but he was no match for White Cloud. Damn it, you wretched woman. Just wait. Just you wait. Lu Ren shouted amidst his cries, growing louder as White Cloud clawed even harder. Curious onlookers, drawn by the commotion, watched Lu Ren's disheveled state and dared not intervene. Is there really a survivor base in the south? A middle-aged woman inquired while sorting her collected supplies. There must be. Otherwise, why would everyone be heading south? A man replied. As Joan passed by, she paused upon hearing the mention of a base, releasing Chun Lin's hand, signaling him to inquire further. Chun Lin immediately understood Joan's intent and hurried toward the couple. Excuse me, uncle and aunt, What base are you talking about? Chen Lin, with his adorable appearance, easily disarmed their defenses. You're referring to the Hope base, aren't you? I've heard that a survivor base has been established in the south to fend off zombies, and people are fleeing there, the woman eagerly responded. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, Really? Where is it? We're not too sure ourselves, but we know it's in Z City. You could ask around for more information, the man said, finishing his task and eager to depart. Once they left, Chen Lin rushed back. Sister. They said there's a survivor base in Z City. In Z City? Joan pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Z City was in the neighboring province, over 500 kilometers away from their current location. Even if they traveled on the highway, it would take 6 to 7 hours under optimal conditions. She was uncertain if the highway was still passable, but decided it was best to find a vehicle first. Resolved to journey to the survivor base, Joan was eager to witness the current state of humanity. Chapter 22. An old acquaintance. In merely half a day and Oppo's time, it seemed as though the entire population of this city had become aware of the existence of a survivor base in the south, hastily packing their belongings and hoarding gasoline for their journey. At this moment, Joanna found herself in a predicament, due to their late awareness of the news. When they finally decided to seek out a vehicle, they were left with only the dregs. The cars available were either in a state of disrepair or possessed significant mechanical issues. After much effort, they located a vehicle that could barely run, only to discover that it was devoid of gasoline. Had she known earlier, she would have urged Bayun to stockpile more fuel. The usual tranquility had vanished, and now, during the scramble for supplies, people appeared as if they had materialized from thin air. Standing in front of the car, Joanna was filled with frustration. Should she resort to commandeering a vehicle? She turned her gaze to the roadway, where vehicles occasionally passed by, deep in thought. Just then, a Graven approached in the distance, driven by a middle-aged man with a square face and dressed in a striped short-sleeve shirt, exuding an air of righteousness. Beside him sat a woman adorned with curls and heavy makeup. As the van came to a halt beside Joanna, the man rolled down the window and, speaking in a local accent, inquired, Are you heading to the Hope base as well? Joanna nodded but remained silent. Would you like to join us? There's still space in the back. He gestured with his left hand towards the rear seats. Oh dear, our food supply is already scarce, and adding 2 more people will surely not suffice. The woman interjected, casting a disdainful glance at Joanna. We have food, Jinlin said, unzipping his backpack to reveal it brimming with provisions. Then let us proceed. Strength lies in numbers, the middle-aged man declared. Strength? What strength? What can a woman and a child possibly contribute? The woman retorted, her voice laced with contempt. Auntie, aren't you also a woman? Jinlin asked innocently, tilting his head. The woman was about to respond but was interrupted by the man. Enough. You too, get in the car. Seeing her persuasion fall on deaf ears, the woman crossed her arms and turned her head aside, glaring at Joanna and Chen Lin with a look that suggested she wished to devour them. Thank you, uncle. You're so kind, Chen Lin expressed sweetly as he followed Joanna into the car, taking a seat in the middle. In addition to the man and woman, the back seat also housed a frail elderly woman with prominent cheekbones, who immediately displayed her disdain upon their arrival. Next to her lay a man with a bruised face. Fast asleep. Why does he look somewhat familiar? Joanna mused, unable to resist glancing again, exclaiming inwardly, Oh, isn't that Huang Mao? How unfortunate. She felt a sense of satisfaction as she gently patted Bayun in her arms, praising silently for a job well done. Once Joanna and Chen Lin settled in, the man started the vehicle. May I ask your names? He inquired during the drive. I am Chen Lin, and this is my sister, Joanna, Chen Lin responded. Why do you siblings have different surnames? He takes after our mother, while I take after our father, hence the difference, Joanna replied with a calm demeanor, unfazed by her own fabrication. I see. I'm Meng Xinzhong. You may call me Uncle Meng. This is Wang Lily. You can call her Aunt Wang. In the back, the elderly lady is my neighbor, surname Lin. You may refer to her as Grandma Lin, and the other is Lu Rin. Meng Xinzhong engaged Joanna and Chen Lin in conversation to pass the time. Joanna, being reticent, found it difficult to maintain the dialogue, leading to an awkward silence. However, Wang Lily was quite the opposite, eagerly interjecting into their exchanges, regardless of the topic. Grandma Lin, observing Wang Lily's sycophantic demeanor, muttered under her breath, Vixen. Perhaps due to the bumpy ride, Lu Rin stirred awake beside Grandma Lin, his swollen eyes immediately catching sight of the beautiful woman in the front seat. With years of experience, he recognized that she was no ordinary beauty. Despite only seeing her profile, his heart raced with excitement. Yet, Her silhouette seemed vaguely familiar. Confounded. Lu Rin leaned forward for a better look, only to be startled by a sudden leap from a black cat, causing him to tumble back onto the rear seat. Bayun emitted a low, guttural warning, her eyes glinting with an ominous light. "Ah, you. How are you here?" Lu Rin screamed in terror, shielding his head and cowering behind Grandma Lin. The elderly woman, disgusted, attempted to push him away from her, but her frail strength proved inadequate. Hearing the commotion, Wang Lili quickly turned her head and asked, "What is going on? Do you know each other?" "No, we and Appos, VE only met once," Joanna replied, her tone flat and indifferent. "Throw them out! Throw them out!" Lu Rin screeched frantically. The uproar finally drew the ire of Meng Qinzhong, who admonished, "Enough. What is with the ruckus? You're a grown man. Act accordingly." Gradually calming down, Lu Rin shrank into his seat, casting a venomous glare towards Joanna, secretly vowing to repay the suffering he had endured 100-fold. Perhaps sensing his malevolent gaze, Bayun turned her head and issued a low growl, her threat unmistakable. Lu Rin, taken aback, quickly withdrew, curling up in his seat and remaining still. The inside of the vehicle fell silent once more. Time passed, and without warning, Wang Lili let out a piercing scream. "Zombies. It's zombies." Her trembling finger pointed ahead, her face pale, entirely devoid of her earlier bravado. Her exclamation sent a wave of alarm through the vehicle, igniting fear in 4 of the 6 occupants. Only Joanna and Qinlin remained composed, while the others displayed visible trepidation. Didn't they say those creatures had vanished? How can there still be some? Lu Rin's voice trembled as he questioned from the back seat. Joanna reflected. Vanished? They merely cleared the zombies from that city, now that we are outside the city. Encountering a few zombies is hardly surprising. Meng Qinzhong was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the vehicle was approaching the zombies rapidly. Resolutely, he closed his eyes and pressed the accelerator to the floor, barreling forward. Chapter 23. Hear no evil. As they drove further, the number of zombies increased from 1 or 2 to 3 or 4, then 5 or 6. Meng Qinzhong's skill in navigating the car through the undead became increasingly adept. Or perhaps he had grown somewhat numb to the horror. Upon encountering zombies ahead, he charged forward without a second thought. Fortunately, the van was of sturdy construction, sustaining no damage despite the relentless collisions. Should we turn back? There are more and more zombies. Wang Lili cautiously tugged at Meng Qinzhong and Appos' sleeve. "I agree. Our city has no zombies. It and Appos' better to return." Lu Rin chimed in from the back seat. Qiao An chuckled. "Return? The other zombies will eventually reach that city as well. You can evade the initial wave, but not the inevitable. Besides, the food in that city has already been plundered by those fleeing. Are we to wait there to starve? You wish to turn back now, after we've come so far? How can you guarantee that the zombies won't invade the city again?" Meng Qinzhong rebuked. The two, chastised, fell silent, exchanging glances. As evening fell, Meng Qinzhong parked the vehicle on a roadside where zombies were sparse and scouted a seemingly vacant house to rest for the night. He opened the trunk, distributing weapons such as steel rods and shovels to the group. Qiao An selected a steel rod, testing its weight in her hands and finding it satisfactory. Wang Lili, upon receiving the shovel, was so terrified that she cowered behind Meng Qinzhong. Lu Rin, claiming his injuries rendered him immobile, opted to stay in the car with the elderly Lin and Qinlin. "Can I stay in the car too? I'm scared. And I Don and Appos, T know how to fight zombies. I and Appos, D only hinder you. It and Appos, S better if I care for the elderly and infirm," Wang Lili pleaded, her lips trembling with fear. Meng Qinzhong pondered for a moment before nodding. "Qiao An, you stay in the car as well. I'll check things out. If it's safe, you can join us." "It's fine, Uncle Meng. I'll go with you. I can fight zombies. I'm strong," Qiao An asserted, casting a challenging glance at Wang Lili. "I want to contribute, after all. One cannot simply enjoy without putting in effort, right?" Her words were directed at both Wang Lili and Lu Rin in the back. "Very well. Just stay close and be cautious," Meng Qinzhong agreed, seeing Qiao An's fearless demeanor. The two entered the deserted residence, the door ajar, presumably abandoned by fleeing occupants. Qiao An extended her mental senses, discovering that the 2-story house only had a single low-level zombie wandering in the living room. She shook her steel rod, instructing, "If a zombie appears, Uncle, you hold it off with the shovel while I strike its head." Meng Qinzhong dismissed her bravado, not taking it to heart. They moved from the entrance into the darkened living room, where the beam of their flashlight revealed a male zombie standing behind the sofa. "Uncle, hurry. Use the shovel," Qiao An urged as Meng Qinzhong hesitated for a moment before swiftly decapitating the zombie. Qiao An approached the severed head, her expression cold as she struck it with her rod, shattering it into pieces. She stealthily retrieved the crystal core before stating, "Let us go, uncle. We should check elsewhere." Meng Qingzhong, astonished by Qiao An's efficiency, felt both surprise and admiration. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. After ensuring the house was secure, they returned to escort the others inside. The second floor had 3 bedrooms, occupied by Wang Lili and Lu Ren, while one was reserved for the elderly Lin. It was evident what the two were scheming. The second floor was undoubtedly safer. Should zombies arrive, the occupants of the first floor would bear the brunt of the danger. Qiao An and Lin settled into a bedroom on the first floor, while Meng Qingzhong chose the room nearest to the door. In the depths of night, Lin, who slept lightly, was abruptly awakened by the sounds of revelry from the adjacent room. Her expression darkened as she opened her door and knocked on their door. The noise abruptly ceased, and she returned to her room, expecting them to quiet down. However, barely having closed her eyes, the sounds resumed. "Lu, be gentle. Others will hear." Wang Lili chided in a sultry whisper. "Then keep your voice down, and they want tea here," Lu Ren replied breathlessly, his actions unabated. The cacophony persisted, awakening not only Lin but also Qiao An and Lin downstairs. "Cover your ears, Lin. Children should not hear this. Go back to sleep," Qiao An instructed, placing her hand over his ears. Lin asked, "Why?" "Just sleep, sleep," she urged, her tone soothing. Even without needing to imagine, one could easily deduce the nature of the sounds emanating from next door. That night, aside from the soundly sleeping Meng Qingzhong, the others found it difficult to rest. Chapter 24. A taste. Please. As dawn broke, the irritable old lady Lin descended the stairs to seek out Meng Qingzhong, urging him to hasten their departure to the Hope Base. Abruptly awakened from his slumber, Meng Qingzhong was met with the formidable scowl of old lady Lin, which could rival the darkest of pots. Bewildered, he inquired about the cause of her displeasure, yet old lady Lin could not articulate the events of the previous night, only huffing as she prepared to leave. Hearing the commotion, Qiao An peered from the adjacent room and asked, "Are we leaving now?" "The sooner we arrive at the base, the sooner we can rest," old lady Lin snapped through gritted teeth. "Fair point. Let me wake Wang Lili and brother Lu, and then we shall set off." Meng Qingzhong replied, stifling a yawn as he ascended to the second floor. Upon hearing the names of the two, old lady Lin and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened further, as if she wished to devour them whole. Before long, the trio descended the stairs. Wang Lili appeared vibrant, while Lu Ren looked refreshingly composed. Meng Qingzhong, however, wore an awkward expression, likely a consequence of witnessing something untoward. Once the 6 of them were ready, Qiao An and Meng Qingzhong ventured out first to scout the area, ensuring it was devoid of zombies before the rest of the group boarded the vehicle. However, upon attempting to start the van, they discovered it refused to ignite. With a sigh of resignation, Meng Qingzhong exited to investigate, and what he found was alarming. 3 of the 4 tires were flat, and the 2 spare tires were insufficient for a replacement. He decisively called out, "Elderly and children, hurry back inside. The rest of you, help me bring the food back." "What is the meaning of this? Didn't you say we were leaving?" Wang Lili retorted impatiently, fiddling with her hair that resembled dry grass. Qiao An exerted considerable effort along the way, so distributing some to them is warranted, Meng Qingzhong quickly explained. "Initially, it was agreed that they would not share our provisions." Wang Lili persisted, her displeasure evident, and old lady Lin sided with her. Lu Ren, harboring resentment towards Qiao An, also voiced his opposition. Faced with their collective dissent, Meng Qingzhong found himself at an impasse. "Let us not bother with this, Lin. Let us just open our bags and eat our own supplies," Qiao An suggested nonchalantly. "All right, sister," Lin responded, dutifully pushing his portion of food towards Meng Qingzhong and revealing his own stash from his backpack. "How generous of you. You better not eat a single bite." Wang Lili scoffed, rolling her eyes, only to be immediately confronted by the array of food Lin produced: a self-heating hot pot, a box of milk, and an assortment of snacks, including dried beef and spicy chicken feet, culminating in a shiny apple. In stark contrast, the remaining 4 had only bread and instant noodles, lacking even a single sausage, let alone any meat. Old lady Lin gazed longingly at the apple in Lin and Apos' hand, salivating at the thought of fresh produce, which she hadn't and Apos' tasted in 2 months. The trio and Amp, Apos' eyes fixated on the fruit, wishing to seize it at once. Lin offered the apple to Meng Qingzhong, saying, "For you, uncle. You've worked hard." Surprised, Meng Qingzhong waved his hands in refusal. "No, you keep it. Fruit is a rarity in this world. It's no trouble. I have plenty, Qinlin insisted, patting his bulging backpack. If I don't eat it, Grandma will. She hasn't eaten fruit in ages. Old Lady Lin reached for the coveted apple, but Qinlin deftly evaded her grasp. How ungrateful. Don't you know to respect your elders? She chided. But Grandma, you have food. This is for Xiao Lin and his sister, and Xiao Lin is still young, Qinlin replied, taking a hearty bite of the apple while exclaiming its sweetness. Delicious, Qiao An praised, ruffling Qinlin's hair. Thank you, sister. Qinlin beamed, leaning against her with a joyful smile. As the trio resigned themselves to their tasteless bread, Qiao An prepared the hot pot, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, stirring envy within the others who could only watch in silent resentment. After Qinlin finished his meal, Qiao An led him back to the bedroom for a nap. As they entered, Wang Lili dashed toward the leftover broth from Qinlin's hot pot, heedless of the heat, guzzling it down. Leave me a sip. Lu Ren, unable to contain himself, seized the broth from Wang Lili's hands and drank eagerly. Chapter 25. The emergence of the little white for 3 consecutive days. Relentless rain confined everyone indoors. Wang Lili and Lu Ren spent their days indulging in sleep and meals, engaging in trivial flirtations, and generally leading a languid existence. Meng Qingzhong's furrowed brow deepened with each passing day as he gazed despondently at the torrential downpour outside. Their provisions, meager at best, were dwindling rapidly. Today marked the 3rd day, and no cessation of the rain was in sight, leaving them with barely 1 meal left. Qiao An, however, remained unfazed. She had little white to sustain her, and her food supply was ample. On rainy days, she occupied herself in her room, honing her mental fortitude, practicing with her ethereal arms to relieve her shoulders and stretch her legs, enjoying her solitude. Qinlin, too, was remarkably obedient, spending his time reading the books brought by Little White after meals, remaining silent and untroubled. It was only on the 5th morning that the rain began to abate. Lu Ren and the others had long exhausted their food supplies and were now left with gnawing hunger. The moment the rain lightened, they clamored for Meng Qingzhong to venture out in search of sustenance. Their raucous voices prompted Qiao An to step out of the room, exclaiming, "Find your own food. How shameless can you be, always relying on others? I'm injured. How can I go find it? If I could, I would have already." Lu Ren retorted, glaring, hands on his hips. Injured? It and Amp. Oppos. It's been ages. You should be healed by now. Let me have a look. Qiao An raised an eyebrow, scoffing at his audacity. He was merely scratched by Little White, yet he spoke as though he bore grave wounds. Little White, check on him, Qiao An commanded. Hearing her call, Little White leaped onto Lu Ren's shoulder. Before Lu Ren could display his claws, he was so startled that he fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Cat, meat. Wang Lili's eyes lit up at the sight of Little White, and she lunged to catch it, only to inadvertently land a blow to Lu Ren and Oppos' most sensitive area. He cried out in agony and fainted. Little White, unfazed, swatted Wang Lili twice before elegantly leaping to a higher perch, disdainfully surveying the pair. Qiao An, I. Meng Qingzhong glanced at the two on the floor and then at Qiao An, who appeared to be holding back her thoughts. Going out to find food. Is it? Of course, Uncle. Qiao An quickly grasped his intent and readily agreed. I appreciate it, Qiao An. I promise to share a generous portion of whatever we find. Meng Qingzhong said, his face tinged with guilt. The only one capable of accompanying him was Qiao An, while the others were either unhelpful or cowardly. Uncle, wait for me to prepare before we leave, Qiao An said, calling for Little White as she headed to her bedroom. Meng Qingzhong replied, there and Oppos. No rush, take your time. Upon returning to her room, Qiao An quietly instructed Little White and Qinlin, while I'm away, ensure Qinlin's safety. If anyone attempts to harm him, incapacitate them if possible. And Xiaolin, stay in the bedroom and lock the door until I return. Qinlin, clutching Little White, nodded obediently, as Qiao An anticipated. Shortly after she and Meng Qingzhong departed, the malicious pair of Lu Ren and Wang Lili began plotting their revenge against her. Yesterday, in their desperation for a morsel, they had clandestinely murdered the elderly Mrs. Lin next door, stealing her remaining provisions and disposing of her body in the backyard under cover of night. Now, the thought of killing a child, especially one related to their enemy, seemed trivial to them. They relished the idea of Qiao An's anguished expression upon discovering her brother's demise. Little brother, are you in there? Sister wishes to ask you something. Wang Lili knocked on Qinlin and Amp, Oppos' bedroom door. Andy, feel free to ask whatever you need. Qinlin replied, rolling his eyes at her pretentiousness. Only Qiao An was his true sister. Sister has discovered mice upstairs and wishes to borrow your cat, Wang Lily explained. Suppressing her frustration. Little White doesn't catch mice. Sorry, Andy, Qinlin responded. Finally, Lu Ren could no longer contain his irritation and banged on the door, shouting, That little beast is good at catching people. How can it not catch mice? The door rattled under their pounding, but Qinlin sat on the bed with Little White, wholly ignoring them. Outside, Lu Ren's face twisted in anger as he stormed into the kitchen, seizing a knife to break down the door. Little White, observing the damaged door, caught a glimpse of the vile expressions of the intruders through the gap. With a cry, it teleported behind them. Startled by the sudden meow, the pair froze. Lu Ren slowly turned, only to be met with a claw that slashed across his cheek, sending him rolling on the ground in agony. Wang Lily felt a chill as she met Little White's gaze, sensing a lethal intent. She considered fleeing, but it was too late. Little White had already pounced, biting a tuft of her hair along with the scalp. Yet, Little White was still unsatisfied. After all, its master had decreed that as long as they did not die, everything was permissible. It had long harbored disdain for this wretched pair, and now they had fallen into its clutches. With a swift swipe, it struck Lu Ren, then turned to deliver another blow to Wang Lily, showing no favoritism. They both endured the same fate, their cries echoing in a cacophony. Inside the room, Qinlin, unaware of the chaos unfolding outside, could only surmise from the sounds that it was quite the spectacle. He donned his headphones and resumed reading his book. Chapter 26. Retribution under Joanna and Amp. Oppo's deliberate guidance. The two successfully located a drivable car and gathered sufficient provisions to last for 2 days. As Meng Qingzhong gazed at the vehicle, he found himself momentarily perplexed. Having a car was advantageous, but how could the sedan accommodate 5 adults and a child? As he started the engine, his mind raced with possibilities. Joanna, seated in the passenger seat, discerned his thoughts with a knowing smile. It's all right, we can squeeze in. Squeeze? It would be a feat for this car to fit them all comfortably. Upon their return to their dwelling, they were greeted by a chaotic scene in the living room. Bayun lounged languidly on the sofa, while Wang Lily and Lu Ren lay sprawled on the floor, their faces bruised and battered. As Joanna entered, Bayun eagerly approached her, wrapping her tail around Joanna and Amp, Oppo's ankle and mewing plaintively. What on earth are you doing, lounging around like a cat after a brawl? Joanna feigned astonishment, surveying the two on the floor, whose faces resembled swollen pig heads. Meng Qingzhong hastily placed the food down and assisted the two in rising to the sofa, where they groaned and struggled to sit upright. Lu Ren, with his eyes nearly swollen shut, fixed a resentful glare on Joanna. The moment they settled, they noticed the food Meng Qingzhong had brought back. Ignoring their injuries, they reached out hungrily. Meng Qingzhong hesitated, his expression indecisive, but ultimately handed over a portion of the provisions, then inquired, "Where is Aunt Lin?" The two, who were devouring bread ravenously, paused abruptly, exchanging guilty glances. Finally, Lu Ren spoke up. She is probably resting. I'll take her some food later. Yes. I saw her looking for food this morning, Wang Lily chimed in quickly. Meng Qingzhong, somewhat skeptical, handed Lin's share to them, saying, Then I'll leave it to you. Lu brother, we can set off at dawn. Of course. Leaving tomorrow? Did you find a vehicle? Lu Ren and Oppo's eyes gleamed with calculation at the mention of an imminent departure. We found a sedan. It may not be as spacious as a van, but we can make do. Meng Qingzhong gestured towards the car parked by the roadside. Finally, we can leave, Wang Lily exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. Late at night, the rain began to fall again, pattering softly. In the darkness, the scent of decaying flesh lured the zombies over the fence into the backyard, where they began to gnaw on the bodies, emitting the foul odor. Meanwhile, Meng Qingzhong, blissfully unaware, remained asleep as a shadow crept into his bedroom. The figure rummaged through the room and eventually found the car keys beneath his pillow. Grinning, the intruder pocketed the keys and departed. Outside, another figure eagerly approached the shadow, inquiring about the situation. The shadow nodded, and the two nearly leapt for joy as they gathered all the food, opened the door, and stealthily slipped away to the roadside. Lu Ren, filled with self-satisfaction, started the car, declaring, You dared to provoke me. Now you shall reap the consequences. Wang Lily, both astonished and delighted, asked, Lu brother, are we really not taking Uncle Meng with us? At this, Lu Ren scoffed. What? Do you miss him? Or are you worried I want and Oppo's tea protect you properly? I'm 100 times better than Meng Qingzhong. No, of course not. Let and Oppo's hurry and leave. Wang Lily smiled ingratiatingly, her face wrinkling in a way that could trap a fly. Soon, however, their mirth faded. Lu Ren, at the wheel, discovered the car was devoid of fuel. Infuriated and embarrassed, he pounded the steering wheel, his mouth spewing a torrent of profanities. Wang Lily, what should we do? Should we go back? She stammered. Back. What other option do we have? Lu Ren snapped, cursing Joanna and Meng Qingzhong in his mind. Just as he intended to exit the vehicle, he noticed Wang Lily, seated beside him, frozen in fear. What are you dawdling for? Get out of the car. Trembling with terror, Wang Lily and Apos' face turned pale as she pointed shakily outside. Zombies, what zombies? Lu Ren leaned closer, following her gaze to see 4 grotesque zombies staggering towards them. One of them was particularly familiar. It was the elderly Lin, whom they had slain. Half of Lin and Apos' face was gnawed away, revealing bare bones, and her midsection was mutilated, intestines spilling onto the ground. They moaned as they drew near the car. Lulu, brother, what should we do? Wang Lily stammered, panic-stricken, gripping Lu Ren and Apos' arm. What can we do? Stay in the car. They can't get in. Lu Ren feigned composure, checking that the doors were locked. Meanwhile, the zombies were now less than a meter away, their presence growing increasingly ominous, leaving both occupants of the vehicle pale with dread. Can Apos' get in? Joanna leaned against the window, her icy gaze fixed on the two within. With a swift motion, she summoned her ethereal arm and smashed a fist into the car window, shattering it instantly. Startled by the sudden crash, Lu Ren and Wang Lily were left speechless. Lu Ren flung open the car door and scrambled out, his legs trembling with fear, while Wang Lily, caught off guard, was pushed towards the encroaching zombies by Lu Ren. With no hesitation, Lin and Apos' half-eaten mouth lunged at Wang Lily and Apos' shoulder, while the other zombies quickly joined in to feast on the fresh meat. Wang Lily screamed in agony, powerless to escape, her body torn apart as she succumbed to terror, her voice fading into silence. Hearing Wang Lily and Apos' desperate cries, Lu Ren dared not look back. His pants were soaked with urine, his heart racing as he felt a mixture of relief and terror. Finally reaching the entrance, he attempted to escape within, only to find the door stubbornly locked. He gripped the handle tightly, shaking it frantically, but the door remained immovable. His heart plummeted. The zombies, having finished their meal, began to approach him. He wanted to run, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. He wished to scream, but it felt as though his throat was being constricted, rendering him voiceless. All he could do was watch as the zombies closed in, his face contorted in fear as he knelt, desperately bowing to them, pleading for his life. Suddenly, the zombies halted, standing still in bewilderment. Lu Ren and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief, hoping for a miracle. The door behind him swung open, and he turned, grasping the chance for salvation. Yet, when he recognized the figure, terror washed over him. It was Joanna, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the terrified Lu Ren at her feet. Her face was half shrouded in shadow, her lips moving silently. Lu Ren struggled to comprehend her words, his mind consumed by her blood-red eyes, which mirrored those of the zombies, a visage of a demon from the depths of hell, possessing both beauty and malevolence. As Joanna closed the door, the zombies resumed their advance. Lu Ren collapsed before the entrance, his expression frozen in horror. His gaze locked on the ravenous zombies as they drew closer, silenced by fear. Chapter 27. Another rescue the following morning. Meng Qingzhong awoke and instinctively reached for the keys beneath his pillow, only to find nothing. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart, prompting him to frantically search the room, but the keys remained elusive. He left the bedroom and peered through the living room window onto the street. Upon seeing that the car was still parked, he exhaled deeply, reassured that his fears were unfounded. He proceeded to inform Qiao and that they were preparing to depart, before heading to the second floor. However, he was perplexed to discover that the doors to the 3 rooms upstairs were all ajar, and upon entering, he found them empty. At that moment, a startled shout from below interrupted his thoughts. Uncle Meng, come quickly, is this not Lu Ren? Hastily descending the stairs, Meng Qingzhong found Qiao An standing at the front door, her gaze fixed on the remains of a body, reduced to mere bones. The clothing confirmed it was indeed Lu Ren. Qiao An, bewildered, inquired, "What happened?" Meng Qingzhong's expression darkened as he rushed to the roadside car. The sight of the mangled vehicle and the supplies strewn about filled him with dread. Qiao An, having followed closely behind, was equally taken aback. Could it be? Though neither spoke it aloud, they both understood the grim reality of their situation. After a moment of silence, Meng Qingzhong declared, "This car is no longer usable. There may still be zombies nearby." Qiao An, Perhaps you should accompany me to find another vehicle. Take Qinlin with you. Once you locate a car, you can leave without returning. The three of us are not too many, and I will carry the supplies. Qiao An concurred, recognizing the danger of leaving Qinlin alone in their absence. After a brief contemplation, Meng Qingzheng nodded in agreement. They gathered their belongings, arming themselves with steel pipes and shovels, and set out in search of a new vehicle. Not far into their journey, they successfully located a usable car. Qiao An secured their supplies and took a seat in the back with Qinlin, with a renewed sense of purpose. The trio embarked once more on their path to the survivor base. The recent events had rendered Meng Qingzheng more taciturn, and he exchanged scarcely a word with Qiao An along the way. In the back seat, Qiao An absent-mindedly stroked the cat, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Seemingly lost in thought, Qinlin, seated beside her, found himself momentarily entranced by her expression. Qiao An, there's a horde of zombies ahead. Meng Qingzheng's serious voice broke through the silence. Uncle Meng, do as you see fit. We can either circumvent them or charge through, Qiao An replied calmly, her hands still busy, as though discussing the day and Appo's meals rather than a threat to their lives. Meng Qingzheng paused, contemplating the scene before him. They seemed to be pursuing a human, he finally remarked. Only then did Qiao An lift her gaze to the front, where she indeed saw a group of zombies in pursuit of a lone human. Fortunately, they were low-level zombies moving at a sluggish pace, allowing the human a considerable lead. Though the experience was surely terrifying. After assessing the situation, she said, if you wish to save him, then do so. There's room in the car. However, I hope he is not of ill intent. Meng Qingzheng's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles widening as conflicting thoughts swirled within him. Ultimately, he pressed the accelerator, crashing into the horde of zombies, sending several flying while crushing others beneath the wheels. A few that survived were swiftly dealt with as Qiao An exited the car and dispatched them with her makeshift weapon. The man, Lu Xiang, who had narrowly escaped death, looked at his savior with profound gratitude, only to feel a wave of nausea as he witnessed Qiao An dispatching the zombies. Once everyone was accounted for, Meng Qingzheng placed Lu Xiang in the front seat and drove away. How did you come to be pursued by a horde of zombies? He inquired as they traveled. Lu Xiang trembled at the question, his voice barely a whisper. I was abandoned by my companions. Meng Qingzheng studied the man through his peripheral vision. He was approximately 1.7 meters tall, slender, covered in blood, with single eyelids and a bulbous nose. His damp hair clung to his forehead, and his shirt was a color lost to grime, complemented by worn leather shoes typical of a salesman's attire. In this apocalyptic world, it was indeed not uncommon for the weak, women, children, and the vulnerable to be forsaken. Meng Qingzheng sighed, offering reassurance, do not worry. We will not abandon you. Where are you headed? I do not know where to go. May I accompany you? Lu Xiang asked, his gaze occasionally darting towards Qiao An. Of course, the more hands, the better, and we shall reach the base shortly, Meng Qingzheng replied with a smile. Qiao An noticed Lu Xiang and Appo's furtive glances and met his gaze with a perplexing smile. The sight of her smile stirred a tumultuous churn in Lu Xiang and Appo's stomach, threatening to unleash his breakfast. What is your name? Meng Qingzheng inquired again. Lu Xiang, he replied. My name is Meng Qingzheng. You can call me Brother Meng. The young lady in the back is Qiao An, and her brother is Qinlin. Do not be fooled by Qiao An's delicate demeanor. She is more formidable than I when it comes to dealing with zombies. Well, that is quite impressive, Lu Xiang managed to say, though his thoughts were elsewhere. He often glanced out the window, then back at Qiao An, his disdain barely concealed. His resentment was fueled by the memory of being abandoned due to a woman, the very woman he had once saved, leading to a scarcity of resources and ultimately his own rejection. He could not fathom the utility of a woman in this harsh world, believing them to be nothing more than burdens, devoid of any real value. The more he dwelled on it, the angrier he became, his teeth grinding in frustration. Women. It's all their fault. They should all perish, he thought bitterly. His demeanor became increasingly sinister as he regarded Qiao An, the very woman who had just rescued him. With palpable animosity, Qiao An arched an eyebrow at him. Oh, it appears we have another troublemaker among us. Chapter 28. Let us depart. Joan is not a person of ill intent. She is generally easy to get along with. When she was still human, she reciprocated kindness with kindness, and if anyone troubled her, she would not hesitate to retaliate, adhering to the principle of do not offend those who do not offend me. As long as Lu Xiang behaved himself, Joan would not make things difficult for him. After all, it is better to avoid trouble. However, he was unwilling to remain compliant. Scarcely having escaped from the jaws of death, he began scheming to expel Joan from the group, with her demise being the most desirable outcome. In the afternoon, the four of them found what appeared to be a safe location to stop the vehicle and replenish their energy. The term safe was merely superficial. The actual safety of the place was a different matter altogether. Joan employed her mental powers to scan the vicinity and determined there were at least 20 zombies nearby, though they were dispersed indoors and unlikely to emerge anytime soon, thus rendering the area deceptively secure. It must be said, Uncle Ming had a talent for selecting locations. Joan handed Bai Yun to Chen Lin, instructing him, "Hold Bai Yun tightly. It will protect you." Chen Lin immediately grasped her meaning, nodded, and embraced Bai Yun closely. Joan straightened up, casting a glance at Meng Qingzhong, who was sitting by the roadside munching on bread, and then at Lu Xiang, who was silently summoning the zombies with his mental powers. A raspy roar suddenly startled the four present. Joan reacted swiftly, seizing an iron rod and delivering a decisive blow to a zombie that had inexplicably appeared. "Uncle, get in the car." Joan feigned urgency as she shouted. Hearing her, Meng Qingzhong picked up a nearby shovel and stood beside Joan, covering Lu Xiang and Chen Lin as they climbed into the vehicle. "You all get in first. I'll follow." As Lu Xiang observed the ever-increasing horde of zombies, a peculiar smile crept across his face. He quickly took the driver's seat, starting the engine and calling out, "Meng, hurry up and get in." Meng Qingzhong, elated to see Lu Xiang could drive, swiftly dispatched the nearby zombies and urged Joan, "Quick, let and Amp, Oppos, S get in the car." He then jumped into the passenger seat, intently awaiting Joan and Amp, Oppos, S entry. Just as Joan had finished dispatching another zombie and was about to slip into the back seat, the vehicle suddenly accelerated, propelling forward. She stumbled backward, and the encroaching zombies quickly overwhelmed her. Shaun hasn't he gotten in?" Meng Qingzhong shouted frantically, reaching for the steering wheel. Lu Xiang, equally flustered, exclaimed, "What? She hasn't he gotten in? I thought she was already in." Yet, despite his words, his foot pressed the accelerator to the floor. He had deliberately abandoned her. Sister! Sister! Chen Lin cried out, tears welling in his eyes. He forced open the car door, and with the vehicle speeding, leaping out could lead to severe injury or death. Yet Chen Lin disregarded the danger and leapt from the car. Upon seeing Chen Lin jump, Bai Yun's fur bristled. Goodness, is he throwing away his life? Joan had specifically instructed to keep Chen Lin safe. If anything were to happen to the boy, her own life would be in jeopardy. In a flash, Bai Yun appeared, catching Chen Lin and ensuring a safe landing. Chen Lin was stable, but Bai Yun and Amp, Oppos, S body strained under the weight it was not meant to bear, nearly flattening the cat. Let them die. Useless children and women should perish. Lu Xiang and Oppos S mood soared upon witnessing Chen Lin and Oppos S desperate leap. The sight of Chen Lin jumping from the vehicle pierced Meng Qingzhong's heart deeply. He glared at Lu Xiang, shouting, "Turn around. Go back. What good will that do? There are too many zombies. The child will surely die." Lu Xiang retorted loudly, "Are you seeking death by going back now?" Meanwhile, Joan, who should have been devoured by the zombies, stood unscathed amidst the horde. With a slight reddening of her eyes, she softly remarked, "It seems they cannot withstand the test." Sister! Chen Lin, covered in dirt, rushed toward the mass of zombies, searching for Joan among them. Suddenly, the horde parted, and Joan emerged slowly from within. A deep smile graced her face as she addressed the approaching Chen Lin. "I thought I would have to find you if you didn't come. I'm glad you did." "Sister, they..." Chen Lin began, grasping Joan's hand, but his words faltered. "They? What do they matter to us? The rest of the journey we shall traverse ourselves." Joan tenderly wiped the dust from Chen Lin's face and added, "Sister can also drive. I will take you to the Hope Base." Indeed, Joan knew how to drive. But Chen Lin was unprepared for the fact that she would be riding a motorcycle this time. Although Joan explained that there were no other vehicles nearby, only a motorcycle, Chen Lin might have believed her if she hadn't appeared so exhilarated. With no other option, he had to settle for the motorcycle. Joan secured a helmet on him, instructed Bai Yun to crouch in front, and mounted the motorcycle herself. With a twist of the throttle, they roared off into the distance. Chapter 29. The sounds of wind and rain at night during the rainy summer. Joanne had not ridden her motorcycle for long before the rain began to pour once again. Fortunately, as they approached City Z, there were several buildings nearby to seek shelter from the downpour. Joanne parked her motorcycle in front of a large cake shop and, after surveying her surroundings, noticed that there were not many zombies around. However, feeling too lazy to clear them out, she simply used her psychic powers to redirect them elsewhere. The reason she chose the cake shop was solely due to the inviting sofas arranged in the lobby, for plush and comfortable-looking couches. An reclined on one with Yun nestled in her arms, resting her feet on the edge of the sofa, finding it utterly delightful. Lin, sitting obediently across from An, rummaged through his bag and began to slowly nibble on a bag of beef jerky. Outside, the rain pattered softly, drumming against the glass windows of the cake shop. An's gaze became entranced by the flickering flame of a candle on the table. Its faint glow shone brightly in the dim room, and even from a distance, An seemed to feel the warmth it radiated. Suddenly, the dark, rainy night was pierced by a blinding white light. A silver-gray van came to a steady stop in front of the bakery. The occupants inside observed the shop, and upon realizing that only a woman and a child were present, they relaxed and called out to the rear. After a brief commotion, 5 boisterous individuals disembarked from the vehicle and approached An and Lin. The leader was a burly middle-aged man clad in a brown leather jacket and black tight-fitting pants, which clung to his legs like tightly bound ham. Beside him followed a hunched, wiry man, who slouched along in the shadow of the larger man. Behind them were 2 equally robust men, each portly and imposing. The only contrast among them was the frail boy they were pushing along, his mouth taped shut and hands bound with twine. Clad in a school uniform and wearing silver-framed glasses, he appeared to be a high school student. His face a portrait of despair as he kept his head down, trembling between the 2 hefty men. The jacket-clad man stood at the entrance of the cake shop, brandishing a flashlight that swept across the interior, finally resting the blinding beam upon An's pristine face. An stared unwaveringly at the man, seemingly unaffected by the harsh light. The trapped high school student furtively glanced up, noting the woman before him, his eyes filled with sorrow. Outside, the rain continued to drum noisily, while inside, a silent standoff unfolded between the 2. They locked eyes, as if the first to avert their gaze would be the one to lose. Sister Lin rubbed his eyes, drowsily awakening, while Yun mewed softly. It's all right, come sleep in my arms, An said gently, shifting her gaze and opening her arms to embrace Lin. Instantly, heat rushed to Lin's face, and he awkwardly turned his head, exhaling deeply, only to find the 4 imposing figures standing at the door. Big brother, the wiry man beside the jacket-clad leader attempted to speak, but was silenced by a firm hand over his mouth. At a glance from the jacket man, the 4 intruders entered the cake shop and settled on the sofas across the room. The sofas were not large, An, being petite, fit comfortably, but the men were too big, leaving room for only 2 of them. The jacket man and the wiry man each took a seat, while the other 3 sat on the floor against the wall. With a loud thud, the jacket man pulled out a handgun and slammed it onto the table. He scrutinized An and Apos' expression, noting her continued indifference, which heightened his sense of caution. In a post-apocalyptic world, anyone who could maintain such cleanliness and composure while resting in an unfamiliar establishment was either a formidable survivor with vital skills or a psychic. The jacket man belonged to the former category. They had managed to thrive in this harsh world through their reliance on firearms, with their remaining members each possessing some level of capability. Initially seeking merely a place to rest, the jacket man had intended to intimidate. But now he sensed that An might prove to be a formidable adversary. Let me have some fun first. I'm dying of boredom, one of the men on the ground said lewdly as he reached into the high school student and Apos' clothing, his rough hands groping indiscriminately. Wah! The student struggled violently, desperate to escape the grasp of his captors, but his frail frame was no match against the robust men, leaving him helpless and pinned down. Hey, let me have a turn too, another man chimed in, rubbing his hands together with a smirk that made his flesh quiver. Hearing the commotion, the jacket man furrowed his brow and scolded, "Take it outside if you want to play." The reprimanded men immediately recoiled, their expressions sheepish as they rose, reaching for the high school student once more. The boy's eyes burned with fury, yet he was powerless to resist, his hands pressed against the floor, turning red as he grimaced in pain. "Look, he still has some strength. Save it for the big brother," one of the men taunted, using foul language as he seized the boy and Apos' ankle, attempting to drag him out. Another man followed suit, grasping at the other ankle. The high school student was pulled towards the door like livestock, his eyes filled with rage, fingers digging into the ground, indifferent to the pain as he was dragged along. Sister Lin was startled by the scene, softly calling out to An. That's their business. An understood Lin and Apos' concern but chose to remain uninvolved. In this apocalyptic world, it was already exhausting to care for a child. She had no desire to shoulder another burden. Her words were directed not only at Qianlin, but also at the high school student, whose once flickering hope was now extinguished. Tears streamed down his face, mingling with the dust on the floor, creating a murky blend of sorrow. Huh, that woman can barely save herself, and you still think to seek her help? Ridiculous. The man holding him laughed mockingly, adding, right, you've got women, why not have some fun together? He shot Qiao An a greasy wink, leering at the unsmiling woman with a lascivious gaze. Qiao An did not even glance at him, completely disregarding his advances. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Another man cursed as he abandoned the high school student and approached Qiao An, raising his hand to teach her a lesson. The two on the sofa turned their attention toward the commotion. The jacket man did not stop his subordinate, curious to see what this woman was made of. Qiao An picked up a piece of beef jerky, held it upright, and with a snap, pierced the man's hand, not interested in pigs. Everything transpired too swiftly, leaving the man momentarily stunned before he realized his hand had been impaled. He shrieked, collapsing to the ground, unsure if it was from pain or fear. Seeing his comrade wounded, the other man immediately drew his handgun and aimed it at Qiao An's head. Chapter 30. Sacrifice of life faced with the ominous barrel of a gun. Qiao An maintained her poker face. If you prefer not to have a hole in your head, I suggest you put that useless thing away. The man wielding the gun erupted in laughter. Huh, are you scared? It is you who will end up with a hole in your head. As he laughed, he pulled the trigger, already envisioning the look of despair on Qiao An's face. Yet, the anticipated gunshot never came, and Qiao An remained unscathed. The man stared in disbelief at his right hand. A gun? Where did it go? It was just in his grasp moments ago. The wall. The wall. The man whose hand was shot trembled, reminding his companion. He had only heard a whoosh, as if something had flown past. Looking again, he saw his companion and Appo's gun was now impaled in the wall by a piece of beef jerky. The others followed the man and Appo's gaze, witnessing the steel gun barrel skewered against the wall by the jerky. Both the man in the jacket and the thin monkey-like man were drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the woman before them was undoubtedly a formidable supernatural being. Seeing them frozen in fear, the high school student seized the opportunity to break free, wobbling towards Qiao An. He was betting, wagering whether this powerful woman would come to his aid. Winning meant escaping his plight. Losing was not an option. He had to survive. At that moment, Qiao An glanced at the boy approaching her and felt a wave of exasperation. Great. She had found herself a burden. Choosing to ignore him, she closed her eyes, refusing to acknowledge the high school student. Undeterred, he boldly sat down across from her, aligning himself with her side. The two men were now too frightened to speak or move, fearing that a displeased Qiao An might indeed put a hole in their heads. They could only awkwardly retreat to the jacket-wearing man, sitting on the ground to tend their wounds. The room fell into silence once more. The next day, as dawn broke, Qiao An gently roused Qianlin, informing him it was time to leave. She glanced at the others. The men were still in deep slumber, while the high school student lay curled up on the sofa, still unconscious. She was unsure when he had managed to free himself from the ropes and tear off the tape from his mouth. His wrists were raw and likely endured considerable suffering. Qiao An took Qianlin by the hand as they approached the door, not pausing even for a moment as they passed the high school student. Just as Qiao An brushed past, Jiang suddenly opened his eyes, which were dark and unfathomable behind his glasses. Take me with you, he said, tugging at the hem of Qiao An's clothing, his voice hoarse. Why? What use would it be to bring you along? Qiao An asked, sitting astride her motorcycle, arms crossed defiantly. Jiang fell silent. He knew he was of little value, weak and devoid of any abilities, merely a burden in this apocalyptic world. With a revving sound, Qiao An impatiently started her motorcycle, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Jiang looked up, determination etched on his face. I will fight for you. Your life? What is it worth? Qiao An released the handlebars, scrutinizing the boy before her. Without hesitation, Jiang climbed onto the motorcycle behind her, decisively stating, I don't know, but if you need me, I am willing to sacrifice my life for you. Qiao An was taken aback. How could this child be so presumptuous? Qianlin, caught between them, appeared awkward, unsure whether to encourage Jiang to dismount or to accept him. Remember your words. Qiao An relented, though deep inside she was skeptical. You claim to be ready for sacrifice? Let us see how true that is. With that, Qiao An pressed the accelerator to the floor, the motorcycle darting ahead. She concentrated, using her mental prowess to locate the nearest swarm of zombies, finally spotting them at an intersection. Around the crossroads lurked dozens of zombies, and upon noticing Qiao An, they charged towards her like famished wolves. Qiao An halted the motorcycle and tossed a gun to Jiang seated behind her. Here, Let me see how you intend to sacrifice yourself. Where did she get the gun? One might wonder. Joan had simply taken it from the jacket-wearing man's table. So was there any wrongdoing in her action? None whatsoever. Jianggu grasped the gun, feeling the weight in his hands, a mix of reassurance and fear washing over him. The zombies drew closer, encircling the trio. If he did not act soon, it would lead to their demise, his demise. Seeing Jianggu hesitate, Joan reached for the gun, intending to take charge, but found she could not wrest it away. I can do it. Jianggu looked up, locking eyes with Joan. His expression resolute. But time is of the essence. If you choose death, my brother and I do not wish to accompany you. Joan released her grip, waiting for Jiangji's next move. Sweat beaded on Jianggu's palm, fear of firing the gun mingling with dread of the encroaching zombies. Their grotesque faces and decaying bodies emitting terrifying growls. Bang! The gun fired, yet not a single zombie fell. Joan covered her face in embarrassment. What a disgrace! Jiangji's shot, filled with hope, had missed entirely. Qinlin stared in shock, and once he regained his composure, Jianggu too was left dumbfounded. His shot, brimming with conviction, had failed to graze any of the zombies. Unable to bear it any longer, Joan reached for her trusty steel rod and began to strike at the zombies with ferocity. The steel rod proved far more effective than the handgun, as she dispatched the undead with brutal efficiency. Jianggu watched in as the woman before him unleashed her fury, feeling a mix of relief for choosing the right ally and concern over her apparent violent tendencies. In no time at all, Joan had dispatched nearly a dozen zombies. Shaking off the flesh clinging to her rod, she commanded Qinlin, "Go help him extract the cores." "Yes, sister. Come quickly, brother," Qinlin called out to Jianggu, grabbing a bottle of water as he led him toward the pile of corpses. Jianggu followed, observing Qinlin and Imp, Apos, swift and practiced movements as he expertly extracted the cores, rinsing them before placing them in his pocket. A sense of admiration welled up within Jianggu. This young boy could carry out such grim tasks with composure. Determined not to be outdone, Jianggu mimicked Qinlin's actions, attempting to extract a core himself. However, upon encountering the putrid remains and oozing flesh, he could not hold back his gag reflex. Ugh! The sound of Joan's impatient voice spurred Jianggu to suppress his nausea, forcing himself to confront the task at hand. He had to remain by this woman's side. After several agonizing minutes, he and Qinlin finally collected all the cores. Upon standing to leave, Jianggu could no longer contain himself and dashed aside to vomit violently. Chapter 31. Awakening after expelling the contents of his stomach. Jianggu felt considerably better. Just as he attempted to rise, he was suddenly engulfed in darkness, followed by a dizzying sensation of weightlessness. He lost consciousness. At that moment, Qiao An, witnessing Jianggu collapsed on the ground, was struck by a wave of concern. Trouble. Great trouble. She hurried over, intending to rouse him, only to discover that his face was flushed as if he were burning with fever. No, it was not a fever. He appeared to be infected. But he hadn't been bitten by a zombie. Qiao An was utterly perplexed. "Elder sister, brother has an injury on his hand," Qinlin exclaimed, pointing at Jianggu and Apos' wounded wrist, jolting Qiao An into realization. How could she have forgotten Jianggu's injury? One could become infected not only from a zombie bite, but also from a wound that came into contact with zombie blood. This was something Qiao An knew all too well. She swiftly grasped Jiangji's hand to inspect it, and indeed, the area around his wrist had begun to turn pale. Meanwhile, Jianggu was convulsing in agony from the infection. Qiao An cradled him in her arms, attempting to suppress his trembling body. She focused a sliver of her mental energy to shield Jianggu's uninfected heart and brain, while intercepting the spreading zombie venom to prevent further dissemination. This method proved effective, and gradually, Jianggu began to calm down. After a few minutes, his long eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes. Noticing the darkness still present in his irises, Qiao An finally exhaled in relief. Jianggu, newly awakened, felt a bit disoriented. He had just experienced a nightmare so terrifying that its details eluded him. Thankfully, he had not turned into a zombie, or the consequences would have been dire. Suddenly, he heard Qiao An's voice, but when he looked up, she regarded him with an expression of cold indifference, remaining silent. "What are you staring at? Did you hurt your head?" Qiao An's voice rang out again, yet the figure before him still did not speak. Jianggu shook his head, assuming he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. "Wait, my abilities." Qiao An and Apos' astonished voice reverberated in Jianggu and Apos' ears, and he glanced at her in confusion, only to find her still scrutinizing him with her lips pressed tightly together. "Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Qiao An asked. Sensing the abnormal mental fluctuations emanating from Jiangge, she had last encountered such a phenomenon in Songlong. Does hearing your voice count? Jiangge hesitated, fearing she might not comprehend, and added, like when I just heard you exclaim, what the hell? Qiao An paused mid-step, seemingly struck by a thought, and inquired, what do you hear now? In her mind, she silently exclaimed, abilities. Abilities. Abilities? Jiangge replied candidly. At this moment, Qiao An was convinced that Jiangge had likely awakened some form of telepathy or remote communication ability. However, such powers seemed of little use in the apocalypse. Yet, she recalled that her own initially passive mental energy had later developed offensive capabilities. One should not underestimate the potential of youth. Who knows how formidable he might become in the future? Thus, Qiao An and Apos' gaze toward Jiangge shifted, and she asked, can you discern what Qianlin is thinking? Upon hearing his name, Qianlin eagerly pointed to himself, exuding impatience. Jiangge concentrated on Qianlin, then stated, he also desires abilities. Qiao An turned to Qianlin, seeing him nod in affirmation, which further convinced her of Jiangge's awakened powers. And your body? Any discomfort? Qiao An pressed, knowing that although she had temporarily contained the venom, if she weakened her mental energy, it could swiftly spread throughout Jiangge's body, leading to his transformation into a zombie. In other words, Jiangge's life was now truly in her hands. Jiangge shook his head, rising from the ground, and asked, so, can I follow you from now on? Although your ability may not amount to much in this world, it's better than nothing. However, I must warn you, do not eavesdrop on my thoughts without permission or else. Qiao An left her warning unfinished, merely conveying her intent through her gaze. I understand. I want to use this ability against you. Jiangge nodded earnestly, though his body betrayed his words. As Qiao An prepared to mount her motorcycle, Jiangge, not paying attention, eagerly attempted to eavesdrop on her thoughts once more. I warned you not to eavesdrop. Qiao An and Apos' furious voice pierced his ears, and he hurriedly looked up to meet her threatening gaze. Ashamed, Jiangge promptly retracted his ability and obediently followed Qianlin onto the motorcycle. Elated, Jiangge felt as though he finally possessed leverage in his destiny. While others might view his ability as trivial, he believed that with the right application, it could lead him to greatness. Moreover, the woman before him was far more enigmatic than he had previously imagined. He was determined to forge a strong bond with her. In front of them, Qiao An huffed in displeasure, having long suspected that this mischievous boy was up to no good. Thankfully, her mental energy allowed her to perceive the fluctuations of those with abilities. Otherwise, she would have truly been exposed to this brat and Apos' prying eyes. While she harbored no ill intentions, no one relished the idea of having their innermost thoughts scrutinized. After enduring numerous challenges, Qiao An finally arrived at the Hope Base. A long queue had formed at the entrance, stretching for dozens of meters. The individuals in line appeared ragged and disheveled, clearly having suffered greatly in the apocalypse. There were, however, a few well-dressed individuals, though they were few and far between. Qiao An parked her motorcycle and gazed at the towering walls in the distance, exclaiming in awe, impressive. The perimeter of the Hope Base was surrounded by walls reaching several dozen meters in height. What lay within remained a mystery to Qiao An. But at the center stood a skyscraper over 400 meters tall, akin to a divine pillar safeguarding the base's security. In just over 2 months, the construction of such a vast base indicated that its leaders were no ordinary individuals. Chapter 32. The necessity of work. Gazing at the seemingly endless queue, Joanne could not help but complain. At this pace, we and Apos' be waiting until the year of the monkey. Joanne had always detested standing in line and waiting for the bus. She possessed a peculiar trait. Wherever she queued, that line would invariably move at a snail's pace, and whatever bus she awaited would never arrive. Are you tired? Perhaps you should squat down for a moment, Qianlin suggested, observing that the line had hardly progressed at all. He was right. They had been standing there for an hour and had not moved an inch. Behind them, a multitude of people had gathered, fleeing from calamity, resulting in a queue that was impossibly long both ahead and behind. This line is utterly maddening. Joanne squatted on the ground, doodling circles with her hand. Hearing her lament, a man standing 3 places behind chimed in. If you don't want to wait, you could use the ability user channel. No queue there, and you get in quickly. Upon hearing that there was no waiting, Joanne sprang to her feet, excitement lighting up her face as she turned to ask, really? No line at all. Of course. Ability users are highly regarded in the apocalypse, but you must possess an ability to access it. Otherwise, no one will let you through. The man regarded Joanne with a hint of disdain. Abilities, huh? We're certainly not lacking in those. Joanne's gaze shifted to Jianggu, as if he were a prized possession. Noticing her delight, the man scoffed. You're not thinking of pretending to be an ability user to slip through, are you? I assure you, that won't work. Before he could finish, Joanne and the two children had vanished, leaving only a small patch of empty space behind. The man muttered to himself, taking a couple of steps forward, glad to have a chance to advance in the line. Indeed, just as he had said. At the end of the queue, there stood a tent marked Ability User Channel. There was no one waiting there. And inside were only two women dressed in matching sky blue uniforms, seated before a small stack of forms. Upon noticing Joanne approaching, they sprang to their feet, eager to welcome her and the children. Are you ability users? Asked the woman with almond-shaped eyes, her face alight with anticipation. Yes, Joanne replied, instinctively taking a step back as the woman nearly leaned in too close. Which of you is the ability user? The other woman inquired. An ability user may bring two family members into the base. I'm with him. Joanne pointed to Jianggu, but he seemed reluctant to reveal his status as an ability user. What? Both of you? The almond-eyed woman gasped. Oh my goodness. What incredible luck I have today. She excitedly shook her colleague, then, with considerable effort, managed to regain her composure. Ahem, my apologies for the excitement. May I ask what abilities you both possess? The more composed colleague inquired, trying to maintain professionalism. Joanne was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief contemplation, she replied, I possess great strength. And he can hear people's thoughts. She refrained from disclosing her mental prowess, opting instead to emphasize her physical strength, which had become formidable since the onset of the apocalypse. Hearing thoughts? The previously exuberant woman suddenly became serious, releasing her colleague's hand. She exchanged a glance with her partner, nodded, and said, Please, demonstrate. How should I prove that? Joanne looked around, realizing there was nothing readily available to showcase her strength, and fell into contemplation. We have encountered many imposters posing as ability users, hence, we require proof, the almond-eyed woman explained. Very well. Joanne sighed in resignation and turned to leave, leaving Jianggu and Chenlin puzzled. Another charlatan. Her colleague whispered to the almond-eyed woman, having seen many like Joanne before. Initially excited to encounter two ability users, they were now let down to realize one was a fraud. The almond-eyed woman glared at Joanne, who had suddenly stopped about 10 meters away and squatted down. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. The ordinary people in line turned to see a woman gleefully waving her arms. Hey, come over here. Watch this. Joanne shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth. Without hesitation, the almond-eyed woman rushed over, her colleague in tow, both astonished by the scene before them. Joanne had smashed her fist into the ground, creating a massive pit over 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide. An astonishing display of strength. They had encountered strength-type ability users before, but none matched Joanne and Oppo's sheer power. The almond-eyed woman respectfully brushed the dust from Joanne's shoulders, stating, You are entirely qualified. Please come this way to register your information, and we will arrange accommodations and provide necessary supplies. And what about the other one? Joanne asked, pointing to Jianggu, who had just arrived. You must be thinking how fortunate you are to meet such a powerful ability user. Your superiors will surely commend you. Yet, at the same time, you were just lamenting about us being frauds. Jianggu pointed out, accurately voicing the thoughts of the two women. Q qualified. The almond-eyed woman was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the presence of this seemingly high school-aged boy. It appeared she indeed had struck gold today. After Joanne completed the registration, she followed the almond-eyed woman into the gates of the Hope base, under the envious gazes of onlookers. Jianggu, however, was required to stay behind, as his abilities were somewhat unique and necessitated personal attention from higher-ups. Inside the base, the streets were lined with various tents, home to individuals clad in tattered clothing, their faces gaunt and weary. Their expressions were a mix of numbness, hostility, or indifference, perhaps shaped by the many tribulations they had faced in this harsh world. They seemed devoid of any semblance of humanity, resembling soulless husks. Aside from the clean path, the sides of the street were marred with excrement, exuding a foul odor. The inhabitants, seemingly oblivious to the stench, languidly lingered in front of their tents, staring blankly at the passers-by. You need not worry. This is not your living area. Our accommodations are based on the strength of abilities. You are a strength-type ability user, so you will reside in the middle tier, where the conditions are far superior to this, the almond-eyed woman explained. What about the inner tier and that large building? Qiao An inquired, perplexed. The inner tier is reserved for nature-type ability users, such as those controlling wind, earth, and fire. The large building is for celestial-type users and the higher echelons of the base. The celestial types are unique ability users. Currently, we only know of two, one with spatial abilities and the other being your companion. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance to the middle tier. The almond-eyed woman turned and smiled. My name is Qiao Lele. You may call me Lele. The environment in the middle tier was vastly improved, resembling a beautifully landscaped community. Complete with parks and shops, fresh air, and picturesque views, yet it was eerily devoid of people. Qiao Lele explained, ability users are out exterminating zombies from Monday to Saturday, usually returning in the afternoon, which is why it's so quiet now. Upon hearing this, Qiao An's mouth twitched. Goodness, even in the apocalypse. She was unable to escape the fate of a monotonous work schedule. Suddenly, she found herself less inclined to be an ability user. Indeed, there was no such thing as a free lunch. She felt an overwhelming desire to slack off, to return to being a zombie. Chapter 33. Danger. Qiao An was assigned a modest 2-bedroom apartment, complete with all the essentials, perfectly suited for her and Qinlin. She lay on her comfortable bed, burying her face in the soft pillow, reflecting on the revelations shared by Qiao Lele about the Hope Base earlier that day. In this place, crystal cores were utilized as currency, with the unsettling discovery that they could enable the evolution of zombies, while other potential applications remained under investigation. The base was home to approximately 50,000 individuals, the majority being ordinary people, with less than 500 possessing supernatural abilities. These 400 individuals were tasked with safeguarding the base, routinely venturing into the surrounding areas to eradicate zombies, gather supplies, and cultivate usable land. When it came to the classification of these superhumans, the most prevalent were the system-type ability users, who had enhanced physical capabilities such as immense strength, incredible speed, and remarkable agility, denoted by their silver arm badges. Following them were the nature-type ability users, who could manipulate various elements categorized into 7 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and electricity. Though fewer in number, they held significant roles, often leading ability squads, identifiable by their golden arm badges. The rarest of all were the celestial-type users, with only one existing in the base before Qiao An's arrival, and now, with Jianggu, there were merely 2, regarded as treasures of the nation, marked by their purple arm badges. The thought of having to rise early for work the next day dampened Qiao An and Appo's spirits, prompting her to pull the covers over her head and resignedly await dawn. Come see me. Come see me. In the darkness, a shadowy figure of a boy, his features obscured, quietly beckoned her. Who are you? Qiao An found herself in an unfamiliar place, surrounded by experimental equipment. Come see me. The boy, seemingly oblivious to her queries, stubbornly repeated the phrase. No, I don't know you, nor do I know where you are. How can I come to see you? Qiao An scanned her surroundings for the source of the voice, feeling increasingly perplexed. Come see me. You must come see me. The boy's voice grew fainter, as if carried from a distant horizon, until it vanished completely. Do you not hear me? Qiao An felt a surge of irritation at being ignored once more. Sister? Who are you talking to? Qinlin's worried voice broke through from outside the door, awakening Qiao An from her dream. Startled, Qiao An sat upright in bed, incredulity washing over her as she recalled the dream. Since her transformation into a zombie, she had not slept, let alone dreamt, yet the experience had felt so vivid. Sister? May I come in? Qinlin, noticing her prolonged silence, sought entry. I'm fine. Come in. Qiao An momentarily set aside her confusion, straightening her clothes as she awaited Qinlin and Appo's entrance. With a concerned expression, Qinlin handed her the slumbering Baiyun, saying, Baiyun has been asleep for over 20 minutes and Appo's. Wake up. Sister, please see what Appo's wrong. What? Baiyun is asleep too? A sense of foreboding gripped Qiao An as she hastily cradled Baiyun, inspecting her closely. The cat seemed physically fine, albeit slightly heavier from recent indulgences. Channeling a thread of her mental energy, Qiao An discovered other presences surrounding Baiyun's crystal core. Furrowing her brow, she realized that she might have been controlled through mental energy during her dream. The thought sent a chill down her spine. The force exerting control over her was either superior or far beyond her own, allowing them to manipulate her without her awareness. Fortunately, their intentions seemed benign, or else the consequences could have been dire. With a decisive effort, Qiao An expelled the intrusive mental force, which complied willingly and departed. Baiyun slowly opened her eyes, meeting Qiao An and Apos' reddened gaze, which startled her, causing the cat to meow anxiously, fearing she had displeased her owner. Enough of that, quiet down, Qiao An said, giving Bayun a gentle swat on her plump rear, her tone tinged with impatience. Sister, did you just have a dream too? Qinlin inquired. Cradling the sleepy Bayun, Qiao An rubbed her temples, striving for calmness, and countered. Did you dream as well? Qinlin shook his head. No. I just asked because you didn't respond when I called. It's nothing. Bayun is awake now. You should rest. Tomorrow, I won't be home. So you behave and play at home until I return in the afternoon to take you out for some fresh air. Qiao An rose to escort Qinlin back to his room, offering gentle reminders along the way. This hope base might not be as secure as she had initially imagined. After seeing Qinlin off, Qiao An extended her mental energy in search of the boy from her dream. Yet, until dawn broke, she found no trace of him. As the assembly time approached, Qiao An reluctantly retracted her mental energy, donned her silver arm badge, and made her way to the playground. No matter her disdain for work, she could not afford to be late on her first day. Chapter 34. The team. By the time Qiao An arrived at the playground, 3 other ability users adorned with armbands, much like herself, were already gathered and engaged in conversation. You and Apos, a new ability user too. I was just worrying about how to get along with these 2 gentlemen. The girl with short hair, appearing youthful and possessing an adorable doll-like face framed by her chestnut bob, looked at Qiao An with enthusiasm. My name is Sun Xinyao, but you can call me Meow Meow. My ability is speed. I can run faster than a cheetah. What about you? What's your name? I'm Qiao An, and my ability is strength. I can take down a zombie with a single punch. Really? Udon and Apos, T look that formidable? Sun Xinyao exclaimed, her face a mixture of surprise and intrigue as she scrutinized Qiao An's slender frame, standing around 7 meters tall, with striking features that exuded an air of disillusionment. Resembling a pampered young lady with no desires, a delicate young lady can defeat a zombie with 1 punch? The thought was too whimsical for Sun Xinyao to fathom. I'm Zhao Hu, also a user of strength. A robust man with a tiger-like demeanor chimed in. I'm Yang Zihao, an Earth-type ability user, and your deputy captain. Yang Zihao, of similar height to Qiao An, had single eyelids and thin lips, his expression stern. Is there a captain as well? Qiao An silently noted their names, aware that they would be her colleagues in the future. No sooner had she spoken than a robust voice echoed from behind them. Here I come. Turning to the source of the voice, they saw a burly man in his 40s, with a stubbled face and dark brown skin, approaching them. My apologies. I overslept. Zhou Jin chuckled as he reached the group, bowing slightly as a gesture of greeting. I am Zhou Jin, your captain. We can discuss everything later. Let me take you to the cafeteria for breakfast. The cafeteria was reasonably spacious, featuring 14 serving windows manned by timid young individuals who merely focused on dishing out food while avoiding eye contact. Qiao An eagerly accepted a plate, despite not needing to eat herself, as she could bring food back for Qinlin. However, her enthusiasm waned upon seeing the meager offerings, mashed potatoes, cabbage leaves, and stewed yellow beans. There was not a single appealing dish in sight. Well, in this post-apocalyptic world, having a warm meal is a luxury in itself. There are many others outside who can't even afford a meal. I shouldn't be picky, she thought. Quietly, Qiao An leaned towards Captain Zhou Jin and asked, Captain, may I take a trip home? Of course, just remember to gather at the main entrance by 8:30, Zhou Jin readily agreed. Qiao An thanked him, but was soon called back. Use this to pack your food. The plates need to be returned. Zhou Jin caught up with Qiao An, handing her a packing bag. Once she had wrapped her food, he took back the plate and gently patted her shoulder. Make sure you eat something. We have work to do in the afternoon. Thank you for your concern, Captain. Qiao An felt a rush of warmth, quickly expressing her gratitude before dashing away. Zhou Jin gazed after her, lost in thought, when a familiar voice from behind interrupted him. Oh, is this your new recruit? Mind your own business. Zhou Jin replied curtly, not even glancing at Li Yingshi as he attempted to leave with his plate. Who knows how long these unfortunate souls will survive under your leadership? Li Yingshi's voice boomed, loud enough for everyone in the cafeteria to hear, including Sun Xinyao and the others. The previously cheerful Zhao Hu dropped his spoon with a clatter at Li Yingshi and Apos' words. He exchanged a bewildered glance with Sun Xinyao, both of them turning their attention to the only one still eating, Yang Zihao. Yang Zihao calmly swallowed his food and explained that and Apos, as the captain and Apos, as longtime rival. He says that to scare you. Don't worry, our captain is quite reliable. Reassured by his words, the tension in their hearts eased. After their meal, The five gathered at the outer gate and drove to a location several dozen miles from the base to collect crystal cores. Along the way, they encountered numerous ability teams, each with their own missions, unable to return to the base until their tasks were completed. Their team and Oppo's objective for the day was to gather 30 first-tier crystal cores. As the base had classified known zombies into 5 levels of strength, with first tier being the weakest and fifth tier the strongest. The zombies near the base had already been dealt with by other teams, forcing them to venture further away, which significantly extended their travel time. By the time they arrived at their destination, it was already noon. If they couldn't and Oppo's gather the cores quickly, they would have to return in the dark. The 5 disembarked and prepared to search the area. Joanne discreetly released her mental energy to assess the surroundings, relieved to find that there were no formidable foes nearby. However, the distribution of zombies was sparse. It would likely take until nightfall to locate 30 of them. In a flash of inspiration, Joanne decided to use her mental energy to control the zombies to find them, allowing for a quicker finish and an early end to their shift. Without hesitation, she acted. And before long, zombies began to stagger out from their hidden spots, transforming the once silent street into a bustling scene. Chapter 35. Encounter. Upon the sudden emergence of a horde of zombies, the tension in the air was palpable, with the exception of Joanne, who remained unperturbed. Yang Zihao was the first to act, conjuring 6 earthen shields to protect the group. Joanne poked at the half-meter-high earthen barrier before her, though crafted from soil. It possessed an impressive rigidity akin to cement, instilling a sense of reassurance. "Stop dawdling. Fall in behind me and prepare for action," Zhou Jin commanded, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his muscular arms. 2 flames flickered into existence in his palms as he held his breath, leaping toward the zombies to direct the flames toward their heads. To everyone's astonishment, the earthen shields that Yang Zihao had erected flew forth, providing cover for Zhou Jin's assault. As the zombies approached, the shields blocked their advance, and when they were pushed aside, Zhou Jin struck mercilessly at the zombies' skulls. The moment the flames made contact, the zombies and Oppo's heads ignited in a fierce blaze, eliciting anguished wails as they careened about, their burning heads leading the charge. "Are you here to watch a show? Hurry up and finish them off," Yang Zihao barked, glaring at the 3 who stood idle. Sun Xinyao, chastened by his reprimand, sprang into action, brandishing a rope as she dashed forward. Her speed was so remarkable that Zhou An could barely perceive her afterimage. Within mere breaths, the blazing zombies were securely bound and collapsed to the ground. "It's our turn now. Fear not. I shall protect you," Zhao Hu declared, wielding an iron rod as he advanced ahead of Joanne, dispatching the fallen zombies with precision. "And you? Are you afraid?" Yang Zihao pressed, noticing Joanne still rooted to the spot, showing no inclination to move. Joanne turned to him with a shrug, exasperation evident in her expression. "Look, it seems I am unnecessary. Then go collect the crystal cores." "Understood," Joanne replied cheerfully, clutching her bag and trailing behind to gather the cores, reveling in the joy of idling at work. "Zhao Hu, be gentle. I just had brain matter splatter on my face," Sun Xinyu complained while binding another zombie, completing the task in under 10 seconds. "Hurry up, Xinyu. Don't let them escape," she admonished, only to be reprimanded herself by the captain shortly thereafter. The 6 of them worked in harmonious coordination, swiftly dispatching dozens of zombies. Once they had collected the crystal cores, they returned to the base, the sun setting as they reached the outer layer. As they walked back to the middle layer, laughter and chatter filled the air, while ordinary people huddled in tents, casting envious glances at the 6. Suddenly, a ragged, emaciated woman burst forth, her eyes alight with recognition as she rushed toward Joanne, calling out joyfully, eager to embrace her. Joanne, quick on her feet, sidestepped the woman, who stumbled and fell to the ground, oblivious to her pain as she scrambled back up. "Darling, is that you, my darling?" This peculiar address drew the attention of the team, who halted in their tracks to observe the deranged woman before them. "Do you know her?" Zhou Jin asked, glancing at Joanne, whose previously cheerful demeanor had turned cold in an instant. Joanne shook her head. "I do not know her. Let us go." Upon hearing this, the woman frantically crawled to Joanne and Oppo's feet, clinging to her legs as she sobbed. "Darling, it's your mother. Don't you remember? You have a sister, Qiao An. Ma and Oppo's am. Please keep your distance from our team member," Yang Zihao interjected, a look of disdain on his face as he positioned himself protectively in front of Joanne, separating her from her mother. Sun Xinyao observed the scene with an amused expression, glancing between Joanne and Oppo's icy demeanor and the woman's pitiable state. her imagination spinning a tale of drama. Team member? Darling, have you become an ability user too? Joanne and Appos, S mother exclaimed. A mix of surprise and joy washing over her as she wiped the grime from her face, her eyes widening when she noticed the insignia on Joanne's arm. Captain, you all should return. I will join you shortly, Joanne said, recognizing the greedy glint in her mother and Amp, Appos, S eyes, aware of her ulterior motives. Family disgrace should not be aired in public, and Joanne preferred to keep her connection to such a mother concealed. Zhou Jin sighed, then do come back swiftly. By the way, if an ordinary person harms an ability user, they will face consequences. Do you recall this regulation, madam? Yang Zaheo, who had been about to leave, turned back to humorously inquire of Joanne's mother. The woman recoiled in fear at his words, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. That is good to hear. With that, the four of them felt reassured enough to depart. As soon as the group left, Joanne's mother immediately shifted her demeanor. Darling, how have you been lately? Joanne regarded her mother, now resembling a beggar, and scoffed. Not well. How could you possibly make my life better? Taken aback by Joanne's response, her mother lowered her head in embarrassment, hastily changing the subject. Do you still have any crystal cores? Surely you must have some. Yes, of course. Then, could I possibly have one? Joanne and Appos, S mother stammered, her discomfort evident. It had been she who had driven Joanne away. And now she found herself in need of the very thing she had once cast aside. If she remained silent, both she and her younger daughter would starve. Yet, speaking up would cost her dignity. Joanne studied the woman before her, now gaunt and filthy due to hunger and their desolate living conditions. Gone was the imperious mother who had once wielded authority over her. Instead, before her stood a fallen wretch. Absolutely not. Joanne's refusal was resolute. Recalling how she had obediently submitted to their demands time and again, surrendering her wages before the apocalypse, and ultimately being cast out when resources dwindled. My darling, if we don't have crystal cores to trade for food, your sister will starve. She is so weak she can barely move, Joanne and Appos, S mother wailed, tears streaming down her face. And what of that man? Joanne inquired slowly. You mean your father? Well, Joanne's mother hesitated, unable to meet Joanne's gaze, struggling to find the words. Though she could not articulate the truth, Joanne had already discerned the grim reality, scoffing. He is dead. Isn't did he perish at home or while fleeing? My darling, I truly need those crystal cores, just one will do. Joanne's mother ignored Joanne and Amp, Appos, S inquiries, fixated solely on her desperate plea for cores. Joanne, unfazed, reached into her pocket and retrieved 3 crystal cores. 3 questions. Answer 1 correctly, and I shall give you a core. Her mother's eyes widened at the sight of the cores, and she nodded fervently, anxious not to lose the chance. Ask away. Please hurry. What is my birthday? The woman faltered, her mind blank as she struggled to recall the date, growing increasingly agitated. Joanne smiled knowingly, revealing no emotion as she continued. What is my favorite fruit? Strawberries. My darling loves strawberries. Joanne's mother replied confidently, eager to secure the cores. Chapter 36. Prophecy. Joan remained silent, her smile growing ever more radiant. Why do you not love me? Upon hearing these words, Mother Joan was taken aback and hastily retorted. How could a mother not love you? You are my dearest. May I have the crystal cores? Joan and Appos. S smile faded, and something within her shattered. With a calm demeanor, she questioned, how can a mother who loves her child for over 20 years not know her child and Appos' birthday? I enjoy strawberries. Mother Joan was unnerved by the intensity of Joan and Appos' dark gaze, and stumbled over her words, unable to respond. It is your precious sister, Joan Xian, who loves strawberries. Not I. My preference lies with apples, which are far cheaper than strawberries, yet they are rarely bought. The living room is always adorned with strawberries. Why do you not love me? Why do you all not love me? Are we not a family? Am I not your biological daughter? Your favoritism towards my father is inconsequential. A little love from you would suffice. Yet, why do you show me none at all? Mother Joan retreated, unable to answer, unable to utter a single word. She believed she loved all her children equally, without bias. Are these questions so difficult? Do you not know the answers? Joan and Appos' smile vanished. Her expression now icy. She regarded Mother Joan as one would a stranger. With no answers forthcoming, Joan turned to leave. At that moment, Mother Joan finally spoke. Her voice choked with emotion. Mother loves you, dear. It's just that you are more understanding. Your sister is frail, and your father and I. Does the child who cries not receive sweets? Does the understanding child not deserve treats? Joan glanced back, her tone indifferent, casually discarding 3 crystal cores onto the ground, stating, "Your only daughter is Joan Xian. I am not your daughter." Mother Joan, captivated by the sudden appearance of the crystal cores, completely missed Joan and Appo's words. She knelt and collected each core, cradling them as treasures, only to realize that by the time she thought of Joan, she had vanished without a trace. The following morning, Joan, as usual, ventured to the outer layer for assembly. Upon stepping outside the mid-layer door, she was intercepted by Mother Joan, who stood waiting. Ignoring her, Joan strode purposefully towards the outer layer gate. Feeling dismissed, Mother Joan hesitated before resolutely pursuing her. She caught up to Joan and pressed a crumpled, egg-sized apple into her hands, saying, "Darling, eat this first. When the base distributes food at the end of the month, I will save all the apples for you." Joan stared at the small, withered apple. In this post-apocalyptic world, fruit was a precious commodity. The warmth of Mother Joan's hands lingered on the apple, yet Joan felt cold. A soulless zombie devoid of warmth. "No, I no longer require it." She returned the apple to Mother Joan and turned to leave. Holding the apple, Mother Joan felt a tumult of emotions, guilt, and ulterior motives. She wished to make amends with Joan and hoped to move into the mid-layer with her and Joan Xian. If only Joan would speak up, she could escape this dreadful place and live a life befitting a human. But the current Joan was no longer within her control. In the ensuing days, Joan's team consistently completed their tasks first, often finishing their meals before other squads arrived, disheveled and weary. Many were envious, questioning Zhou Jin if he had discovered some advantageous location that allowed for such ease. Each time, Zhou Jin simply smiled and replied, "It's all luck, just luck." Upon hearing this, Li Ying and Appo's nostrils flared with frustration as he spat. "Then may you always have such luck." Joan, eager to finish her shift, would unearth even the most well-concealed zombies. Wherever her team went, zombies would inevitably follow. Finishing early meant returning home sooner, enjoying a hot bath, and indulging in restful slumber. Since the last stream, Joan had taken to releasing her mental energy during breaks to avoid surprise attacks. Despite her carefulness, in the face of overwhelming power, her efforts seemed insignificant. Once again, she found herself dreaming. The scene mirrored the previous one, the familiar setting unmistakable. Upon seeing the recognizable laboratory, Joan felt a surge of frustration. Despite her vigilance, she had returned. This time, she did not wait for the youth to speak, impatiently exclaiming, "Why do you keep bringing me here if you claim not to know me?" The beautiful youth, his face obscured, replied, "I know you can hear me. Do not feign ignorance. If there is nothing else, please return me, as you are delaying my work and will incur my wrath." The youth remained silent before asking, "Are you not afraid I will kill you?" This time, it was Joan who was left speechless. She lay back on the floor nonchalantly, adopting an indifferent demeanor. "Dying sooner means rebirth, thank you," the youth remarked. "Is it that humans become less intelligent after turning into zombies? It is rare to encounter one who possesses even a modicum of wit. In comparison to those outside, you seem less inclined to live." After a prolonged silence, Joan finally voiced her curiosity. "Why do you insist on me meeting you? You are currently the only one capable of defeating the vine monster nearby. Release me." The youth replied candidly. Joan, realizing she was being roped into another task, retorted, "Why should I assist you? You will eventually come to my aid," the youth asserted confidently. "Then you may wait indefinitely." The youth remained silent. The smoke enveloping the laboratory gradually dissipated, revealing a large cultivation chamber where a naked youth with silver hair floated. A metallic collar encircled his slender neck, tethered to numerous instruments. Joan attempted to move closer to discern his identity, but an invisible barrier thwarted her efforts. "If you let me go, disaster will soon follow." The youth slowly opened his golden eyes, which possessed an enchanting allure. His skin, pale to the point of translucence, rendered his blue veins distinctly visible, exuding a morbid beauty. Yet Joan was too far away to see clearly. She responded nonchalantly, "In this apocalypse, what further disasters could there be? Disaster, calamity, suffering. These need not arise from nature alone. They can also be man-made." "Humans? What do you mean by that? Clarify." Joan, though unafraid of her own death, feared for the lives of the innocent. She pounded against the barrier, yearning for the youth to explain. But no matter how much strength she exerted, it remained impervious. The youth, having achieved his goal, pressed his pale lips together. "Come to see me. Your time is running out, and so is theirs." With that, Joan jolted awake, her forehead cold with perspiration. "Damn it! If I cannot defeat it, can I not escape?" I could simply pack my things and leave this dreadful place. I am not human. A zombie can venture anywhere. And the outside world is far more pleasant than a crowded space. Chapter 37. Avoiding premature commitments in an uninhabited wilderness, the ground suddenly cracked open, revealing something writhing several meters beneath the surface. The earth trembled violently as dozens of verdant vines erupted from the soil, their thorny tendrils laden with the corpses of zombies. As the vines swayed, some of the bodies tumbled down, crushed into a pulpy mess. Qiao An stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed. He yearned to flee, even though he was aware that this was merely a dream. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Amidst the horde of zombies, he spotted a familiar figure. He could hardly restrain himself from shouting, "Qiao An!" He called out to her, desperate for her to return. Yet, dreamlike, Qiao An seemed oblivious, walking resolutely towards the colossal vines, which ensnared her and pulled her underground. Knock, knock. Qiao An, clutching by Yun, hesitated before knocking on Qiao An's door. Is sister sleeping? No. Just come in, Qiao An replied, relieved that Qiao An had arrived before she had to explain her desire to leave the base. The door swung open, and before Qiao An could speak, Qiao An blurted out, "Sister, shall we leave this place?" Without a moment and hesitation, Qiao An agreed, but then questioned, "Wait, did you just say you want to leave? I dreamt that sister would die here, and I'm scared in his dream." Qiao An had been taken by the vines while trying to save the base's supernatural beings. Perhaps if they distanced themselves from those individuals, there would still be hope for both of them. Qiao An had anticipated a grave reason for his request, but was taken aback to find it was merely a dream. Children can be so naive, she thought, to want to leave simply because of a dream. However, she was glad that she didn't have to broach the subject of leaving herself. She readily agreed. Sunday is just around the corner. I'll bring up leaving with the captain then. Why not leave tomorrow? Qiao An was anxious, uncertain when the events of his dream might materialize in reality. He wished to depart as soon as possible. After a moment's reflection, Qiao An replied, "Oh, it's only a day away. A team must work in coordination, and we need to find a replacement when we propose leaving on a day off. All right then. Sister, please take care of yourself." "Of course. I'm a zombie. You needn't worry," Qiao An assured him, entirely unaware that she was tempting fate. The following day, she accompanied the group as usual on their zombie hunt. After numerous encounters with zombies, the five had grown accustomed to the sudden appearances of small zombie clusters. "Looks like fortune smiles upon us today." Jiahu chuckled. "We'll be back at the base early." The five disembarked, but only Qiao An, troubled, asked, "Can we switch to a different group? What is the matter, An? Are you scared? You seemed fine before." Sun Ximiao fixed the rope in her hands, her round eyes glinting as she looked at Qiao An. "If you're feeling unwell, you can rest in the vehicle today," Yang Zaheo suggested, noticing her pallor. I and Apos am not." "Wait, let me finish." Just as Qiao An attempted to clarify, the others had already charged toward the zombies. "Don't go. That group of zombies wasn't even brought here by us." Qiao An screamed in her mind, but the others, lacking Jiang Gu's telepathic abilities, believed this horde was as manageable as the previous ones. Filled with confidence, they surged forward, with Zhou Jin leading the charge, closest to the zombies. He ignited flames in his hands, determined to strike their heads. For reasons unknown to her, Qiao An perceived Zhou Jin's form merging with that of Song Long, and she instinctively shouted, "Danger!" But it was too late. The once gathered horde of zombies was suddenly swept away by the erupting vines, and the ground split wide open. Countless vines surged skyward like arrows, their sights set firmly on the five humans. With remarkable speed, Sun Ximiao deftly evaded the pursuing vines. Unfortunately, Yang Zaheo and Zhao Hu were less fortunate. Even though Yang Zaheo had erected an earthen shield, the vines easily pierced through it, ensnaring him tightly. Zhao Hu's brute strength was no match for the supple vines, which swiftly subdued him, wrapping him up like a dumpling alongside the vice captain. Zhou Jin, with his flames, intimidated the vines somewhat, but they resorted to using ordinary zombies as projectiles to wear him down. Cleverly, Zhou Jin chose to evade rather than confront, preserving his flames for the occasional vine that attempted a sneak attack. He didn't incinerate a single zombie, focusing instead on the vines. Enraged by the flames, the vines writhed violently, their thick tendrils relentlessly striking Zhou Jin, disregarding the searing pain. As Zhou Jin struggled to fend off the onslaught, a vine suddenly latched onto his ankle. "Not good," Zhou Jin exclaimed, and before he could react, he was dragged underground by the vines. Meanwhile, Qiao An and Sun Shimyo had finally rescued the other two, only to turn and find their captain missing. The captain and Appos has been taken. The four were taken aback. We need to return and report this to the higher-ups, Yang Zaheo said, maintaining a facade of composure. They will send advanced supernatural beings to rescue them. Yet Zhao Hu could not finish his thought. They all knew the unspoken truth. They would certainly survive. Enough chatter. You two, get in the vehicle. Yang Zaheo nearly shouted. His eyes reddened with anxiety, sweat beading on his forehead. Once the vehicle roared to life, Sun Shimyu could no longer suppress her fear and sorrow, bursting into tears. Zhao Hu, perhaps influenced by her distress, turned his gaze to the passing scenery, his eyes glistening. Meanwhile, the vines dragged the two deeper underground for what felt like an eternity before finally halting. Qiao An brushed off the dirt that clung to her, unable to suppress her disgust. What did I say? Never make rash commitments. She lamented. They could have left tomorrow. Now, this monstrous vine had emerged unexpectedly. Wait, vines. Suddenly, Qiao An realized something. Hadn't he that person mentioned a vine monster last night? You will come to help me eventually. The boy and Appos' voice echoed in her ears like an incantation. With a resigned sigh, Qiao An recalled her purpose. She had to save Zhou Jin. The thought weighed heavily on her heart. Frustrated, she slapped her forehead. What had possessed her to rush in to save someone? What could a zombie like her do to help? Simply refraining from devouring humans was already a commendable act. Chapter 38. Not human. Joan surveyed her surroundings and realized that she was ensconced within what seemed to be the stomach of a vine monster. The walls, composed of corrosive vines, were slick with a noxious slime. When she touched it with her hand, it instantly charred. Without a moment's hesitation, she enveloped herself in a shield of mental energy, simultaneously searching for Zhou Jin. Since she had ventured this far, she might as well rescue someone before departing. Fortunately, Zhou Jin was not far away, and it was an Appos, long before she discovered him, unconscious, with one arm from the void protecting herself and the other shielding Zhou Jin. She took stock of their predicament. To her astonishment, they had been dragged down dozens of meters underground by the vines. The massive tendrils sprawled around them, with thick vines occupying a vast expanse. The familiarity of the setting and the enclosed environment left Joan feeling exasperated. Was it truly the case that in this apocalyptic world, monsters resorted to such monotonous methods of predation, relying solely on their size to monopolize their food? Joan could hardly contain her sarcasm. Her greatest fear was that Zhou Jin would awaken and engage her in conversation. Should he reminisce about the past or speculate about the future? It would and Appos, long before he met his demise in this place. This was a narrative Joan knew all too well. With her hands clasped together, she crouched beside Zhou Jin and silently prayed. Just as she settled down, a vine shot towards her from behind. Yet, Joan and Appos' mental prowess was formidable. She seized the vine mid-air, folded it, tied a knot, and discarded it as one would refuse trash. Witnessing Joan's fierce prowess, the other vines poised to strike hesitated, daunted by her strength. The vine monster, upon reflection, questioned its own fear. After all, she was within its belly. It should be the one feeling apprehensive. This thought invigorated the creature, and it rallied its courage, shaking its verdant tendrils once more to lash at Joan. Joan stood her ground, unflinching as the vines approached. Focused intently, her once black eyes glimmered with an eerie crimson light. The void arm behind her expanded to confront the incoming tendrils, resembling the hand of a giant. In an instant, the surrounding vines were ensnared within her grasp. With narrowed eyes, Joan tightened her hold, causing the vines to burst, juices splattering everywhere. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Jin, who should have remained unconscious, fortuitously awoke just as she was extracting the juice. He gazed at Joan in disbelief, witnessing the vines disintegrate mid-air before touching her. A mysterious and formidable force enveloped her, prompting him to recall the zombies he had encountered recently. Joan, Captain, you're awake. Hearing his voice, Joan turned to Zhou Jin, momentarily forgetting her crimson gaze. Zhou Jin was evidently alarmed by her eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to those of zombies. He was all too familiar with that gaze. His wife and teammates had perished at the hands of creatures with such eyes. Noticing Zhou Jin and Appos' distressed expression, Joan belatedly realized her appearance. She hastily suppressed her aggression, returning her pupils to their original black hue. Yet, Zhou Jin continued to wear a look of profound disdain. Feeling a bit awkward, Joan stammered, "Captain, do you believe I'm just seeing things?" Silence was her only reply, intensifying the awkward atmosphere. Captain, I can explain. Are you a zombie?" Zhou Jin finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. No, I don't consume humans. Nor do I attack them. I still retain human emotions and thoughts. Then, are you human? Not exactly. What are you then? This question caught Joan off guard. She too was uncertain of her own identity. She had pondered this question before. If she were a zombie, she possessed pain and human emotions. Yet if she were human, she bore the traits of a zombie. Ultimately, she could only respond helplessly, I don't know either. Why did you come to the Hope Base? What is your purpose? Zhou Jin inquired. Joan's existence posed a threat to the safety of the base, and Zhou Jin and Apos' gaze was laden with suspicion. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, Joan replied, For my brother, he is human, you can verify this. I merely wish to survive in this apocalypse and see my brother grow up healthy, that's all. Her words were heartfelt, painting the picture of a sister laboring for her brother and Apos' future. Zhou Jin remained silent, scrutinizing Joan, attempting to uncover any deceit in her expression. Unfortunately, she appeared entirely sincere, devoid of any malevolent intent. Their exchange, devoid of concern for the vine monster, infuriated it. To be so underestimated by mere humans was unacceptable. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, as if the space itself were upside down. Joan felt as though she had been thrust into a blender, dizziness overwhelming her senses. The more discomfort they became, the more exhilarated the vine monster grew, shaking more violently. Joan could no longer endure the tumult and retaliated with a barrage of strikes from her void arm against the monster. As the creature shook, Joan struck back, neither yielding to the other. Zhou Jin, however, was not as fortunate. Having just regained consciousness, he was once again thrown into disarray. His frustration ignited a fierce fire within him, which he unleashed in the form of fiery projectiles hurled into the monster and Apos' belly. The vine monster, terrified of flames, was incensed by Zhou Jin and Apos' actions. It commanded several vines, filled with fury, to assault him. The woman was formidable, but dispatching an ordinary ability user was well within its capabilities. A piercing sound echoed, the sound of something being pierced. Yet, it was not Zhou Jin that was impaled, but the vines themselves, as Joan and Apos' void arm swatted them aside, redirecting their trajectory. Ultimately, the monster ended up injuring itself. Zhou Jin was compelled to confront an undeniable truth. Joan was incredibly powerful. Her strength likely surpassed his comprehension. He could not even fathom the extent of her abilities. The vine monster suddenly fell silent, as if lifeless. Joan felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Sure enough, the stillness lasted less than a minute before the vine walls began sprouting countless slender tendrils, reminiscent of small snakes, sending chills down her spine. These tendrils grew at an alarming rate, swiftly consuming the majority of the space. Joan was forced to climb upward, with Zhou Jin closely trailing her. Yet this was the belly of the vine monster, and there was no exit. As the tendrils surged forward, writhing joyfully as if celebrating, Joan's mind raced. Her void barrier could harm the monster, but could not penetrate the resilient vine walls. For them to escape, they would require Zhou Jin's flames. However, judging by his demeanor, he seemed disinclined to assist her. Joan sighed, noting that this was likely the umpteenth sigh of the day. Chapter 39. Burn with confidence as the vines beneath her feet swelled like the tide, threatening to engulf her. Qiao An could no longer contain her anxiety. Captain, can you burn them with your powers? She implored. Zhou Jin gritted his teeth in response. Do you think I would and Apos' want to? In such a confined space. If I set them ablaze, we would also be trapped. Realization dawned upon Qiao An. Ah, you're worried about that. Don't worry, Captain. I'll protect you. Zhou Jin regarded her with skepticism. Are you serious? Why would I lie at a time like this? Do you think I want us both to perish? Qiao An lamented, tears welling up. It was disheartening. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine, but now, upon discovering her undead nature, trust had evaporated. The vines had caught up, writhing and coiling around her legs like serpents, attempting to drag her down. Captain, set fire to them. Use your full power. Upon hearing Qiao An and Apos' urgent cry, Zhou Jin glanced at his sinking body, gritted his teeth, and closed his eyes, embracing a reckless resolve. In an instant, a conflagration erupted around him. The flames ignited the vines with astonishing speed, the confined space offering no refuge as they were consumed by the fire. Zhou Jin expected to feel suffocated and pained, but was astonished to find himself rising slowly, the flames beneath him unable to reach him. The encroaching vines, when within a meter of him, were repelled by an invisible barrier surrounding him. Qiao An, Zhou Jin shouted into the sea of flames, the inferno roaring like hell itself. with burning vines thrashing about, obscuring Qiao An's figure. Just as Zhou Jin mourned for her sacrifice, she surged forth from the fire, moving with the velocity of a rocket. Trailing closely behind her was a mass of vines, coalescing into thick tendrils. The outer layers were charred and falling away, only to be replenished from within. Zhou Jin was awestruck, momentarily forgetting to breathe as he watched Qiao An, his heart racing with concern for her safety. "I told you to stop chasing." Qiao An shouted back at the vines, but they were driven mad by the flames, heedless of her words. In her desperation, she used one of her arms to shield Zhou Jin while the other protected herself, unable to counterattack, only able to flee. As the vines closed in, Qiao An resolutely transferred her protective arm to Zhou Jin. With the added defense, Zhou Jin and Appo's ascent quickened as if propelled by thrusters. Meanwhile, Qiao An, having relinquished her arm, began to plummet, colliding directly with the pursuing tendrils. The vines, elated by their success, disregarded Zhou Jin. All the tendrils lunged towards Qiao An, the slender ones burrowing into her skin, siphoning her blood like leeches, while the thicker ones ensnared her, dragging her into the flames. Qiao An did not resist, allowing herself to fall, her eyes unblinking as she counted down in her mind. The fire grew more intense, and she could almost smell her flesh roasting. As the countdown reached its last number, Zhou Jin landed safely, and Qiao An erupted into manic laughter. With him safe, she felt liberated to unleash her power. The void-like arms swiftly returned to her side, seizing the vines, ensnaring her, and tearing them apart with a violent tug. Freed from her bonds, Qiao An pushed the invading tendrils deeper into her body. The vines writhed beneath her skin, desperate to escape, but ultimately, they were absorbed completely. Qiao An understood that these vines were not the source of the vine creature and Appo's weakness. Its core lay deeper underground. Initially intent on merely escaping, she now sought the crystalline core. With newfound determination, she charged through the vine creature and Appo's interior, her void-like arm acting as claws, shredding through layer upon layer of protection. However, upon reaching halfway down, she halted as the core rapidly shifted within the creature and Appo's body, evading her grasp. It darted up and down, eluding her attempts to capture it. Standing still atop the vines, her eyes glowed crimson, her mental energy in pursuit of the elusive core. Like a hunter, she remained calm, narrowing her eyes to relish the sight of her prey and Appo's escape. "I and Appo's, we got you." Qiao An and Appo's expression hardened, her hand transforming into claws as she swiftly descended to the vine's apex, plunging her hand into the vine's wall. The game was over. As her hand stirred within the vine's wall, she extracted the shimmering core, corrupted flesh clinging to her fingers. The moment the core was removed, the vine creature began to tremble violently, akin to a seismic quake. Just as Qiao An prepared to consume the core, an involuntary gasp escaped her lips. A sharp pain pierced her chest, and looking down, she found a verdant vine fully penetrating her torso, sending icy chills through her body. "Ah!" Qiao An screamed in agony as her void-like arm yanked the cursed vine from her body, shredding it in midair. With that, the vine creature was utterly vanquished. Its once vibrant tendrils rapidly withered, turning yellow. In mere moments, the area was a desolate yellow expanse. The earth, no longer supported by the vines, began to cave in. Qiao An calmly swallowed the core, feeling its energy coursing through her chest wound healing at a visible rate, and her void-like arm growing larger. Once her injury fully healed, Qiao An summoned her void-like arm to depart, but as she attempted to ascend, she found herself immobile, even her arm unable to extend. An unseen force held her captive. Confusion clouded her mind. Was there more than one monster lurking here? Before she could ponder further, that force dragged her deeper underground. Qiao An struggled against it, but her void-like arm felt as if it were bound, rendering her powerless. Desperate to escape death, she fought against the overwhelming force, but ultimately, she was defeated. As the soil rushed past her, she realized she was sinking further from the surface, her fate sealed without a grave to dig. Accepting her fate, Qiao An, though not devoid of the will to survive, chose to surrender when resistance proved futile. With that thought, she closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Meanwhile, Zhou Jin, having narrowly escaped, yearned to return for Qiao An the moment he touched the ground. However, the fissure had already sealed, leaving him helplessly pounding the cold earth. Overexertion had charred his arms, and his heart ached under the strain. The use of powers by an ability wielder is limited. Excessive usage may lead to fainting or even death. Zhou Jin and Appo's actions had pushed him to the brink. Clutching his chest, he collapsed to the ground, his lips pale, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. The world spun around him before darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 40. Burial companion, you will come to see me. You will eventually come to see me. The boy's whispered murmur echoed in Joanne's ears. And in a daze, she seemed to once again behold the scene from her dreams. Unlike before, Joanne could see clearly this time. She shakily straightened her body and wiped the blood from her face. Upon realizing she was still alive, instead of feeling the joy she had anticipated, a tinge of regret washed over her. Joanne glanced around, finding everything identical to her dream. This time, she clearly saw the enormous incubation chamber, within which a silver-haired youth gazed back at her. He was strikingly beautiful, his silver hair cascading down to his waist like the finest silk, shimmering brilliantly as it fell behind him. His features were exquisite, with long, silver eyelashes partially veiling golden eyes. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced his lips as he regarded Joanne, his entire being reminiscent of a fairy tale sprite. After taking in the sight, Joanne spoke with feigned seriousness. No wonder you wouldn't let me approach you in the dream. It turns out you weren't wearing any clothes. The boy's previously upturned lips fell into a frown. His already pale skin suddenly tinged with pink, his ears turning crimson. Ah, are you shy? Joanne teased knowingly. You know, there's something delightful about a beautiful person feeling bashful. Enough chatter. Release me so I can get dressed. How long do you intend to keep me like this? But there are no clothes around here, Joanne retorted playfully. Who are you trying to fool? Joanne crossed her arms defiantly as she surveyed the bare youth within the chamber. Generally, in nature, that which is most beautiful can also be the most dangerous, and this boy, confined within a chamber surrounded by intricate machinery, exuded an air of peril. Surely, he could be a terrifying experimental subject. Releasing him was not an option Joanne would entertain. If you do not release me, many humans will perish, the boy stated. Leaning against the glass wall, his words deliberate. Joanne scoffed. Releasing you would likely lead to even more deaths. You certainly don't appear to be a benevolent being. You woman, do you not believe me? What will you do? If you truly possess such power, would you have gone through such trouble to bring me here? Joanne shot back, relishing the sight of the boy and Appo's dismay. Very well, I shall take my leave. You remain here and enjoy your solitude. I am not a monk on a quest nor a savior of monkeys. With that, Joanne attempted to utilize her mental prowess to find a way out. But to no avail. No matter how hard she tried, it was futile. She was as powerless as an ordinary person. The boy within the chamber smirked triumphantly. If you do not release me, you shall not escape either. Joanne, amused by his small-minded triumph, replied, Then I shall free you. But only under the condition that I touch your core. Core? What core? The boy asked, puzzled. You know, the luminous one in your head. You are not human. Are you? Joanne had scanned him with her mental abilities from the start. His brain housed a core resembling that of a zombie. And it was of a type she had never encountered before. I am indeed not human. Those who resided here previously referred to me as a predator. The boy smiled openly, a smile so enchanting that it momentarily left Joanne entranced. What do you mean by predator? Joanne found herself puzzled this time. You are also a predator, albeit a lesser one. However, I do not mistake you. Like me, you can view humans as food, and those monsters outside as sustenance. We stand atop the food chain, referred to as predators by humanity. No, no, no. I do not consume humans. Joanne vehemently shook her head, distancing herself from that label. The boy chuckled. Your choice not to consume is yours, but you certainly have the capacity to do so. Ah, now I understand why you were confined here. If I were you, I would do the same. Come, touch my core, and then release me, the boy urged, suppressing his anger as he forced a smile that was more of a temptation. Joanne, however, was not swayed by his manipulation. She turned away, increasing the distance between them. I suddenly have no desire to touch it. Hence, you shall remain confined. You woman, you are untrustworthy. Indeed, I am untrustworthy. What can you do about it? Joanne replied, exuding an air of defiance that fueled the boy's ire, his golden eyes almost ablaze with frustration while she remained unfazed. If I cannot escape, neither shall you. Let us remain together. The boy grinned mischievously at Joanne. Ah, isn't that splendid? It's peaceful here, with no disturbances, and I can admire your nakedness every day. It's simply marvelous. Joanne clapped her hands in delight, her expression one of pure admiration. You, shameless. Yes, I am shameless. You, indeed, I am also incorrigible. I shall curse on your behalf. Joanne maintained her nonchalant demeanor, much to the boy's vexation. his golden gaze nearly igniting with fury while she remained indifferent. You force my hand. The boy seemed to reach a grim resolution, staring at Qiao An with a look that suggested he was prepared to face death. Qiao An. Qiao An. Qiao An yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" Qiao An felt an overwhelming force compelling her ethereal arm to touch the boy and Appo's core, a sensation she vehemently opposed. Yet, the arm could not resist the will of the stronger force, and she could only watch helplessly as her ethereal limb pressed against the boy and Appo's core, leaving her mental imprint upon it. Qiao An was momentarily speechless, suddenly feeling as though she had been overpowered. The boy inquired, "Can I be released now? With such power, do you truly need my assistance to escape?" Qiao An mocked. "All these mechanisms are designed to protect me. I have no other choice." Sincerity is always a formidable weapon, and Qiao An found herself at a loss for words. "Fine, release you I shall. After all, a contract has been made, and I can still keep watch. What must I do?" Qiao An gazed at the myriad of instruments, feeling a headache coming on, let alone the prospect of operating them. The boy, overjoyed, exclaimed, "First, press that red button, then the blue one beside it, followed by the fifth button." "Is this one? Not that one. How about this? That one is self-destruct. Do you wish to die alongside me?" Qiao An feigned innocence. "You should have said so earlier. I've already pressed it." The boy, "You have 1 minute left. If you cannot release me, we shall perish together." "Well, that is not too bad, is it?" Qiao An replied with utmost sincerity. With a resounding boom, the ground split apart, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the earth. If one had keen eyesight, they would see a naked youth carrying a woman as they clumsily emerged from the cloud. Chapter 4101. What do you call yourself? Qiao An inquired, as the youth hoisted her upon his shoulder, running without a clear destination in mind. 01. Oh, 01? Is that the designation on your neck? Qiao An pondered, pointing at the metallic collar adorning the boy's neck. He halted abruptly, gritting his teeth. I almost forgot about this. With a deft motion, he pinched the collar between his fingers, and with a slight exertion, it crumbled into dust, carried away by the wind. Witnessing this transformation, Qiao An felt a chill run down her spine. What manner of creature had she unleashed? "Hey, I say, Don and Appo's, do you wish to live? How about I devour you instead?" 01 callously tossed Qiao An to the ground, his golden eyes gleaming with mischief. She returned his playful demeanor with a sweet smile. "I've suddenly developed a desire to live. However, it may be too late. I'm quite famished and would love to feast on you." 01's expression darkened, his lips curling as he eagerly licked his sharp, white fangs. "Oh, if that and Appo's, that's the case, then come and partake." Qiao An raised her arm, brushing off the dust before offering it to the boy. "Here, go ahead." 01 appeared perplexed. This woman was not adhering to the expected script. Though confused, he dismissed the thought as the tantalizing opportunity lay before him, opening his mouth wide to take a bite. "Stop," Qiao An commanded calmly and true to her word. 01 halted mid-motion, awkwardly maintaining his pose. She nodded approvingly at his compliance and playfully tousled his silvery hair. "Good boy." Anger surged in 01, his forehead veins pulsing as he glared at Qiao An, clearly wishing to rend her limb from limb. "What have you done to me?" "Me? I haven't done anything. Was it you who insisted that I touch your core?" Qiao An exclaimed innocently, eyes wide with feigned innocence as she regarded the flustered 01. "So that was it? You vile woman." 01 trembled with rage, unable to articulate his fury. "Ah, I understand your impatience, but do try to remain calm. My name is Qiao An, and you may refer to me as master." She patted his back in an attempt to soothe him, concerned he might faint from anger. "Ah, I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you." 01 howled, his extreme fury causing his breath to quicken, unleashing a wave of mental energy towards Qiao An. Unfazed, Qiao An observed the chaotic energy he emitted. His mental force, resembling a swarm of serpents, was fearsome yet disordered, twisting and writhing in a tumultuous mass. As the serpents lunged at Qiao An, threatening to engulf her, she commanded, "Stop." At her behest, the serpents obediently froze mid-air, leaving 01 dumbfounded. How could this be? His mental prowess was several times stronger than hers. Why did he yield to her will? He persisted in attempts to assert control, yet to no avail, his resolve diminishing like a wilted bean. "You are as detestable as those humans who control me with collars. I finally waited for them to perish, only for you to appear. When will you die?" 01 suddenly sulked, squatting beside Qiao An, his tone filled with unwarranted grievance. If I die, you might die too. I've touched your core, and your life is now intertwined with mine," Qiao An replied, fabricating rationale. though she herself was uncertain about the implications of their bond. For now, she only knew they could communicate and exert control over one another. Further exploration would be necessary. However, instilling a sense of fear in 01 with his terrifying power seemed prudent. Upon realizing their fates were bound, 01's bravado crumbled, and he sank into despair, tears streaming down his face. Qiao An was taken aback. How had he gone from ferocious to utterly heartbroken in an instant? As he wept, Qiao An noticed the serpents behind him huddled together, also lamenting, an odd sight, to say the least. Could you stop crying for a moment? You're still unclothed. Upon hearing this, 01's sobs intensified, tears cascading down his cheeks in a heart-wrenching display of vulnerability, while he desperately attempted to shield his modesty. Qiao An sighed. Well? Cry at your own pace. I must return. What am I to do? 01, upon hearing her intent to leave, abruptly ceased his crying, gazing at Qiao An with tear-filled eyes. You're quite formidable. You won't starve in this wasteland. You can handle yourself, Qiao An replied candidly. Really? 01's interest piqued. Indeed. I want to return home to feast on humans. There are many delectable individuals where I reside, he gleefully remarked. That is not allowed. You cannot consume those people. Qiao An nearly stumbled at his earnestness. Can I feast elsewhere then? No. Humph. You want to be by my side. I'll sneak a bite. 01 declared defiantly, contemplating venturing far from Qiao An to indulge in his cravings. You shall accompany me. Qiao An contemplated the chaos that might ensue if she released such a creature into the world, her regret for freeing 01 deepening. All right. 01 agreed without hesitation, leaving Qiao An feeling deceived. This was undoubtedly a ruse. Why do you wish to follow me? Qiao An asked, perplexed. I fear for your life. You are so fragile. If you perish, I too shall perish, and I do not wish to meet my end. 01 fiddled with his silvery locks, his golden eyes twinkling like stars. Was that expected? Qiao An sighed, contemplating how to incorporate him into her base. After much deliberation, she felt utterly defeated. It seemed impossible. He was simply too striking. Could you possibly change your hair and eyes to black? Qiao An pleaded, at a loss for alternatives. Of course, with a wave of his hand. 01's silvery hair began to darken at the roots until it transformed into a standard black hue. He turned his head to showcase his accomplishment. But Qiao An's expression was one of horror. I meant for your eyes to turn black, not for you to become entirely black. Like mine, Qiao An exclaimed, exasperated, gesturing to her own features. 01, misinterpreting her request, had turned his eyes into a solid black void, despite his handsome features. The stark contrast was jarring, enough to scare anyone to death. After receiving her reprimand, he obediently altered his gaze to resemble Qiao An's normal black eyes. This time, he appeared much more palatable. The transformation lent him a softer allure, his waist-length black hair complementing his fair complexion, evoking the image of a nobleman stepping out of an ancient painting. Alas, the young Master Zero remained unclad. Chapter 42. Can this be eaten? Under the cover of night, Joan stealthily returned home with 01, evading all potential dangers. She cautiously led 01 to her bedroom, mindful of waking Qinlin, and summoned Bai Yun using her mental powers. Bai Yun, puzzled by the late-night call, complied and approached the door. As it neared, it sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from 01. Bai Yun thought, should I enter this door or not? Get in quickly, Joan urged impatiently. Bai Yun, not daring to delay, scampered inside with its tail tucked. Upon entering, Bai Yun was taken aback. Its eyes widened at the sight of a naked man sitting cross-legged on Joan's bed. The intimidating pressure radiated from him. Bai Yun's thoughts raced between Joan and the man, and it quickly concluded, the male master. Joan, fully aware of Bai Yun and Appo's thoughts, felt her face darken. Bring out a few outfits he can wear from your space. And by the way, I'm not a pedophile. He is still underage. I'm of age, 01 chimed in, nonchalantly. I'm used to being naked. Besides, Joan has seen everything, so there is nothing left to hide. Bai Yun tossed out a set of men's clothing, khaki casual pants paired with a white undershirt and a black jacket. It was evident that these were pilfered from a mannequin at a clothing store. Joan tossed the clothes to 01, who, without modesty, changed right in front of her. To her surprise, the clothes fit him quite well. Indeed, beauty can make even a sack look appealing. Once dressed, 01 sat on the edge of the bed and beckoned to Bai Yun. Thinking the male master wanted to pet him, Bai Yun eagerly approached, wagging its tail and tilting its head for affection. Can I eat it? 01 asked, lifting Bai Yun into his arms while placing a hand on its head. Bai Yun was taken aback. You dog, Joan sighed. No, you can't. If you're truly hungry, go hunt some zombies tomorrow. Fine. But do you have any human food? I need a snack. You can eat human food? Joan was taken aback. A predator can eat anything. It's just that their food isn't as nutritious as human flesh and crystal cores. 01 remarked disdainfully. Bayun, fetch some food from the space. Overjoyed, Joan scooped up Bayun and exclaimed, you can eat. This means I can finally enjoy the chips, spicy strips, and chicken legs I've missed. Bayun, relieved to be away from the perilous 01, gathered an assortment of human food from its space. Joan eagerly tore open a bag of chips, savoring a piece. And tears of joy welled up in her eyes. It was her first taste of human food in months, and the familiar flavor was delightful. She felt no discomfort, only pure enjoyment. Seeing Joan relish her snack, 01 also tore into a bag of chips, and to his astonishment, he was captivated by the exquisite texture and flavor. Is this really human food? How can it taste so good? 01 marveled, unable to reconcile this with his memories of human food being distasteful. Joan, brimming with pride, replied, of course. What else would it be? Don't humans only eat paste? Certainly not. What were you eating before? Paste. Tasteless paste. 01 recalled the revolting, sticky food offered by those who imprisoned him, a memory that haunted him deeply. Here, try this. Joan extended a piece of chocolate towards 01, watching eagerly as he took a bite. Delicious. 01 beamed like a child, his face alight with happiness. Seizing the moment, Joan asked, how about only eating these and not humans from now on? That's not good. These lack nutrients, 01 replied. Stuffing more chocolate into his mouth, his cheeks puffed up. Joan sighed. All right then, just stay home tomorrow and eat these. I'll find a way to get you some crystal cores. With 01 settled, Joan began contemplating how to explain her identity to the captain. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Joan, weary and disheveled, returned to the site where she had encountered the vine monster, still clad in her tattered clothes. Finding a secluded corner, she closed her eyes and feigned unconsciousness, portraying the image of someone gravely injured. Vice Captain, can we truly find an inn? Sun Xinyao asked, gazing into the distance. When they had arrived with the ability users the previous day, they found only the unconscious captain. Other ability users had scoured the area, but there was no sign of the vine monster, and they had to return with the captain. Look over there, Zhao Hu exclaimed, pointing ahead. Following his direction, they were astonished to see a massive pit where the flat ground had been, as if a great explosion had occurred. Lying at the edge of the pit was none other than the Joan they had been searching for. Sun Xinyao immediately teleported to her side, checking for a pulse. Seeing no breath, she cried out in despair. She is not breathing. Anxiously, Joan realized she had forgotten to breathe while pretending to be unconscious. She hastily coughed to indicate she was still alive. Ah, she is alive. Vice Captain, and it is alive. Sun Xinyao exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she embraced Joan, awaiting the other two to arrive. Joan, her acting skills lacking, decided to abandon the charade. Opening her eyes and weakly murmuring, you're here, you're awake? Don't speak. We'll talk when we get back, Yang Zaheo said, lifting Joan from Sun Xinyao's arms and placing her in the back seat for the ride back to the base. Inevitably, the day of reckoning arrived. Upon reaching the hospital, Chao Lele promptly brought a high-level ability user to inquire about the events of the previous day. Joan recounted how she and the captain had been dragged into the fray by the vine monster, how the captain had bravely resisted and ignited the creature, after which she had been knocked unconscious and remembered nothing further. The two, finding no clarity in her account, exchanged pleasantries and departed. Having awaited Joan's return all night, Chen Lin rushed to her bedroom upon waking. Seeing her door tightly shut, he assumed she had returned. Sister, you're back. Chen Lin cheerfully knocked on her door. Huh? Sister? A strange male voice responded from within, followed by the door swinging open. Chapter 43. The brother-in-law. The door swung open, revealing two bewildered faces. They stared at one another, momentarily at a loss for words. You, who are you? How did you end up in my sister's room? Chen Lin swallowed nervously, feeling as though a small drum was beating incessantly within him. Ling Yi gazed at the human child before him, perplexed. Huh, you mean Qiao An? She brought me back. And what is your relationship with my sister? Why did she bring you here? Ling Yi blinked, feigning deep contemplation before responding. If she were to die, I would perish as well. Our bond is such that I cannot be without her, which is why she brought me back. Ling Yi felt quite pleased with his answer, though he could not fathom why the boy before him wore such a constipated expression. At that moment, Chen Lin felt far more than mere discomfort. He was overwhelmed by a sense of repulsion. How could it be that in just a day, he suddenly had a brother-in-law? And an ostentatious one at that. Oblivious to Chun-Lin's thoughts, Ling Yi took the fluffy cloud in Chun-Lin's arms and declared, "I want food." The cloud obediently produced a variety of snacks. And upon spotting chocolate, Ling Yi and Apos' face lit up with joy as he eagerly unwrapped one and popped it into his mouth. You even know about the cloud? Chun-Lin was astonished. Only he and his sister were aware of its abilities, and now another person was privy to this knowledge. It seemed that his sister truly cared for this man. Ling Yi, unfazed, replied, "Of course I know. The clothes I and Apos am wearing were given to me by it. Otherwise, I would still be naked." "Naked? Then you. And my sister? You. Chun-Lin and Apos' face flushed crimson as his mind involuntarily conjured inappropriate images, and his words became a stammering mess. This child was quite peculiar. Was it not merely a matter of clothing? Ling Yi remarked, "I only mean that. Stop. Just stop. I and Apos am still young. I can and Apos, listen to this." Ling Yi had barely begun to explain when Chun-Lin interrupted, flailing his hands as if to ward off the conversation. After several deep breaths to calm himself, he assumed a serious demeanor and asked, "Are you aware that my sister is not actually human?" "Of course." "Then are you not afraid of her? Afraid of Qiao An?" Ling Yi responded fearlessly, his confidence radiating. "Not at all." Upon hearing this, Chun-Lin felt a swell of emotion, and observing Ling Yi and Apos' expression, it seemed he spoke the truth. He immediately embraced Ling Yi, sobbing, "Brother-in-law, you are a good person. You must treat my sister well." "I will certainly treat her well. After all, my life depends on it." However, he was puzzled by the fact that the child had just referred to him as brother-in-law. "I am not your brother-in-law." Chun-Lin, caught up in his emotions, did not hear him, assuming Ling Yi was merely shy. "It's all right, brother-in-law. You needn't be embarrassed. I accept you as my brother-in-law. Since my sister brought you back, it means she accepts you too." Ling Yi, the fluffy cloud in his arms, nodded in approval, proud that this impressive man was indeed its master. Meanwhile, just as Qiao Lele and the others departed, Sun Xinyao entered with Zhou Hu. "Wah, Anan, I'm so relieved you're all right. I was so worried." Sun Xinyu collapsed at Qiao An and Apos' bedside, weeping dramatically, her lovely face flushed from tears. Qiao An, taken aback, glanced at Zhou Hu, who appeared equally uncomfortable with Sun Xinyao and Apos' exaggerated display. "I and Apos am fine. How's the captain?" Qiao An propped herself up to a sitting position, feeling slightly better. Upon mentioning the captain, Sun Xinyao's cries intensified. "Wah, the captain is still unconscious. The doctor said he overexerted himself. It's very serious, and he may not last long." "How can this be?" Qiao An felt her heart constrict, disbelief etched on her face. How could this happen? She had just sent Zhou Jin away. So how could he be in such a condition now? She had fought hard to save him. Why had it come to this? "Where is the captain? Take me to see him." Qiao An immediately threw off the covers and attempted to rise from the bed, determined to see Zhou Jin. "Inan, you're not fully recovered. Zhou Hu and I will help you. Don't rush." They assisted Qiao An to Zhou Jin's hospital room, only to find two individuals already waiting there. Li Yingshi fixed his gaze on Qiao An for a moment before smiling at the unconscious Zhou Jin. "You brought back a fine little one this time. Yet here you lie in such a state, and you call yourself lucky? I beg to differ." Li Yingshi, of the same age as Zhou Jin, appeared significantly younger, exuding a carefree demeanor that contrasted sharply with Zhou Jin's character, which explained their mutual disdain. "How can you speak of the captain that way?" Sun Xinyao pointed at Li Yingshi, speechless with rage, while Yang Zihao frowned and pressed her hand down. Since the captain needed to recuperate in the hospital, Li Yingshi was in charge during his absence, Yang Zihao stated flatly, revealing no emotion. "What? This sort of person is in charge?" Sun Xinyao's cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at Li Yingshi, clearly dissatisfied. Li Yingshi, unperturbed, replied with a grin, "Indeed, it is I. You better pray that your dear Captain Zhou wakes up soon. Otherwise, you and Apos will have to keep calling me Captain." Even the usually honest Zhou Hu couldn't and Apos help but frown at Li Yingshi and Apos' words, revealing his disapproval of the seemingly unreliable new captain. Qiao An approached Zhou Jin and Apos' bedside, using a thread of her mental energy to assess his condition. Just as Sun Xinyao had said, Zhou Jin and Apos' health was dire. His internal organs were rapidly failing, and his hands were nearly incapacitated. Qiao An was bewildered. He had been fine when she sent him away, so how could he have deteriorated so drastically overnight? She had tried so hard. Why had someone still been sacrificed? In an instant, Song Long and Appo's figure flashed before her mind, her eyes ablaze with anguish. The piercing pain of heartbreak surging through her once more, nearly causing her to faint. Ah, is this how you care for your comrades? Li Yingshi, quick as a flash, caught Qiao An as she swayed, teasing the other three. What are you staring at? Hurry up and help her. Seeing the trio remain unresponsive, Li Yingshi tossed Qiao An into Yang Zihao and Appo's arms, muttering to himself, how have you managed to survive this long with such a fragile heart? Chapter 44. Heart and Appo's thorn. What is the source of your anguish? You are no longer human. Why do you still concern yourself with them? How can one who cares not for their own life mourn the death of others? A barrage of questions pierced Joanna's soul as the darkness before her gradually faded, revealing a blaze of infernal flames that left her feeling uneasy. In her dazed state, she glimpsed a familiar figure amidst the fire. That person was. No. Joanna nearly cried out, struggling desperately yet immobile. The sharp pangs emanating from her heart served as a grim reminder of her predicament. She was pinned to the wall by bone-like spikes. The scene mirrored that fateful day, and even though she had already endured it once, the recollection brought an unbearable pain, leaving her breathless. As the flames extinguished, she found herself alone once more. Joanna slowly raised her head, the spikes still embedded in her chest, the agony relentless. Why let me out? I am no longer human. Joanna murmured, her eyes losing focus, her essence seemingly drained. But you still possess humanity, do you not? Even as a zombie, you strive to survive, came Song Long and Appo's voice from above her. Joanna and Appo's head snapped up to meet Song Long and Appo's beaming smile. In that instant, the guilt and injustice she had bottled up erupted like a flood. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. For failing to help you find your sister. I am so sorry. I am too weak. Haha. I bear no resentment. Your sister has been found. You are not weak. You are strong. You have done your utmost, have you not? Song Long laughed heartily. It is time to remove this thorn. He pointed at the spike lodged in Joanna and Appo's heart, and in an instant, he grasped it and pulled it free. At that moment, the tormenting pain vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief that coursed through her being. Song Long crouched before her, gently wiping away her tears with his broad palm, offering comfort. I can't believe you have thought of me for so long. Is it not natural for people to die in the apocalypse? Just do your best. Why can't you understand this simple truth, little girl? But, Joanna choked. I still couldn't and Appo's save them. Oh. Do you aspire to be a bodhisattva? Save as many as you can with your ability. Like me, my powers are modest. Yet I am content to have saved just you. After speaking, Song Long patted Joanna's head and said, all right, I must be off. Take care of yourself. And do not dwell too much on me. Wait for me. Joanna called out anxiously, wanting to chase after Song Long, but she suddenly awoke from her dream. It was just a dream. Indeed, how could the dead return to life? Joanna pressed her hand to her chest, where the pain had dissipated. Since Song Long's death, she had been tormented daily by the sharp pangs of her heart, each episode a painful reminder of those moments. Sometimes, death is not the dreadful part. The truly terrifying aspect lies in living for those who have passed, especially for Joanna, who had never valued her own life. Bearing the weight of another's existence felt like an unbearable torment. I say, Brother Long, since you have claimed to bear no grudge, I shall allow myself to relax. Joanna suddenly smiled, finding clarity in many matters, her previous gloom dissipating. Once she had gathered some crystal cores for Qianlin and set everything in order, she would wander about, slaying zombies merely to satiate her hunger. Feeling unburdened, Joanna stretched her limbs and prepared to leave the hospital for home. Not wishing to worry Qianlin, just as she stepped outside, an overwhelming presence of zombie energy surged forth. Alarmed, Joanna released her mental energy to investigate. But the force vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. She shook her head in confusion. Could it have been an illusion? Surveying her surroundings, she confirmed that this was indeed the Hope Base, inhabited by hundreds of ability users. Any zombies would have been detected long ago. Meanwhile, 01, who was engrossed in play with Qianlin, sensed the same force, pausing momentarily before smirking with derision. Such grand ambitions. An hour later, Joanna finally returned to her dwelling. As she stood at the door, an ominous premonition washed over her. A peculiar scent wafted from behind the door. Unable to contain her curiosity, she bypassed calling for Qianlin and unlocked the door, stepping inside. Upon entry, she was assaulted by the strange odor, her brow furrowing in dismay. Covering her nose, she cautiously made her way to the living room to investigate. What she discovered nearly caused her to faint in anger. The once tidy room was now a chaotic mess. Cabbage leaves, potato peels, and eggshells littered the floor, with several plates of unidentifiable food on the table. Qianlin. Joanna struggled to contain her fury, but her anger surged forth. "Ah, sister, you're back," Qianlin exclaimed as he rushed from the kitchen. Followed closely by 01 and by Yun. Both appeared disheveled, as if they had emerged from a rubbish heap. Noticing Joanna's displeased expression, Qianlin subtly nudged 01 and whispered, "Brother-in-law, you should use what I taught you." 01 immediately understood, raising his gaze to Joanna and cheerfully declaring, "Anan, you have worked hard." Joanna, taken aback by the unexpected address, stepped back in shock. "Who taught you to call me that? It's utterly disgusting." 01 feigned innocence, pointing at Qianlin. "Your brother said that calling you this would make you happy. If you're happy, will you let me go?" "Happy? I can hardly roll my eyes enough at this." Joanna sighed, rubbing her temples. "It's impossible to let you go." "And Qianlin, why did you teach him to call me that?" At this moment, Qianlin only heard Joanna's first half of the sentence about not being able to let him go and gleefully responded, "It's because brother-in-law wants to make sister happy. He is so nice, he even cooks for you." "Wait, what did you call him? Brother-in-law? What brother-in-law?" Joanna's head throbbed with frustration. It had only been a day, and yet a new relationship had sprung up. "Isn't 01 my brother-in-law?" Qianlin asked, bewildered. "Certainly not," Joanna retorted. "Then why is he in your room? He even mentioned last night that he was naked." "Naked? What do you mean naked?" Joanna's anger flared as she glared at 01. "What exactly did you tell Qianlin?" 01 shrugged nonchalantly. "Just the events of yesterday." Chapter 45. Captainly speak up. Who came up with this ridiculous idea? Joanna leaned back on the sofa, her finger pressed against her forehead as she sighed deeply. The three of them, a man and a cat, exchanged glances, and ultimately, 01 bravely stepped forward, pointing at Qianlin. "Your brother said that men who can cook are the most appealing. Could you enlighten me on how this concerns you? I aim to please you. What if your happiness leads to my release?" Joanna, infuriated, nearly bit through her silver tooth. She enunciated each word. "Do I appear to be in a cheerful mood?" "No," 01 replied honestly. "Let me be clear. As long as you harbor the desire to consume human flesh, I will not release you." Joanna exhaled sharply, then turned to Qianlin. "This person is not your brother-in-law. I do not like him. I brought him back because he is not human, like me, and he poses a danger as he craves human flesh. And you, by Yun, from now on. Apart from essential supplies for living, nothing else is to be given to them." After admonishing each of them, Joanna's gaze fell upon the disheveled living room. "You best tidy up this mess, otherwise, I will deal with you all." Upon hearing this, both Qianlin and Bai Yun tensed up. It seemed to be the first time they witnessed Joanna's wrath, and it was somewhat terrifying. As Joanna stormed into the bedroom, Qianlin approached 01. Curiosity piqued. "Brother-in-law, do you really eat people?" "Indeed." 01 was perplexed by Joanna's fury. He had merely intended to help her by preparing a meal. This woman truly lacked appreciation. But Qianlin gazed at the handsome man before him, struggling to reconcile this image with that of a flesh-eating monster. "Not now. Once I am free from your sister, I will devour humanity whole." 01, consumed by frustration at being bound to Joanna, transformed his indignation into appetite. Lifting a plate filled with his culinary creation to his mouth, he promptly spat it out. His exquisitely crafted features contorted in agony, as if subjected to torture. How could his own dish be worse than what those humans had provided earlier? Joanna took a 2-day sick leave at home, during which her interactions with 01 allowed her to see through him completely. Not particularly bright or emotionally intelligent, he bore a childish grudge. Trapped in an adult's body yet possessing the mind of a child, constantly scheming to escape Joanna. She concluded that he had become dull-witted from being confined in the laboratory. Once she recovered, Joanna resumed her work routine, arriving at the assembly point early in the morning. Before long, the others arrived. Leading them was Li Yingshi, hands clasped behind his back, humming a tune as he strolled over leisurely. Following him, Sun Xi and Miao wore a dark expression, looking as though she bore a great grievance, while Zhao Hu appeared slightly better, but not by much. Only Yang Zihao maintained his usual demeanor. Once they boarded the vehicle, Sun Xi and Miao clung to Joanna's arm, lamenting, "Woe is me. Anan, you're finally better. Now we can all suffer together." "What suffering?" Joanna inquired, perplexed. In a hushed tone, Sun Xian Miao confided, "It's the torment from Li Dog. He tortures us daily. Just look at how thin I've become." Seated in the passenger seat, Li Yingshi glanced back with a smirk. "You don't look that bad. Your face is still quite round. How could you eavesdrop on our private conversation?" Sun Xian Miao glared at him, her eyes wide with indignation, wishing to bore a hole through his head with her gaze. "You spoke too loudly. How could I not hear?" Li Yingshi retorted, digging at his ear with his pinky while glancing at the road. "This will be the stop. You may disembark." Sun Xian Miao had intended to retort further, but upon reaching their destination, she could only pull Joanna off the vehicle in frustration. "Captain Li, aren't you getting out?" In the car, apart from Li Yingshi, the other four had armed themselves, leaving Joanna puzzled. Li Yingshi lounged in the passenger seat, lit a cigarette, and nonchalantly declared, "You all go ahead. I'll stay behind to watch the car. If nothing is wrong, don't look for me. If something is, even more so, don't find me." Anan, look at him. Sun Xian Miao pointed at Li Yingshi angrily, her fury nearly spilling over. "Enough talking. Let us get to work. If we delay, there will be no dinner waiting for us." Yang Zihao took the initiative to form an earthen shield. "Xian Miao, you and Zhao Hu go ahead and clear the path. I'll assist Joanna in the rear." The street they occupied was sparsely populated with zombies, making it easy for the four to handle. Zhao Hu had inexplicably switched to wielding dual hammers, yet they suited him well, capable of dispatching zombies with a single swing. However, his accuracy was lacking, necessitating Sun Xian Miao's assistance. The zombies on the street were swiftly dispatched, but they still required a few more to complete their task. The four returned along the same route, preparing to drive to their next location. When they returned to the vehicle, they found Li Yingshi had fallen asleep in the passenger seat, snoring loudly. While they toiled outside, battling zombies and extracting crystal cores, their captain slumbered soundly. No wonder their expressions were grim. Joanna felt a twinge of anger. Does he always behave this way? Why not? There is additional training when we return tonight. If we don't finish, we want to eat. Sun Xian Miao, displeased, roughly shook the sleepy Li Yingshi awake. "We need to change locations." Li Yingshi, seemingly not fully rested, rolled over and mumbled in irritation, "You all can find a place yourselves. Don't disturb my beautiful dreams." Joanna thought she had reached the peak of laziness, only to discover that there were even greater depths. Li Yingshi spent the entire day in the passenger seat, only descending the vehicle leisurely upon returning to base that evening. All in all, he had spent the day merely sleeping in the car, neglecting his responsibilities as captain. "Zhao Hao, you take them to training. I'll join shortly." Li Yingshi waved his hand dismissively before turning toward the dining hall. The perpetually stoic Yang Zihao could no longer contain himself upon hearing Li Yingshi refer to him as Hao Hao, his lips twitching involuntarily. Training was neither exceedingly simple nor overly difficult. It merely entailed having Sun Xian Miao run 10 kilometers with 10 kilograms of weight, and Zhao Hu swinging his hammer at moving targets. Joanna, having just recovered, managed to evade this trial for the time being. She and Yang Zihao stood at a distance, counting for the two. At that moment, Li Yingshi approached with a tray of food, munching as he walked. He glanced at the two, drenched in sweat from their exertion, shaking his head. It seems someone will be going hungry again today. Having battled zombies all day, they were exhausted. Could they not finish their meal before continuing their training? Joanna felt a pang of sympathy at the sight of Sun Xian Miao, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Li Yingshi looked up at Joanna and asked, "When you fought that monster a few days ago, did it allow you time to eat?" Joanna shook her head. "Then that is settled. If you truly engage those monsters in battle, with their capabilities, wouldn't it be tantamount to a death sentence?" Li Yingshi gestured disdainfully toward the two in the distance. Chapter 46. The third stage zombie. In the stillness of the night, the hospital room lay desolate. Zhou Jin, lying on the bed, exhibited faint breaths and a pallid complexion, devoid of any trace of color, resembling someone on the brink of death. Qiao Lele stood before his bed, her countenance as frigid as ice, the warmth in her apricot eyes extinguished, replaced by an air of indifference. Methodically, she retrieved a syringe from the iron box, which she had long prepared, and slowly injected the drug into Zhou Jin and Appo's arm. Within moments, he ceased to breathe. "Xiao Lele called softly. "Okay, Sister Lele." Xiao replied, releasing her hand. He stood on tiptoe, raised his right hand, and with a blink, absorbed Zhou Jin and Appo's lifeless body. "Good child." A smile graced Qiao Lele and Appo's lips, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Xiao An, appearing no older than 5 or 6, possessed a head of adorably curly black hair, a round cherubic face that evoked affection. The noble purple armband on his right arm stood out vividly in the moonlight, revealing him to be a celestial space ability user. "Let us go," Qiao Lele said, taking Qiao An's hand as they turned and departed, leaving behind the empty hospital bed. The following morning, upon learning of Zhou Jin's passing, a palpable heaviness filled the vehicle, rendering the atmosphere oppressive. Even the usually vivacious Sun Xinyo fell silent, her eyes red from recent tears. Li Yingshi opened half the car window, staring vacantly outside, his expression devoid of emotion, as he chain-smoked one cigarette after another. "Where was the captain buried?" "I wish to see," Qiao An spoke in a hoarse voice. "I do not know where they buried him. There was nothing left when I visited the ward this morning." Li Yingshi exhaled a deep breath of smoke, the haze obscuring his expression, likely sorrowful. "If one day I were to sacrifice myself, would you all be so heartbroken?" He tossed the cigarette butt aside and turned to the passengers in the back seat, jokingly inquiring, how could someone too lazy to leave the car ever sacrifice themselves?" Sun Xinyu sniffed, stifling her sobs in response. Li Yingshi, unfazed by her retort, brushed aside his sorrow, seemingly self-mocking as he replied, "Indeed. Let us hope for your good fortune." Suddenly, a dull thud shattered their conversation, and the roof of the car caved in. A twisted claw pierced through the car's top, reaching downward. "It's a third-stage zombie. Accelerate, shake it off," Li Yingshi commanded Yang Zihao, his face unchanging. A third-stage zombie refers to one whose body has undergone mutations, exhibiting formidable aggression. Generally, a well-coordinated team could contend with one. Unfortunately, Qiao An and Amp, Oppos, as current team lacked cohesion and combat experience. Even without a direct confrontation, it was clear who would emerge victorious. Fleeing was the wisest course when faced with a third-stage zombie. Yang Zihao and Oppos' expression shifted dramatically as he pressed the accelerator firmly. Once the speed was sufficient, he quickly pulled the handbrake, sharply turning the steering wheel, executing a dramatic drift that successfully cast off the zombie clinging to the car and Oppos' roof. Before they could celebrate, the zombie that had been flung aside rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a halt. Like a beast, it crouched low, its chest emitting a series of hissing roars, suddenly leaping up, soaring through the air, and landing on the windshield in an instant. Its claw-like hands struck fiercely, shattering the glass into fragments. Yang Zihao, with no time to ponder, swiftly enveloped the five of them with an earthen shield and leaped from the vehicle. The car, now out of control, careened wildly before crashing through the guardrail, overturning and coming to a stop, igniting into flames, with the third-stage zombie trapped beneath the wreckage. "Who? You scared me," Sun Xinyu gasped, her heart racing. This was her first encounter with a high-level zombie, leaving her both exhilarated and terrified. "It's not dead yet." Li Yingshi narrowed his dark eyes, fixated on the flames, his hands tense and poised for battle. The other four wore serious expressions, their gazes fixed on the overturned vehicle, holding their breath in anticipation of what might transpire next. "Humans. So hateful. So hateful." The voice echoed frantically in Qiao An and Oppos' ears, and she glanced at the others, perplexed that they seemed oblivious. "Die. Danger," Qiao An exclaimed, her voice almost coinciding with the ominous sound in her ears. In the blink of an eye, the zombie, previously pinned beneath the car, lunged toward Yang Zihao. Its claws, as hard as iron, surged forth with the speed of a tempest, shattering the sturdy earthen shield. Yang Zihao barely managed to evade, sent flying a meter away by the residual force, blood gushing from his mouth. "Humans, die?" The third-stage zombie twisted its body grotesquely, remnants of shattered flesh falling away. Resembling a doll crudely assembled from glue and ceramic shards, its bones porcelain, its flesh adhesive. "Captain," Sun Xinyu flashed to Yang Zihao and Oppos' side, straining to help him up. Li Yingshi, his face cold, unsheathed a dagger from his waist, his entire being tense and focused, an icy glint in his eyes. "You too, cover me." Zhao Hu and Qiao An nodded in agreement. Zhao Hu, wielding hammers, charged ahead and leapt, aiming for the zombie's head. Qiao An, armed with an iron rod, darted to the side of the zombie, delivering a powerful blow to its waist. Struck suddenly, the zombie collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Zhao Hu and Oppos' hammers were poised to descend, while Li Yingshi, dagger in hand, prepared to extract its core. The core within the zombie and Oppos' brain flickered with light, and its body, which should have fallen, surged back to life. Bang! The zombie and Oppos' hands caught Zhao Hu and Oppos' hammers, stirring up a cloud of dust. Li Yingshi, cursing under his breath, showed no intention of dodging. He nimbly maneuvered behind the zombie and with a twist of his wrist, plunged the dagger into its brain. Die. As the core endured a direct hit, the zombie howled in rage, almost frenzied, and charged wildly, sending Xiaohu flying as well. Why aren't you using your abilities? Sun Xinyao glared at Li Yingshi, her voice raised in frustration. While aiding Yang Zihao, she had to evade the indiscriminate assaults of the zombie. Acutely aware that a misstep could lead to their demise, Li Yingshi remained silent, gripping his dagger tightly, effortlessly dodging and retaliating against the zombie and Appos' onslaught. Qiao An, equally curious, noted that throughout their time together, none had witnessed him utilize his abilities, even this being her first glimpse of him in battle, armed solely with a dagger. Despite the golden armband adorning his arm, what could his abilities be? She yearned to know. A flicker of determination ignited within Qiao An as she unleashed her mental power, controlling the zombie. Her mental threads intricately connected to the zombie's limbs, rendering it her puppet, every movement dictated by her will. Chapter 47. Kindred Spirits. Joan's sole intention was to compel Li Yingshi to utilize his powers, without any desire to harm him. Consequently, the zombies she controlled would deliberately avoid targeting his vital points during their attacks, appearing ferocious yet ultimately harmless. Li Yingshi seemed to have discerned this nuance. Though he could not fathom the peculiar behavior of the zombies, it was fortuitous for him. He resolved not to use his abilities unless absolutely necessary, and since the zombies were not lethal, he seized the opportunity to eliminate one of them. With a sudden lunge, the zombie, under Joan's command, charged forward, its fist aimed directly at Li Yingshi's abdomen. A flash of silver caught the light as Li Yingshi anticipated the attack. He deftly maneuvered, evading the zombie and Appos' claws with a swift motion of his dagger, and took the chance to plunge the blade into the previous wound. A sharp crack echoed as the dagger struck the crystal core, and Li Yingshi glanced up at Joan with a light, silent laugh. He withdrew the dagger smoothly, the crystal core falling to the ground. At the moment the core detached from the body, it emitted a flicker of light, and the zombie appeared to break free from Joan's control. With its final reserves of strength, it turned to look at Joan, its bloodied and disfigured face seemingly expressing sorrow. The zombie, having lost its crystal core, fell to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Excellent. I can return early today, Li Yingshi mused as he bent down to retrieve the cracked crystal core, reveling in the satisfaction it brought. However, their vehicle had broken down, leaving them with quite a distance to the base. Xiaohu, clutching his chest, looked pale, clearly suffering from his injuries. Li Yingshi remained unfazed, tossing the crystal core nonchalantly. Then we shall wait by the roadside until another team passes. We can hitch a ride back with them. As if summoned by his words, a vehicle from the base soon came to a halt before them. The driver rolled down the window and inquired, "Have you encountered any troubles? Our vehicle overturned, and we have 3 injured. Might we hitch a ride?" Li Yingshi leaned casually against the car door, offering a cigarette to the driver. The driver shook his head in refusal and gestured for Sun Xinyao and the others to board. The passenger in the front seat glanced at the injured, and upon seeing a woman, his demeanor darkened as he coldly remarked, 5 people 1 tea fit. No worries, just take those 3. I'll find another way. Li Yingshi explained, pointing at Joan. The 2 men followed his finger, and their expressions shifted dramatically upon recognizing Joan. The passenger and Appos' face turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Noticing their strange reaction, Li Yingshi asked, "What's wrong? Do you know my teammate?" I know her." Meng Qingzhong stammered, his eyes evasive. "Then why not catch up?" Li Yingshi said, his interest piqued, calling out to Joan, "Come here, this captain knows you." Joan lifted her gaze languidly, her eyes briefly resting on the golden insignia on his arm. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see Uncle Meng again. I thought I would never encounter you in this lifetime," she remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. The first part was directed at Meng Qingzhong, while the latter was meant for the front seat passenger, Lu Xiang. They had both been ordinary individuals just a month ago. How had they transformed into nature-based abilities users in such a short span? It was indeed fascinating. Lu Xiang glanced at Joan, noting her silver insignia, and scoffed, "A system? Utter rubbish. Hey, I find that remark quite distasteful. Is there a need for discrimination against abilities?" Li Yingshi retorted, moving around the front of the car to engage Lu Xiang in debate. Lu Xiang, however, paid him no heed, shooting him a disdainful glance and urging, "Everyone's on board. Are you going to linger and reminisce with that woman?" Upon hearing this, Meng Qingzhong promptly started the vehicle, responding with a hint of deference. "We're leaving now." "Humph." Lu Xiang scoffed, casting a glance at Joan outside the window. "Women are just trash. Huh, you're just a postnatal creation. Yet you dare to indulge in discrimination. Truly disgraceful for men. Li Yingshi shouted, chasing after the car in a fit of anger. He had always detested the prejudices surrounding abilities in this post-apocalyptic world. In his view, possessing powers was never something to boast about. Lu Xiong and Amp, Oppos, S. previous remarks not only reflected discrimination against abilities but also against gender, directly stepping on Li Yingshi and Amp, Oppos, S. sensitive toes. Postnatal? Joan pondered, watching the vehicle recede. Had humanity already discovered the means to acquire abilities? Otherwise, why do you think the base consistently has so many nature-based abilities users? Li Yingshi replied, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Every time we undertake a mission, there are inevitably sacrifices among abilities users. The base manufactures a batch of abilities users to ensure a steady supply of crystal cores. What does the base require crystal cores for? If it's as currency, they have other options. For research purposes. After all, such a tiny crystal core can bestow eternal life upon a zombie. Are you not curious? Li Yingshi responded almost casually, though his gaze remained fixed on Joan, observing her reaction. Eternal life? A body devoid of emotions, consciousness, and action? Is that what they refer to as eternal life? Joan met his gaze unwaveringly, her eyes sincere, devoid of any evasion. Li Yingshi's smile faded as he pointed the dagger at Joan. The blade mere inches from her skin. Do you not understand that I could easily pierce your skull with this dagger in an instant? Joan smiled calmly, unperturbed by the threat, and gently pushed the dagger aside with her fingertip. Captain, who exactly are you? Why did you only sustain superficial injuries during the explosion? And why did the rampaging zombies specifically avoid you? Li Yingshi's tone grew stern. The seeds of doubt that had been sown the moment he encountered Joan now beginning to sprout amidst their recent interactions. Perhaps I was just lucky, Joan replied, her expression unchanging as she deflected his inquiries with casual banter. You did not breathe. What exactly are you? The blade pressed closer, nearly touching her brow. So the captain was already aware. I am merely a zombie with human thoughts, yet without the malice of humanity, a pure-hearted creature. Joan raised her hands above her head in a gesture of surrender. I simply wish to make a living. How many others like you exist? None. I only know of myself. Joan deliberately withheld the existence of 01, the black market entity she would never mention. She had no malicious intent, unlike 01, who sought to consume anyone in sight. Li Yingshi, half convinced, retracted his dagger. You'd best be honest. Yes, I am quite honest. Once I find a good family for my brother, I will leave the base and pursue a free-spirited life of wandering. Joan nodded repeatedly, then added, my brother is human. Captain, why did you walk away? Once Joan finished her explanation, she turned to find Li Yingshi had already taken a few steps back. What's wrong? Aren't you supposed to be making a living? It's almost mealtime, and you're still here? Li Yingshi, hands behind his back, resumed his nonchalant demeanor. He had never intended to confront Joan. He merely sought to validate his suspicions. It was clear to him that Joan was of the same ilk, lacking grand ambitions and merely wishing to drift through life. Even though one of them had become an abilities user and the other a zombie. Both were content to float through existence. Chapter 48. Food as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a radiant glow across the ground. Joanne and Liang arrived back at the base, one following the other. No sooner had they stepped inside than Joanne found herself confronted by her mother. In recent days, Joanne had deliberately avoided her, but today they unexpectedly crossed paths. Joanne and Oppos, S. mother, stooped and with hair now flecked with gray, bore deep-set eyes that seemed clouded and devoid of life, her face a tapestry of wrinkles. Despite only a few days apart, she appeared even more aged. There are no crystal cores today, Joanne replied coldly. At her words, Joanne's mother silently withdrew the half-extended hand, fear flashing in her eyes. I did not come to ask for a crystal core. Tomorrow, the base will distribute food. Pausing, she timidly raised her gaze to Joanne, and upon seeing no hint of impatience, continued, if I can obtain an apple, I will save it for you. No need, Auntie. You should keep it for yourself. Joanne replied, as an ability user, I am well provided for. Besides, the base may not even allocate food to you. Although Li Ying was not privy to the complexities of Joanne and Amp, Oppos' relationship with her mother, he was perceptive enough to read the tension. Captain, we should go, Joanne stated, unwilling to linger any longer, and gracefully sidestepped her mother to leave. Her mother opened her mouth, attempting to retain her, but ultimately the words faded into a deep sigh. The evening breeze rustled her tattered garments, creating a haunting sound. The following day, the base buzzed with rare activity. Ordinary citizens formed long lines early, eagerly awaiting the distribution of food. Once they received their rations, they would voraciously devour it on the spot, even scavenging for any crumbs that fell. A few hoped to take some home to share with family, yet they often found their meager provisions snatched away before they could take more than a few steps. Food was not a guarantee for all. It was determined by a lottery. Only a fortunate few among them would be graced by Lady Luck. For an extended period, the inhabitants of the base had primarily relied on the ability users who ventured out daily to gather sustenance. With a large population and limited abilities, the situation was dire. In this apocalyptic world, where the masses faced scarcity, it was a miracle for most ordinary individuals to eat a hearty meal even once a week. Hence, in this seemingly thriving base, there were daily casualties resulting from hunger and disease among the outer layers. Yet, their lives weighed so lightly, like feathers dropped into water, creating no ripples. I wish they would finish distributing the food soon. Qiao Lele couldn't and oppose. T help but complain, halting her task of recording the list and stretching her arms in a grand yawn. Almost done, they and oppose. VE already distributed more than half, a colleague reassured her, gently massaging her shoulders. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Qiao Lele's face, her round almond-shaped eyes transforming into crescent moons. I truly envy them. They do nothing. Yet they cling to life with such tenacity. Even a dog knows how to protect its owner, and a pig can be raised for sustenance. Yet we are burdened with these seemingly useless people. Qiao Lele chuckled as she observed a group of emaciated individuals fighting over a potato. Their frail bodies barely able to withstand the struggle, yet they exerted every ounce of strength to harm their fellow beings for a morsel of food. Such weak and repugnant creatures. She wrote heavily on the personnel list. Once the food distribution concluded, Qiao Lele's list was filled to the brim. And upon closer inspection, it became evident that all the names were male. No worries about next month's crystal course, she exclaimed joyfully, waving the list in front of her colleague, filled with delight, having just wrapped up her duties in the outer layer. Qiao Lele hurriedly made her way back to the inner building, seamlessly taking the elevator down to the laboratory on the basement level. Chapter 49. A mind full of malice. The expansive laboratory was enveloped in an almost palpable silence, as dozens of staff members, clad in identical lab coats, diligently engaged in their respective tasks, their expressions devoid of emotion. Some were engrossed in documenting experimental data, others were shaking test tubes conducting various experiments, while a few were organizing equipment. Even when Qiao Lele made her unexpected entrance, they remained unfazed. "Lele, you're here," exclaimed the bored Qiao An, who had been perched on a lab table, staring into space. Upon spotting Qiao Lele, he joyfully leaped down to greet her. Seeing him approach, Qiao Lele extended her hand to take his. "How was your day?" Qiao An relished being led by Qiao Lele. He squinted happily, swinging his arms in a playful manner as he replied, "Lele, I and Oppos. VE completed all the tasks you assigned to me. Brother praised me for being good." "Is that so? You and Oppos, quite remarkable." Qiao Lele feigned surprise, raising the corners of her lips in a smile as she commended him. "You are truly a good child. Lele loves you the most." However, Qiao An's affections were reserved primarily for his sister, followed by Lele, Uncle Jiang, and Brother Jiangge. With a look of exasperation, he counted on his chubby fingers. "That and Amp, Oppos. That's all right. As long as you love your sister," Qiao Lele said affectionately, tousling his hair before inquiring, "How's your sister doing?" At the mention of his sister, Qiao An and Oppos' face scrunched up like a withered gourd. Pouting, he lamented, "She eats more and more every day, yet is never satisfied." Qiao Lele was pleased with this response. She couldn't help but pinch Qiao An's plump little face, chuckling. "That's because your sister is still growing. Don't we all hope that Xiao Ci grows up quickly? But she's really eating too much lately, and if she's still hungry, she throws tantrums. Then I shall find more food for Xiao Ci. You see, this is the list of provisions I have prepared for her for next month." Qiao Lele handed Xiao An the list she had compiled, a thick stack detailing the names of those receiving food. "How long will we have to wait this time?" Xiao An asked, his face clouded with concern as he turned to the laboratory personnel behind him. "The newly developed virus acts swiftly. Within a week, they will begin to perish. Unlike before, this strain is contagious. If the infected bodies are not disposed of promptly, those who come into contact with them will also succumb within a week." One of the lab staff replied respectfully, pausing in their writing. "Does that mean the entire outer layer will become food for my sister?" Qiao An exclaimed with delight, clutching the list tightly as he envisioned the glorious scene of next month. "At that time, we will publicly declare this a plague. Once Xiao Ci has devoured all these people, I shall recruit new humans to the base." Qiao Lele mused, Her spirits lifted at the thought. What about the ability users? Jianggu, who had been silently observing, could no longer contain himself and interjected. His demeanor was darker than before, his right arm adorned with a purple armband. And his eyes, concealed behind glasses, radiated a chilling indifference, as cold as a frigid pond. Humans who acquire abilities without the use of serums will also be susceptible to infection. But do not worry. We have prepared a vaccine for you, Qiao Lele reassured him, patting his shoulder. If you are concerned about Qiao An, we can generously prepare a vaccine for her as well. Jianggu, with a stoic expression, brushed off her hand from his shoulder, stating, no need. How callous of you. If Qiao An knew she had saved such an ungrateful wretch, how heartbroken she would be. Qiao Lele quipped, dragging out Qiao An's name with a teasing tone. But she is fortunate. Even a great explosion could not bring her down. Perhaps she will be just fine this time as well. Such a remarkable woman, could she truly just be part of the system? Qiao Lele playfully questioned. Her almond-shaped eyes fixed on Jianggu, scrutinizing every flicker of emotion on his face. Jianggu remained silent, locking eyes with her, the atmosphere thickening with an icy tension, suffocating in its intensity. Suddenly, Qiao Lele broke the silence with a light laugh. I was merely asking a casual question. Look at your dark expression. Let us change the subject. I'm here to inform you about tomorrow's meeting. The higher-ups suspect that some nature-based ability users have caught wind of the serum's secrets. They will use the meeting as a pretext to gather them together. You should listen carefully to their thoughts and identify any potential threats. How many people? Jianggu adjusted his glasses, his voice cold. Well, not too many. A substantial number have perished during recent missions, so there are probably just over 100 left. Over 100? You overestimate me, he retorted. Feeling utterly fatigued just from listening to those in the building, adding another 100 would surely be his undoing. Oh, it's not that I overestimate you. It's Mr. Zhang's confidence in you. After all, this is all his arrangement. I'm merely the messenger, Qiao Lele exclaimed, spreading her hands with a smug smile directed at Jianggu. This impudent young man, who maintained such a disdainful attitude towards her, would surely find himself overwhelmed this time. Jianggu couldn't and oppose. He helped but scoff, his fist clenched, cracking ominously as his knuckles turned pale. Chapter 50 Departure. The day swiftly passed, and as night descended, the darkness deepened, with the moon hiding behind clouds, rendering the night even quieter. Joanna, meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Someone was coming. She donned her coat and stepped out of her bedroom, only to bump into 01, who appeared to have just risen as well. They exchanged a knowing nod and together approached the door to open it. A familiar figure stood at the entrance, Jianggu, his face devoid of expression as he regarded Joanna. There are some things I need to tell you. Ah, please come in, Joanna replied, momentarily taken aback, and stepped aside to allow him entry. The three of them gathered in the living room, with Jianggu and Joanna sitting opposite each other. Throughout the encounter, 01 was completely ignored by Jianggu, who hadn't spared him a glance since entering. Was he invisible? 01 felt somewhat vexed and squeezed himself beside Joanna, fixing his gaze intently on Jianggu. Under the intensity of his stare, Jianggu finally glanced at him and inquired, "Who is this?" "A friend," Joanna said, pushing 01 aside with a resigned expression to maintain a safe distance from him. A friend, indeed. Jianggu regarded 01 with a discerning look, choosing not to elaborate further. "What brings you here so late?" Since they had entered the Hope Base, this was Jianggu and Amp, Appo's first contact with her. Joanna had thought they would never meet again after that day. "Can you step away for a moment?" Jianggu asked, directing his gaze at 01. "Huh? Is it something unspeakable?" 01 retorted, feeling an aversion towards this man, whose gaze made him uncomfortable, as if tainted by something foul. Jianggu remained silent, shifting his attention back to Joanna. "It's fine. He is not an outsider." Joanna awkwardly chuckled. "Is that so?" Jianggu adjusted his glasses, concealing the cold glint in his eyes. "It would be best for you to leave the base as soon as possible. It is not safe for you here." Joanna was taken aback. "Not safe? Why?" she asked, perplexed. "There is no reason. It is dangerous here. You should leave. That is all I can tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jianggu rose to leave. Joanna was left bewildered by his abruptness. Why come in the middle of the night to say this? She did not stop him as he departed. It didn't matter. At this point, she had already endured enough, being bitten by zombies, burning, and everything else. For Joanna, as long as the sky did not collapse, it was not truly dangerous. "You should trust me." Jianggu glanced back at Joanna with a profound look before closing the door. "I do not like this human," 01 frowned. This human emits the same foul odor as those who previously imprisoned him, repugnant and nauseating. Joanna nodded in agreement. I dislike him too. He feels even more unsettling than before. I do not wish to consume such a human. You may not eat him even if you wanted to. As long as I draw breath, you are forbidden from consuming humans, Joanna said, clutching her clothing as she walked towards her bedroom. 01 did not appreciate her words. Yet he recognized the truth in them. Unable to argue, he could only grind his teeth in frustration. Shall we leave then? Do you actually believe him? Joanna turned to look at 01, asking with a sidelong glance. Neither of us are human. What is there to fear? Let us stay calm. If we leave, where will we find such a comfortable place to stay? That is a valid point. 01 nodded slightly and returned to his own bedroom, feeling reassured. The lights went out. The night regained its tranquility. The moon shone with an eerie hue, the surroundings enveloped in a gray mist, leaving Qinlin unable to discern his environment. All he could hear were the terrified screams of people, their anguished cries, and venomous curses. He was alone, surrounded by a panicked throng, thousands fleeing in chaos like headless flies, unsure of where to escape, yet unable to stop, for if they did, they would be crushed into pulp by the great hand descending from the sky. Qinlin wished to flee as well. His face was pale, sweat-soaked hair clinging to his forehead. His body trembled uncontrollably, teeth chattering. But he could not escape. He had yet to find Joanna. The crowd surged like a massive wave, tossing the frail Qinlin up and down, driving him towards an unknown destination. He attempted to resist, flailing his arms and shouting, all in vain. The overwhelming stench of blood and the harrowing cries assaulted his fragile nerves. The world flickered between black and white. Buildings collapsed around him. Yet he still could not find Joanna. He understood that this was merely a nightmare. Though previous dreams had been terrifying, he could always spot Joanna at a glance. But this time, no matter how fervently he searched, she eluded him. The oppressive nightmare made it difficult for him to breathe, as though someone were clutching his heart. Sister! Sister! Qinlin called out in panic, suddenly jolting awake from the dream. His pupils constricted, fear threatening to spill from his eyes. The clothes on his back were drenched in cold sweat, and his palms were clammy with perspiration. A prophecy, a prophetic dream, had returned. Qinlin weakly hugged himself, burying his face in his knees, sobbing softly. Chapter 51. A fortuitous encounter the following morning. In the grand conference hall of the building, the practitioners of the natural powers gathered for their monthly reporting session. Qiao Lele listened attentively, her face adorned with a radiant smile, occasionally jotting down notes. The meeting was brief, concluding in just over an hour. Once the attendees dispersed, Jiangge, his complexion ashen, handed the recorded list to Qiao Lele. Having overexerted his abilities, his frail body could hardly withstand such fatigue. The list contained only 5 names, prominently featuring Li Yingshi. This was indeed a significant individual. Qiao Lele pointed to Li Yingshi's name and remarked, he is currently the captain of Qiao An. If we eliminate him, Qiao An will inevitably face repercussions. Do as you see fit. I must return to rest now, Jiangge replied weakly, looking as if he might faint at any moment. Do you not care for her? She has nothing to do with me. Qiao Lele chuckled, if she is of no concern. What prompted you to visit her late at night? Are you following me? Jiang Ji's expression shifted, anger flashing across his face. He had been exceedingly cautious yesterday. How could this woman have discovered his actions? Qiao Lele seemed to peer into his thoughts, smiling as she said, you are a distinguished practitioner of the heavenly powers. Is it too much to assign more personnel to ensure your safety? Humph. Jiangge, aware that he was no match for her at present, could only let out a cold snort in resignation. One day, he would break free from the constraints of the base. Will you be reporting tonight? I plan to send someone to deal with these individuals tomorrow, coincidentally testing this batch of experimental subjects. If Qiao An is unfortunate, she may be swept away as well. Qiao Lele waved the list in her hand, offering a well-meaning reminder. Do as you please. Haha, very well. If Qiao An meets her demise, do not blame me. After all, I have already warned you. Qiao Lele tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze gradually turning fierce. The following day, due to the other 3 still being unwell, Qiao An and Li Yingshi were assigned to different teams. By sheer coincidence, this new team happened to belong to Meng Qingzhou. Inside the vehicle, the atmosphere was tense, with Lu Xiang's furrowed brow capable of crushing a fly. He harbored a disdain for women, particularly Qiao An. It was sheer luck that she had survived last time. If only an opportunity arose. It seemed that fate had heard his fervent wishes, as they soon encountered a horde of zombies. Unlike before, this time they did not retreat. Instead, they flung open the car doors, leaping out and preparing for battle. The zombies before them were merely the most basic kind, with not a single second tier among the dozens present. Lu Xiang disdainfully observed the slowly shuffling zombies nearby. I am more than sufficient on my own. As Qiao An and Li Yingshi exited the vehicle, they overheard this proclamation, exchanging knowing glances before bursting into laughter. What audacity! Unbeknownst to them, their laughter caught Lu Xiang's ear, and he arrogantly lifted his chin, declaring, "What right does a worthless woman have to laugh? When faced with zombies, do you not hide behind men?" Qiao An rolled her eyes in disbelief, pondering who had been sheltering behind whom just over a month ago. He certainly had a poor memory. Sensing the tension, Meng Qingjong hurriedly interjected. "Let us not dwell on this. The zombies are approaching. We should prepare for battle." With few individuals present, their team, originally 5, now included Qiao An and Li Yingshi, making a total of 3 practitioners of the natural powers and 4 from the heavenly powers. Despite Lu Xiang's contempt for the lowly zombies, Qiao An had sensed danger from the outset. Among that group of basic zombies was a formidable monster concealed within. Chapter 52. The arsonist Lu Xiang's extraordinary ability was gold, and the dozens of metallic daggers he casually flung seemed to possess a life of their own, targeting the vulnerable temples of the zombies with precision. With each thrust and withdrawal, the crystalline cores were extracted. Meng Qingjong and Appos' ability mirrored his steadfast character, rooted in earth. He, alongside Yang Zihao, diligently erected earthen shields to protect their team members. The horde of zombies posed no challenge to them. Thus, Qiao An and Li Yingshi leisurely stood by, some smoking while others stared vacantly. Lu Xiang harbored a dislike for Qiao An, who reciprocated his sentiments, and thus had no intention of warning him about the impending danger of the zombie swarm. The more relaxed they felt, the more exhilarated they became. Having lived under the shadow of zombie attacks for so long, it was finally their turn to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Lu Xiang, consumed by a bloodthirsty fervor, found his distant manipulation no longer satisfying. He gradually approached the undead, yearning to relish the carnage up close. Noticing the others also succumbing to the thrill of slaughter, Qiao An finally interjected, "It's dangerous over there. Come back." "Shut up. To be afraid of such a few zombies is truly embarrassing," Lu Xiang retorted, quickening his pace. Qiao An could only shrug in resignation and turn to Li Yingshi, saying, "I and Appos warned them." They chose not to listen. Li Yingshi feigned a troubled expression, exhaling a cloud of smoke as he replied, "The captain is aware. You've done your best, and so has he. Shall we head back then?" Qiao An inquired tentatively, considering that despite the danger posed by the monster, the 5 of them should be capable of overcoming it. "If that is the case, then let us return." Li Yingshi extinguished his cigarette and turned to leave. Qiao An happily followed, relishing the prospect of having such a remarkable superior. Suddenly, a scream erupted behind them, halting their steps. "Help!" A team member barely had time to cry out before being engulfed in flames. The zombie horde was suddenly surrounded by raging fire, igniting the unsuspecting few among them. The blaze was fierce, impossible to extinguish, as the team members writhed in agony on the ground, desperately pleading for assistance. Meng Qingjong panicked, hastily manipulating the damp earth to quench the flames, but the soil merely dried up and crumbled to dust upon nearing the fire. A figure burst forth from the inferno. It was Lu Xiang, engulfed in flames, his visage obscured, resembling a fiery apparition from hell. "Save me!" Lu Xiang cried out in torment, reaching for Qiao An as he staggered toward her. The sudden turn of events left both Qiao An and Li Yingshi momentarily stunned. Meng Qingjong, gripped by desperation, collapsed at Qiao An and Appos' feet, pleading, "You can save them. Please, save them." "Meng Shu, it and Appos, it's not that I don't want to help, but they are already lost." Qiao An frowned, sorrow etched across her face, equally astonished by the unfolding tragedy. The flames raged, and in the brief span of their conversation, several team members had turned to ash. The arsonist gradually revealed himself, advancing from the fiery chaos, leaving burning footprints with each deliberate step. Meng Qingjong gazed in horror at the zombie, rendered speechless, frozen in place, unable to move. The creature boasted a hulking physique, its face grotesquely disfigured, rendering its features unrecognizable and instilling dread. What was most terrifying was the flame manipulated by its hands, radiating an intense heat capable of melting even Lu Xiang and Appos' daggers. Zombies can possess abilities too? Li Yingshi, his expression grave, shielded Qiao An behind him, whispering, "We must flee." "Captain, you're trembling," Qiao An observed, her gaze downcast. "Is this the time for that?" Run. This was the first time Qiao An witnessed Li Yingji in a state of panic, a stark contrast to his previous composure. His hands trembled uncontrollably, yet he still strained to pull the incapacitated Meng Qingzhong and Qiao into safety. He understood well that they were no match for this zombie, which was far above their level and could manipulate abilities, complicating matters further. Qiao An, a voice called, causing Qiao An to halt in her tracks. It was the zombie. Qiao. The previously slow-moving zombie suddenly surged forward, crashing violently into Li Yingji's shoulder. Ugh! Li Yingji groaned, his brows furrowing as he staggered back, collapsing to the ground. The moment the zombie and Appo's touch ignited his shoulder, flames surged wildly, consuming his body. As the zombie prepared to attack again, Qiao An immediately stepped in front of the two, summoning her ethereal arm, which descended forcefully, pinning the zombie beneath her fists. The immense power exerted by Qiao An left the two behind her speechless. Li Yingji, gritting his teeth, used his ability to extinguish the flames engulfing him. But his shoulder was already charred and immobilized. Qiao An cautiously observed the zombie's movements, noting that its crystalline core still flickered. Her earlier strike had not vanquished it. Qiao An. The zombie groaned as it shakily rose, its already fragmented body further deteriorating, with flames gushing from its wounds like molten lava. Chapter 53. My superpower today? I fear I must make my final confession here. Li Yingshi ignited a cigarette with one hand, gazing at the distant horde of zombies, and let out a light chuckle after taking a drag. No. I'm dragging him. You all run. Meng Qingzhong stammered in a state of panic, attempting to erect an earthen wall with his abilities, only to be halted by Li Yingshi. Are you really willing to risk your life using your powers like this? What? Meng Qingzhong looked at the pallid Li Yingshi in confusion. Since we are destined to perish, I might as well tell you. For those of us who have acquired powers through pharmaceuticals, each use of our abilities drains our vitality, inching us closer to death. Li Yingshi scoffed, his eyes gradually turning crimson as his body began to mutate. Qiao An sensed something was amiss and immediately unleashed her powers, trying to save Jianggu as she had before, but this new virus was beyond her control, relentlessly assaulting Li Yingshi's mind. Meng Qingzhong and Qiao An were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, while Li Yingshi appeared nonchalant. His breathing grew labored, and his body temperature waned, soon leading him to lose consciousness. As the cigarette dwindled, Li Yingshi struggled to stand, devoid of any sensation of pain. Aren't you curious about my abilities? This time, I will indulge myself. Watch closely. He slowly raised his arm, and the air turned arid as a translucent sphere of water began to form in his hand, swelling larger by the moment. It's been so long since I used my powers, I've almost forgotten how. His speech became increasingly halting, eventually morphing into the guttural sounds of a zombie. Captain. Qiao An inhaled deeply, forcing herself to remain composed. The water sphere grew larger, sufficient to encase a person, yet he persisted, requiring more and more water. His body could barely withstand the strain, teetering on the brink of collapse. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed as Li Yingshi and Appo's body finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Captain. Qiao An and Appo's ethereal arm caught the massive water sphere, lifting it with determination while she cradled the fallen Li Yingshi. However, despite his transformation into a zombie, he had expended all his abilities to forge the water sphere, leaving him with no strength to manifest a core. He was beyond the possibility of becoming a zombie. Qiao An held Li Yingshi's lifeless body, her head bowed in silence. Above them hovered the pure water sphere, resembling a full moon suspended in the sky. Uncle Meng, you must drive away. Leave this to me. Qiao An and Appo's voice trembled, yet she refrained from tears, feeling only sorrow. But you. Meng Qingzhong felt a deep sense of helplessness, resenting his inability to intervene as others made sacrifices. I can no longer bear to witness anyone else sacrifice themselves. Uncle Meng, you must escape. Gently, Qiao An laid Li Yingshi and Appo's body on the ground and approached the stationary zombie. For reasons unknown, this particular zombie had remained still, allowing the flames to consume its form. Qiao An, the crystalline core within his mind repetitively echoed her name, yet he could not recall who she was. Who are you? Qiao An raised the water sphere high above them, the sunlight refracting through the water, creating an ethereal spectacle. Save Qiao An. The zombie lifted its flame-ravaged arm, revealing charred bones. It could no longer control the fire consuming its body, surrendering to the inferno. Let it burn. Qiao An froze, her mind blank, her ethereal arm losing strength as the water sphere cascaded down, extinguishing the flames engulfing the zombie and Appo's body. Yet, It had been ravaged beyond recognition, with only the crystalline core and its mind still flickering faintly. "What are you saying?" When Qiao An heard the words "let it burn," her heart plummeted into an icy abyss, chills coursing through her. This phrase had only been spoken to her by Zhou Jane, who was now deceased, his body never to be found. Hadn't the base promised to give him a proper burial? Why was he here? How could he have become this? Qiao. The core flickered its last light, extinguishing completely. Inside the building, Qiao Lele intently observed the disappearing red dots on the screen, a smile creeping onto her lips. All cleaned up, indeed. But fear not. Your dear Qiao An is still alive. What a fortunate soul. Look, this dot here is her. She pointed at a blinking red dot on the screen. I wonder how much longer it will remain lit. This has nothing to do with her, Jianggu reiterated coldly. Though he said this, he could not help but glance at the screen when Qiao Lele pointed. What a contradictory man. Qiao Lele couldn't resist the urge to comment. Chapter 54. The Porter. In the first week of July, dozens of superhumans perished heroically while executing their missions. By the second week of July, an unknown infectious disease began to spread in the outer layers, causing the rapid deterioration of bodily organs within 24 hours, resulting in a death toll of 486 individuals. In the early morning, an eerie silence enveloped the air, still tinged with a chill. Zhou An donned protective gear, wrapping herself tightly to shield against the virus. She stood still, awaiting the arrival of her fellow team members. Ever since the death of Li Yingshi, she feigned sorrow outwardly while secretly investigating the high-ranking officials of the base. During the day, she scoured the area, and by night, she released her mental energy to probe the inner workings of the base. Alas, the vastness of the facility, with its towering structures and numerous high-ranking personnel, made her search exceedingly arduous. Yet, she uncovered the existence of a laboratory within the base, where numerous advanced zombies were held captive. Since the outbreak of the disease, the corpses of the deceased had been secretly collected by the upper echelons. Zhou An had once left a trace of her mental energy on one of the bodies, but once it entered the inner layers, it vanished without a trace, leaving her unable to discern the reason. "Anin, you've arrived quite early today." A voice interrupted Zhou An's thoughts. She looked up to see two figures clad in identical protective suits approaching, Sun Shimiao and Zhao Hu. Following Li Yingshi's demise, Zhou An had been appointed as the team leader, while Yang Zihao, upon recovery, had been reassigned to another team and had not been seen for several days. "It's getting late. I wonder how many bodies we will have to transport today," Zhou An mused, her expression clouded with foreboding. Indeed, their daily task had become the grim duty of moving corpses from the outer layers, dealing with bodies infected by the virus from dawn until dusk. Despite their protective suits, one misstep could lead to infection. The upper management's arrangements were glaringly designed to bring about their demise, specifically Zhou An's. "Let us double-check our protective gear. Once we confirm everything is secure, we shall set out," Zhou An stated solemnly, her gaze fixed on the two. She was prepared to sacrifice herself, but wished to spare the innocent from suffering the same fate. "Everything's fine, let us proceed," Sun Shimiao replied after a thorough inspection. She appeared significantly thinner than before, her petite frame barely filling out the protective suit. Perhaps it was due to the relentless task of transporting bodies. Or perhaps the recent loss of two team leaders weighed heavily on her spirit. A week prior, she had succumbed to despair but quickly rallied, adopting an optimistic demeanor to comfort her grieving teammates. The outer layers. The rampant virus claimed countless lives daily. The specter of death loomed over this unfortunate group, who were powerless to change their fate. The few who managed to survive gradually succumbed due to the scarcity of food and water. The sheer number of deceased was overwhelming. No matter how tirelessly they worked to transport the bodies, the task seemed insurmountable. Unattended corpses would soon begin to rot, exacerbating the already dire conditions of the outer layers. With an expression devoid of emotion, Zhou An flipped over a decaying and foul-smelling body. In recent days, she had encountered far too many of these grim scenes. Transitioning from initial discomfort to a calm acceptance of her grim reality, she hoisted one corpse onto her shoulder while using her other hand to grasp another, coldly discarding them into the transport vehicle. What was referred to as a transport vehicle was, in fact, a large truck. Its cavernous interior already piled high with the bodies they had collected that day, resembling a small mountain. Just as one vehicle reached capacity, another empty truck arrived without delay. "Inan, do you want to take a break?" "Don't overexert yourself," Sun Shimiao said, tossing her load into the truck. Noticing Zhou An standing motionless, she inquired with concern. "I'm fine. Let us keep moving," Zhou An replied, shaking her head with a neutral tone. "Zhou An. No, wait. Captain. Come quickly." "Zhao Hu. who had been engrossed in rummaging through the bodies from a distance, suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of both women. Chapter 55. The runaway child. The two rushed over upon hearing the sound, only to find Zhao Hu wearing a grave expression as he addressed Qiao An. Captain, prepare yourself. I am perfectly fine, Qiao An replied dismissively. What gruesome corpses had she not encountered? Even those infested with writhing maggots would not deter her. Very well then. Zhao Hu gently turned over the female corpse nearby. The moment Qiao An beheld the face of the deceased, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. She stood frozen, unable to collect her thoughts. It was her mother's lifeless body, now even more emaciated than when Qiao An last saw her. Reduced to little more than a skeletal frame, Qiao An harbored resentment towards her mother. She had contemplated the possibility of her mother's demise without any feelings of sorrow. She believed she was indifferent. Yet, upon witnessing her mother's corpse, an overwhelming sadness enveloped her. 1,000 times more painful than the day she was cast out by her family. Her heart felt as if it were being cleaved by a blade. Her lips trembled uncontrollably. In that moment, she realized that she did not truly hate her mother. Rather, she yearned for her unconditional love. The hatred birthed from love would ultimately dissolve back into love. Indeed, she simply desired her mother's affection. Yet now, her mother was gone. Who would love her now? She felt like a child who had run away in defiance, simultaneously wishing her mother would never seek her out while desperately longing for her to catch up and comfort her, coaxing her to return home. But she could not wait. When she turned back, her mother was no longer there. She could hardly discern what Sun Xinyo and Zhao Hu were discussing, her body numb. When she regained her senses, tears streamed down her face. Sun Xinyo gently tugged at the hem of Qiao An's clothing, attempting to rouse her from her stupor. I'm fine. I'll move the body, Qiao An replied, donning protective gear that prevented her from wiping away her tears, allowing them to flow freely. She bent down, tenderly brushing the dust from her mother and Appo's face, carefully lifting her onto her back, and slowly made her way to the vehicle. Her mother felt surprisingly light. It turned out her life bore so little weight. With a soft thud, a shriveled, rotten apple rolled from her mother's hand, coming to rest at Qiao An's feet. She had exchanged it for an apple, yet she had not awaited the child who loved apples. Perhaps she had loved Qiao An all along. The apple struck heavily upon Qiao An and Appo's heart, shattering it, which was already riddled with wounds. At this moment, emotions that had been suppressed for over 20 years poured forth. Large tears fell one by one upon her face shield, blurring her vision of the path ahead. Mother, how wonderful it would have been if you had loved me sooner, Qiao An murmured softly, struggling to suppress the sobs rising in her throat. The journey to the vehicle felt interminably long. Merely reaching it had exhausted all her strength. She carefully laid her mother down, selecting a comfortable position to prevent other corpses from pressing against her. The remainder of the time passed in a blur for Qiao An, and it was not until nightfall that she emerged from her dazed state. Chen Lin and Ling Yi were by her side, sensing the profound sorrow that enveloped her, though they were unaware of her ordeal. Sister, Chen Lin called softly as Qiao An and Appo's eyes began to focus. What is it? Are you all right? Don't worry, I'm fine now, Qiao An replied, attempting to smile, but failing to muster any genuine joy. One can deceive others, but not the body. If you don't want to smile, then don't. It looks rather frightening, Ling Yi remarked, furrowing his brow as he reached out to gently lift the corners of her mouth. This looks much better. Thank you both. Are you really thanking me? Ling Yi asked incredulously, as if witnessing a miracle. Yes, I truly appreciate it, Qiao An affirmed sincerely. Ling Yi beamed, leaning closer. Then let me go. Not a chance. I'm merely expressing my gratitude. Qiao An firmly declined, her sadness not impairing her clarity of thought. You, bad woman, Ling Yi exclaimed, flustered as he pointed at her. Qiao An did not deny it, nodding in agreement. Yes, indeed, I am a bad woman. What of it? I'm here. Ling Yi's interruption lightened her heart, and she steeled herself to commence today's exploration. Determined, she vowed to uncover the secrets of the base. Chapter 56. The opening. After a night devoid of slumber, at the break of dawn, Joan donned her attire and arrived at the assembly point. She was oblivious to the number of lives lost the previous day. All she knew was that the trucks came incessantly, unable to carry away the countless bodies. Today, she pondered, how many more souls had departed? Before long, Sun Xinyo approached her at a brisk pace, announcing, The higher-ups have informed us that we need not collect the bodies today. Why? Joan inquired, perplexed. Are we to leave them there to rot? I cannot say. Sun Xinyo replied. We were merely instructed to return and rest for the day. Very well. Zhou An removed her protective gear, revealing her pallid visage. With the task of body collection lifted, she returned home to continue her investigation into the base. As she reached her doorstep, a familiar presence enveloped her, Jiangge. His arrival was timely. Zhou An had attempted to contact him multiple times during this period, yet he had remained elusive. Now, he appeared before her unbidden. Eagerly, she pushed open the door, exclaiming, "You have finally come." Jiangge, seemingly anticipating her return, replied calmly, "I am here to inform you that you must leave." Leave? Why? Zhou An pressed, her mind racing with thoughts of the virus. She took a seat opposite Jiangge, ignoring the grim expressions of 01 and Qinlin. "It is something far more terrifying than the virus," Jiangge stated, his countenance stiffening. "What is it?" Zhou An pressed further. Jiangge offered no immediate response, instead locking eyes with her intensely. "If you wish to survive, it would be wise to leave the base today. Clarify your words." The answer was so close. Zhou An yearned to know. "I have made myself clear. It is time to go." Jiangge glanced at the time and rose to depart. Zhou An, unwilling to let him leave so easily, blocked the doorway. "Explain, what is this terrifying thing?" Jiangge met her gaze for a prolonged moment and uttered two words with an air of nonchalance. "Zombies." With that, he circumvented Qiao An and exited. At the mention of this, Zhou An and Amp, Apos, S heart sank. Without a moment and Amp, Apos, S hesitation, she unleashed her mental energy to probe the outer layer. No wonder they were ordered to return earlier. The base had transformed the outer layer into a graveyard. The bodies were beyond removal, and the base had released all the contained zombies, allowing them to feast on the remains. Zhou An conducted a hasty assessment and estimated that over 100 high-level zombies roamed freely, a number that closely matched that of the nature-based abilities users. Recalling the initial fire-type zombies and the recent scarcity of nature-based abilities users, Zhou An suddenly grasped the dire reality. 01. Zhou An called out urgently. Startled from his stupor, 01 jumped. "What is it?" Decided to chat with him? "You must take Qinlin and leave the base immediately," she commanded. "What? You believe that man's words?" 01 retorted, harboring a deep disdain for Jiangge. Had it not been for Qinlin's restraint, he would have surely given that man a beating. "And what about you?" Qinlin inquired, worry etched across his face as he looked at Zhou An. "I must warn the others, and there are many survivors still outside. I need to rescue them," Zhou An asserted, making her way toward the exit. 01 seized her arm, exclaiming, "You intend to play the savior?" "No, I do not aim to be a savior. I cannot even save myself." Zhou An shook her head, struggling against 01's grip, but his hold was too firm. With a hint of a smile, 01 enunciated deliberately, "In that case, we shall leave together." "No, you must go first. I have to inform the others. Understand, with our abilities, escaping here is a trivial matter. If you intend to save others." 01 trailed off, fixing his gaze on Zhou An, awaiting her response. "You and Qinlin should go first." Zhou An replied resolutely, breaking free from his grasp. Watching her retreating figure, 01 felt a surge of frustration as he raked his fingers through his hair. He found himself in turmoil. On one hand, he relished the thought of Zhou and Apos' demise, yearning for the freedom that would bring. On the other hand, her death would spell his own, and that was not a prospect he could celebrate. He valued his life. "Brother-in-law, aren't and Amp, Apos, do you going to pursue your sister?" Qinlin asked anxiously. "Chase what?" "Didn't and Amp, Apos, she tell me to take you and leave?" 01 replied impatiently, lifting Qinlin as though he were a chick and leaping through the broken window. Qinlin had never encountered such a display and clung tightly to the white cloud in his arms, exclaiming for him to slow down. 01 paid him no mind. Hoisting Qinlin, he summoned a giant python and soared into the sky, ascending dozens of meters into the air. To Qinlin, who could not perceive mental energy, 01 seemed to have taken flight, a spectacle so captivating that he momentarily forgot his fear. They soared high above the outer layer, now resembling a hellscape. Hordes of low-level zombies voraciously devoured human corpses like ravenous beasts. Those unable to secure a meal scavenged for fresh bodies, while high-level zombies displayed disdain for carrion, instead pursuing the surviving humans. In a frantic scramble for safety, humans fled, only to be relentlessly pursued. Once caught, the zombies would mercilessly snap their prey and Apos' necks, tearing their heads from their bodies. The remaining zombies would then swarm, devouring the still warm flesh, leaving behind nothing but a pool of blood. What a scene of utter despair, having evaded the virus, yet unable to escape the clutches of the zombies. The survivors yearned for escape, yet the doors remained locked tight, impervious to their desperate cries for help. Who was it that closed the door of hope, trapping them in this realm of desolation? Chapter 57, Collective Escape. At the pinnacle of the building, a strikingly beautiful young woman quietly pushed a man in a wheelchair, both admiring the scenery outside. Just one more hour, and we can send Qiao An to clean up the battlefield, Qiao Lele remarked respectfully, her head bowed. The man in the wheelchair appeared frail. His skin, mottled and brown, stretched tightly over his skeletal frame, as if a mere gust of wind could disperse him. He hung his head weakly, emanating an aura of decay. Mr. Jiang, you must be feeling quite pleased now, Qiao Lele said, a peculiar flush creeping onto her face, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with excitement. Her voice trembling. The man offered no reply. Only the chilling wind from the rooftop carried the stench of blood. Ha ha, how forgetful I am. I apologize, Mr. Jiang, for I have neglected to remember that you passed away 2 months ago. Her face contorted in a grotesque expression of overexcitement as she greedily inhaled the sanguine air. Soon, just one more hour, and she would acquire Xiao Xi and Amp, Appos, S crystal core, granting her infinite power and liberating her from a life of fear. The mere thought of it filled her with uncontainable joy. After toiling for so long, she would finally have her wishes fulfilled. Sir, please watch closely. I shall prove to you that I am right. Having laughed enough, she wheeled the chair to the edge of the rooftop, forcefully adjusting his neck so he could gaze outside. When he lifted his head, he realized his eyes had long been gouged out, leaving behind dark, hollow sockets, filled only with an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Qiao An was in a state of frantic urgency, weaving through the chaotic throngs of the dead. She had just relayed the dire situation outside to the hundreds in the mid-level, where some were skeptical, others terrified, and a few immediately donned their gear, eager to fight their way out. After a brief deliberation, someone finally proposed the idea of a coordinated breakout. None wished to perish. Fully aware that remaining in the mid-level was tantamount to awaiting their demise, their only hope lay in breaking free. Under this person and Appos' leadership, they swiftly formed several teams, equipped and ready to charge through the encirclement. As empowered individuals, their physical prowess was remarkable, and with the aid of weapons and vehicles, they could easily handle ordinary zombies. As long as they avoided high-level zombies, their chances of escape were significantly bolstered. Qiao An and Amp, Appos' task was to eliminate as many high-level zombies as possible to secure their escape opportunity. She attempted to exert her psychic control over the zombies, but their crystal cores appeared distinct from the usual ones, making them exceedingly difficult to dominate. Some would even go berserk before she could reach their cores with her mental influence, causing her heart to sink. Given that this path was unfeasible, a direct confrontation was their only recourse. Qiao An strategically attracted the high-level zombies, aware that eliminating them one by one was far too slow. Time was of the essence. She needed to gather them together and deal with them all at once. As she fled, she dared not pause. The number of zombies behind her swelling into a small horde. Should she stop, these formidable foes would overwhelm her. High-level zombies differed from their ordinary counterparts in that they had been elemental ability users in life, enabling them to wield powers even after death. Some conjured earthen shields to block her path, while others hurled metallic thorns or unleashed flames, lightning, and gales against her. No matter how swift or agile Qiao An was, she could not withstand the relentless barrage of attacks from the zombies. Thorns lacerated her cheeks, lightning struck her shoulder, and she was compelled to shatter the earthen barriers obstructing her path. Flames burned behind her, and though she longed to extinguish them, she could not afford to pause. Exhausted and bloodied, Qiao An found herself in a desperate state. Fortunately, on the other side, the ability users had successfully reached the gates of the base. If they could just open that door, safety would finally be within their grasp. Chapter 58, Desire Hope lay just ahead, and Joanna finally ceased her flight. With unwavering resolve, she turned and stood tall, despite her myriad of wounds. The horde of zombies, hot on her heels, erupted in jubilant roars, surging forth as if to engulf her entirely. Joanna closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a faint crimson hue enveloped her, concealing a bloodthirsty intent. With a resounding boom, the zombies that had lunged at her were sent flying several meters away. The ethereal arms behind her spread wide, resembling the wings of a malevolent demon. Joanna's eyes burned a fierce red, her hair billowing in the wind, as the savage urge within her clamored for release, awakening the most primal hunger of the undead. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. She darted to the side of a zombie, plunging her hand into its skull to extract the crystal core, shoving it into her mouth. This core bore no refreshing chill like the previous ones. Instead, It was tinged with bitterness. Joanna grimaced, attempting to dispel the unpleasant taste. Distasteful. Suddenly, a steel spike shot forth, piercing her arm. One after another, various abilities assailed her. Seizing the opportunity, the other zombies closed in once more. It hurts. It hurts. Joanna removed the bloodied spike from her arm, crying out in agony. As more and more skill struck her, she felt as though she were drowning in her own world, repeatedly exclaiming her pain. The ethereal arms twisted and contorted, responding to her cries. Her voice abruptly halted, and the twisted arms froze as if someone had pressed the pause button. Ha ha ha, let us all suffer together. Joanna suddenly erupted into wild laughter, her body trembling with the force of it. Accompanied by her maniacal mirth, the ethereal arms rampaged against the zombies, smashing them into the ground, reducing them to mere pulp. Along with their crystal cores. So hungry, so painful, so hungry, so painful. Joanna incessantly repeated these words, her desires clamoring for satisfaction. The ethereal arms lifted a zombie high into the air, tearing it apart, blood and entrails raining down. Joanna joined in the fray, grappling with the remaining zombies. When one bit her, she retaliated, her mouth filled with the taste of rotting flesh. In this moment, Joanna had wholly devolved into a zombie, her crimson eyes reflecting an insatiable hunger and brutal aggression. She lost her sanity amidst the sea of crimson, descending into madness. As she lifted a zombie, poised to crush its skull, a faint whisper reached her ears. Joe, who is it? Joanna paused, gradually regaining her composure. Joe. It was the zombie in her grasp. A glimmer of confusion flickered in her red-tinted gaze as she tilted her head, recognizing a familiarity in the creature, yet unable to recall who it was. Who is it? Who is it? She searched her memory for this elusive figure, but found only the echoes of slaughter. Unthinkable. Joanna murmured, her grip tightening involuntarily. The ground began to rise, forming a dirt shield that defended her from the approaching zombies. Joe. The zombie in her hand fell silent, its crystal core dimming. Gazing upon the earthbound shield, a flood of memories surged into Joanna and Apos' mind. She remembered. He was the vice captain. Her crimson gaze began to darken, reason suppressing the ravenous desire as the ethereal arms returned to their normal state. Here it comes again. Joanna covered her face wearily, unwilling to confront the reality of Yang Zaheo transformed into a zombie. One by one, why must they all perish? Why must they die before my very eyes? Joanna and Apos' voice cracked, her heart heavy with desolation. I wondered why I could not find them. It turns out they were all right here. A light-hearted female voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up to see Jolili approaching, a broad smile gracing her face as she led a curly-haired young boy toward her. The boy looked at the sea of corpses, not a trace of fear on his face, but rather a frown of discontent as he muttered, "This is too messy. My sister will be displeased." He raised his arm, targeting a high-tier zombie, and in the next moment, that zombie vanished without a trace. The remaining zombies were swiftly eliminated in the same manner, leaving only Yang Zaheo behind Joanna. Step aside. Qiao An raised his arm, pointing at Joanna. Joanna stood her ground, unyielding, her eyes deep as ink, unfathomable. Sister Lele, can we kill this person? Qiao An inquired, glancing back. Of course, but Jianga might be upset if he finds out. Qiao Lele replied with a nod. Then please make way. I do not wish for Jianga to be angry. Qiao An regarded Joanna with discontent, yet she remained oblivious. Her face twisted in hatred toward Qiao Lele. There and Apos, as no other way. I and Apos, am afraid. My apologies. Qiao An sighed, then attempted to eliminate the obstructive Joanna using his powers. Instead of disappearing, Joanna suddenly seized Qiao An by the neck. What have you all done? The unexpected turn of events startled both Qiao Lele and Qiao An. They had not anticipated Joanna was no gentle soul. Sister, it hurts. It hurts. Qiao An gasped, struggling in agony, his legs flailing as his face turned crimson. Joanna hesitated. He was merely a child, and she loosened her grip slightly. However, as soon as she relented, Qiao An broke free and quickly plunged a syringe into her body. Just as Joanna attempted to speak, she lost consciousness in an instant. Thank you ever so much. Kind sister. Qiao An caressed his reddened neck, his eyes shimmering with a darkness not befitting his age. Chapter 59. It and Apos. It's all your fault, huh? To think she is a zombie, yet retains her humanity. No wonder she always manages to survive. You truly did not realize she was a zombie? Fortune, it seems, cannot be thwarted. You must immediately investigate why she still possesses her sanity. In a haze, Qiao An heard Qiao Lele's voice. She wished to open her eyes. Yet her eyelids felt as heavy as lead. "Oh, you're awake." Qiao Leilei's voice drew nearer, and Qiao An finally managed to open her eyes. She found herself confined to an experimental table, her limbs immobilized, her neck tightly secured. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, she comprehended her predicament. Through the protective glass, Qiao Leilei gazed at Qiao An with a look of triumph, her greedy eyes fixated on her. "Why do you still retain your sanity? You transformed the ability users into zombies, didn't you?" Qiao An seethed with rage, her voice rising. "Indeed, but do not blame us. Blame yourself," Qiao Leilei confessed unabashedly. "We initially aimed to develop a serum that could restore zombies' rationality. Had you appeared sooner, we would not have resorted to experimenting on them." "That's a fallacy." Qiao An clenched her fists, her anger threatening to erupt. "What about the outsiders? Those ordinary people? Them? Living is merely a waste of resources. Better to eliminate them altogether. You understand the scarcity of resources in this apocalyptic world. Naturally, I must reserve what remains for those who are useful," Qiao Leilei explained earnestly. Then provocatively retorted, "Don't you agree, Jianggu?" Jianggu, his expression dark, leaned against the wall, choosing to ignore her. Ever since he learned that Qiao An had been captured, he had remained here, grappling with the decision of whether to side with Qiao Leilei or assist Qiao An. Both were formidable. Qiao An and Apos' strength was an unknown, while Qiao Leilei and Apos' control over Qiao An and Xiao Ci was not to be underestimated. Who would ultimately emerge victorious? "What do you take humanity for?" Qiao An rebuked, her veins bulging with fury. "You ask me what I take humanity for? Huh? A zombie like you questions my view on humanity?" Qiao Leilei erupted into laughter, as if she had heard the greatest joke. What else could it be but resources? She lifted several bloodstained silver armbands, her lips curling in disdain. If they had obediently remained in the middle tier, they would not have met their demise so swiftly. Alas, I do not favor disobedient resources. Gazing at the armbands, Qiao An's pupils constricted, a dull ache blossoming in her chest. They had been so close to hope. Why had it come to this? Oh, by the way, when I arrived, they actually thought I was there to rescue them. Even in death, their disbelief was palpable. Isn't that laughable? Qiao Leilei exaggeratedly mimicked the scene from that day, almost delirious with glee. At that moment, the laboratory doors swung open, and Qiao An bounced in. Joyfully reporting, "Sister Leilei, I've cleared out all the corpses and zombies from the outer layer. When can we let Sister out?" "Well done, Qiao An. Once the uncles and aunts in the lab have thoroughly studied her, we will release Xiao Ci," Qiao Leilei praised, affectionately ruffling his hair. Hearing that there would be a delay, Qiao An and Apos' spirits dimmed, and he mumbled, "Wasn't it said that she could be let out today? Why the wait? Be patient, Qiao An. You see, she is also a zombie, yet retains her sanity. Once we and Apos' completed our research, we will be able to restore Xiao Ci and Apos' rationality as well." "Really? Can we truly restore my sister and Apos' sanity?" Qiao An exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he leaned against the glass, gazing at Qiao An. "Of course it's true. Why would your sister lie to you?" Qiao Leilei pressed her lips together, suppressing a smile. Initially, she had worried about the possibility of failure leading to a loss of reason, but with Qiao An as an example, she felt reassured. As long as they conducted their research thoroughly, just a little longer. Meanwhile, unable to bear the weight for Qiao An any longer, 01 abandoned by Yun and Chen Lin, returning to the base to seek her out. How infuriating it was. Why must she risk her life and endanger him as well? The more he thought about it, the more agitated he became, kicking at a corpse lying by the roadside. Chapter 60. Sincere betrayal. After Qiao Leilei departed, a group of fully armed laboratory personnel approached Qiao An with their instruments. She attempted to harness her mental powers, only to discover that her limbs were weak and her mind was clouded. Not only was it impossible to break free from the metal restraints, even raising a finger required immense effort. The glaring overhead lights rendered Qiao An unable to open her eyes, obscuring their faces while she felt her body subjected to a series of unknown injections. At that moment, she resembled a fish on a chopping board, completely at their mercy. "Help, help me." In her daze, Qiao An seemed to glimpse Jianggu, and she emitted a faint distress signal with her waning mental energy. Others could not hear her, but Jianggu surely would. As anticipated, the previously indifferent Jianggu slowly approached the protective glass upon hearing her voice. He did not rescue her. His dark eyes remained devoid of emotion, resembling a cold pool reflecting Qiao An's agonized expression. "Why?" Qiao An's eyes widened. The pain of having her marrow extracted perhaps contributing to her anguish, compounded by Jianggu and Apos' indifference. She had saved him, yet he turned a blind eye to her impending demise. How could I have misjudged? Jiang mused bitterly, adjusting his glasses. Speaking in a tone only Qiao An could discern. I thought you possessed great abilities. After assisting you so many times, how did you end up in such a predicament? Why? Qiao An stared intently at Jiang beyond the glass, persistently questioning. There are not so many whys in this world. People do not act for others. They act for themselves. Jiang scoffed. I once foolishly considered binding my fate to yours. How absurd. But you are indeed bound to me, Qiao An retorted, suppressing her physical pain to force a smile. Now help me escape. I will not hold past grievances against you. A hint of something other than indifference flickered across Jiang and Appo's face. Contempt. Are you still unaware of your predicament? You are delusional. I shall grant you one last opportunity. Release me. Qiao An stifled her smile, her tone turning grave. Jiang, having already sided with Qiao Lele, felt a sudden unease upon witnessing Qiao An and Appo's demeanor. Had he made the wrong choice? No. The base was abundant in resources, and with Qiao An and that monster, they were beyond Qiao An's reach. The words she spoke were merely the desperate gasps of a dying soul. He could not be deceived. Convinced of her feigned strength, Jiang dismissed her with disdain. Resign yourself to your fate. The one awaiting death is you. With that, Qiao An ruthlessly withdrew the mental energy she had previously bestowed upon Jiang. Instantly, she felt a surge of relief in her desire to protect Jiang's life. She had endured grave injuries without reclaiming her strength. Now, it seemed her goodwill had been wasted. The corpse toxin, unrestrained, ravaged Jiang and Appo's body like a wild beast unleashed. Realizing something was amiss, he hastily rolled up his sleeves, discovering his arms had turned a ghastly hue, an indication of infection. He turned to Qiao An, his face draining of color. You. Before he could finish, he transformed into a zombie. Kill them, Qiao An commanded coldly, using her mental energy. The newly transformed Jiang obediently opened an isolation door, staggering towards the researchers engrossed in dissecting Qiao An. The laboratory personnel, focused entirely on their work, were utterly unprepared for the emergence of a zombie in their secure inner sanctum. With a swift bite, Jiang sank his teeth into one of the researchers, whose anguished scream pierced the air. The others, caught off guard, turned to see two of their colleagues had transformed into horrifying zombies. Panic ensued as they abandoned their tools and fled in terror. Unaccustomed to facing zombies, they were no match for the undead. Amidst cries of despair, blood stained the white lab coats. In mere moments, several fell victim to the ravenous horde. Qiao An freed herself from her restraints and perched upon the laboratory table, surveying the zombies kneeling before her with a regal demeanor. You betrayed me, she stated with a calm inflection, pointing at Jiang. With a thunderous sound, Jiang was reduced to a pulpy mass, blood splattering over Qiao An, who remained unfazed. He had truly frozen her heart. You extracted my marrow, you severed my flesh, you drained my blood, and you. Qiao An methodically pointed out, each accusation resulting in another explosion of gore. Once the zombies were dealt with, Qiao An consumed their core crystals, her wounds gradually healing as her mental energy replenished. It was now their turn. Descending from the high platform, she picked up a tattered garment and donned it before striding into the depths of darkness. Chapter 61. A few slaps within the vast expanse of the building. An eerie silence prevailed. Joanna drifted through the corridor, resembling a specter. What are you doing here? Qiao An exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes widening as he beheld Joanna, her face expressionless and marred by fresh bloodstains. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. I came to find you, Joanna replied in a detached tone, her dark irises gradually turning crimson, revealing a palpable aura of malevolence. You killed them? You monster! Qiao An shouted, instinctively turning to flee. At that moment, he was engulfed by fear of Joanna, grappling with the perplexity of why his powers failed to affect her. Logically, anything devoid of life should succumb to his spatial abilities. Zombies, lacking vitality, were easily contained, regardless of their hierarchy. Wasn't he Joanna a zombie? Why could he not ensnare her? He realized he was no match for her and needed to seek assistance from Sister Lele. Monster? Pray tell, who among us is the true monster? Joanna interjected, blocking his path with an imposing presence as she gazed down at him. Step aside, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Qiao An barked, his demeanor fierce. Dismissing his threats, Joanna seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly before her. You are human, yet devoid of any compassion, she stated coldly. Cough. Let me go. Qiao An gasped, struggling to free himself from her grip. Joanna and Amp, Oppos, S fury surged uncontrollably. She raised her hand and struck him sharply across the face. The resounding slap echoed through the corridor, leaving Qiao An and Amp, Oppos, S plump cheek ablaze with humiliation. The impact rendered him momentarily dazed. In all his years, Joanna was the first to strike him. Everyone else had treated him with deference, vying for his favor, yet this woman dared to assault him. You dare strike me? I will kill you. I shall chop you into pieces and feed you to those monsters. Qiao An seethed, enraged and humiliated, flailing in the air. Without flinching, Joanna raised her hand once more, delivering several more slaps to his other cheek. This slap signifies your trampling of life. This slap embodies your hidden malice. This slap reflects your utter lack of manners. Satisfied, Joanna cast him to the ground, her voice firm and commanding. I spare you for the sake of your youth. But should you dare commit evil again, I shall consume you whole. With that, she turned to leave. Qiao An lay sprawled on the ground, his face swollen and disfigured, tears and snot streaking his visage, utterly humiliated. He hunched over, lips twitching, glaring venomously at Joanna and Oppos, S retreating form, his expression grotesque as he shouted, Damnable monster! You shall pay. Joanna paused momentarily, glancing back to see Qiao An, his arm outstretched in a malicious gesture directed toward her. Just outside the building, Lingy suddenly sensed an overwhelming zombie presence, far exceeding Joanna and Oppos' strength. Alarm coursed through him. He needed to expedite Joanna and Oppos' escape. As he prepared to force his way into the building, a deafening roar shattered the air, and a colossal zombie, towering 100 meters, materialized, collapsing the structure. The giant zombie loomed like a mountain, its limbs as thick as pillars, its features indistinct, barely resembling a human form. Each of its movements generated tremors, its might formidable. With a thunderous bellow, the zombie raised its arms, sending something crashing into the ruins below. Joanna! Lingy shouted in alarm, his face pale with urgency. Chapter 62. Release me, and I shall save you. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Joanna barely had time to react before she was slammed to the ground. The immense impact caused her insides to ache as though they were being crushed. The jagged remains of a collapsed building pressed painfully against her back, instantly fracturing her spine. The colossal zombie, seeing that she had not perished, let out a thunderous roar and raised its enormous palm, spanning several meters, to strike her. Injured and weak, Joanna had no strength left to evade. She could only watch helplessly as the massive hand descended upon her. Joanna! At that moment, a familiar figure rushed forward like a gale. With a resounding crash, the giant hand struck the ground, but beneath it was nothing but emptiness. I told you not to come back. Look at you now. 01 exclaimed, cradling the coughing Joanna while dodging the collapsing debris, his voice filled with exasperation. You could have died alone, but don't drag me down with you. That thing is truly grotesque. It's enough to make anyone lose their appetite. Joanna pressed her hand to her mouth, blood seeping through her fingers and staining her clothes. Are you going to die? 01 panicked, glancing down at Joanna, who had half closed her eyes, looking utterly feeble. Don't die, please don't die. He frantically retrieved the crystal cores he had gathered earlier that day, feeding them one by one into Joanna's mouth. However, Joanna was far too weak. Having just endured dissection, her body was in a dire state, and she could not even manage to swallow, relying instead on the crystals to dissolve in her mouth. But such a process was excruciatingly slow. 01's striking eyes flickered with conflict. Never mind, her life was of utmost importance. Resolutely, he closed his eyes and bit down hard on his wrist, crimson blood gushing forth. He pressed his wrist to Joanna's lips, nourishing her with his lifeblood. The moment their lips met, an extraordinary sensation coursed through 01, causing him to shudder and momentarily falter, nearly missing the monster's assault. In her stupor, Joanna suddenly felt a refreshing stream flow into her body, alleviating the fiery pain within her. Her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, her mouth greedily sucking for more, yearning for the soothing essence to mend her shattered form. Hey, don't get carried away, 01 exclaimed, exasperated by her ravenousness. This woman, who had refused to consume human flesh, now drank in his blood with insatiable greed. Despite his annoyance, he did not withdraw his arm, allowing Joanna to continue her desperate intake. Moments later, signs of recovery finally appeared in Joanna. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze meeting 01's smooth jawline. It was he who had saved her. You're awake. Now that you are, stay put. I need to deal with this ugly creature. 01 had already had his fill of running away. With Joanna conscious, he could now confront the beast without hesitation. Cough. Are you okay? Joanna intended to ask if he could manage, but inexplicably, The words that escaped her lips were, "Can you do it?" "I'm more than capable," 01 replied with confidence. He had just dodged the giant zombie S-strike and, seizing the opportunity, found a secure spot to place Joanna safely. "I say, if I kill this monster, will you let me go?" 01 squatted before Joanna, enticingly questioning her. "No." This woman was truly infuriating. "If you refuse, I'll allow this monster to kill you. We could die together, but it would go on to slay countless more humans, including Shinlin, who isn't far from here," 01 stated slowly, each word draining the color from Joanna's face. Suddenly, the monster attacked, its colossal hands nearly blotting out the sky, casting a shadow of death over them. Yet, 01 showed no intention of dodging, instead waiting for Joanna's response. In this moment of dire urgency, Joanna finally shut her eyes and cried out, "I agree." With that, the giant hand was halted mid-air, the wind swirling around Joanna's flowing hair. Then watch closely. The sound of 01's joyful voice reached her ears. Joanna opened her eyes to see him effortlessly catch the descending giant hand with a single hand. With a nonchalant smile, he declared, "Now it's my turn." His flowing black hair gradually transformed into a silvery hue, and his dark eyes reverted to their original golden color, reminiscent of the first time Joanna had laid eyes on him. "Sister, devour him," Little N commanded from atop the zombie's shoulder. "Roar." The giant zombie responded with enthusiasm, swinging its arms to attack 01 from both sides. Boom. Dust erupted, blurring their vision. Little N's face gleamed with satisfaction. Those who offended him would be crushed to pieces. Joanna stared blankly ahead, realizing that 01 had not dodged. Too slow, ugly creature. Just as both had assumed 01 was doomed, his disdainful voice echoed from above. Little N's expression changed dramatically. He looked up to see the silver-haired man standing right above him. An invisible sense of dread washed over him. This man exuded a different kind of pressure than Joanna. Joanna's presence instilled a fear of strength, while this man invoked the terror of being preyed upon. "Sister," Little N cried out in desperation, refusing to succumb to fear. He had little CI. Chapter 63. The villain falls victim to his own words in a flash. 01 appeared before Qiao An, his hand pressing down on the ladder and Apos' head with disdain. "So this is the hideous creature you have nurtured," he remarked with evident loathing, trembling in fear. Qiao An stood frozen, terrified that this man might end his life in an instant. For the first time, he felt the chilling proximity of death. 01 scrutinized Qiao An and Apos' swollen head, expressing his distaste. "No wonder the zombies you raise are so grotesque. It seems the apple doesn't and Apos' fall far from the tree." With that, he lifted his arm, and, much like he had tossed Joanne earlier, he callously hurled Qiao An away. Joanne, indifferent to the plight of humanity, observed as Qiao An plummeted from hundreds of meters above. Even with her formidable recovery abilities, she knew he would suffer grievously. After all, he was merely a human. In a state of terror and despair, Qiao An fell, his body crashing heavily to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Having dealt with the troublesome child, 01 felt a surge of satisfaction and leapt onto the massive head of the zombie. Behind him, 3 enormous pythons awaited, tongues flicking in anticipation of their meal. "Feast. My serpentine friends, indulge to your heart and Apos' content," he beckoned, releasing the pythons. The serpents dispersed, each targeting a different spot, ripping into the zombie with ferocious bites, leaving it bloodied and howling in agony. The zombie, tormented and flailing, rolled against the ruins, desperately attempting to shake off its attackers. The pythons, manifestations of mental energy, were impervious to physical harm. In fact, the zombie's position made it even easier for them to tear into it. From a distance, Joanne watched 01, standing beneath the moonlight, his silver hair seemingly glowing as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. 01 caught sight of her and, with a smug grin, asked, "Am I impressive?" Joanne felt a twinge of embarrassment. Truly, his charm was fleeting. Yet, recognizing his prowess, she made an effort to cheer him on, only for her intended praise to transform into a warning. "Be careful." Alas, it was too late. The previously subdued zombie suddenly surged to life, seizing the still self-admiring 01 and shoving him into its mouth, beginning to chew. Ha ha ha, pride precedes a fall. Chalele, who had been absent for some time, emerged from the debris, controller in hand. No wonder she had been missing. She had been lurking underground, waiting for the opportune moment. A smile graced her face as she approached Joanne. "Dawn and Apos, worry, your turn will come soon." Leaning down, she coldly lifted Joanne and Apos' chin, surveying her. What do you suppose your core will look like? Qiao An clenched her fists, glaring at her in silence. In the next moment, she bit down on Qiao Leilei's finger, severing it cleanly. Qiao Leilei was taken by surprise, the pain of losing her finger nearly causing her to faint. Enraged, she kicked Qiao An repeatedly, her gaze venomous. Qiao An spat out the severed digit, blood staining her lips a vivid red. Ugh, what a disgusting taste, she muttered, attempting to rid her mouth of the foul metallic flavor. Why is it that 01's blood is so palatable, yet this woman has taste of decay? Qiao An couldn't help but ponder. The effect of Qiao An's bite was immediate. Qiao Leilei's kick slowed, her body stiffening as she began to transform into a zombie. Qiao An, filled with disdain, pushed herself up and scolded, truly foolish. Did you think I would and Appo's bite you back? As Qiao Leilei and Appo's body became rigid, she struggled to reach for the button in her hand. Let and Appo's die together. She managed to press the button just before losing consciousness, a fleeting look of malice crossing her features. Damn it! Qiao An couldn't contain her expletive. Snatching the controller from Qiao Leilei's grasp. You wretched woman, why leave a trump card? The controller was no larger than a bottle cap, which explained why Qiao An had overlooked it initially. With a thunderous explosion, the giant zombie's head was blown apart, flesh and blood raining down, staining the sky a deep crimson. Chapter 64. Do not pretend with me. The colossal zombie collapsed, and the night once again fell into tranquility. However, Joanna found it impossible to feel joy, for her mental acuity detected a new peril, something far more dangerous than the giant zombie itself. With her gaze fixed on the distant remains, she quietly awaited her body's recuperation. Under the moonlight, she perceived a figure hunched over the carcass, feasting like a beast. The three giant pythons behind him writhed in agony, entangled and gnawing at one another. Yet, 01 seemed oblivious, voraciously consuming the flesh, causing Joanna to feel a wave of nausea. 01. Joanna attempted to call out. Only the stillness of the air responded. Can you hear me, 01? She raised her voice, and at last, he responded, tilting his head in confusion, his eyes filled with a ravenous thirst for flesh, a deep growl emanating from his throat. This was dire. Based on Joanna's past experiences with his berserk states, he was likely in one again. The recent explosion had been immense, and in his attempt to shield himself, he had unleashed his mental powers to survive. With a sudden howl, 01 screamed in pain after devouring a piece of meat. The pythons behind him struggling in their entanglement, each thrashing in different directions. Joanna could hardly believe her eyes. Indeed, misfortune had struck again. He had just consumed the crystal core of the giant zombie. The energy from the core surged into his already chaotic body, nearly causing him to explode. Floods drown the drowned, droughts wither the dry. Joanna was in desperate need of the core for her healing, but found it consumed by him. If only there was a way to reclaim that energy. As she pondered, she remained unaware that the frenzied 01 had barreled toward her. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Perhaps she could attempt to control him with her mental powers. Joanna realized that a trace of her mental energy lingered within 01's crystal core. Before she could utilize her abilities, he lunged at her, pinning her to the ground. This was the first time they were so close. Noses nearly touching, eyes locked, resembling affectionate lovers. Joanna felt no hint of shyness, only a chaotic rush of thoughts as 01's blood-soaked mouth hovered perilously above her. His gaze was indeed fervent, but it was a hunger for food. As Joanna tried to resist, she found his strength overwhelming. Her attempts to summon her mental powers were feeble, particularly against the backdrop of the tumultuous energy within him, which disregarded her entirely. 01 opened his mouth wide, poised to bite down. This was it. She was truly going to be devoured. A chill swept through Joanna's heart. Yet the other half remained warm as she spotted the crystal core still resting on his tongue, not yet assimilated. A daring notion sparked in her mind. Driven by an instinct for survival, Joanna leaned in, pressing her lips against his, and seized the opportunity to roll the remaining half of the crystal core onto her tongue and swallow it whole. In that moment, Joanna cast aside her prejudices, her morals, and her modesty, boldly claiming a flicker of hope for her survival. Even 01 appeared momentarily stunned, frozen in their peculiar and awkward position. The giant zombie's crystal core indeed proved extraordinary. Merely half of its energy restored Joanna's body to its former state and significantly amplified her mental prowess. Once rejuvenated, she exerted all her strength to push 01 off her, but he only pressed down harder. His golden eyes were clouded with confusion, the chaotic energy within him clamoring for an outlet. Where was it? He had just found it, but where had it gone? Frantically, he nodded Joanna, searching for that elusive release. Joanna found herself drenched in his saliva, barely suppressing an urge to exclaim a stream of expletives. "You ugh!" Before she could finish, 01 silenced her with his lips, transforming her protest into muffled whimpers. He found it in his mental disarray. 01, filled with joy, instinctively transferred the chaotic energy within him to Joanna. As she attempted to evade him, he seized her head with his hands. When she tried to close her mouth, he pried it open with his tongue. Joanna felt tears well up in her eyes. Was she being force-fed? Minutes passed, and the tumultuous energy within 01 gradually stabilized. His awareness slowly returning. "Are you still not letting me go?" Joanna, unable to voice her thoughts, could only convey her mental greetings. 01 remained motionless, feigning unconsciousness, though his heart raced wildly, nearly leaping from his chest. Joanna internally sighed in exasperation. "Do not pretend with me. I know you're awake. Your face is as red as a monkey's backside." Caught in the act, 01 swiftly retreated several meters, fleeing as if to escape. Joanna wiped the blood from her lips, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I never expected you to have such an appetite." With gritted teeth, Joanna declared, "Stop feigning death and speak. We need to settle this score." In the distance, 01 hung his head, nervously twisting the hem of his shirt, his eyelashes fluttering, and his cheeks flushed crimson. Chapter 65. No responsibility after consumption. The night was silent, and the moon hung high in the sky. 01 and Joanne maintained a delicate distance, exchanging glances but remaining wordless. Joanne was exasperated, while 01 felt a flush of embarrassment. Although he had lived in a laboratory since the dawn of his memory and had never witnessed the intricacies of human relationships, the encyclopedic knowledge imparted to him by humans contained such information. Having never tasted pork, he had at least seen pigs run. Reflecting on the recent occurrence, warmth surged to his face, an amalgamation of awkwardness, tension, excitement, and joy that was difficult to articulate, even more peculiar than the sensation of consuming a crystal core. In that moment, he resembled a bashful maiden. It was strange that, despite not being human, he experienced such emotions. Could it be because Joanne was akin to him? "I didn't mean to," 01 stammered, turning his face away, unable to meet Joanne's gaze. Joanne raised an eyebrow. What was this bashful demeanor? The once fearsome being, known for its desire to consume humans, now appeared as an innocent youth, inexperienced in the ways of the world. "And then?" Joanne asked, her expression softening as she crossed her arms and regarded him. "There's nothing more," 01 replied, his voice diminishing to a barely audible whisper, acutely aware of his own culpability. At that moment, Joanne and Apos' mind was busy with calculations. She lowered her voice deliberately and inquired, "Do you know what kind of person is allowed to kiss?" "And no, I don't," he stammered. Such actions were reserved for those who shared intimacy. What was their relationship? Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. He recalled that such gestures were typically reserved for partners, and he and Joanne. Seeing his flustered expression, Joanne realized she had successfully bewildered him. Steeling herself, she boldly stated, "Given the circumstances, you should seriously consider what to do next." Having witnessed 01 and Apos' formidable power, she had previously promised to let him leave. However, it now appeared that allowing him to depart could pose a significant threat. Moreover, his disdain for humanity made it plausible that he might engage in slaughter upon his departure. Thankfully, his innocent nature suggested that if she could keep him close and educate him, he could become an ally rather than a foe. Oblivious to Joanne's thoughts, 01 believed he had committed a grave error and felt as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Having kissed her, he was aware that he must take responsibility. Though they shared a kinship, he did not wish to consider Joanne as mate. Their personalities clashed. She forbade him from consuming humans and continually assisted them. The prospect of living together implied he would have to forego human flesh entirely. Suddenly, an idea struck him as brilliant. He could simply consume her, thus absolving himself of responsibility. With newfound glee, he approached her and declared, "I've made up my mind. I will eat you." Joanne was incensed by his response, her anger palpable. It seemed one could not apply human reasoning to a predator. With a strained smile, she replied, "Very well, then. Come and eat me." "Really? You're so kind, Joanne. I won't hold back," 01 exclaimed joyfully, calling her by her name as he prepared to bite her arm. Smack! A sharp, resonant slap echoed through the night. 01 remained frozen, unable to advance, his head buzzing from the force of Joanne's strike. "Ugh, you scoundrel. Have you forgotten that my mental power is still within you?" Joanne scowled, pinching his cheek. "You think you can consume me without consequence? Go ahead, try biting me." "Wah!" You promised you would let me go. 01 whimpered, feeling wronged. Despite having vanquished a colossal zombie. Let you go? So you can eat me instead? Do I look like a fool to you? Not at all. 01 admitted honestly. Then you shall stay with me and take responsibility. Qiao An asserted sternly, her crimson eyes glinting with danger. But I don't like you. Isn't it customary for humans to become partners only after mutual affection? 01 asked, his face a mask of reluctance. Qiao An regarded him with a knowing smile. Enunciating each word, humans can also marry before love or develop feelings over time. You can first fulfill your responsibilities, and as for feelings, we can cultivate them gradually. Who knows, you might come to like me in the future. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who would like someone like you, a wicked woman? 01 protested loudly, shaking his head vehemently. Qiao An smirked, playfully scrutinizing him. Really, you don't like me? And no. Ugh. The tables turned. And it was now 01 who found himself silenced by Qiao An's kiss. He stared, wide-eyed, at her proximity. Feeling the softness of her lips and the mingling of their breaths, the warmth that had just subsided surged back, his cheeks flushed crimson, spreading down to his collarbone. Qiao An, having long coveted the energy within 01 that remained unabsorbed, decided to take another kiss, intending to absorb the remainder completely. Chapter 66, The Understanding Cat. Bayun having concluded matters at the base, Qiao An wasted no time in returning to seek out Qianlin. Observing the awkwardness between the two, Qianlin and Appo's instincts told him that there was certainly something amiss. He inquired, "Sister, brother-in-law, what troubles you?" "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law," she called repeatedly. And now it seemed he truly was her brother-in-law. 01 felt a wave of frustration wash over him, almost to the point of tears. Huh? Sister? What is going on? Qianlin gazed at them with a curious expression. Qiao An was clad in a tattered outfit of unknown origin, evidently having endured a fierce battle. As for 01, his attire had scarcely survived the explosion, leaving him in a similarly disheveled state. Strangely enough, they appeared quite well matched standing side by side. Bayun, fetch us 2 sets of clothing, Qianlin commanded, noticing the grim expressions on their faces. He refrained from further questioning, knowing there would be ample opportunity for gossip later. Bayun meowed understandingly and promptly retrieved a pair of couple outfits for them. She felt a surge of joy within. It was her duty to safeguard her owner's relationship. A content cat is one that enjoys a harmonious home life. Could there be a more considerate feline in this world? The 2 individuals present fell into an awkward silence as they stared at the couple's attire on the floor. Shall we change to something else? Qianlin cautiously suggested. And the embarrassed pair nodded in agreement. To their surprise, Bayun continued to produce an array of 7 or 8 different styles of couple outfits. She proudly raised her chin, awaiting praise. How about this? If you dislike this set, I have plenty more to ensure my owners are satisfied. Truly. She was a cat of many talents, a blessing to her owners. Qiao An, fully aware of Bayun's thoughts through their mental connection, felt exasperated. Let us just grab a random set and change, she sighed, rubbing her forehead. She selected an outfit from the pile and sought a place to change. Seeing her leave, 01 picked an outfit as well, but was halted by Qianlin. The latter handed him an outfit identical to Qiao An's. Then instructed Bayun to gather the remaining apparel. With a serious expression, Qianlin advised, "Brother-in-law, I can only assist you to this extent. Your sister is a woman. If there is discord, you must be more attentive to her feelings." 01 responded with a look of utter helplessness, with no other options. He begrudgingly changed into the outfit. Meow. Bayun suddenly had a thought and produced a set of children's clothing from her space. Qianlin squinted in disbelief. This was clearly not a couple's outfit, but rather a parent-child ensemble. Once Qiao An emerged from changing, she was greeted by the sight of the 2 clad in matching attire, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. She contemplated saying something but, upon seeing Qianlin's eager expression, decided against it. Internally, she resolved to keep a watchful eye on Bayun during future clothing acquisitions to prevent such peculiar items from appearing again. With the base destroyed, Qiao An inquired, "What plans do you both have now?" "Let us capture humans for food. Those we cannot consume, we shall raise," 01 declared first. "Absolutely not," Qiao An and Qianlin replied in unison. Meow. Bayun chimed in, as even she understood that consuming humans was not an option at this time. With 01's idea dismissed, the trio, 2 humans and 1 cat, fell into a contemplative silence. Qiao An had initially intended to give up, thinking that becoming a zombie would be the end of it. However, she found herself still here, and now she felt adrift. 01, lacking ambition, simply yearned for the freedom to feast on humans and zombies once he emerged from the incubation pod. He had not anticipated falling into Qiao An's hands. Without the prospect of consuming humans, he felt lost. Chun-Lin, mourning the loss of his mother and uncertain of his father's fate, recognized that staying with Qiao An was his safest option. Though he longed to search for his father, the world was vast. Where could he even begin? Sister, how about we find a home? Chun-Lin suggested after a moment of contemplation. Wandering aimlessly is no solution. Human bases are not secure. Why can't we have a place to call our own? Meow. Bai nodded in agreement. Qiao An looked at Chun-Lin and then at 01. Deep in thought. This was indeed a sound proposal. Their combat abilities were formidable, easily able to handle low-level zombies, coupled with Bai Yun's spatial abilities to amass supplies. Finding a safe haven was entirely feasible. Living under someone else and Oppo's roof was never easy, especially after the ordeal with the Hope Base, which made Qiao An even less inclined to interact with humans. That sounds like a splendid idea. At dawn, we shall seek out a home, she affirmed. Can we go to the outskirts, perhaps to the countryside? Chun-Lin pleaded. Qiao An smiled gently. Of course, without your prompting. We would still seek a less populated area to settle. However, will you not feel lonely? Qiao An worried internally. Chun-Lin was still young and needed companions. Would their distance from humanity hinder his growth? Chun-Lin shook his head obediently. With you and brother-in-law, I am content, and I have Bai Yun to keep me company. Much better than those wicked individuals. Very well, it is settled then. Observing the warm interaction between the siblings, 01, who had remained silent, frowned. Is no one interested in my thoughts? Chapter 67. Stockpiling begins. The following morning, as the first light of dawn illuminated the horizon, gentle sunlight bathed the city. A white sedan sped down the broad asphalt road with a roar. Joanne pressed the accelerator to the floor, her spirits buoyant. In the passenger seat, 0 leaned against the window, marveling at the fleeting scenery, exclaiming, "You're faster than me. Joanne, could you teach me how to drive?" Joanne glanced over casually and replied, "Sure. But once you learn, you'll be the one driving, okay? Is that really a possibility?" 0 exclaimed with delight, eagerly nodding. "That sounds wonderful. A free driver." Just like that. Joanne hummed a cheerful tune as she drove straight to the bustling city center. "What brings you here, sister?" Chun-Lin inquired, observing the increasing number of zombies outside with a puzzled expression. Joanne pulled the car to the right and answered, "I need to gather some supplies. The White Cloud space isn't well stocked, and we must replenish it. How much are you planning to add?" Chun-Lin asked curiously. Joanne, wearing a mysterious smile, simply extended her index finger. "A supermarket?" she teased, pursing her lips and shaking her head. An entire mall?" Chun-Lin ventured boldly, swallowing hard, as his imagination ran wild. Joanne shook her head once more, before stating, "An entire district." Chun-Lin gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief. Had he misheard? "You mean an entire district?" He trembled slightly, gazing up at the towering buildings of the vibrant city, swallowing again in awe. The stark reality of the base's exterior, where humanity seemed emaciated, reminded Joanne of the critical importance of food. In this apocalyptic world, people would fight fiercely over a single potato or a drop of water. Though food might not be her immediate necessity, stockpiling it could never be a disadvantage. "Can it accommodate that?" 0 asked pointedly. "The White Cloud space can't possibly hold supplies from an entire district." White Cloud, sensing the pressure, began to meow in protest. "Don't worry. The White Cloud space can be upgraded. If we feed it enough crystal cores, it might just be able to accommodate it." Joanne replied with a radiant smile, lifting White Cloud and stroking its glossy fur. "Let us work hard together." White Cloud felt a pang of despair, realizing that the effort would rest solely on its feline shoulders. Joanne decided to first raid a large supermarket to stock up on convenient foods, followed by bulk items that would require personal preparation. As the trio entered the mall, the low-level zombies, sensing the powerful aura emanating from 0 and Joanne, cowered in corners, too fearful to move. "Fear, eat me, fear, master fear." Initially, Joanne intended to use her mental powers to scan for dangers within the mall, but instead, she was bombarded by the whimpering thoughts of the zombies. With their incessant chatter becoming overwhelming, Joanne irritably commanded, "Quiet. Otherwise, I'll devour all of you." To her satisfaction, the chaos in her mind dissipated instantly. Content. Joanne approached the luxury goods counter in the mall. Diamonds, emeralds, and glittering gold jewelry nearly blinded her. She casually slipped a solid gold bracelet onto her wrist, feeling its weight and reflecting, this is the weight of wealth. In the pre-apocalyptic world, she would never have dared purchase even a silver bracelet. White Cloud, collect everything, Qiao An declared, sweeping her hand as she decided to indulge extravagantly today, causing an entire display case of jewels to vanish into the White Cloud space. Next, the trio ventured into the supermarket section, which was a chaotic mess. The shelves had been stripped bare, with only unwanted remnants scattered on the floor. And the air was thick with the stench of rotting food. Naturally, with nearly 4 months of the apocalypse, it was expected that this place would be thoroughly looted. Lin surveyed the empty supermarket and asked, "Sister, should we move to another place? It looks like there is nothing here." Zero echoed the sentiment. "Don't rush. Let him guide us to a better location," Qiao An replied calmly, following the direction of his finger. They saw a zombie donning a supermarket uniform staggering toward them. The zombie showed no signs of aggression and respectfully led them through a secure passageway down to a large warehouse, where, after some fumbling, it opened the door. Before them lay a staggering sight, countless neatly stacked boxes of supplies. An abundance of rice, flour, cooking oil, a dizzying array of snacks, hundreds of beverages, and daily necessities. Lin and Zero were rendered speechless, while Qiao An proudly explained, "There are so many zombies here that it's difficult for ordinary people to enter. They can only take what's on the shelves. This is where we need to gather our supplies." "All right, you can go now," Qiao An waved dismissively. And the supermarket zombie staggered away. "Master, use it. Master likes it." The zombie mused contentedly, letting out a happy chuckle, prideful like a child. Chapter 68. Bayun's Advancement. Bayun, having barely managed to stuff an entire warehouse's worth of items, was now on the verge of bursting. "I can't take it anymore. Not a single box can fit." With a weary sigh, it lay languidly in Qiao An's embrace, letting out a feeble meow. Qiao An found herself in a quandary. Bayun's space was considerably smaller than she had anticipated. After fitting so few items, she was left pondering what to do with the remaining supplies. She turned to 01 and asked, "Do you have any high-grade crystal cores? Perhaps a few to help Bayun level up." 01, who had been sharing chocolates with Lin, paused in surprise at the question before replying. "No, I gave you all I had last time." "Oh dear. What should we do? The space is too limited. We can't and Oppos to even fit the chocolates." Qiao An feigned a sigh of disappointment. "What? Chocolates? How could we not fit chocolates?" Upon hearing this, 01 was immediately energized. He dashed over to Qiao An, glancing between Bayun and his own pristine wrist, his expression torn. Chocolates were essential. Resolute, he raised his hand and, with his sharp nails, made a small incision on his wrist. Crimson droplets emerged, resembling a string of exquisite garnets, ultimately pooling and dripping into Bayun's mouth. All right. My blood is far superior to the crystal cores. It will level up in no time. Just remember to store plenty of chocolates," 01 declared, retracting his wrist as he feared losing even a single drop more. "Wait, don't waste it." Qiao An gently grasped 01's arm, leaning down to kiss his wound, her moist tongue swirling around the remaining droplets before swallowing them. As delightful as before. She closed her eyes in bliss, her gaze tinged with crimson. 01, feeling a delightful tingling sensation in his wrist, turned beet red, frozen in place. "All done." Qiao An stood, licking her lips with lingering satisfaction. I, 01 stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. His face flushed as he averted his gaze from Qiao An. Yet, his eyes couldn't and damp. Oppos, helped but drift toward her rosy lips. The soft sensation from the previous night replaying in his mind. "Vixen." Meow. Bayun, having consumed 01's blood, let out a pained cry, contorting its body in distress. "Is Bayun all right?" Lin, drawn by the commotion, inquired anxiously. Upon seeing this, 01 thought to himself, "This is bad." He awkwardly admitted, "I forgot to mention. My blood might be a bit too nourishing. It needs some time to absorb." 01 and Oppos' blood served as an excellent tonic for his kind, while it was an incredibly potent elixir for lower-tier zombies. Typically, if a zombie could absorb it, they could ascend several levels. If not, they would meet a tragic end. Although Bayun had already developed two tails, its rank was not high, making these few drops both an opportunity and a trial. Unable to bear witnessing Bayun's suffering, Qiao An unleashed a fine mist of psychic energy that permeated Bayun's body, soothing the surging energy and channeling it into the crystal core. With Qiao An's assistance, Bayun indeed began to feel much better, even starting to revel in the experience. It stretched comfortably, savoring Qiao An and Oppos' nurturing. With the influx of energy, Bayun's crystal core grew increasingly radiant. Its tail began to sprout a third, followed by a fourth and a fifth. At last, when the final trace of energy was absorbed, Bayan and Amp, Oppos, S5 tails unfurled in their entirety. Chapter 69, Spatial Sharing. The successively advancing Bayun gracefully leaped onto Qiao An and Amp, Oppos, S shoulder, her 5 inky tails swirling behind her. Meow. She affectionately nuzzled Qiao An and Amp, Oppos, S chin, expressing her gratitude. My dear master, you are simply wonderful. I could weep with joy. A sudden dizziness engulfed Qiao An, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing amidst an endless expanse of wilderness, surrounded by desolate plains. There was no wind, no sunlight, and not a single living creature in sight. Where was she? Hadn't Oppos, she just been in the warehouse? Where were the others? Where was the food? Lost in her thoughts, the previously empty land suddenly overflowed with a mountain of supplies. Qiao An held her breath in astonishment as she approached, casually picking up a bag of chips and glancing at the neatly organized boxes. These were indeed the supplies from the warehouse. Could this be Bayun and Oppos' realm? Meow master, how did you end up in my space? Bayun's surprised voice broke her contemplation. As she blinked again, she found herself back in the warehouse. What were you daydreaming about? 01 waved his hand in front of her, inquiring. I think I might have connected with Bayun and Oppos' space? Qiao An herself found this notion incredulous. Extending her hand, she said, chips. To her amazement, a bag of chips materialized in her grasp. 01, Chenlin, and Qiao An were all equally astonished. Milk. Another box of milk appeared in her hand, and a wave of joy surged within her as she exclaimed, collect. The 2 items were indeed stored away in her space. It dawned on her that she could now freely utilize Bayun and Oppos' realm by merely envisioning the items. She could summon them. Bayun, you truly are the best little kitty. Qiao An gushed, overwhelmed with excitement, as she scooped up Bayun and showered her with affection. Bayun, dizzy from the affection, felt an immense sense of pride. Her master praised her for being a good kitty. Once the initial excitement subsided, Qiao An grinned broadly and declared, let us continue our gathering. After thoroughly raiding the first floor and the supermarket, she dashed up to the second level. This floor was primarily filled with fashionable clothing and exquisite accessories. Initially, Qiao An only intended to grab a few wearable items, but with such ample space at her disposal, she could easily accommodate an entire mall, even 10 of them. As she gazed upon the dazzling array of goods, she disregarded whether she would actually need them and simply grabbed them all. Her hands swiftly swept across a row of garments, and they vanished in an instant. Bayun, go collect from the adjacent store. It's too slow to do this alone, she instructed, and they split up, doubling their efficiency in the process. Meanwhile, Chenlin and 01 stood at the entrance, exchanging glances. Brother-in-law, how about I take you to the entertainment area? Chenlin kindly suggested. Before 01 could respond, Qiao An interjected, go ahead. I believe it will take me a while to finish here. With her approval, the 2 joyfully departed hand in hand. With a light-hearted stride, Qiao An flitted between clothing stores, leaving each one empty in her wake, save for a few couples' outfits she opted not to take. Just as she was finishing up in one shop, Bayun noticed the abandoned couples and Amp, Oppos' outfits left by Qiao An, hanging conspicuously on the rack. Meow. Bayun approached the lonely garments, swiftly collecting them into her space. Subsequently, anything that Qiao An intentionally left behind was diligently gathered by Bayun, who thought to herself, my master is so careless, it's up to me, her attentive little cat, to help. With most of the clothing collected, Qiao An eagerly made her way to the outdoor sports goods store. The sight of the myriad of products made her mouth water. These were the most practical items for the apocalyptic world. Tents, lighting gear, protective gear, cooking utensils, knives, tables, and chairs, she gathered them all. She stocked up on adventure equipment, recognizing that even if she didn't use much, it was better to have it on hand. She also collected breathable and sweat-absorbent sportswear, ensuring she had comfortable options, especially for those times when she faced zombies and needed easy-to-clean attire. She continued to gather protective gear and sports equipment, including basketballs, volleyballs, badminton rackets, jump ropes, and frisbees. The future was long, and having these items would allow her to play with Chenlin, providing both exercise and leisure. Next, she ventured into the food section, where rows upon rows of sports supplements caught her eye. Without bothering to read the labels, she began collecting whatever she could find. Protein powders, protein bars, nitrogen boosters, electrolyte tablets, energy gels, vitamins, creatine, collagen liquids. There was simply too much to process, and she hastily gathered them all. While Qiao An joyously collected her bounty, Bayun stumbled upon her own treasures. Strolling through a beautifully decorated pet supply store, Bai Yun's eyes sparkled at the sight of vibrant, adorable clothing. Before the apocalypse, she had been a stray cat, subsisting on scavenged scraps. The cats she envied were those who lived comfortably in human homes, pampered and well-fed. Today, it's finally my turn to enjoy such a life. In a flash, Bai Yun swept the shelves of cat food, treats, and freeze-dried snacks clean. Toys, cat wants, and balls, she took them all, determined to have her master play with her. She also collected litter, bowls, beds, climbing frames, and scratching posts. A life of ambition awaited her. Finally, she found herself pondering over a row of pet clothing. What would her master like? She examined her sleek, shiny fur, realizing that the cute outfits didn't quite suit her. Her gaze settled on a charming selection of red bow ties and bibs. These are lovely. Bai Yun happily grabbed a bow tie and dashed off to find Qiao An, eager to become a sophisticated kitty. As the duo rapidly stocked their supplies, the second floor was cleared in under half an hour. Qiao An, cradling Bai Yun, ascended to the third floor, which housed a restaurant with little of value to collect. They moved into the kitchen, gathering long-lasting staples like grains, oils, and purified water. Lin, we should be leaving now, Qiao An called up the stairs. The upper levels were filled with entertainment and trendy items, which held little relevance in the apocalypse. Thus, she had no intention of venturing up. Sister, hurry up. Can I take all of these? Lin, prompted by her call, burst out, his cheeks flushed with excitement, resembling a ripe apple. He clutched a freshly assembled Lego creation in his hands. If you like them, take them all, Bai Yun urged as Qiao An set her down. Well, even in the apocalypse, one cannot overlook the importance of entertainment. As the two emerged, beaming with joy while holding Bai Yun, Qiao An prepared to harness her mental energy, ready to move on to the next destination. However, as she signaled her departure, the previously dormant zombies in the mall began to stir, rising slowly and emitting guttural sounds as they closed in on the trio. Chapter 70. Hoarding zombies. Before long, the three were surrounded by an impenetrable throng of zombies. What? Do you wish to feast upon me? How presumptuous. 01 scoffed, raising his fist in preparation for a fierce encounter. The encroaching horde comprised primarily of low-level zombies, with a few second or third-tier specimens scattered amongst them. Yet, even these were significantly weaker compared to the current Qiao An. Qiao An sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. There was no reason for these zombies to attack beings of a higher tier than themselves. She once again unleashed her psychic energy, intent on uncovering the truth. Master, do not leave. Master, stay. The moment she heard these words, Qiao An experienced a moment of clarity. Among social animals, there is often a leader, just as humanity has its own leaders. Each group selects a formidable individual, capable of safeguarding the entire community, to serve as its leader. This leader must guide their kind through the natural selection process, ensuring the survival and maximization of their interests. The leader functions as the brain of the species, directing the actions of the group. Possessing formidable psychic power, Qiao An had naturally been chosen as the leader by this cluster of zombies. However, even in the absence of malice, managing such a multitude of zombies would prove challenging. Suddenly, a familiar face flashed in Qiao An and Amp Oppo's mind. It was Qiao An. She recalled that his space could accommodate zombies. Perhaps Bai Yun and Amp Oppo's space could do the same. With this thought, Qiao An swiftly extended her hand towards the zombies, envisioning drawing them into her space. The next moment, they all vanished into her spatial realm, leaving an eerie silence in their wake. Lin gazed at Qiao An in disbelief, asking, Sister, did you just collect them all into your space? Indeed, Qiao An affirmed, her own astonishment evident. They harbor no ill intentions. It seems they regard me as their leader. Isn't that akin to being a zombie king? Lin blurted out. 01, overhearing this, expressed his displeasure. Why was I not chosen? Clearly, I am far superior. Qiao An pondered this, questioning. 01. Can you exert control over them with your psychic power? What? No, my psychic abilities can only consume them. 01 retorted, assuming a fierce expression. Precisely. I can control them. Qiao An clapped her hands in realization. Lin, eager to contribute, suggested, Sister, since you are their leader, why not gather more zombies and command them? Forming your own zombie army? Meow. Bai Yun chimed in excitedly, thrilled at the prospect of her master ascending to power. Lin and Amp Oppo's proposal ignited a spark of intrigue within Qiao An. Having a zombie army would undoubtedly provide her with an invaluable advantage in this apocalyptic world. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan, Qiao An declared resolutely. From this moment on, we shall not only hoard supplies but also zombies. Sister is magnificent. Meow meow meow. With the exuberance of her companions, Joanne embarked on the path to becoming the zombie king. With a clear objective, the trio diligently collected every visible zombie, ensuring none escaped their grasp. Unlike mere commodities, zombies moved and were scattered, making their collection a slow endeavor. Joanne could use her psychic power to command a portion of the lower-tier zombies to cluster together for easier collection. Meanwhile, 01 sought out higher-tier zombies, finding them and delivering them to Joanne without hesitation. Baiyun, with Qinlin as bait, would attract nearby zombies with his cries, allowing Baiyun to swiftly collect them once they gathered. Through their combined efforts, they managed to amass over 10,000 zombies in a single day. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The city still harbored countless more. That night, Joanne led her companions to a luxurious hotel to rest, planning to resume their collection at dawn. However, as Joanne attempted to relax, she was suddenly jolted awake by a cacophony in her mind. She turned to Baiyun, who too felt the disturbance. Could it be the zombies? Joanne murmured to herself as she released her psychic energy to investigate. Sure enough, without her control, the gathered zombies were engaging in a brutal frenzy. The higher-tier zombies ruthlessly bit through the necks of others, devouring their cores to evolve. Even stronger zombies obliterated their foes and oppos, skulls, consuming them whole. In a chaotic display of survival, the zombies fought amongst themselves, leaving only the strongest standing. The shocking scene unfolded before Joanne, reminiscent of a grotesque ritual. Regret washed over her as she realized her oversight. Zombies not only preyed upon humans, but also upon one another. Desperately, she attempted to halt this bloody celebration with her powers, yet the frenzied horde proved too numerous to control. Master, look at me. I will prevail. I fight for you. The exuberant voices of the zombies flooded Joanne and Appos' ears, causing her head to throb, compelling her to withdraw her powers. Now, Joanne could only watch helplessly as they fought. She understood that they were willingly engaged in this deadly contest, each vying for supremacy to ascend to higher tiers. In the end, only one would emerge victorious. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the chaotic spectacle finally drew to a close. A slender figure wobbled upright from the towering mound of corpses, consuming the last crystal core in her hand, declaring her triumph. Joanne observed her intently as the victor met her gaze. Master. Her voice was icy, her demeanor commanding as she approached Joanne, kneeling reverently at her feet like a knight before a sovereign. Please rise, Joanne stammered, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. As even in the presence of another female, she felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Yes, the zombie responded deferentially. Chapter 71. I can go without clothes. As she rose, Joanne finally discerned the features of the woman before her. The female zombie appeared to be around her age, with a sharp, chin-length bob that was both neat and striking. She stood tall, approximately 175 meters, with an elegant demeanor. Her deep-set features and captivating gaze marked her as a beauty of remarkable allure. Were it not for her pale skin and crimson eyes, Joanne might have mistaken her for a celebrity. What is your name? Joanne stammered, feeling a twinge of anxiety under the woman and Appos' intense gaze. I have no name. It is for my master to bestow, the zombie replied earnestly. Joanne was taken aback. Did this person have no memories of her past life? Do you remember what you were called in life? Joanne inquired. I was born from the mountain of corpses, summoned by my master, and granted a name by them. The female zombie answered with unwavering seriousness. Joanne was at a loss, staring at the zombie, struggling to think of an appropriate name. How about you take my surname, Qiao? Just a single character. You. In my eyes, you are as beautiful as a precious jade. As soon as she uttered the words, Joanne regretted it. The name Qiao sounded so unrefined, utterly unworthy of such a striking beauty. Thank you for the name, master, Qiao replied respectfully, bowing slightly before kneeling at Joanne and Appos' feet, taking her hand and placing a cold kiss upon its back. Since my birth from the mountain of corpses, I am destined to become a sword, a guardian for my master. I shall fulfill my master's orders, even at the cost of my life. With my master beside me, I shall attain immortality. Qiao solemnly declared her oath, awaiting Joanne and Appos' response. Joanne, bewildered, could only stammer, This. Please rise. I will find you some clothes. What kind do you prefer? Joanne awkwardly redirected the conversation. I like whatever my master likes, Qiao replied with utmost reverence. As expected, Joanne sighed in frustration, tugging at her hair. Despite having acquired so many clothes, she found none that seemed fitting. They were all unworthy of Qiao. Why does my master seem troubled? Qiao asked with concern. While busily rummaging through the clothes, Joanne inadvertently blurted out, "I don and amp, Oppos, to know what to find for you." "Then I shall go without," Qiao Yu replied. "Huh? Go without?" This statement struck Joanne as utterly shocking. She thought Qiao Yu was joking. However, upon glancing back, she saw the woman's serious expression. "Well, it seems I have underestimated the situation," Joanne conceded. "Please, wash yourself. You are covered in blood. Once I find some clothes, I will bring them to you." "At your command, my master is truly benevolent," Qiao Yu praised. After a thorough search, Joanne finally unearthed a gray tracksuit. The attire was well cut, made of comfortable fabric, and its simplistic yet elegant design perfectly matched Qiao Yu's aura. Upon seeing Qiao Yu in the outfit, Joanne's eyes widened in astonishment. Qiao Yu was an exceptionally stunning beauty. Even the ordinary tracksuit radiated the allure of a high-end designer outfit when worn by her. Were it not for her own modesty, Joanne would have embraced Qiao Yu and shouted, "Sister, I can." After addressing these matters, Joanne and Oppos' gaze drifted toward the distant mountain of corpses, and she was struck by a dilemma. What should be done with all those corpses? If left unattended, they would surely emit an awful stench, though, in truth, they already reeked. Noticing Joanne and Oppos' furrowed brows and sighs, Qiao Yu inquired, "What troubles my master?" "It's about that mountain of corpses. How should we deal with all those bodies? They should have consumed the corpses along with the crystal cores instead of leaving them for me to handle," Joanne lamented as she squatted down, feeling utterly helpless. "I shall alleviate my master's worries," Qiao Yu declared, leaping forward without hesitation toward the mountain of corpses. In a swift motion, she shed her clothing, revealing her bare form. This action left Joanne momentarily stunned. Why did such a beauty choose to run about naked? Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Qiao Yu and Oppos' figure expanded several times, transforming into a creature resembling a leopard. She voraciously devoured the corpses, which were dwarfed by her imposing form. Within moments, the bodies were consumed entirely. Returning to her human shape, she dressed and approached a dazed Joanne once more. "WH, what level are you?" Joanne stuttered, astonished. Upon using her mental powers to inspect, she discovered that Qiao Yu's crystal core surpassed any zombie she had previously encountered. "Returning to my master. I am at the 5th level. The 5th level. Can you use special abilities?" "I cannot, but I can transform any part of my body into a beast," Qiao Yu explained, demonstrating by morphing her right hand into a claw. Joanne gazed in awe at the furry paw before her, unable to contain her admiration. Meow. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the space, followed by a wave of dizziness, and Joanne found herself awakening in bed. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. It was dawn. Turning around, Joanne was startled to see Qiao Yu standing expressionlessly at her bedside. "You? How did you come out too?" Joanne asked, puzzled. "I have come to assist my master. If my master does not require my presence, I can return," Qiao Yu replied. After pondering for a moment, Joanne realized that additional hands would be beneficial. "Then you shall stay. Come with me. I will introduce you to the others." Once Joanne had changed her clothes, she waved for Qiao Yu to follow her to meet the two individuals in the adjacent room. Chapter 72. Take what you see. After Joanna's thorough explanation, the others finally accepted Qiao Yu and Oppos' presence. As Chen-Lin and 01 were Joanna and Oppos' companions, Qiao Yu naturally treated them with respect. Although she had joined later, she now appeared to be the most reliable among them. "It's a pity about all those zombies. I initially intended to form an army, but it has now been distilled down to Sister Yu," Chen-Lin lamented. "I never anticipated they would devour each other," Joanna replied with a resigned gesture. Upon hearing this, Qiao Yu stepped forward to offer comfort. "Do not fret, master. I can oversee them in the space." "Is that truly the case?" Joanna inquired. "Indeed it is." "How many can you supervise?" Joanna asked again, aware of her own limitations and assuming Qiao Yu and Oppos' abilities were similar. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Yu answered earnestly, "Approximately 10,000. If you require more, I can advance further or cultivate higher-level zombies to assist you." No need. Let Oppos' start with 10,000, Joanna said, beaming with delight as she promptly led the group downstairs to stock up. With clear roles assigned, while Joanna gathered supplies, the others set off in search of zombies. Joanna had come to a large wholesale market for agricultural products, carefully avoiding the stalls of rotting fruits and vegetables, heading directly for grains and oils. Upon entering, she was greeted by neatly arranged rice and flour. Without hesitation, she waved her hand to collect various types including oat flour, bean flour, noodles, and millet. Nearby, she cleared out all the soybean oil, peanut oil, olive oil, flaxseed oil, and more. When reaching the seasoning section, Joanna did not even glance back as she gathered everything. Sugar and iodized salt were just the basics. How could life be without light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, aged vinegar, and oyster sauce? Of course, she could not forget about lao gan ma, mushroom sauce, yellow bean sauce, and ketchup. Looking at the empty shelves, Joanna felt a swell of pride within her heart. Unfortunately, there were no fresh fruits and vegetables to be found. After 4 months of the apocalypse without supervision, those perishable items had long since rotted away. She had to settle for some preserved fruits and dehydrated vegetables instead. Take what you see, she thought, her eyes acting like a net. She collected dried plums, dried bayberries, dried mangoes, dried persimmons, freeze-dried strawberries, dried peaches, longan flesh, and more, filling her space with bags of goodies, alternating between sweet and savory. Dried chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, cinnamon, marinated meat seasoning, dried fish, jerky, and many other unfamiliar items were gathered without hesitation. After all, simply placing them in her space was sufficient. After spending the entire morning, Joanna finally finished collecting from this market. Without pausing, she immediately drove to the city hospital. In this new world, not only food was essential, but medicine as well. Following the map in the lobby, she effortlessly arrived at the pharmacy, shattering the glass with a single punch before jumping inside. She gathered iodine, alcohol, cotton swabs, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, heart-saving pills, and Yunnan Yao, conveniently collecting them along with the shelves into her space. Even though she possessed the predatory ability of rapid self-healing, one could never predict when such supplies might be needed. After collecting the Western medicines, she proceeded to the traditional Chinese medicine room. Upon entering, she was enveloped by the strong scent of herbal medicine, which Joanna found quite appealing. Western medicine represented a collection of crystals, bearing the hallmark of modern craftsmanship, whereas traditional medicine comprised an assortment of natural plants and minerals. Joanna herself leaned more towards the treasures left by her ancestors. Surveying the walls lined with familiar herbs like Rehmannia, Pinellia, Angelica, Poria, licorice, and dried tangerine peel, she began to load boxes into her space. After securing the medicinal supplies, she did not forget to gather tools from the examination room, such as thermometers, blood pressure monitors, and stethoscopes, thinking they might prove useful someday. As Joanna exited the hospital, the sun had already dipped below the horizon. She swiftly made her way to the building materials market. If she truly intended to live long-term, certain essential tools were indispensable. Foremost among these was a generator. With the onset of the apocalypse, all power facilities had collapsed, and once the sun set, the world fell into an abyss of darkness. In terms of power generation, diesel generators were the clear choice. Whether it was a 15 kW, 20 kW, 30 kW, or even larger generator, Joanna collected them all, never one to shy away from such invaluable assets. The remaining necessities included distillers, solar generators, electric drills, stone mills, shovels, iron chains, wrenches, and blades. Although Joanna's knowledge was limited, driven by a spirit of frugality, she took as much as she could. By the time she finished here, night had nearly fully fallen. Joanna hurriedly drove back to the hotel, contemplating her plans for the following day. Chapter 73, Dreamlike Abode in the following days. The four of them continued their respective tasks of stockpiling supplies. Joanna not only gathered food and daily necessities, but also amassed automobiles, gasoline, seeds, books, and anything else she deemed valuable. Despite her seemingly extravagant hoarding, by Yunnan Dapo's space showed no signs of being filled. Once they had collected a sufficient amount, Joanna drove out of the city towards their future residence. After a lengthy journey, they finally reached their destination around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. The house Joanna had chosen was a sprawling estate, nearly 2,000 square meters in area, reputed to have cost over $3 billion to construct. It featured a private garden spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, a winding driveway of 100 meters, and an independent watchtower, among other amenities. Upon opening the grand, intricately carved gates, they drove along the path until they were greeted by a luxurious villa with white walls and a blue roof. Nestled against the mountainside and comprising 3 stories, in front of the villa stood a beautifully artistic stone-carved fountain. Entering the villa, they were immediately struck by the opulence of the grand hall, where sparkling crystal chandeliers cast enchanting light, and the marble floors gleamed like mirrors. Complemented by elegant yet noble wooden furnishings, Joanna had anticipated a lavish environment, but she had not envisioned such magnificence. Indeed, the joy of wealth was beyond her imagination. Sister, are we really going to live here? Qianlin pinched her own cheek, feeling the pain and realizing it was not a dream. Of course. Just look at this place. It's surrounded by mountains and water, Joanna replied. Isn't it a bit too spacious? This villa could accommodate not just 4 of us, but even dozens. Not just us 4. There are also the zombies, Joanna remarked, turning to instruct Qiao Yu. Take a few zombies and gather all the ones in the estate. Then, assign some second-tier zombies to guard the entrance while a third-tier zombie patrols the grounds. Understood. Qiao Yu responded, immediately setting off to fulfill her mission, as ensuring the master and Appo's safety was her duty. 01. Take Shaolin to the 2nd floor and prepare 4 bedrooms. Keeping them close together, Joanna added thoughtfully. I'll handle the generator. If you need anything, just ask Bai Yun. Huh? But I don't know how, 01 replied, her life skills being non-existent. Shaolin will teach you. Just pay attention, Joanna instructed. After organizing everything, she felt something was missing. Glancing around the vast villa, she suddenly realized they needed servants. That's easily solved, she declared, releasing 10 third-tier zombies. You'll be in charge of cleaning the house. Joanna was uncertain if they would understand, but decided to temporarily control them with her mental powers to perform simple tasks. Observing their mechanical movements, she couldn't help but reflect on the long journey ahead for their taming. By the time Joanna finished with the generator, night had fallen, but she successfully restored the power, illuminating the villa and making it a beacon in the darkness. In the living room, Joanna looked at the 20 or so uniformly clothed zombies that Qiao Yu had gathered, her mind racing with ideas. Can you make them perform the jobs they had in life? Joanna asked eagerly. Are you suggesting we restore their sanity? It is possible. But they must evolve to the 4th tier first, Qiao Yu replied candidly. Hearing hope, Joanna quickly inquired, how long will that take? Not long. But it will require many zombies. How many? For lower tiers, we would need over 10,000. For higher tiers, a few hundred would suffice. The ones in the space are far from enough. Upon hearing this, Joanna felt deflated, like a punctured balloon. She sighed, where on earth can I find that many zombies? Do not worry, I can take them out to hunt daily. In just half a month, we can elevate them to the 4th tier, Qiao Yu assured her. You are truly my good partner, Joanna exclaimed, deeply touched, as she embraced her and showered her with praise. It is my honor to see you happy, Qiao Yu replied modestly. Just as they were reveling in their joy, an urgent shout from the upstairs interrupted them. Sister, come quickly, Qianlin called out anxiously. Chapter 74. The Cerberus named Wealth as Qiao An and Qiao Yu hurriedly ascended to the 2nd floor. They found Qianlin and Ling engrossed at the window. Sister, look over there, Qianlin pointed. Following his gaze, they beheld a multitude of flickering red lights in the distance, ominous and terrifying. Qiao An recognized those lights all too well. They were zombies, not just one, but a swarm. They were slowly encircling the villa. Master, shall I take care of them? Qiao Yu inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Go ahead. Contact me if there are any issues, Qiao An nodded, silently permitting her to eliminate the threat. Under the watchful eyes of the 3, Qiao Yu sprinted forth, intercepting the horde of zombies before they could breach the villa's entrance. It was only then that she discerned their true form. These were not mere zombies, but a pack of zombie hounds, with their crimson eyes and sharp fangs. Their bodies were in various states of decay. Some dragged their intestines, others exposed white bones, while a few were left with only skeletal remains. Grr. Woof. One of the zombie hounds snarled, lunging at Qiao Yu with its jaws wide open. Maintaining her composure, Qiao Yu transformed her right hand into a claw and met the ferocious beast head-on. Die, she cried, her claw piercing through the hound and Appo's abdomen. With a swift motion, she secured the creature's head with her left hand, while her right hand crushed its skull, extracting the core. The trio upstairs, witnessing Qiao Yu's remarkable prowess, breathed a sigh of relief. She handled the hounds with apparent ease. The remaining zombie hounds, witnessing their comrade's brutal demise, hesitated, momentarily paralyzed by fear. Yet, a low growl erupted from the pack, and the previously timid hounds, as if invigorated, surged forward in unison to attack Qiao Yu. Outnumbered, she found herself battling fiercely against the relentless onslaught. In desperation, she clawed at the hounds clinging to her, but they were like tenacious leeches, refusing to release their grip. She could only extract their cores, otherwise they would surely take a bite out of her. Seeing her in peril, Qiao An rushed to assist. Sensing her master's intent, Qiao Yu, with her back turned to the villa, resolutely declared, "There is no need for you to come. I will not disappoint you." With that, she summoned her strength, releasing a shockwave that shattered the hounds upon her, scattering them into pieces. Woof! As the remnants of the pack lay defeated, the leader, a formidable creature, emerged from the shadows. Towering over the others, its muscular frame was a grotesque sight, with 3 heads, one reduced to mere bones, another half-rotted, and the last still intact. It resembled the mythic Cerberus, guardian of the underworld. With a menacing glare, the leader dripped thick, viscous saliva onto the ground, corroding the asphalt beneath. The leader? Just a trifling foe, Qiao scoffed, contemplating which head to eliminate first. Woof! The zombie hound lunged at her with alarming speed, landing before her in an instant. Its forelimbs pressed against her shoulder, tearing her clothing and exposing her abdomen with a force that was astonishing. Furious at the damage to her attire, Qiao disregarded her wound, seizing the attacking hound and grinding its head into the ground. "Beast, you have ruined the treasure bestowed upon me by my master. You shall die 1,000 deaths." She cursed vehemently, her fury escalating as she pulverized the left head of the Cerberus until nothing remained. She then turned her wrath to the opposite head, mashing it mercilessly, her anger unrelenting. "Beast! Beast! Beast!" Qiao's expression grew increasingly frenzied. Even this could not quell the storm of rage within her. That prized possession was the first gift her master had granted her upon arriving in this world. Something she had cherished dearly, fearing even the slightest dust might tarnish it. To see it destroyed by this wretched creature filled her with regret for underestimating her foes. Next time, she vowed to annihilate them all. Whimpering, the disfigured hound realized it had provoked a true monster, tucking its tail and pleading for mercy. The arrogance it once displayed utterly vanished. In her fury, Qiao remained oblivious to its cries, her grip tightening as she pressed down with increasing force, nearly crushing its skull. Qiao An arrived just in time to witness this gruesome spectacle, uncertain whether to intervene. Indeed, zombies were often imbued with a measure of brutality. Perhaps. "Should we spare it?" she hesitantly suggested, placing a gentle hand on Qiao's shoulder. Hearing her master's voice, Qiao snapped back to reality, her demeanor calming as she replied, "I shall follow your arrangements." The surviving hound, trembling, cowered behind Qiao An, too frightened to meet Qiao's gaze. Yet, its sturdy physique was no match for Qiao An and Oppo's slight frame. "This woman is terrifying. Master, why do you wish to keep it?" Qiao questioned, unable to restrain her curiosity. To have a guard dog," Qiao An replied. "I can guard for you, master. I am far more powerful than it." Qiao An felt flustered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "It and Oppo's, that's not the same. You are human, and it is a dog. I generally use dogs for guarding." Upon hearing this, Qiao's eyes sparkled with determination. "I am your dog, master. I can guard just as well." To prove her point, Qiao transformed, becoming a massive zombie cheetah. The hound shrank back in fear, realizing it had encountered a genuine predator. Qiao An sighed, recognizing that no matter how impressive, a cheetah remained a feline. "Qiao, transform back. Your abilities are too precious for mere guarding. I need you for greater purposes." Gently soothing her, Qiao An turned to the 3-headed hound, now simply a hound, and said, "From now on, you shall be known as Wealth, and you will stand guard here. Fail to do so, and I will extract your core." The hound eagerly nodded, wagging its tail in agreement. How could it refuse? This family was nothing short of terrifying. Thus, the chaotic scene came to a close. Qiao An led Xiaoyu to her room, softly closing the door behind them. "Does master have any commands?" Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. No. You should rest now that it's late," Qiao An replied sheepishly, rummaging through her space to present a new outfit. "Your clothes are torn. Here, change into something new. I may not have much, but I have collected plenty of clothes." Xiaoyu was taken aback, warmth flooding her heart at Qiao An's tender demeanor. "Thank you, master. All right." "No more anger now," Qiao An insisted. "Not angry, master." "What?" "Nothing." Chapter 75. The Man-Eating Flower in Recent Days. The 4 of them had been enjoying a leisurely time at the villa. Qiaoyu ventured out early and returned late each day, guiding the zombies and hunting their fellow undead to expedite their evolution. Chunlin, apart from indulging in books, would often accompany Baiyun in the expansive garden of the villa. The greatest source of exasperation for Qiao An was 01, who incessantly pestered her for driving lessons. Eventually, she succumbed to his relentless nagging. On the first day, they practiced starting the car outside the villa, but 01 accidentally crashed into the trees on either side. Undeterred, they continued the next day, and Qiao An deliberately sought a spacious area, fearing he might inadvertently harm himself again. Fortunately, despite his clumsiness, he possessed a modicum of cleverness. This time, he managed to start without incident. In the following days, Qiao An taught him straight driving and parking by the roadside, though he always struggled slightly with turns. Reluctantly, she decided to take him for a drive around the nearby hills to illustrate the intricacies of turning. The nearby hills, not particularly high, were adorned with lush trees, presenting a picturesque scene. As they drove to the summit and back, the air in the mountains was refreshingly crisp, uplifting their spirits. "Can I drive up again later?" 01 asked from the passenger seat, his face alight with anticipation. "No, practice in the open space first. Past that before we head up the mountain." Qiao An firmly refused. "Qiao An, look, the flowers on the mountain are moving," 01 exclaimed. Qiao An could not help but retort, "You might as well be fooling Qinlen." "No, they're chasing us," 01 lamented. Qiao An, sensing something amiss, glanced in the rearview mirror to discover a horde of towering man-eating flowers, each over 3 meters tall, waving their vine-like tendrils as they pursued their vehicle. "What on earth? Why didn't you say anything sooner?" she exclaimed, her words laced with exasperation as she noticed the flowers closing in. Unable to contain her panic, she slammed on the brakes. These man-eating flowers, towering at over 3 meters, had blossoms that occupied 2 meters of their height. Their massive flower heads were lined with sharp, short teeth and oozed green sap, while a large, basketball-sized green eye fixated on Qiao An. "Even in the apocalypse, with fewer people, you've grown far too grotesque," she muttered, a shiver running down her spine. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that these flowers were only at the second tier. Dealing with them would be a trivial task. She effortlessly immobilized them with her mental power. "Qiao An, they seem to be farting," 01 remarked, having just exited the passenger seat. Qiao An, bewildered, shot him a look that conveyed disbelief. "Flowers aren't tea animals. How could they fart?" she replied patiently. "But they really are," 01 insisted, pointing at the increasing pink mist behind them. Qiao An turned to investigate, and indeed, the mist was pink. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the world around her spun violently. "This gas is poisonous." Time passed, though she could not tell how long. When Qiao An finally regained consciousness, she lamented, thumping her head in frustration. "I was the fool. One cannot underestimate their foes." "Qiao An, you're slacking off again," came the stern reprimand from her boss behind her. Instinctively, she lowered her head and asked, "Would you like to join me in slacking off, boss?" "Stop with the banter and get back to work," the boss reminded her with a pat on her chair. "Thank you for sparing my life, boss." Qiao An quickly adjusted her posture and began her tasks. Wait a moment. This is not the apocalypse." Panic surged through her as she pinched her arm, twisting it hard. The searing pain that followed brought tears to her eyes. "It hurts. This isn't a dream?" Qiao An still found it hard to believe. She glanced at her male colleague, who bore the same familiar bald head, then at the female colleague across from her, who was admiring her beauty in a small mirror. They hadn't changed. They were still the same as before. She rushed to the window and flung it open, the acrid smell of car exhaust hitting her face. So vivid and real. The streets were bustling with traffic, the sounds of horns echoing. Everything appeared unchanged, as if the apocalypse had never occurred. Is this a dream? But why does it feel so real? Confused, Qiao An meticulously examined her body, searching for evidence of the apocalypse. No wounds, no red eyes, no pale skin, and no mental power. A dream? Dejected, she returned to her seat, fixating on the familiar documents on her screen, lost in thought. In the following week, she resumed her routine life. Each day consisted of work, meals, and returning home, with no trace of the apocalypse to be found. Gradually, Qiao An began to regard the apocalypse as a prolonged, absurd dream. One day, as she idled at her workstation, her phone suddenly flashed. She glanced at the screen dismissively, but upon seeing the message, she froze in shock. "Salary, 100,000? She could hardly believe her eyes, shaking her colleague with the bald head as she stammered. Are we really getting paid 100,000? Of course, why do you look so foolish?" The bald-headed colleague replied, as insufferable as ever. He, Qiao An smirked, a wicked grin breaking across her face. In the next moment, she seized her chair and hurled it at her colleagues, shouting, "You're the real fools. After enduring such oppression, I finally escaped the shackles of corporate life. And you dragged me back. 100,000 salary? You must be joking. Who would pay a slacking employee that much? I have self-awareness, you know. Do you think not getting angry makes you smarter?" As her frustration bubbled over, Qiao An raged, smashing the chair with her fists and feet. unleashing her pin-up anger on her colleagues and boss. Meanwhile, 01 awoke from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in the villa and Apos' bedroom, bewildered since he was supposed to be in the mountains. With curiosity, he pushed open the bedroom door, only to bump into Qiao An at the threshold. "Where are you going?" she asked gently. "Wherein and Apos? We on the mountain?" He replied, puzzled. "That. We came back together later," she explained. "Did we?" 01 regarded her with uncertainty. "Indeed," she affirmed. He was about to question further when Qiao An approached, closing the door and smiling as she drew closer to him. Chapter 76. Those who run on land and swim in water. Joan gazed dreamily at 01, her hand slowly creeping up to his neck, rising on her toes as if to kiss him. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed through the room, reminiscent of flesh being pierced. 01's expression remained impassive, his golden eyes devoid of emotion. His right hand delved slowly into Joan and Apos' abdomen, twisting the slick intestines into a tangled mass before withdrawing. Pain etched across Joan's face as a moan escaped her lips. Confusion clouded her features as she looked at 01 and asked, Why? You lack intellect." "But I do not," 01 replied impatiently, flicking the blood from his hand. "Joan would never kiss me without reason. She is quite shrewd. And, frankly, you wear her face poorly." No sooner had he spoken than he gripped Joan and Apos' face, tearing the skin away in one swift motion. Much more pleasing to the eye now. He stroked his chin, scrutinizing the bloodied figure before him, and continued, "I know this is a dream, perhaps an illusion. You would do well to release me." "Release you?" The bloodied figure sneered. "Having entered my domain, you shall serve as sustenance." The figure roared, its body contorting as it transformed into a man-eating flower. Boom! The house trembled violently, collapsing as the night shattered into fragments. This world was disintegrating. In the waking world, Joan was filled with rage, seizing one of the culprits to vent her frustration. With one hand propping up the petals of the man-eating flower, she tore at its teeth, and when fatigue set in, she delivered a punch to its eye. The flower, unable to retaliate, could only endure Joan and Apos' wrath. "You are the reason for my nightmares. It and Apos' bad enough, you and Apos, ugly. But your stench is unbearable," she cursed as she dismantled one after another. Having just awakened, 01 was greeted by the sight of a blood-soaked Joan mercilessly torturing the man-eating flowers. "Ah, indeed, this is the true Joan," he mused. "Oh, you've woken up. I thought I would need to rouse you myself," Joan teased, holding a wilted flower. "Why are you grouping them together?" "Just extract the crystal course," 01 asked, bewildered as he watched her shape the flowers into balls. After forming the last flower, Joan replied, "To plant them in the garden, so they won and Apos harm anyone on the mountain." 01 could hardly believe his ears. He glanced at the grotesque flowers on the ground, then back at Joan and Apos' earnest expression, unable to restrain his sarcasm. "They are so ugly. They won and Apos look good in a garden." "Not just unattractive," Joan countered. "Their horrific appearance is downright nauseating. Your taste is truly unique. Did you hear that? I called you ugly. When we return, keep yourselves hidden underground, and do not emerge to frighten anyone without my permission." With that, Joan kicked the flower ball, and the flowers whimpered, their petals and leaves retracting, their sharp teeth concealing themselves, eyes closing to become flower centers. Moments later, the once hideous, giant, man-eating flowers transformed into vibrant, beautiful red roses, a faint fragrance wafting in the air. This spectacle was new to Joan, and she waved her hand resignedly, saying, "Fine, since you are no longer ugly, you may stay outside, but do not revert without my command." The roses nodded in agreement and followed Joan and Apos' vehicle back to the villa. Upon arrival, they instinctively sought a suitable spot in the garden, draining the original plants before making themselves at home. Quite assertive. As dawn broke over the horizon, glimmers of light danced across the garden, striking red roses adorned with glistening morning dew, appearing exceptionally beautiful. Joan opened the window to let in the fresh air, lazily leaning against the sill, gazing into the distance, where her dog, Wonkai, lay snoozing in his bed, drooling onto the floor. Suddenly, she was drawn to sounds from downstairs. It was Qiao Yu, up early training the 20-plus zombie servants. How dedicated, Joan couldn't help but marvel. Under her guidance, the servants were becoming increasingly considerate. Although still far from regaining their senses, they could manage simple household chores, greatly easing Joan and Apos' burden. "Master, you are awake. Good morning," Qiao Yu greeted from downstairs, bowing respectfully. Yes, continue your training. Do not mind me," Joan replied lazily. Since the master is awake, I have matters to report. Oh, what is it? Joan straightened at the mention of business. There are 94 mutated fish in the river in front of the villa. Should I dispose of them? Ah, you even counted them? Joan couldn't and Apos. Help but admired Qiao and Apos' dedication, feeling a surge of respect. Will they contaminate the water source? She pondered. No. They feed on decaying flesh and can purify the water to some extent. Then let them stay. This estate has enough mutated creatures. We Don and Apos need to lose these few fish. They can remain, but they will require your supervision, Qiao replied. Without changing her clothes, Joan leapt from the second floor to stand before her. Let us go see. The river Qiao referred to was the artificial one in front of the villa, with the bridge serving as a necessary passage. Joan had never inspected it closely and was unaware of the creatures lurking within. As they stood side by side on the bridge, Joan leaned over and spotted several fish over a meter long swimming in the emerald water. Their bodies were entirely black. Their eyes a chilling red, with elongated, spiked mouths and scales as hard as iron. Upon sensing the presence of humans, they became agitated. The once tranquil surface boiling as if water were being heated. The mutated fish leaped from the water, eager to feast. One fish, with remarkable leaping ability, sprang from the water directly towards Joan, aiming for her throat. Swish! Qiao swiftly seized the fish, tossing it back into the river. Quite lively, Joan remarked as she reached for the largest fish, her eyes gradually turning red. She channeled her mental energy into the fish's crystal core before casting it back into the water. The chosen fish immediately attacked its fellow mutants, using its size and extraordinary strength to assert dominance. Joan watched the ensuing chaos with a smile creeping onto her lips. Controlling over 90 fish was not worth the effort. It was wiser to dominate their leader, a realization sparked by Qiao's insight. In no time, the river's mutated fish were organized under the command of the hefty fish. From now on, feed them with any useless corpses. Even Wangkai and the roses from the garden should not go to waste. Since I have taken them in, even corpses have become a rare commodity. Joan had now acquired creatures that ran on land, swam in water, and grew from the earth. All that remained was to find something that soared through the skies. Qiao, do you think there are any mutated birds? Joan couldn't help but inquire. None have been spotted thus far, but if the master desires, I could search for them. Oh, that's unnecessary. I merely mentioned it in passing, Joan quickly clarified, fearing that Qiao would rush off to capture something at a moment and Apos' notice. Chapter 77. The Creatures of the Skies on a Serene Evening. Beneath a moonlit sky scattered with stars, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, save for the radiant lights of the villa. Seizing the rare moment of tranquility, Qiao An instructed Bayun to set up the barbecue grill, charcoal, grill net, ingredients, beverages, and sauces, while also arranging several tables and chairs. Just days prior, she had discovered that the meats and fruits she had collected months ago remained remarkably fresh, suggesting that Bayun and Apos' space possessed preservation capabilities. Craving a barbecue, she mused that no summer gathering would be complete without it. Chen Lin and Ling Yi busily prepared skewers, assembling a delightful array of delicacies including meatballs, toast, chicken wings, and various meats. Qiao, imitating Qiao An and Apos' techniques, attempted to grill skewers, though her interest in the task was minimal, yet, for the sake of her master's enjoyment, she endeavored to find pleasure in it as well. The roses in the garden, catching wind of the savory aroma, leaned in curiously, eager for a taste. Bayun squatted atop Wangkai, brimming with anticipation for a morsel. Here you go, you little gluttons, Chen Lin chuckled, presenting 2 chicken legs to Bayun and Wangkai. Ling Yi, on the other hand, tossed a piece of meat towards the roses, instructing, eat quickly and return to the flower bed. Wangkai wagged its fluffy tail joyfully, devouring the treat with enthusiasm. After a few bites, it abruptly lifted its head and barked at the sky. The roses, sensing something amiss, unfurled their petals wide, their eyes darting about in alarm. 5 colossal shadows loomed above, swiftly approaching. Qiao An glanced upwards to behold 5 enormous moths, each over a meter in length, spiraling through the air. With filamentous antennae, elongated proboscises, dark red compound eyes, and broad wings adorned with eye-like patterns, they released a shower of powdery scales as they flapped their wings, resembling falling snowflakes. Close your eyes, Qiao An shouted. But it was too late. The scales blinded them, searing their eyes with a painful sensation that rendered them sightless, plunging them into darkness. In the prolonged silence, despite the agony, none dared to utter a sound. They braced themselves, heightened senses attuned to the rustling of the wind. Suddenly, a fierce gust rushed towards Qiao An, and she felt a heavy weight as she was lifted off the ground. Master! Qiao, perceiving the danger threatening Qiao An, transformed in a panic and leaped into the air. Yet, in the blinding darkness, she was unable to locate the adversary, only able to emit frantic cries. Ling Yi, relying on his hearing, had just dispatched 2 of the incoming moths when he realized that Qiao An had been seized. The distance was too great for him to discern her exact location. Qiao, protect them. I and Amp, Oppos, am fine. Qiao An called out, acutely aware of the moth and Amp, Oppos, as proboscis drawing nearer. Internally, she chided herself for having jokingly remarked about flying creatures. Now, she truly found herself airborne. The proboscis was now at her ear, attempting to penetrate and siphon her essence. Sensing the malevolence emanating from the moth, she seized its proboscis and forcefully snapped it, retorting, "Do you take me for a mere snack?" The moth, now deprived of its proboscis, ascended rapidly, distancing itself from the ground until it became a mere speck in the sky. The rushing wind warned Qiao An of her impending fall. Uncertain of how high she had ascended, she unleashed her mental power in an attempt to control the moth, but found no crystal core within it. "Not again," she lamented, recalling a similar incident with a university monster that had also mutated without a core. Without a core, control was impossible. Remaining unperturbed, she summoned her void arm, pressing down on the moth and Amp, Oppos' wings and forcefully tearing them apart, splitting the creature in 2. Now free from the moth and Amp, Oppos' grasp, Qiao An plummeted towards the ground, unable to see or predict her landing. However, she reasoned that having survived a fall from several hundred meters at the hands of a giant zombie, this drop was inconsequential. Yet, she feared the pain that awaited her. Just as she contemplated giving in to despair, Qiao An abruptly regained her composure. She hastily summoned 8 carnivorous plants to bloom below her, forming a cushioned landing pad. Thump! The plants fulfilled their purpose, successfully catching Qiao An, preventing her from sustaining serious injuries. "Well done. I'll reward you with chicken legs later," she murmured, her eyes closed as she blindly felt for the plants. Before she could revel in her fortune, her mental acuity detected the presence of a crystal core. In the overwhelming darkness, she spotted a glimmering core, unlike any she had seen before, rushing toward her from above. Just in time. To Qiao An, her mental power served as a third eye, even in blindness. She could deftly navigate if she pinpointed the core and Oppos' location. She dispelled the carnivorous plants behind her, isolating herself in place, closing her eyes to await the moth's approach. Closer, closer, ever closer, Qiao An extended her arms in a welcoming gesture. At the instant the moth neared her, her void arm snapped shut with a resounding thud, encasing the moth within a prison of her making. The trapped moth flailed desperately, yet no amount of struggle could free it. "Submit to me, or find release," she intoned, sending tendrils of her mental power to encircle the crystal core, awaiting its response. The moth remained silent, continuing to flutter its wings in futile resistance. Its scales scattered increasingly, and its antennae broke from the strain. "What a pity," Qiao An sighed, her mental power coalescing into a sharp arrow that shattered the moth and Oppos' core. With the core destroyed, the moth weakly flapped its wings a few times before falling silent. Shortly thereafter, another uncorrelated moth met the same fate. "Master, have you dealt with them?" Qiao inquired. "Yes, dispose of their bodies to feed the fish. This core is for you," Qiao An replied, producing the core and tossing it to Qiao. "Thank you, Master." Moments later, the group gradually regained their sight, aided by the self-healing abilities granted by their zombie forms. Observing the food now coated in scales, Qiao An resignedly suggested, "Let us feed this to the fish as well." "Qiao An," Qinlin's eyes. Ling Yi hesitated, squatting beside Qinlin to carefully clear the scales from his face. "Shaolin?" Panic washed over Qiao An as she recalled that Qinlin was merely an ordinary human. While they could heal, he could not. "Sister, do not worry, I am fine." Qinlin smiled reassuringly, though his eyes were visibly clouded with a grayish-white haze. Chapter 78. Divergence. Only when we embrace the world with love do we truly live within it. The sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the enchanting scenery outside. Joanna sat at the bedside, reading Tagore's The Bird's Nest aloud to Qinlin. It was the 3rd day since his blindness, ever since that fateful night. Joanna had been diligently attending to his needs. Though Qinlin often insisted he was fine, Joanna's guilt deepened each time he gazed out the window with his vacant eyes. "Sister, what are you thinking about?" Qinlin inquired, noticing Joanna's silence. "I'm pondering how to help you recover," Joanna replied, closing the poetry book with a despondent tone. Qianlin reached out, cautiously finding Joanna and Apos' hand, and consoled her. Sister, there is no need to rush. Although I cannot see now, I can still hear, smell, and feel. With everyone in Apos' company, I am already quite content. Sister will not make you wait too long. In this apocalyptic world, there are countless abilities. Surely one exists that can heal humanity, and I will find it for you, Joanna declared, her fists clenched, her heart heavy with sorrow. Are you leaving here? Qianlin asked, a hint of concern in his voice. But we have only just arrived. Your eyesight is far more important, he continued, tilting his face upwards to meet Joanna's gaze. I don't care about seeing the light. What I desire most is for us all to live together in peace. Just as Joanna had soothed Qianlin to sleep and stepped outside, she encountered 01 waiting at the door. What is it? Joanna gently closed the door and turned to him. Why do you oppose turning him into a zombie? If we transform Qianlin, his sight could be restored. And his powers would amplify, 01 questioned, concerned not to disturb Qianlin, pulling Joanna downstairs as he spoke. He is human. Of course I know he is human. A frail human, 01 replied as they reached the hall, finally releasing her hand. Humans age, fall ill, and die, while we do not. Allowing him to join us is the best choice. Such matters must be decided by him. We have no right to interfere, Joanna responded softly. Hearing this, 01 immediately turned to ascend the stairs. Then I will ask him. Stop, Joanna called out without hesitation. He is still young and lacks the discernment. Such a significant decision should wait until he matures. And what now? Should he continue to live in darkness? 01 challenged. Unable to fathom Joanna and Apos' reluctance to transform Qianlin as becoming a zombie appeared to be the optimal solution. Joanna and Apos' expression turned pained as she replied with a heavy heart. During this time, I will exhaust all efforts to find a way to heal him. Joanna had contemplated turning Qianlin into a zombie, as 01 said. In this apocalyptic world, zombies were indeed far superior to humans. Yet, Qianlin was still a child. His future should be his own to shape. He had a father whose fate was uncertain. What if he yet lived? Though Qianlin called her sister, she was not his kin and felt she had no right to dictate his future. As evening fell and darkness enveloped the sky, a gentle rain began to patter against the window. Joanna sat in the living room, holding the poetry book from that morning, seemingly engrossed in reading. Yet her thoughts wandered elsewhere. Suddenly, a faint fragrance mingled with the scent of rain wafted into the hall. Bored, 01 leaped from the sofa, exclaiming, Joanna, it's food. Change your hair and eyes back, Joanna retorted, focusing on 01's silver hair. I'll go take a look. You stay here. Are you going to eat alone? Joanna shot him a glance, closing the book as she stood. I don't consume humans. The alluring aroma was, in fact, the scent of humans. Even in the rain, it was potent, suggesting there were quite a few nearby. She approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, peering into the distance. In the rain-soaked night, a military armored transport truck was making its way toward the villa. A sense of foreboding washed over Joanna as she grabbed an umbrella and stepped outside. Why would soldiers come here? She pondered, her mind racing as she approached the iron gate, where Kai was barking furiously. Go to the space for now, Joanna instructed, swiftly taking him into her dimensional space. Despite having lost 2 heads, Kai still appeared to be a mutated dog, and to avoid trouble, Joanna had to keep him hidden for the moment. As Kai vanished, his barking abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of raindrops on the umbrella. At that moment, the truck halted at the gate. The front passenger, Su Jiaer, opened the door and jumped out into the rain, while Qin Tianchen parked the vehicle and hurriedly opened an umbrella for his fiancée as she approached. As they walked closely together toward the iron gate, Su Jiaer intended to call out to the villa's owner, but realized someone was already waiting for them. A sweet smile instantly graced her face as she looked at the figure. You, hello. Upon recognizing the woman's features, her breath caught in her throat, her heart seemingly ceasing to beat. The woman, holding a black umbrella, stood poised in the rain, her delicate features devoid of expression, with pale skin radiating an aura of danger that made one hesitant to approach. Is there something you need? The woman spoke coldly, her voice clear as melting snow. We seek refuge here for a night, Qin Tianchen responded, having regained his composure just in time. You are not welcome here. Seek shelter elsewhere, the woman replied without hesitation, turning away as she held her umbrella aloft. Seeing her departure, Su Jiaer called out desperately, we can offer you food. Just let us stay for one night. The icy woman did not respond but merely waved her hand dismissively from a distance. She refuses food. Su Jiao seethed, her teeth clenched. Do you know how many people have begged her for it? Truly ungrateful. Yet she failed to realize that those who survived in this apocalypse and resided in such luxury were far from ordinary. Medicines. I can also provide you with medicine. Remedies for any ailment. As the woman began to distance herself, Su Jiao shouted urgently. Indeed, upon hearing the word medicine, the woman paused and turned back. Su Jiao felt a surge of triumph. In this desolate world, people lacked either food or medicine. Regardless of their nobility, they still needed her assistance. Can you cure any illness? The woman asked, half convinced. Of course. What about eye ailments? Naturally. Su Jiao replied, her chin held high, her tone resolute. The woman slowly smiled, then opened the iron gate, saying, then you may enter. As the gate swung open, Qin Tianqian and Su Jiao hurried inside. You cannot enter. I will only allow her in, the woman interjected, blocking Qin Tianqian from entering. Flustered, Qin Tianqian explained, but we are together. I know, including those in the truck. However, I must first verify the truth of this young lady and Appo's claims. You must wait outside for now, the woman politely clarified, glancing at the heads peeking from the truck. Don't worry, brother Chen. Wait for my good news. Su Jiao gently caressed his face, then suddenly recalled something. Wait here. I'll go fetch the medicine. All right. The woman observed her rushed silhouette, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Fetching medicine, is it? Chapter 79. Mischievous child for the next 3 days. This medicine must be taken twice daily. After administering the medication to Chen Lin, Su Jiao retrieved several boxes of medicine from her pocket and handed them to Qiao An, instructing her accordingly. Thank you. You may bring them in, Qiao An responded. The second floor is our room, and the third floor and the nanny and Appo's room are available for your rest. Looking at the few simple vitamin boxes in her hands, Qiao An and Appo's smile deepened. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. With a joyful heart, Su Jiao exited the bedroom and went downstairs to call for others. Sister, why did you let them in? Chen Lin inquired, puzzled. Because I promised them that if they could cure your eyes, they could stay for one night, she explained. But they clearly do not seem like good people. 01 leaned against the door, his tone dripping with disdain. Especially that woman. Her gluttonous gaze is unbearable. It matters not. 2 human psychics cannot stir up much trouble, Qiao An replied, placing the medication in Chen Lin's hands. She then addressed 01, soon. Qiao, you will return. You and Baiyun should head to the intersection and collect the zombies into the space before coming back. You certainly know how to boss people around. 01 scoffed, reluctantly picking up an umbrella and leaving. Wow, Mommy, this villa is so large, exclaimed the spoiled grandson. Of course, dear. If you like it, we can have Aunt Sue find you an even bigger one. Yes, yes. We will find one even more luxurious. The corridor suddenly became noisy, and a flicker of impatience crossed Qiao An's face. I want to stay in this room. Xian, we are on the 3rd floor. You cannot stay here. I want to stay in this room. Suddenly, voices of several people conversing outside the door interrupted. Sensing the impending commotion from the mischievous child, Qiao An stood up, opened the door, and coldly remarked, there is someone inside. I'm terribly sorry. We did not mean to disturb your rest. A curly-haired woman hurriedly bowed in apology. There were a total of 10 individuals, 2 pairs of middle-aged couples, presumably the parents of psychics, along with a young couple and a boy likely their child. In the far corner, a rather inconspicuous little girl, who appeared to be the same age as Chen Lin, followed quietly. So pretty. The mischievous boy named Xian suddenly ceased his lamenting and approached Qiao An, marveling. Please maintain silence. The individuals inside are resting. Qiao An admonished with a stern expression. Understood, understood, the curly-haired woman repeatedly acknowledged before urging the others to head upstairs. The little girl trailing behind tucked her head down, stealing a glance at Qiao An as she passed, her dark, bright eyes filled with envy. On the 3rd floor, Su Jiao and Appo's nestled in Qin Tianqian and Appo's embrace, her face flushed with shyness. Brother Chen, what if we find a villa like this to live together? Of course, but it ultimately remains unsafe. We should find a human base as soon as possible, Qin Tianqian replied, his expression inscrutable. All right, Su Jiao murmured softly. Did you give them all the spring water today? Qin Tianqian suddenly asked. Am I that foolish? It is likely to rain for several more days. So, I diluted the spring water. This way, we can stay here a few more days until the rain stops, Su Jiao replied proudly. Truly, you are clever. My dear Jiao. How annoying. Su Jiao pouted playfully. As they had predicted, the rain fell throughout the night, showing no sign of stopping. The following day, Qiao An read poetry aloud to Chen Lin as usual when a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. "Come in," Qiao An said without lifting her gaze. "Miss Qiao, I have come to check on the child and Appos. SI recovery, Su Jiao and Appos," announced, entering with a bottle of eye drops. "Very well, please proceed," Qiao An feigned indifference, casting a glance at the label on the eye drops, which had been torn off. After changing the medicine, Su Jiao remarked, "His condition is a bit severe. Although he is recovering, he will need uninterrupted medication for at least a week." "What medication?" "You can prepare it, and I will administer it." "It will not delay your journey," Qiao An said with a knowing smile. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Su Jiao and Appos' eyes before she feigned calmness, responding, "It is a concocted medicine. Once mixed, it must be used immediately and cannot be stored for long. I will handle it myself." That is a rather flimsy excuse. But considering it may cure Chen Lin, I shall not expose her, Qiao An thought. With a face of shame, she said, "Then I apologize for the inconvenience of you staying a few more days." "It is no trouble at all," Su Jiao hastily replied, waving her hands. "I will take my leave now and return in the evening to check on his eyes." With that, she swiftly departed, clutching the remaining eye drops. "Sister, she is lying," Chen Lin remarked, his unfocused gaze fixed on the door. "That is of little concern. I will keep a watchful eye on her. You should rest for now." Qiao An gently stroked Chen Lin's head, offering reassurance. The once tranquil villa became lively with the presence of 10 outsiders. They filled the third floor with laughter and chatter, creating a stark contrast to the reserved floor below. Meanwhile, in the corridor, a sneaky figure observed from the second floor before confirming the absence of others and stealthily slipped into Chen Lin's room. Xian surveyed the understated luxurious bedroom, growing increasingly fond of it. When he accidentally caught sight of a model on the table, his eyes lit up, and he dashed over. Climbing onto the table, he recklessly played with the model, occasionally glancing at Chen Lin on the bed. Seeing no signs of him waking, he became even bolder in his actions. In no time, he began dismantling parts, and soon enough, the once assembled model lay in disarray. Frustrated at his inability to reassemble it, he stuffed the remaining pieces and sneaked back up to the third floor. Thief. Chen Lin, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, muttering softly. By noon, the 10 individuals gathered in one room to distribute food. Su Jiao first conjured several fresh, delicious oranges and then proceeded to distribute warm bento boxes and chilled cola. "I don't want bento. Aunt Su, I want a hamburger," Xian shouted, pushing aside the bento. The young woman beside him hurriedly covered his mouth, whispering, "Be quiet. Don and Appos, let them downstairs here. Then I want a hamburger." "I don't care. I just want a hamburger." Xian rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. All right, here is your hamburger." Su Jiao, with a sigh of resignation, conjured a steaming hamburger and handed it to him. "Aunt Su loves me the most." Xian gleefully accepted the hamburger, then kicked the discarded bento towards the corner where the little girl was, looking down from above. "Here, this is a gift for you." "Thank you." The little girl, named Yaya, cautiously picked up the bento and quickly retreated to the wall corner, keeping her distance to avoid annoying the group. Chapter 80. The third ability user. In the afternoon, Joan sat on the sofa in the hall, continuing to read the bird collection to Chen Lin. Life obtains its assets due to the demands of the world, and its value through the demands of love. Joan's tone was gentle, akin to the warm sun. Chen Lin sat upright beside her, a faint smile gracing his face. Just then, Yaya, on her way downstairs to dispose of the trash, happened upon this heartwarming scene between the siblings. Unconsciously captivated by Joan's voice, she halted, standing there in a daze, listening intently. "Do you also enjoy poetry?" Joan suddenly inquired. Caught in the act of eavesdropping, Yaya's face flushed crimson, extending all the way to her ears. Embarrassed, she lowered her gaze to her feet, as if searching for a flower to appear. "If you like, come join us. It's the perfect opportunity to keep Shaolin company." Joan and Appos' gaze shifted from the book to the petite girl. Yaya felt her face burn under Joan and Appos' scrutiny. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. Clutching the trash, she fled the hall, her heart racing until she was out of Joan and Appos' sight. Upon returning after discarding the trash, she passed by the hall again, where Joan awaited her. Just a glance from Joan made Yaya shyly lower her head, caught in a dilemma of whether to approach or retreat. "Come sit here." Joan gestured to the empty seat on her right. Elated, Yaya gazed at the spot. Taking small, hesitant steps toward it, reluctant to sit down. "What's wrong?" "I'm dirty," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Never before had she occupied such an opulent villa or sat upon such an expensive sofa. Her insecurity made each step she took within the villa feel like walking on the edge of a knife. Joan studied the girl, noting the stark contrast between her and the others, who were all resplendently dressed and radiating vitality, suggesting a life of abundance. In contrast, this girl appeared pale and emaciated, her clothes soiled and worn, revealing a sense of caution in every aspect. "It's all right. Come and sit." "We should and amp. Appos. T keep Shaolin waiting." Joan opened the poetry collection, patiently awaiting her to take a seat. Finally, Yiya raised her head, her eyes reddened. Trembling, she expressed, "Thank you, elder sister." Though she sat down, she still maintained a palm and amp, Appos, distance from Joan, fearing she might be looked down upon. Joan did not press her, turning her focus back to the pages as she began to read aloud for the two children. Time in such warmth often slips by unnoticed, and before long, night fell. Outside, the storm raged, thunder booming. It was a night of torrential rain. Joan sat cross-legged on her bed, spreading her mental energy throughout every corner of the villa. Since they had moved in, this had become a nightly ritual for her, for the couple residing here was far from honest. Though Joan was unaware of the specifics of their abilities, she had pieced together much from the clues. Their luggage had been minimal upon arrival, mostly consisting of clothing. However, the trash Yiya had disposed of earlier contained fresh fruit pits and half-eaten hamburgers. Only the affluent could afford to waste food in such dire times. The only logical explanation was that one of them must possess spatial abilities, akin to Baiyun. The other might be of a healing nature. The medication administered by Su Jiaoer served merely as an auxiliary aid. It was the drops she provided each morning to Chun-Lin that held the key. But how could they evade the onslaught of zombies? These two abilities lacked significant offensive power to ensure the safety of so many. One would need a formidable offensive ability to contend with mid to high-level zombies. Why was this so? There was clearly no third ability user involved. Joan pondered in confusion. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. There was movement upstairs. She donned a garment and stepped out, making her way to the third floor. Yiya, curled tightly in her blanket against the corner, whimpered softly. Her face was as pale as parchment, her eyes tightly shut, trembling uncontrollably. With each clap of thunder, she huddled tighter, her ears ringing, flashes of monstrous figures invading her mind. It felt as if they were in the room with her. The moment she opened her eyes, those decayed faces would manifest before her. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted outside, causing Yiya to collapse against the wall, utterly drained, her breath shallow. "I and Amp, Appos, am here." "Dawn and Amp, Appos, be afraid." A gentle female voice permeated her ears, dispelling the cacophony like a soothing breeze. She felt a comforting weight envelop her, a presence that brought solace. Someone embraced her through the blanket, a hand gently patting her back in reassurance. Gradually, Yiya relaxed her furrowed brow, squinting to discern the figure before her. In that hazy moment, she seemed to glimpse her tender mother again, and all her pent-up grievances and fears spilled forth, tears streaming uncontrollably. Joan spoke little, merely offering comfort. Even as her garment became soaked with Yiya's tears, she bore no disdain. After a while, Yiya, exhausted from crying, raised her head, finally realizing that the one holding her was not her mother, but the mistress of the villa. "I'm sorry. I was so scared. It's all right. I'm here." Joan smiled softly, reaching out to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Boom. Thunder rumbled again outside, sending Yiya into a shudder, her body recoiling against the wall as if shocked. "I'm here." Joan's hand rested gently on her head, providing comfort. "Mom, hurry and leave." Yiya and Amp, Appos, eyes remained shut, her voice trembling, her memories spiraling into chaos. "The monster has been driven away by the elder sister. There and Amp, Appos, no need to fear. Don't leave Yiya alone. I and Appos am always here." Joan patiently reassured her. The elder sister is always here. Yet, engulfed in chaos, Yiya could not discern reality from illusion. To her, only the ghastly specters danced around her, distorting her world. Joan sighed, lifting her, blanket and all, and placing her on the bed, herself lying beside to smooth out her tangled hair. Yiya, for reasons unknown, remained ensnared in this illusion, unable to awaken. Even as Joan attempted to soothe her with her mental energy, the effects were minimal. With every clap of thunder, images of her mother meeting a gruesome fate at the hands of zombies replayed vividly in her mind. Why, mother was so gentle. She feared pain more than anything. Why? Why couldn't I protect mother? In agony, Yiya clutched her head, murmuring to herself, her voice escalating. As if entranced, realizing something was amiss, Joan quickly enveloped her in an embrace, saying, Yiya, wake up. Wake up. Lost in her trance, Yiya could not hear Joan's calls. Tiny sparks of ability began to coalesce around her, akin to fireflies. Yiya, seeing the powers about to erupt, Joan gritted her teeth and swiftly struck the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. In an instant, the light of ability dissipated, leaving the room in profound silence. Chapter 81. Farewell. As the sound of rain gradually subsided, Qiao An found herself unable to sleep throughout the night. Her gaze was fixed on the slumbering Yiya, lost in contemplation. Indeed, what she had witnessed last night was a manifestation of supernatural abilities, yet inexplicably, these powers vanished upon her succumbing to sleep, rendering her indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Logically, one could perceive the unique mental energy emanating from those with extraordinary gifts, yet Yiya remained an enigma to her. The unknown is inherently perilous. Qiao An lifted her eyes to the window, where the rain-washed sky appeared exceptionally pure. Silently, she pushed the door open and ambled into the garden. The vibrant roses unfurled their petals, while glistening dewdrops adorned the lush green leaves like precious gems. Soft whimpers echoed. A mere glance from Qiao An sent several carnivorous plants into a fit of tears. What was there to lament over a few days of rain? Furrowing her brow, Qiao An found it perplexing that these man-eaters were behaving so petulantly. Little Seven has been taken by a wicked woman. Little Seven was the name she had given to one of the carnivorous plants, a distinction she had made for all 8 of them, numbered from 1 to 8. In a flash, Little Seven had vanished. Fearful, whimpering, the 7 roses chattered anxiously, trembling with fear at the mention of the wicked woman. This morning, the villainess had wandered into the garden, glancing around furtively before stealthily approaching them. With a swift motion, she had seized Little Seven, leaving the flowers terrified as if they were mere wares for sale. The carnivorous plants entwined their vines around Qiao An, seeking solace in her presence. Su Jiao, a spatial ability user. Qiao An gently stroked the green leaves of the roses, her expression grave. With Chun Lin's eyesight still not recovered, she wished to avoid open conflict with them for the time being. Thus, she had been turning a blind eye to their misdeeds, including the theft of Chun Lin and Appo's models, the pilfering of room ornaments and jewels, as well as renowned artworks. She was fully aware of their transgressions, but had chosen apathy, never expecting Su Jiao would audaciously attempt to steal a rose. Yet unbeknownst to her, it was not merely a rose, but a fearsome carnivorous plant. One must eventually pay the price for their greed. I am currently unable to reach Little Seven, but do not worry, I shall bring it back. Qiao An released the leaf she had been holding and turned to the corner of the wall. Yiya, hiding behind the wall, trembled at being seen, her face frozen in terror. Is the big sister talking to a monster? In truth, Yiya had awakened the moment the big sister left. The aura surrounding her brought a sense of comfort that made her long to draw closer, much like she did with her mother. Unconsciously, she followed the big sister, yearning to express her gratitude. Upon witnessing the big sister pause before the roses, Yiya intended to convey her thanks, only to be petrified by the sight of the once beautiful flowers transforming into monstrous beings. Her heart plummeted, leaving her shivering in fear, realizing the pure angel she had imagined was, in fact, a man-eating demon. You saw it, didn't and Appo's, you, Yiya? Qiao An gazed tenderly at the little girl behind the wall, intentionally allowing her to witness the scene. Yiya gasped for breath, cold sweat trickling down her brow, and, taking a deep breath, fled in panic. Go tell them, let them feel fear. Qiao An whispered, it is time to cleanse the villa. In the afternoon, as was her custom, Qiao An recited poetry for Chun Lin in the hall. Originally, Yiya was supposed to join them today, but it seemed she would not be coming after all. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the 2nd floor, mingled with the sounds of argument and a child's cries. Sister? At this moment, Chun Lin could vaguely discern shapes, releasing Qiao An and Appo's, as hand to inquire, Aran and Appo's. Do you going up to check? It sounds like brother-in-law and Baiyun. Stay here. I will return shortly. After giving her instructions, Qiao An rose to leave. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she found 01 glaring at the family while holding Baiyun, a crying boy hiding behind the adults with a face full of disdain. What happened? Qiao An asked coldly from the staircase. Qiao An, that brat is bullying Baiyun. 01 exclaimed angrily, pointing at Xian. Meow, meow, meow. Bai chimed in, sounding pitiful. Seeing Qiao An arrive, Su Jiao hurriedly stepped forward to defend. There was no bullying, it's a misunderstanding. Xian just wanted to play with it. Play? 01 was incredulous. Is pushing a cat off the windowsill playing? Meow. Meow meow, Bai Yun added indignantly. I was just trying to take a nap, and almost got taken away. Cats are supposed to have 9 lives. It won't he die? Xian dismissed. I was just curious. And yet you still stole my chocolate. 01 grew even angrier, recalling how his chocolate had mysteriously vanished from the table. Oh dear, Xian is just a child. It's normal for him to like sweets. You, as an adult, shouldn't he be so petty, a woman interjected. Casting furtive glances at Qin Tianqin. He is indeed a child, yet you insist on treating him like a fool during his upbringing, Qiao An retorted sarcastically. It's just a piece of chocolate. Is it really necessary to speak so harshly? Su Jiao glared at Qiao An in discontent. Oh, just a piece of chocolate. You say? What about the models from Little Lin's room, the jewelry from the box, and the artworks on the 3rd floor? Did they simply sprout legs and run away? Qiao An and Apos' gaze darkened as she surveyed the group, causing them to lower their heads, their earlier bravado evaporating. Suddenly, the woman raised her head, as if it were her right to speak. My Jiao treats your family without charge, so what's wrong with taking a few things? I allowed you to stay here because you promised to treat Little Lin, Qiao An replied. Stop reasoning with them. Throw them all out. They're a bunch of pests. 01 said impatiently, eager to expel them immediately. Since you've made your stance clear, please leave, Qiao An stated, standing beside 01, united in their resolve. Miss Qiao, you know your brother and Apos' eyes have yet to heal, Su Jiao said calmly. Are you truly thinking of driving us away? Dream on. Oh, I almost forgot about you. How do the roses look, Miss Su? Qiao An fixed her gaze on her, continuing, do not trouble yourself with Little Lin's eyes. You never intended to cure him, did you? Remember to return the flowers. You. Su Jiao's face flushed with shame and anger, unaccustomed to such indignity. Little 7, how much longer will you pretend? It is time to return home. Qiao An suddenly smiled. At that moment, she finally managed to connect with Little 7. Now, it is time to bid farewell. Chapter 82, The Dim-Witted Couple. With an air of arrogance, Su Jiao suddenly clutched her head, screaming in agony. Jiao, Qin Tianqin exclaimed, his face etched with concern as he held her tightly. He then turned to Qiao An, shouting furiously, what have you done to Jiao? Me? I have done nothing. She brought this upon herself, Qiao An replied, her hands raised innocently as she regarded the panicked crowd. Xiaoqi, go ahead and eat. Brother Chen. There are zombies in my space. Su Jiao, her face pale and devoid of its usual rosy hue, clutched Qin Tianqin's clothing in terror. Whimper. Since the master has spoken, I shall reluctantly indulge. Xiaoqi, the carnivorous plant, transformed into a towering 5-meter giant, its flower center blinking adorably. With its enormous mouth agape, Xiaoqi swung its vines, wreaking havoc in Su Jiao and Apos' space, indulging in its gluttonous nature, seizing anything it could find. The space erupted into chaos, with chickens and ducks scattering in fright. After feasting on enough poultry, Xiaoqi tilted its head back, releasing a cloud of pink mist that enveloped the area. The once escaping chickens and ducks fell silent upon contact with the mist, and the crops in the space withered instantly, unable to endure Xiaoqi's torment any longer. Su Jiao and Apos' screamed and unleashed it. The sight of the suddenly appearing carnivorous plant sent the others into a frenzy of terrified screams, with Xian even fainting from shock. Upon spotting Qiao An, Xiaoqi pranced over, whining adorably. No, you ugly creature, Qiao An said, pushing the affectionate plant away. Then turning to the weakened Su Jiao with a smile, do you like my pet, Miss Su? You. How dare a mere human collude with zombies? Qin Tianqin rebuked, gathering crackling electricity in his right hand. I will enact justice today, starting with you, the source of this calamity. He hurled the ball of lightning towards Qiao An unfazed. Qiao An calmly observed the incoming attack and called out, Xiaoqi. Whimper. Xiaoqi leapt up, its massive mouth catching the lightning ball with ease. Qin Tianqin stared in disbelief at Xiaoqi, astonished that this creature could absorb his lightning. Throw them out. Do not soil my home, Qiao An commanded impatiently. And both 01 and Xiaoqi understood immediately. Bai Yun mewed, pushing open the corridor window, as if to suggest, toss them out from here. Before the group could react, they were swept out the window by Xiaoqi and 01. Qiao An, having arranged for other carnivorous plants below, ensured that while they did not perish, they were thoroughly frightened. Qiao An leaped down to confront them coldly. Is Yaya healer? Upon witnessing Qin Tianqian and Amp, Oppo's abilities, Qiao An realized her earlier assumption was incorrect. Su Jiao was of the space type, while Qin Tianqian wielded lightning. This left a healer absent at Qiao Lin's eyes. Huh? You mean that girl? Qin Tianqian scoffed, as if he had heard an unbelievable joke. There are no healers. The one who can truly heal your brother is Jiao. Unfortunately, you have blind eyes and injured her. He smugly added, what? Do you wish to mend your brother's sight? Then you must plead with Jiao and Oppo's. She is kind-hearted and might grant your request. If she were kind-hearted, she would have already healed Xiao Lin instead of dragging this out with an endlessly diluted potion. Qiao An retorted disdainfully, observing the pair as they leaned on each other. I will give you one last chance. Heal Xiao Lin and Oppo's eyes, and I shall overlook past grievances and let you leave. Let us leave? Who do you think you are? You wretched creature. Qin Tianqian shouted, gathering electricity once more, forming a basketball-sized lightning sphere. I will enact justice today. Qiao An said unhurriedly, releasing Qiao and her 20-plus zombie servants from her space. Since their family moved in, she had kept them hidden to avoid attention, but today, they were finally free. Master, Qiao knelt before Qiao An, sensing danger from behind. She transformed her left arm into a beast-like appendage to absorb Qin Tianqian's lightning ball, then countered by throwing it back. Apart from these two, the others were tossed back into the truck. Yes, Qiao commanded, and several zombies hoisted the stunned individuals toward the vehicle. You dare? Su Jiao seethed, pulling a gun from her space and aiming it at Qiao An's forehead, shouting, Die, monster. Bang. Mew. The gunshot and the cat's meow echoed simultaneously. Su Jiao and Oppo's stared in disbelief at the black cat that had suddenly appeared before her, redirecting the bullet that was meant for Qiao An. You too. Su Jiao and Oppo's gasped, realizing that this seemingly ordinary black cat had just used space abilities. Damn, a mere beast possesses the same power as I. Su Jiao and Oppo's seethed, summoning her powers and moving rapidly. Bang bang bang. With incredible speed, she utilized her space abilities to teleport, firing at Bai Yun from various angles. Mew. Bai Yun yelped, its tail splitting into 5 as it elegantly dodged Su Jiao's bullets. Thus, the two engaged in a playful chase, with Bai Yun eager to eliminate this annoying woman but constrained by Qiao An's command to merely toy with her. Meanwhile, Qin Tianqian found himself struggling against Qiao. His attacks barely fazed her, and his speed was no match for hers. He soon found himself at her mercy, swiftly subdued and brought before Qiao An. Just as Bai Yun grew weary of the game, it accelerated, appearing above Su Jiao and wrapping its tail tightly around her neck. Struggling to breathe, Su Jiao and Oppo's lost her strength and was dragged before Qiao An. The two kneeling figures were disheveled and battered, presenting a pitiful sight. Heal Xiao Lin and Oppo's eyes, and I will let you go, Qiao An declared, her gaze piercing. She had no desire to kill, despite having been a predator for so long. She remained bound by human ideals. Brother Chen, Su Jiao and Oppo's sobbed softly, glancing at Qin Tianqian. Jiao and Oppo's do not bow to evil, Qin Tianqian replied, his expression resolute. Brother Chen. Su Jiao looked at him with admiration, her eyes filled with affection. Qiao An was taken aback by their dim-witted exchange, understanding now that they sought to embarrass her. What a cunning scheme. They nearly succeeded. 01, unable to bear the sight, interjected, Brother, are you laying eggs like a hen? Wah. Brother Chun. Jiao and Oppo's help me. Qin Tianqian called out loudly. Brother Chun. Su Jiao and Oppo's halted her sobbing, immediately grasping his intention and activating her space abilities to assist him. Chapter 83, Brother is invincible suddenly. A piece of emerald green jade appeared in Su Jiao's hand as she struggled to throw it to Qin Tianqian. With a sly grin, Qin Tianqian caught the jade in one hand, his fierce gaze locked onto Qiao An as he declared, Prepare to meet your demise, monster. Qiao An raised an eyebrow, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. While Qin Tianqian laughed and placed the jade into his mouth, his powers surged exponentially, forcefully propelling the weight of Qiao off him. How can one consume drugs when they are already losing? Qiao An sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Though Qin Tianqian's abilities had indeed increased considerably, he remained far inferior to Qiao. Qiao, go and teach him a lesson until he regains his senses, she commanded. Understood. Turning her attention to the lovesick Su Jiao, Qiao An inquired, What did you give him earlier? Humph. Su Jiao scoffed, tilting her head disdainfully. Do you truly believe I cannot handle him? Qiao An glared at the self-righteous woman. With the help of the Jade, Brother Chen cannot be defeated by you. Su Jiao proclaimed proudly before using her powers to teleport away. Qiao An, exasperated, whispered to 01, keep an eye on her. Do not let her cause trouble. Got it. 01 promptly teleported behind Su Jiao, his expression one of annoyance as he grasped her and tossed her towards a nearby carnivorous plant, saying, bind her up. With terrified eyes, Su Jiao and Appos watched as several carnivorous plants eagerly enveloped her, transforming her into a green cocoon. 01 casually sat atop the cocoon, observing the fierce battle unfolding before him. Qin Tianqian howled as he hurled a massive thunderball towards Qiaoyu. Unfazed, Qiaoyu responded with an expressionless demeanor, effortlessly returning the thunderball with a gentle push of his hands. The thunderball struck Qin Tianqian, leaving him charred, save for his white teeth. First round, Qiaoyu wins. Unyielding, Qin Tianqian launched a second assault, shouting as bolts of lightning erupted from his body, transforming into electric whips aimed at Qiaoyu. Still expressionless, Qiaoyu transformed his arms into beast-like appendages, leaping into the air to evade the lashes while flashing directly before Qin Tianqian. With a powerful swing of his beastly hands, he delivered a series of slaps to Qin Tianqian and Appos' coal-black face, knocking out several of his remaining white teeth. Orders are orders, he stated coldly. Second round, Qiaoyu wins. Dazed from the blows, Qin Tianqian felt stars spinning in his head, the metallic taste of blood compelling him to swallow. In a moment of distraction, he inadvertently swallowed the Jade. His wounds healed almost instantaneously, and even his frizzy hair returned to normal. Suddenly invigorated, Qin Tianqian erupted with laughter, exclaiming, truly, the heavens are on my side. Qiaoyu continued to regard the overly confident black egg with a stoic expression, furrowing her brow as she delivered a punch to his abdomen. Gagging, Qin Tianqian doubled over, the Jade he had just swallowed expelled from his mouth, along with the strength it had given him. In shock, he quickly caught the Jade and swallowed it again, fearing it would be taken from him. A flicker of disgust crossed Qiaoyu and Appos' face as she distanced herself from him, as did Qiao An and 01, who shared in the revulsion of his actions. Third round, Qin Tianqian wins. Master, grant me permission to slay him, Qiaoyu seethed. Qiao An waved her hand dismissively, feel free to strike, just leave him breathing. As her words fell, Qiaoyu lunged at Qin Tianqian like an unleashed arrow. Her punches were swift and powerful, each blow landing with brutal precision that bore a striking resemblance to Qiao An's own ferocity. Within moments, Qin Tianqian lay incapacitated on the ground. Seeing him silent, Qiaoyu paused to exhale in relief. This is satisfying. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil. Suddenly, Qin Tianqian, previously motionless, sprang to his feet and roared at Qiaoyu. His once fractured limbs miraculously healed, and his swollen features returned to normal. Had it not been for the bloodstains on him, Qiaoyu might have doubted her own strength. What terrifying regenerative power! A zombie, a monster! You shall perish! Qin Tianqian bellowed, channeling all his abilities into his right arm, forming a blade of lightning. Qiaoyu, be careful. He is on the verge of collapse, Qiao An interjected, having observed closely. From the moment Qin Tianqian consumed the Jade, it had been draining his energy to heal his injuries. After enduring Qiaoyu and Appos' relentless assault, the Jade had absorbed nearly all his strength, leaving him reliant solely on the energy it had regurgitated. Yet, even this was insufficient. Qiao An was not overly concerned until she noted that the Jade continued to pour energy into him, disregarding his limitations. At this moment, Qin Tianqian resembled a balloon. With the Jade relentlessly pumping air into him, if it did not cease, the balloon would surely burst. I am indeed the chosen one. Power. Endless power. I will eradicate all evil. In a frenzy, Qin Tianqian cackled maniacally, relentlessly striking at Qiaoyu with his electric blade. As the voltage surged, Qiaoyu could no longer counter with her bare hands, opting instead to evade. With each evasion, Qin Tianqian grew more arrogant, nearly losing himself in his reckless barrage of thunderballs, creating deep craters in the courtyard. Be mindful. Those are your family over there. Qiao An shouted sharply as she saw a thunderball headed for a nearby truck. You cannot deceive me. They are all zombies, he retorted, launching a massive bolt of lightning towards the truck, satisfaction evident on his face. The zombies guarding the truck scattered in panic, but a few who attempted to assist were incinerated by the electric blast, along with the truck full of humans. 01, free Su Jiao and Appos, the Jade. Qiao An realized the situation was becoming dire and urgently questioned Su Jiao and Appos. Just released, Su Jiao and Appos who initially believed Qin Tianqian had come to rescue her, only to find herself facing his thunderball. Fortunately, 01 acted swiftly, pulling her to safety. What is the deal with that jade? He has lost his mind. 01 asked while dodging Qin Tianqian's indiscriminate attacks. Lost his mind? Brother Chen is invincible. Su Jiao and Appos were proclaimed with admiration. You all are doomed. 01, visibly disgusted, tossed her toward Qin Tianqian, grumbling, Go to your invincible master. Chapter 84. A cornered dog bites back, driven by a frenzied rage. Qin Tianqian was unable to distinguish friend from foe, indiscriminately attacking even Su Jiao, who had flown in to assist him. With a swift motion, he hurled a lightning sphere directly at her. Su Jiao, who had been naively hoping that her brother Chen would save her, was abruptly jolted back to reality by the electric blast. Covered in dirt and grime, she lay on the ground. Her eyes filled with sorrow as she fixed her gaze on Qiao An, demanding, What have you done to my brother Chen? Qiao An rolled her eyes in exasperation, responding, I already mentioned that it was the stone you provided that caused this. Impossible. Thee is a treasured artifact. How could it have transformed my brother in such a manner? You must have done something. Why Wooten and Amp, Appos, Tishi listen. Qiao An sighed. Think whatever you wish. The truth remains that he became possessed after consuming the stone. Brother Chen, please wake up. You mustn't, and Appos, T let them succeed. Su Jiao screamed hoarsely, her face flushed with desperation. Qiao An felt a wave of second-hand embarrassment at the dramatic lines being uttered. This sounded more like a melodrama than reality. Qin Tianqian, however, was relentless. The more Su Jiao shouted, the fiercer his attacks became. Qiao Yu, caught off guard, suffered several hits, lightning scorching the fabric of her clothing. Gasping, Qiao An realized that Qiao Yu was on the verge of losing control. She recalled the last time Wang Kai had torn her clothes. She had dispatched him without mercy. Qin Tianqian's slight frame would surely not withstand a single swipe from Qiao Yu. As anticipated, the moment her clothing was torn, Qiao Yu transformed into her beastly form, roaring in fury as she raised a paw to strike Qin Tianqian. Ah, monster! Brother Chen! Su Jiao cried out in horror. Her previously flushed face now pale as she trembled before the towering Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu, spare him! Qiao An interjected just in time as Qiao Yu prepared to strike. With a disdainful snort, the cheetah reluctantly retracted her paw, resuming her human form. Observing the unconscious Qin Tianqian, Qiao An felt puzzled. There was still channeling power into him. Logically, he should not have succumbed so quickly. She cautiously approached him, intent on discovering the truth. Just as she squatted down to inspect him, her hand was suddenly grasped tightly. The formerly unconscious Qin Tianqian now stared wide-eyed at Qiao An, a sinister grin on his face. Monster, descend into hell. A surge of immense power coursed through Qin Tianqian and Appos' body, filling every crevice. He was about to self-destruct. With a deafening explosion, Qin Tianqian was obliterated, his flesh scattering like crimson mist as it fell from the sky. Brother Chen, Master, Qiao An, the three cried out in unison, the events unfolding far too swiftly for any of them to react. As the blood mist dissipated, Qiao An remained crouched, unharmed and devoid of even a speck of dirt. It seemed she would need to tidy up the yard later. Rising slowly, she revealed the vibrant she had clutched tightly. In that critical moment, she had summoned her void arm to protect herself. Otherwise, she would have surely suffered. You killed Brother Chen. Su Jiao's eyes reddened as she lunged at Qiao An in a frenzy. Of course, she never reached her target, as Qiao Yu intercepted her with a swift blow. He self-destructed. It has nothing to do with me, Qiao An replied calmly, stowing the away. It and Amp, Appos, that's all your fault. Not me. Yes, you. Can you not see the reality before you? Qiao An felt utterly drained by their lack of understanding. She had no desire for death, yet this couple refused to listen. I will make you pay. A distraught Su Jia shouted, vanishing in an instant. Has she fled? 01 inquired, puzzled. Perhaps that is for the best. No. Qiao An and Amp, Appos' expression shifted dramatically as she dashed back to the villa. Su Jia and Amp, Appos' presence had manifested within its confines. The two who followed her also hurried back. True to their fears, Su Jia was now frantically holding Chun Lin hostage. With a dagger poised at Chun Lin and Appos' throat, she threatened, no one move. Otherwise, I will kill him. He is human. You should be aware of that. Qiao An stood her ground, unwilling to make a reckless move. And what of it? Brother Chen is dead. I demand your lives. What will it take for you to release Shaolin? Qiao An asked, attempting to communicate with Bai Yun through her mental energy, hoping to orchestrate a rescue for Chun Lin. However, The deranged Su Jiao was far more astute than usual as she barked. Don and Appos, try any tricks. Keep that black cat away from me. Otherwise, I will kill him right now. Fine. Qiao An acquiesced reluctantly. And you? I can sense your power. Suppress it. Su Jiao glared at Qiao An. Her senses heightened every movement around her. Understood. Qiao An retracted her void arm, standing obediently in place. You, and you, including that cat. If you all die before me, I will release your brother. Su Jiao declared, tossing several knives before them. Qiao An, her heart heavy, asked, Must it truly come to this? Haha. You will understand once you're dead. Then you must keep your word, Qiao An replied, picking up a knife from the ground. To save Shaolin, you all must. Exchanging glances, Qiao Yu and 01 also picked up knives, placing them against their throats. Under Su Jiao and Appos, as watchful gaze. Qiao An mercilessly drew the blade across her neck, collapsing to the ground. Haha, a fitting end. Su Jiao cackled triumphantly, oblivious to the pink mist that began to seep through the windows. Big sister. From behind the staircase, Yaya rushed forward, her eyes wide with terror. In an instant, countless tiny orbs of power filled the room, transforming into delicate green vines that ensnared Su Jiao. Traitorous wretch. Yet, the tender sprouts were far too fragile to restrain the frenzied Su Jiao. With one hand, she intercepted Yaya, viciously slashing her slender neck with the dagger. Blood erupted, splattering across Su Jiao and Appos' face. Seeing Su Jiao preoccupied with Yaya, Baiyun seized the opportunity to release Qinlin, leaping to his side and bringing him back to safety. Damn it! At that moment, 01 delivered a swift kick to Su Jiao and Appos' abdomen, catching Yaya as she fell. The newly awakened Qiao An touched her wounded neck, rising unsteadily from the ground. She had underestimated Su Jiao's cunning. Her plan to feign death and lower Su Jiao's guard, allowing the carnivorous flowers to ensnare her in a mist of illusions, had backfired when she realized the dagger was poisoned. Detoxifying had consumed considerable time, revealing the poison and Appos' terrifying potency. Qiao An, 01 and Appos' anxious voice called out to her. Lifting her gaze, Qiao An saw him rushing toward her, cradling the bloody Yaya in his arms. Chapter 85. The seer of the future Joan gazed at the fading Yaya, her pupils constricting, as if paralyzed by an invisible force. What transpired during her moment of unconsciousness? She numbly accepted the lifeless Yaya from zero, her hands trembling. Sister. Yaya and Appos' voice was barely audible. She struggled to open her eyes, yearning for one last glimpse of Joan, yet her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, leaving her engulfed in darkness. Sister is here. Joan's voice was soft as she looked down at Yaya, whose face was marred with blood, her expression filled with sorrow. Big sister. Turn me into a zombie, Yaya weakly uttered, her life ebbing away, oblivious to the moment she would depart. Joan remained silent, offering no response. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao and Appos', who had been pressed forward by Qiao Yu, burst into mocking laughter. Become a zombie? Arin and Appos', you terrified of zombies? Yet you wish to become one. Ha! She continued with derision. If your mother knew that her daughter, whom she fought to save, turned into a zombie, I wonder if she'd be enraged enough to return to life. Ha! Before she could say more, her mouth was abruptly silenced by Qiao Yu's clothing. I see it. Becoming a zombie. Listening to Big Sister, Yaya's voice grew fainter, still unanswered by Joan. With her last ounce of strength, she softly murmured, Yaya's final wish. Joan's gaze was desolate, as if winter's unyielding snow had settled within her heart, cold and piercing. She slowly closed her eyes, grasping Yaya's limp hand, gently biting her wrist. The virus spread swiftly, and in mere moments, the once lifeless Yaya suddenly opened her crimson eyes. Her skin was pallid, her expression vacant. Joan laid her down, turning to Qiao Yu. She is in your care. Understood. Qiao Yu took the zombified Yaya, standing by her side. Joan approached Su Jiao, her eyes dark with intent. Just as she was about to speak, Su Jiao lunged toward the wall, crashing into it fatally. Dispose of the body to feed the fish, Joan coldly remarked, her gaze fixed on the lifeless form. Was she truly afraid of becoming a zombie? Send a few more zombies to clean the courtyard and the villa. Yes. Thus, this farce concluded with death's curtain call. Joan retreated to the bathroom, washing the blood from her neck and hands. As she stood, a thought crossed her mind about the repair stone she had discarded in her space. She immediately reached into her consciousness, entering that realm. To her astonishment, the spot where she had thrown the stone revealed a crystal-clear lake. With the repair stone resting at its center, Joan crouched beside it, dipping her fingers into the water, feeling a refreshing chill radiate throughout her body. Igniting a bold hypothesis in her mind, she swiftly cut her palm, cupping a handful of water to pour over the wound. The moment the water touched her injury, it healed instantly, leaving no scar. Overjoyed, Joan filled the container with the miraculous water, realizing there were no true healers among the superhumans. Su Jiao and Amp, Oppos, had relied solely on this repair stone to restore Chunlin and Amp, Oppos' sight. With the lake water in hand, she hurried to Chunlin and Amp, Oppos' room. After the turmoil they had just endured, he was leaning against the bed, seemingly in shock. "Sister?" Chunlin, in a daze, noticed her approach. "It's me. I found something to heal your eyes," Joan exclaimed, pouring the lake water into a vial for easier application. "Thank you, sister." Chunlin's response lacked the excitement she expected. His tone flat. He had witnessed the events of the day unfold days in advance, including Qin Tianxin's self-detonation, Yaya's demise, and Su Jiao's suicide. He had seen it all but felt utterly powerless to change any of it. Since the first day of the apocalypse, he had dreamed of future events every night. Initially, he dismissed them as mere coincidences, but as the occurrences multiplied, he accepted that he possessed the ability to foresee the future. He had tried countless times to alter what was destined to happen, yet each attempt ended in failure. At the mall, he had dreamed of encountering a female zombie, and in fear, he had locked the door and hidden. Yet, that zombie had still found him. That night, he dreamt that the zombie would not harm him, but would instead bring him food. Thus, he obeyed fate and Oppos' design and brought the unconscious creature back to his room, where she became the sister who cared for him ever since. He could glimpse fragments of future events, both good and bad. Those who can foresee the future are both fortunate and unfortunate, for he lacked the ability to change anything, whether good or bad, forced to watch helplessly as it unfolded. Whether injury or death, he could only submit to fate and Oppos' decree. "Sister." Chunlin snapped back from his thoughts as Joan prepared to administer the healing liquid. "Let South move to another place," he suggested, lifting his face to allow the remedy to fall into his eyes. Confused by his sudden statement, Joan inquired, "Why?" "This place will soon be reduced to rubble." As the liquid made contact with his eyes, Chunlin blinked, the world gradually coming into focus as his vision was restored. "Why do you say that?" Joan and Amp, Oppos' demeanor shifted to seriousness. Chunlin was not the type to fabricate tales. "I can see some future events." "When did this begin?" "Always." The room fell into a profound silence as Joan pondered for a moment before asking, "What have you seen?" "The villa will explode on a rainy night," Chunlin replied, looking down. In his most recent dream, the villa would collapse amid a torrential downpour, brilliant flames erupting from within. "What else? Are there superhumans or monsters?" Joan pressed, recalling that Qin Tianxin and Su Jiao were already dead, and no other high-tier monsters lurked nearby. Logically, they should be safe. "I don't know. I didn't see." Chunlin answered truthfully. In that dream, there were only the persistent rain and the flames, with no sign of anyone. "All right, sister believes you. Let and Amp, Oppos' leave at once," Joan said, hastily rising to inform the others. Those few aware of the situation spoke little, efficiently packing their belongings, placing the flowers from the yard and the fish from the water into the space. Once completed, Joan drove the car away from the villa without a backward glance. In their hurried departure, Joan was uncertain of their next destination. The immediate priority was to flee this place as far as possible. That very night, a relentless drizzle began to fall. The rain cascaded from the night sky like silken threads, imbued with chill. The once vacant villa was abruptly transformed into ruins amidst the thunderous explosions. "Escaped." The whisper faded into the wind, leaving no one to understand the cause of the explosion. Chapter 86. Subject 3. Joan's vehicle had traversed the night, far removed from the villa. The advantage of being a zombie is the absence of the need for sleep. Whenever fatigue struck, a crystal core could be consumed to instantly rejuvenate one's spirit. Chunlin was nestled against Bai Yun in the back seat, while 01 languidly gazed out the window. A sliver of white appeared on the distant horizon. Dawn was approaching. "Let me drive. You've been at it all night," 01 remarked, resting his head on one hand as he looked at Joan. "No way. You don't have a license," Joan firmly replied, embodying the principles of a law-abiding citizen. How could she permit him to drive without proper credentials? "Just send me a license," 01 retorted, crossing his arms in dissatisfaction. Humans truly were a bother. Meow. Suddenly, Bai Yun in the back seat yelped in alarm, arching its back with fur bristling, emitting a threatening sound. Joan, 01 and Oppos' S' expression changed dramatically as he urgently called out. I know. Joan sensed the impending danger and pressed the accelerator to the floor, the car racing forward with a swift whoosh. Still behind us. 01 turned to see the shadow relentlessly pursuing them, his dark eyes uncontrollably shifting back to gold. How fast they escape. The pursuing figure, San, wrinkled her delicate nose in displeasure, tossing her pockball in a carefree manner. Humans in their tin boxes are truly annoying. Growing weary of the chase, San leaped into the air, floating effortlessly, 16 shimmering spheres surrounding her in a halo. Boom. She aimed her palm at the speeding vehicle, mimicking the sound of an explosion. As her words fell, the 16 luminous spheres hurtled toward the car, all striking true. In an instant, flames erupted, and thick smoke billowed as the vehicle flipped. What an unsightly insect, much like yourself, San disdainfully remarked as she descended to the ground. Observing the few escapees from the wreckage, she glanced at the pockball in her hand, which remained silent. Wiping the soot from her face, Joan straightened up, gazing at the nonchalant figure approaching. Not particularly tall, perhaps 5 feet, she had fair skin and striking features. Her brown curls flowed behind her, adorned in a pink bubble dress, resembling a doll. Were it not for her crimson eyes and the palpable aura of danger she exuded, Joan would have found her quite charming. 01. Still holding Qianlin, also took note of the little girl, unaware that his hair had already turned silver. Sister, she and Amp, Oppos, very dangerous, Qianlin expressed with concern. Qiao, take Baiyun and Qianlin and leave first, Joan commanded Qiao, who had just emerged, clearly oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Master. Qiao attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Joan. First take Xiaolin away, we will discuss the rest later. As the menacing gaze drew closer, Joan recognized she could not evade it, and resolutely urged Qiao to lead the others to safety. Understood. Qiao cast a worried glance at Joan before swiftly gathering Qianlin and Baiyun, disappearing in a flurry of leaps. Fortunately, the little girl seemed uninterested in pursuing them, instead approaching 01. Are you Subject 1? The little girl asked, gazing up at 01 with an air of arrogance. 01, nearly 6 feet tall, found the height difference quite striking. Realizing this, San awkwardly cleared her throat and gracefully floated higher. Looking down at 01 once more. Are you Subject 1? What Subject 1? 01 replied, perplexed by the petite figure before him. Subject 1, she reiterated. And you are? He countered. I am the perfect, noble, sacred, and supreme Subject 3, San declared, her lips curling into a proud smile. Subject 3? Joan whispered, bewildered. How is it that children can become predators these days? Oh, little 3. 01 exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. He realized he was not the only subject in this world, though the exact number remained a mystery to him. What little 3? My name is San, she growled, glaring at 01, wishing to silence him. Given your small stature and designation of Subject 3, calling you little 3 seems quite fitting, 01 quipped, his golden eyes gleaming with innocence. Embarrassed, Joan leaned in to whisper an explanation of the term little 3 to him. Curse you, hideous insects. San roared in fury as several glowing spheres reappeared behind her. Defective beings are indeed defective with such low intelligence. With a wave of her hand, several spheres flew towards 01 without hesitation. Just as 01 grasped the new knowledge, he turned to find a barrage of explosives heading his way. Unable to evade them, he summoned 3 colossal pythons, devouring the incoming explosives. Phew, that was terrifying, Joan remarked, her heart racing as she patted her chest. Do we have a grudge? Joan asked, looking up at the girl floating above. None, came the curt reply. Then what is this all about? Joan pressed, noting that the attacks had been lethal. Kill him, San declared with unwavering conviction. 01 was left speechless. The 3 pythons behind him, having just finished devouring the explosives, wore equally bewildered expressions. Can it be that a predator does not understand the rules of evolution? San thought, increasingly convinced that Subject 1 was a complete waste. She even wondered if consuming him would impair her own intellect. Are you implying consumption? Of course. A predator must endlessly consume other beings to evolve. With kindred spirits being the most nourishing, she continued, licking her pink lips. I and Oppos, we've been searching for you for quite some time. With that, she summoned another round of explosives aimed at 01. This time, he was prepared, swiftly pulling Joan aside and dodging her attack with a few quick flashes. Not bad in terms of speed, San teased, her crimson eyes reflecting the flickering flames. She ascended once more, opening her mouth to conjure double the explosives, which began to rain down from above. Keep dodging. The explosive rain fell like a torrential downpour, and Joan quickly realized the gravity of the situation. She summoned her void arm to shield against the barrage. However, this time, not only had the number increased, but their power had also significantly escalated. At the moment of explosion, her void arm was obliterated, her arm snapping in midair. For the first time, Joan experienced the shattering of her void arm. A searing pain flooding her body. The connection between her mental energy and physical form meant that any attack on her psyche would inflict multiplied suffering upon her flesh. Joan, 01, having just dealt with his own threats, turned to find Joan collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat. Chapter 87. The fierce assault. How grotesque. Even my bombs cannot be contained. San chuckled, as more and more bombs gathered behind her. Allow the perfect, noble, sacred, and supreme San to escort you on your journey. A flicker of darkness flashed in her eyes as the bombs fell towards Ling Yi and Qiao An upon her command. How infuriating. Ling Yi hurriedly scooped Qiao An into his arms, dodging the raining bombs from the sky. This time, their power was even greater wherever the bombs landed. They created massive craters several meters deep, transforming the once smooth road into a patchwork of destruction. To think you could evade them. San tilted her head, observing the anxious expression on Ling Yi's face, and remarked, "You are not as weak as I imagined. However, it provides me with the perfect opportunity to play a little longer. Let me show you my little bear," San exclaimed excitedly, as a 3-meter-tall bomb bear gradually formed above her head. "You dare call that a little bear?" Qiao An grimaced through the pain, retorting, "What child plays with bombs and calls a towering bear a little bear? Enough of that. Rest well." Ling Yi furrowed his brow, biting his wrist and offering it to Qiao An. Not forgetting to add, "You've benefited from this once again." Fortunately, his blood proved effective. As soon as Qiao An drank a mouthful, her wounds healed significantly. "I feel capable again," Qiao An confidently declared after swallowing the sweet blood. "Then get down." Ling Yi scowled as he set her down, turning to confront the perverse Loli's bizarre bear. "Go, bear. Devour them." The bomb bear took shape, and San flung it towards Ling Yi, an expression of delight on her face. "Roar." The bomb bear let out a fierce roar, lunging at Ling Yi. Ling Yi and Appos' expression darkened as 3 massive pythons behind him writhed in anticipation. The moment the bear approached, the 3 pythons sprang into action, one coiled around its neck while the other 2 ensnared its limbs. They tightened their grip, attempting to strangle the beast. The bear struggled in vain to free itself from their grasp, only to find them tightening further. "Humph." Ling Yi turned his head, snorting disdainfully, "It is nothing extraordinary." At that moment, San realized that Ling Yi had not just 1 but 3 pythons. It seemed she had uncovered a secret she shouldn't have known. And she immediately mocked, "3? Ha ha ha, your mental strength manifests as 3 snakes? Truly, a substandard specimen." Qiao An looked on in confusion. Her understanding of predators and mental strength far too limited. It seems fitting that a substandard and a counterfeit would be together. After mocking Ling Yi, San directed her gaze to Qiao An, saying, "You are not even worthy of being called a predator." "Of course, I am not. I have transformed from a human into a zombie. I am nothing like you, who was cultivated in an incubator," Qiao An replied with a strained smile. "Then you are even less deserving of life, you wretched insect." San curled her finger, summoning a swarm of bombs that flew straight at Qiao An. This time, Qiao An had learned her lesson. She no longer foolishly tried to block with her void arm. Instead, she formed a net with her mental strength, rebounding the bombs the moment they made contact. Meanwhile, Ling Yi was busy dismantling and devouring the bomb bear, his 3 pythons' bellies swollen and bloated, displaying signs of gluttony. San paused for a moment, then tilted her head mockingly. "Quite impressive. Let me see just how capable you truly are." She clasped her hands together in front of her, then opened them, as 5 more bears identical to the previous one emerged behind her. "Come. I want to see this for myself." With her command, 3 bomb bears charged at the pythons while the other 2 lunged towards Qiao An. The odds had shifted dramatically from 3 against 1 to 1 against 1, as the 3 bears pressed down on the pythons, their hind legs pinning the snake's vital points while their forelegs restrained their heads, jaws wide open, poised to crush the snake's and Appos' skulls. Ling Yi endured the pain in his body while commanding the pythons to retaliate, but he could only focus on one at a time. As soon as one broke free, another was pinned down. The 3 pythons struggled to balance, with 2 always at a disadvantage. Regardless of which one was harmed, Ling Yi felt the pain multiply. Qiao An was not faring any better. Her net could not withstand the assault of the 2 bears. They pressed down on the net, using all four limbs and jaws with immense strength, tearing the net to shreds in a matter of moments. "It hurts," Qiao An cried out, cradling her head in her hands. Fortunately, having learned from her previous experience of her mental strength being disrupted, she managed to stay upright, albeit drenched in cold sweat. "Little bear, devour them." San's eyes sparkled with delight as she commanded the bomb bears to pounce on Qiao An, tearing into her with ravenous bites. Picking on the softest targets, they sought the weakest to feast upon. Qiao An found herself pinned beneath two bears, unable to move. The dual agony of mental and physical pain pushing her to the brink of unconsciousness. She could only watch helplessly as one bear sank its teeth into her thigh. Tearing flesh along with fabric and swallowing it within moments, its jaws stained crimson with her blood. The other bear clamped down on her abdomen, the sharp teeth piercing her skin, leaving her feeling every agonizing moment. Qiao An, Ling Yi struggled to fend off the three beasts while wishing to rescue her. Yet, he was already overwhelmed and could not spare a moment to aid Qiao An, forced to watch her being devoured. Unable to endure the excruciating pain any longer. Qiao An screamed wildly, her mental strength erupting violently. Covered in blood, her eyes vacant, she stiffly reached for the bomb bear atop her, sinking her teeth into its ear and tearing it off like a wild beast. Roar. The bomb bear yelped in pain and leaped away from her. Roar. For reasons unknown. Qiao An mimicked the bear's roar, lunging at another bomb bear and biting down fiercely. Behind her, her chaotic mental energy bubbled like boiling water, gradually forming sharp claws that floated ominously behind her. Hee, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Qiao An and Appo's eyes remained vacant as she gazed up at San with a dazed smile. How revolting. San and Appo's eyes brimmed with disdain as she looked at Qiao An. As if she were an eyesore. Disappear from my sight at once. The three bears previously engaged with Ling Yi turned to pounce on Qiao An, encircling her as they launched their assault. Hee. Qiao An remained oblivious, standing still with a vacant grin, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Roar. The first bomb bear to reach her opened its massive jaws, aiming for her head. Qiao An remained blissfully ignorant, still smiling. Above, San snorted coldly, ready to relish the sight of her demise. Chapter 88. The beloved big slap with a resounding crack, just as the bomb bear was about to tear off Qiao An and Appo's head. A colossal beast claw suddenly emerged and delivered a powerful slap that sent it flying. The remaining bears charging forward were similarly dispatched with ease. How pathetic to lose control so easily, San sneered at Qiao An's dazed eyes. The bomb bear, having shaken off the dust, lunged at Qiao An once more, vowing revenge. This time, Qiao An did not merely slap it. Instead, she seized one bear and pinned it to the ground, brutally tearing off its forelimb with her other hand. The bear howled in agony. Yet, Qiao An showed no signs of stopping. She continued to methodically dismember its remaining limbs. In that moment, she resembled a child devoid of any moral compass, engrossed in her toy, occasionally emitting gleeful laughter. Now left with just its head, Qiao An reached out to twist it off. The bomb bear, overwhelmed by her torment, finally succumbed with a wretched scream, self-destructing in a cataclysmic explosion that left a deep crater in the ground. Qiao An's void arm was instantly obliterated in the blast. A fresh wave of excruciating pain coursed through her as she stared blankly at her severed arm, muttering, "My arm. It and Appo's broken. Now, devour her." San coldly commanded the remaining four bears, gazing down at the frenzied Qiao An. Damn it. Zero stepped in front of Qiao An, shielding her from the bears, his three serpents also bearing numerous wounds. "Weren't you supposed to eat me? What does she have to do with this?" Zero questioned, raising his gaze. "Then let us first consume this defective one before dealing with her counterfeit," San replied, her eyes narrowing with impatience. Upon hearing this, the four bears swiftly shifted their focus to Zero. "My arm." Qiao An kept repeating the words, and astonishingly, her shattered void arm began to mend slowly, fragments reassembling to form a new limb. Little bear. She glanced at her arm, and then at the four bomb bears attacking Zero, suddenly smiling wide. "I hurt so much, little bear." With another earth-shattering scream. San's expression shifted dramatically as she observed Qiao An's void arm tearing into the bomb bear. Her methods were exceedingly cruel. As she twisted the bear's head off and then ripped its limbs apart, resembling a wild beast toying with a puppet. Even when the bomb bear's explosion shattered her arms, Qiao An merely frowned momentarily before the fragments of her void arm rejoined, continuing to slaughter the remaining bears. Zero was equally astonished by Qiao An's actions. She appeared impervious to pain, refusing to relinquish her grip no matter how many times she was blasted apart. Once the last bear was dismembered, Qiao An lifted her face towards San in the sky, murmuring dreamily, "Doll, how dare you boast in my presence?" San fumed, witnessing her bear's demise at Qiao An and Appo's hands. Her hands arched, fiery bombs gradually coalescing, glowing a fierce red. Zero sensed the formidable power of the bombs in her hands and knew he could not withstand them. He grasped Qiao An and attempted to flee. "Do you think you can escape?" San smirked, tossing 2 bombs their way. Zero held his breath, leaping to evade them. But to his horror, the bombs seemed to have tracking devices, refusing to be shaken off. As they drew nearer, Zero halted, gritting his teeth, resolved to make a stand. "Fear not." Qiao An suddenly darted in front of him, pushing him away to confront the bombs herself. Her void arm shielded her as she attempted to intercept the bombs, but they pierced through her arm, striking her collarbone, while the other altered course towards her head. Zero quickly summoned his serpents to block the lethal blow. Boom, boom. 2 resounding explosions erupted with blinding light as the bombs detonated upon Qiao An and Appo's body. The bomb aimed at her head was intercepted by a serpent, which was instantly torn to shreds. The bomb at her collarbone left a massive gaping wound in her chest, resembling a blooming red rose. Qiao An's gaze flickered, her consciousness returning to her battered body, before she closed her eyes. "Ha ha ha, what a hideous and despicable creature," San chuckled. Her pale cheeks flushed with excitement. Zero silently cradled Qiao An, tearing open his still healing wrist to feed her his blood. "Do not die," he rasped. His golden eyes darkened with clouds of despair. Behind him, 2 gigantic serpents were feasting on another serpent-esque carcass, voraciously devouring the spiritual fragments as if they were some heavenly delicacy. Only Zero understood that what was being consumed was himself. And the devourers were also a part of him. When the last morsel was swallowed, the serpents rapidly grew, doubling in size, their mouths sprouting terrifying white fangs. No matter how much they grew, they remained mere serpents. San suddenly gathered her strength, dozens of blood-red bombs materializing behind her. She looked down at Zero with pity, stating, "As fellow predators, I shall grant you a painless death." With her words, the bombs surged towards him. Even without detonating, they could rend him to pieces. Zero's gaze burned fiercely as he clenched his fists, a surge of power erupting around him, lifting his silvery hair in a tempest. The 2 serpents intertwined, weaving through the dense barrage of bombs, recklessly thrashing their bodies towards San. "How dare this mere defective speak in my presence?" San and Appo's crimson pupils narrowed in fury, and she swiftly conjured a massive bomb to counter the oncoming serpents. With a swift motion, the bomb was forced into the serpent's mouth, sealing it tight. "Explode," San commanded, and with a tremendous roar, the serpent was obliterated into fragments. Yet, before she could revel in her triumph, another serpent lurking behind seized the opportunity to tear away a large chunk of flesh from her neck, warm blood gushing forth. "Damn it." San's voice shattered, her power dissipating, and she plummeted from the sky like a bird with broken wings. The surviving serpent swallowed the flesh in its mouth, continuing to feast on its fallen companion's body, growing ever larger with each morsel consumed, eventually becoming as thick as the combined mass of the 3 serpents. Zero, one arm around Qiao An, the other pressed against his forehead, felt as though a pack of wild beasts were battling within his mind, cruelly slaughtering one another and devouring their remains. Blood. It was all blood. Everywhere he looked was a crimson haze, the earth scarred, with nothing but relentless slaughtering beasts. Chapter 89. Rampage. The giant python, having consumed the last morsel of flesh, remained unsatisfied and turned its gaze towards San, slithering closer. San pressed one hand against her bleeding neck while swiftly conjuring bombs to assail the approaching serpent. The python, with its toughened skin and robust physique, was impervious to her attacks. It flicked its crimson tongue and clamped its jaws around San's neck, coiling tightly around her. As the serpent constricted, pain contorted San's features, and she seemed to hear the sound of her bones fracturing. "Not all of us can rampage so easily," she thought, enduring the agonizing pressure as she cast a glance at Lingy. A defective product is merely a defective product. Even in a rampage, it is nothing extraordinary. Lingy remained absorbed in his own world, oblivious to San and Appo's derision, while Qiao An lay unconscious nearby. San found it laughable that she, the most perfect predator, was driven to such a plight by a mere defective being. She felt a surge of defiance. The python, sensing a burgeoning strength within its prey, abruptly released its grip and retreated behind Lingy. San, her body riddled with fractures, was left discarded on the ground, her pink bubble skirt stained with blood and saliva. She gazed up at the cerulean sky, yearning to turn her head to see Ling Yi once more. But her neck would not budge. "Let me show you the ultimate rampage." She suddenly cackled as a brilliant red orb of energy began to coalesce in her chest. The immense power pressed upon her form, nearly distorting it, yet she persisted in amassing energy. It was only when the orb, containing all her strength, enveloped her corporeal being that it ceased to grow. Boom. The fireball exploded in a semicircular arc, smoke and debris billowing upwards. A cataclysmic wave of heat, accompanied by a deafening roar, obliterated buildings and life within miles, reducing everything to ashes. Silence. Ling Yi calling out, but he did not awaken. What should I do? Brother 11? It and amp. Oppos. It's almost time for assembly, and Ling Yi still hasn't and amp. Oppos. T woken up. Amidst a cacophony of white noise, Ling Yi, in a daze, heard two children calling for him. He struggled to lift his eyelids, but the blinding white light pierced his eyes, forcing him to close them once more. Wake up and hurry to assembly, 11 admonished, tapping his head. Assembly? Ling Yi questioned, bewildered. After a moment of adjustment to the light, he opened his eyes to find two identical children before him. The only distinction was the metal collars around their necks, one inscribed with and amp. Amp. Oppos, 11 and amp. Amp. Oppos, and the other with and amp. Amp. Oppos, 05, and amp. Amp. Oppos, brother? Ling Yi exclaimed in delight as he looked at the two, then inquired, how did I end up here? I should what? The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not recall where he ought to be. Searching his memories yielded nothing. Had he fallen asleep again? Forget about should. We must hurry to assembly, or the teacher will be angry, 05 urged, taking Ling Yi and Oppos' hand and smiling gently. Oh, I and Oppos am coming. Ling Yi responded, not pausing to ponder further, rising swiftly to follow the two. Their assembly point was an expansive clearing, where 9 other children, identical in appearance and attire, awaited them, each wearing collars marked with different numbers. A white-haired man with black-framed glasses stood before them, scrutinizing the group. A female assistant at his side busily documented information on a tablet. After a moment, she presented the compiled data to the man. He examined it, set down the tablet, and regarded the 12 identical children with a benevolent expression. All your data is exceptional. You will be ready for the final assessment tomorrow. Though Ling Yi did not comprehend the situation, elation washed over him, and his body felt remarkably light. He could not help but glance at the nearby children, who also bore expressions of joy. Today and Oppos' testing concluded ahead of schedule, and the remaining time was theirs to explore freely. The man added, after dinner, remember to return to your sleep pods for rest. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the children to disperse, departing with his assistant. Once they entered a white room, the children in the clearing erupted in jubilant celebration. They embraced one another, held hands, or tumbled about in a joyful heap. The once empty space filled with the enchanting sounds of their laughter. 05 took 11's hand and approached Ling Yi, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, this is wonderful. Ling Yi, if we all pass tomorrow and Oppos' assessment, we can go outside with the teacher. Outside? Ling Yi echoed, puzzled. Yes. Dawn and Oppos. We all want to see the world beyond? 05 replied enthusiastically. The mere mention of the outside world sent Ling Yi and Oppos' heart racing, stirring a yearning within him. Brother, do you wish to see the outside as well? He asked 11, who was typically reserved. Among the three, he was the most composed, and though they called him brother, it was merely due to his reliability. The children here were uniformly created, numbered according to their order of emergence. Logically, Ling Yi should have been the elder sibling. Yet his impulsive nature rendered him less mature than 05 and Oppos' gentleness or 11 and Oppos' steadiness, leading others to regard him as the younger brother. Not at all, 11 replied decisively. Why not? Both 05 and Ling Yi queried in unison. The outside world signifies the unknown, and the unknown is fraught with peril, 11 declared, his expression grave as he regarded the two. He then shifted his tone, however, if you both truly wish to go outside, I shall accompany you. Haha, brother 11. If you desire to go, simply say so instead of dancing around the subject. 05 laughed heartily, prompting Ling Yi to join in the merriment. We must all pass the assessment tomorrow. Absolutely. Indeed. After dinner, the 12 children entered their sleep pods, filled with anticipation for the future. Ling Yi felt as though he had plunged into a protracted nightmare, wherein he transformed into a venomous serpent, battling a multitude of beasts, rabbits, elephants, lions, tigers, and countless others. He could not overpower the larger creatures, resorting to his venom to incapacitate them before devouring them whole. Yet, insatiable hunger gnawed at him, urging him to hunt more. He could not fathom how long he must persist in this slaughter, only aware of the relentless hunger within. Approaching a diminutive rabbit, he deemed it too small to merit the use of venom, merely coiling around it tightly before swallowing. He consumed one creature after another until he was the last remaining on the battlefield, finally feeling somewhat satiated. Beyond the protective glass, a group of white-coated experimenters gazed with excitement at the sole surviving child below, unable to contain their applause and cheers. An assistant remarked nonchalantly, out of 12 experimental subjects, only subject 1 exhibits temporarily stable mental fortitude. The remaining 11 succumbed to excessive stimulation and perished in their rampage. Chapter 90. The living subject 1 and AMP, Oppos, S mental fortitude remains stable. However, subject 1's mental state has begun to disintegrate. This is dire. His psyche is fracturing. In the depths of his dreams, 01 seems to hear a woman's voice. How many? It is the voice of the teacher. 12. He is mimicking the mental energies of other test subjects. Such a fragmented psyche is undeniably a failure. We must forcibly integrate his mental energies, immediately. The teacher appears quite agitated. Is it because the others have failed to complete their assessments? 01 wishes to open his eyes and see his companions, but he is engulfed in endless darkness. Yet, if he cannot endure this, he risks losing his sanity. The woman's voice trembles. It is a failure now, and madness is also a failure. Why not take a desperate gamble? The teacher's voice booms. It seems to be the first time he has witnessed such fury from her. Integrate. What are you all discussing? For the teacher, who is usually so kind, to express such anger must indicate a grave situation. Buzz. 01 suddenly feels as if he has been thrown into a meat grinder. Every fragment of his being is racked with unbearable pain, as forces from all directions crush him, striving to reduce him to nothingness. He is in excruciating agony but cannot utter a sound, nor can he shed tears. He can no longer discern where his eyes lie, where his mouth is, or where his limbs have gone. He seems to exist in a paradox, absent yet omnipresent. A cacophony of voices floods into his mind, voices of children akin to him. In the external world, 05 is drenched in blood, his eyes bloodshot. He manages to force a smile, gazing vacantly at 01, before collapsing before him. Survive. It is 11, who, like 05, is also bloodied, beads of sweat pooling on his forehead, silently conveying the immense agony he endures. Brother? 01 looks at the two in confusion. How could this happen? Wherein and Amp, Oppos, T they in the sleep chamber? How could they have transformed into this? Teacher. Subject 1 is resisting integration. He is resisting. The woman cries out anxiously, her eyes fixated on the 3 remaining segments of mental energy on the screen. No matter how much force is applied, they cannot coalesce. Increase it. Maximize it. The teacher commands without hesitation. He will not withstand it. Maximize it. The urgency of the situation prompts the woman to reluctantly elevate the power to its zenith. In the cultivation chamber, 01 convulses in agony, his chaotic mental energy swelling to its peak. The 3 forces collide violently within the chamber, producing a dull thud. Despite this, the applied force does not cease, rather, it intensifies, rising ever higher. Under everyone's watchful eyes, 01's mental energy gradually stabilizes. He slowly opens his eyes, his brown irises transforming into a divine gold, his dark hair shifting to silvery white. Where is this? He remembers. He remembers. He remembers. The recollection halts abruptly as 01, lying in a pool of blood, awakens with a jolt. His golden eyes flash with an array of emotions: gentleness, confusion, hatred, disgust, fear. As if he has suddenly become a multitude of different beings, only to have these complex feelings meld into one. Humanity. 01 murmurs slowly, as if attempting to savor the very essence of the words. He painstakingly rises from the deep pit. Beside him lies the equally injured Joanne. He recalls that during the explosion, it was she who shielded them with her void arm. Though they have both escaped with their lives, their mental energies have sustained varying degrees of damage. Joanne and Amp, Oppos, S void arm has been obliterated in the blast, along with the trace of mental energy she had retained. 01 gazes at the wounded Joanne, his expression a tumult of emotions. Her condition is dire, and even awakening is a struggle. Without mental energy, even if she regains consciousness, she will merely exist as a common zombie. After a moment of contemplation, 01 decisively cuts his palm, letting his blood drip into Joanne's mouth. Indeed, I still do not wish for your demise. Having spoken, he clenches his fist, staggering away without looking back, disappearing into the darkness. Before long, A gentle rain begins to fall from the sky. The cold night rain washes away the blood on the ground, awakening the unconscious. Joanne and Apos' eyelashes, heavy with raindrops, flutter slightly before she opens her eyes. For a moment, she is disoriented and then attempts to rise, but her body refuses to obey, immobilizing her. She can only lie helplessly on the ground, casting her gaze around with her peripheral vision. Only herself. The rain grows heavier, pattering against her wounds. She yearns to use her mental energy to shield herself from the rain, but finds herself utterly incapable. Joanne stubbornly attempts again and again, each effort ending in failure. Unable even to access the space of her void. Resigned, she lies there, allowing the murky water to flow beneath her. Click. A round, plump pockball suddenly rolls out from beneath Joanne, coming to rest before her. Joanne struggles to focus, recalling that it had scurried from the hands of a small girl during the explosion. At that moment, she was solely concerned with defense and paid it no mind. Yet she did feel a faint pulse of life emanating from within. The pockball rolls a short distance, bouncing against a small stone and triggering its mechanism. A gelatinous, slime-like creature oozes forth. Devoid of facial features or limbs, it resembles a puddle of slime, capable of morphing into any shape. Yet, it is alive. Its body even radiating warmth. It inches its way back to Joanne, adhering to her wounds to siphon her blood. Do you wish to survive? Joanne weakly raises a hand to rest upon it, feeling its minuscule vitality. The slime responds to Joanne and Apos' touch, affectionately expanding its form, enveloping her cold hand entirely. The rare warmth brings tears to Joanne and Apos' eyes, rain mingling with her sorrow. She acutely feels her life ebbing away, her skin numb, her vision blurring, her consciousness fading. Even zombies can perish. Consume me, and live on. Joanne manages a faint, melancholic smile, her eyes gently closing. Such a diminutive life fights for its existence while she struggles to find meaning in her own. To pursue the life she desires? What does it mean to survive in an apocalyptic world? Family and friends? It seems they have all perished. To strive for survival? She has fought to this point. Yet the specter of death looms ever closer. Perhaps it is better to leave this conundrum to those who remain alive. Perhaps, not even humans. Joanne's consciousness begins to dissipate. The slime resumes its position on Joanne's chest, drawing her blood. After a while, it appears to have grown in size and begins to crawl away, inching toward a destination many miles distant, unseen by any. Within the open pockball lies a smaller metallic collar, identical to 01 and Apos' inscribed with the number 02. Chapter 91. The slime's great contribution. The slime cautiously collected the decaying remnants scattered by the roadside, digesting them bit by bit. Whenever it encountered a zombie, it would hide, emerging only after the danger had passed to gather the fallen morsels. It was exceedingly frail. A single ordinary zombie could easily claim its life. After a night had passed, it had absorbed a considerable amount of rotting flesh and began to drag its heavy body back toward its origin. Upon returning to Joanne and Apos' side, her body had grown nearly cold, with only a faint glow emanating from the crystal core within her mind. The slime climbed onto her deepest wound, commencing the process of transferring the nutrients it had absorbed back to Joanne. An hour later, the once smooth and plump slime had expended all its nourishment, shriveling up like a sponge that had been wrung dry. It did not rest for long before departing once more in search of decayed flesh. Time flew by, and by the time it had once again emptied its insides to nourish Joanne, 3 days had passed. Light, warmth, paradise. After lying in a coma for 3 days and nights, Joanne finally opened her eyes to the gentle dawnlight. Her body no longer ached. Instead, she felt an unusual warmth enveloping her. Slowly sitting up, she noticed a palm-sized, flesh-colored slime resting on her collarbone wound. You didn't eat me? Joanne questioned as she lifted it from her body, cradling it in her hands. Glancing at her previously deep wound, she found it had transformed into a faint pink scar. Did you do this? She inquired, gazing at the diminutive slime, her heart filled with a myriad of emotions. The slime nuzzled against her palm, then adhered to her index finger, gently biting into a small wound and sipping the blood that oozed forth. Once satiated, it assisted in healing her injury, lying obediently in her hand. Witnessing this series of actions, Joanne could not help but chuckle, her voice hoarse as she teased. Well, aren't you quite polite? With a cheerful response, the slime appeared to understand Joanne's words, happily twisting its body in reply. But you don't even have a mouth. How can you make sounds? She mused, holding it and pondering where the sound originated. Never mind, in this post-apocalyptic world filled with mutated creatures. If I were to scrutinize everything, I might just become the next Darwin. Qiao An marveled at the existence of such a tiny creature amidst the chaos. Gently squeezing the soft slime in her hands provided her with a sense of relief, akin to the joy of playing with a stress ball. After indulging in this moment, she lay back down in the pit, gazing up at the rain-washed blue sky. What now? I'm alive again. My mental powers are useless. I can't reach Juyu, and I have no idea where 01 is. I'm all alone once more. With a heavy sigh, Qiao An lamented. It's so much easier to be dead, just lying here, doing nothing. The slime, sensing Qiao An's despondency, climbed up to her feet and nudged her insistently. You want me to get up? Qiao An asked, retracting her foot and lifting the slime for clarification. The slime nodded fervently, its peculiar head-nodding motion amusingly odd. No. I'd rather rot here and let maggots feast on me, she firmly declined, sinking back down. She paid no mind to whether the ground was dirty or infested with insects, merely surrendering to despair. The slime, now exasperated, crawled onto her face, chattering in frustration. Although Qiao An could not comprehend its muffled complaints, her intuition informed her that the little creature was cursing quite colorfully. All right, don't be so hasty. I know it must have been quite the challenge to save my half-dead self, but I genuinely don't know what to do next. Qiao An sighed, reluctantly rising from the mud pit, cradling the slime and gazing around aimlessly. The slime wriggled in her grasp, pointing in a certain direction. Is that where we're headed? Qiao An inquired. The slime nodded vigorously. Fine, I'll take you there. With a newfound purpose, Qiao An brushed off the dirt clinging to her clothes and set off in the direction indicated. However, she soon encountered her first obstacle since her rebirth, how to climb out of the deep pit left by the explosion. The hole was nearly 10 meters deep, and recent rains had rendered the earth wet, slippery, and loose. After several attempts, she either slipped down immediately or fell midway through her ascent. Each struggle made her more disheveled, her body caked in mud, resembling a figure sculpted from clay by Nuwa herself. Perhaps I should just lie here, she mused. Doesn't this look like a natural grave? Just missing someone to bury me. With a resigned shake of her muddy hands, Qiao An spoke, her voice laced with defeat. The slime was genuinely infuriated now. It leapt onto Qiao An and Appo's neck, biting her collar as it unceremoniously dragged her from the pit. When Qiao An finally emerged, her face smeared with mud, she looked so unrecognizable that even her mother might not have known her. I didn't expect such a small creature to possess such strength, Qiao An remarked in astonishment, wiping the mud from her face to reveal her dark eyes. The slime, agitated, had tirelessly scoured for corpses over the past 3 days. Had it possessed limbs, its muscles would undoubtedly be robust. Qiao An surveyed the desolate surroundings, barren and empty. This lack of life signified the absence of water sources, which meant Qiao An would have to continue her journey while still caked in filth. With a deep sigh, she embraced the slime and began to move forward. The direction indicated by the slime led them to a nearby small town. The desolate streets were permeated with a nauseating stench, as if the entire town had been soaked in putrid fat. As Qiao An slowly traversed the street in the dusk, she wielded a steel axe she had found in a hardware store along the way. With no other options available to her in the absence of mental powers, she had to seek alternative means of defense. Suddenly, a rasping cry pierced the air as a zombie, dragging its entrails, emerged from a nearby shop. Oddly enough, this was the first zombie Qiao An had encountered since arriving in the town. Where were all the others? Had they clocked out for the day? It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet. Qiao An could not help but scoff, completely oblivious to the fact that she had previously sent Juyu out with her zombie servants to hunt, given Juyu and Appo's capabilities. It was quite impressive that only 1 or 2 had been overlooked. Qiao An tucked the slime into her pocket, gripping the axe tightly as she aimed for the zombie and Appo's head, delivering a decisive blow. Raw strength seems to suit me best, she declared, shaking off the blood that clung to her axe before bending down to rummage through the zombie and Appo's brain. Before long, she unearthed a transparent crystal core, disregarding the filth that coated it, and swallowed it whole. The slime, having caught the scent of decaying flesh, joyfully leaped from Qiao An's pocket and adhered itself to the corpse. Its fluid form rapidly expanded, enveloping the entire body before halting its growth. Then, under Qiao An and Appo's astonished gaze, the slime digested the corpse completely. Chapter 92. The Slime's Grave Mistake You. Qiao An closed her mouth, agape with astonishment. How could the slime be so formidable? It devoured corpses without leaving a single bone behind. With a plop, the slime returned to its original form after a hearty meal, leaping onto Joanne's shoulder, where it nestled down and fell into a deep slumber. The subsequent journey saw Joanne relentlessly pummeling zombies to extract crystal cores, while the slime managed the disposal of the remains. Exhausted, Joanne sought refuge in a room that appeared reasonably clean. Although sleep eluded her, her mind yearned for rest. The slime lay upon her chest, nestled near her heart. They had spent a week in this small town, encountering only a handful of zombies. Each day, aside from feasting on the undead, the slime would punctually bite Joanne's fingertip to sip a few drops of blood, always looking thoroughly satisfied afterward. On this particular day, Joanne finally excavated the last zombie-esque crystal core in the town. As was her custom, she swallowed the core and awaited the slime to clear the remains. She affectionately named this little creature Little Pitiful, as she discovered that aside from its remarkable digestive abilities, its combat prowess was virtually non-existent. It merely consumed. A gentle tap would send it whimpering, appearing utterly forlorn. Most importantly, now she was left with a useless zombie and a feeble creature, both of them pitifully reliant on one another. Little Pitiful, where shall we go next? Joanne inquired, gazing at the little being in her hand. With a plop, Little Pitiful sprang up, contorting its form to indicate a direction. Joanne followed its lead, only to find that it was too far to see anything. Realizing the journey ahead would be lengthy, Joanne scavenged a bicycle from the town, placing Little Pitiful and her axe in the basket, while securing a thick blanket and a rain poncho to the back seat. With determination, she began to pedal away. After a day and night of arduous cycling, she finally arrived at the destination indicated by Little Pitiful, a small county town. This place was significantly better than the previous town. It lacked the stench of decay. The streets were nearly devoid of litter, and there were no dismembered limbs carelessly discarded as in other locations. Could it be that zombies in larger cities were of a higher caliber? As Joanne rode her bicycle, she leisurely observed the spacious roads. Suddenly, she halted, pondering in the middle of the street. In this post-apocalyptic world, witnessing something was not terrifying. The absence of zombies was far more chilling. In this vast city, not a single ordinary zombie was in sight. Either high-level zombies lurked here, or powerful creatures roamed, or perhaps the area had been cleansed by a psychic. Yet, considering Joanne's luck, which often left her without even a fork for instant noodles, it was unlikely that a psychic had passed through. Glancing up at the eerily silent city, an unsettling aura enveloped her. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. She could only contend with low-tier zombies. Any second-tier zombie would easily overpower her. With that thought, Joanne straightened her handlebars and pedaled furiously, desperate to escape this uncanny city. Unfortunately, her realization came too late. Countless mutated red bees buzzed towards Joanne from all directions, their sheer numbers nearly blotting out the sky. Having never witnessed such a sight, she pedaled with all her might, exclaiming in frustration, "Little Pitiful, are you leading me to a dead end?" With a plop, Little Pitiful also noticed the airborne insects, leaping from the basket to Joanne and Appos's head, expanding its form to envelop the approaching bees, buying Joanne precious moments to flee. Yet, the distance between Joanne and the bees continued to dwindle. In a panic, Joanne veered her bicycle over the guardrail and plunged into the river encircling the city. Upon witnessing Joanne submerge, the bees grew agitated, their wings fluttering as they buzzed in conversation. Underwater, Joanne clutched Little Pitiful, attempting to swim away unnoticed, but the bees remained fixated on her. Wherever she swam, they followed. Anytime she surfaced, they would rush towards her. Frustration welled within Joanne, yet fortunately, she no longer needed to breathe. As long as she possessed strength, she could remain submerged indefinitely. Thus, the standoff ensued, each side unwilling to yield, one seeking to escape, the other intent on consumption. In the midst of this protracted standoff, a bird unwittingly flew overhead, oblivious to the lurking danger. The mutated bees swarmed around it, devouring its body until not a single bone remained. As if it had never existed, Joanne felt a chill run down her spine. She finally understood why this county was devoid of zombies. The bees had consumed them all. With no choice left, she dove deeper, churning the water in her wake, hoping to slip away unnoticed. However, the bees seemed to sense her intentions, summoning more of their kin, forming an impenetrable cloud above the river. This time, Joanne truly had no way to escape. If only she still possessed her mental powers. Perhaps she could carve a path through the swarm, but regrettably, she had nothing at her disposal. Despair enveloped Joanne as her hopes plummeted. She relinquished her resistance and surfaced. The moment she emerged, thousands of bees surged towards her. Joanne squeezed her eyes shut, too frightened to look. Seconds later, instead of the anticipated excruciating pain, she felt an icy chill envelop her. When she opened her eyes, she found the bees lifting her into the air. She barely had time to marvel at their strength before they carried her to a grand hotel. They did not enter through the front door. Instead, they dragged her through a shattered window to the 4th floor. Joanne gasped in horror as she beheld the interior of the hotel. This was no ordinary establishment. It was evidently the lair of the mutated bees. Each room resembled a hive filled with countless humans, like Joanne, who had been captured. Most were already lifeless, their bodies crawling with innumerable white pupae. Some of these pupae emerged from their mouths, ears, noses, and even eyes, writhing as they consumed the corpses. Joanne felt nausea surge within her, her stomach, empty of food, expelled only bile. It would have been preferable to be devoured outright. She was unceremoniously tossed into a room where a skeletal figure lay, having been gnawed to the bone. Upon sighting a new source of nourishment, the ravenous pupae swarmed toward Joanne. She attempted to flee, but the door was sealed shut. In her despair, she struck at the white harbingers of death, but their numbers overwhelmed her. The first to ascend Joanne's neck was a plump pupae, ready to feast, but it was abruptly consumed by Little Pitiful, who sprang forth. Following this, Little Pitiful expanded its form as before, devouring every last one of the pupae. For Little Pitiful, these plump, defenseless morsels were undoubtedly the finest of delicacies, and within moments, not a single pupae remained in the room. Chapter 93. Dissection of the corpse. Joan exhaled a tentative sigh of relief, though her anxiety lingered. Suspended by the mutated bees outside, the pitiful little creature, having eaten its fill, leapt onto Joan and Apos' lap and settled down for its customary slumber. Observing its contented demeanor, Joan couldn't help but flick it gently with her finger, lamenting, "You feasted well, but how am I to survive this ordeal?" The little creature let out a lazy chirp, curling its soft body further into slumber. Joan sighed, envious of its blissful ignorance. Fortunately, the mutated bees had yet to intrude. Otherwise, discovering their larvae devoured would surely provoke a deadly confrontation with Joan. Cradling the little creature, she sat on the edge of the bed. Surveying her perilous surroundings, the height was daunting. A fall would surely be fatal. After contemplating for a moment, she dismissed the notion of jumping. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door, the sounds of a fierce struggle filtering in. Curiosity piqued, yet cautious of the unknown, she edged closer to observe through a crack. In the corridor, the mutated bees were frantically assaulting a dark mass standing at around 1 meter tall. They clung tightly, leaving no room for escape. The dark figure, however, was no easy prey. It writhed violently, shaking off the bees, before unleashing a torrent of white silk that ensnared the remaining attackers, subsequently devouring them with voracious glee. It was then that Joan discerned the true nature of the dark mass, a mutated Araneae. Its body was entirely black, with a flattened carapace and elongated legs akin to spikes. Perhaps due to its mutation, its abdomen was adorned with numerous eyes. Had she unwittingly stumbled into a nest of horrors? Clutching the little creature tightly, she silently prayed that the spider would not approach. Yet, the more she wished for it, the more it seemed fate conspired against her. After dispatching the bees in the corridor, the spider began its search for larvae, methodically traversing each room. To her horror, she realized there was not merely one spider, but a horde of them, explaining the ease with which the bees had been eliminated. Soon, they arrived at Joan's room. A slender leg probing through the door, followed by the spider and Apos' multitude of eyes. Yet, there was no sustenance to be found here, not a single larva in sight. The spider crawled slowly into the room, its many eyes whirling with unsettling intensity, its long legs tapping ominously against the floor. Joan, hidden within the wardrobe, held her breath, terrified of being discovered. The spider surveyed the room, yet for reasons unknown, it lingered. Abruptly, it moved to the wardrobe, its eyes spinning rapidly as if to ignite sparks. With a sudden burst, the spider expelled a large mass of white silk, adhering it to the wardrobe door. With a thunderous crack, the entire door was yanked off its hinges. Joan, caught off guard, screamed and leapt from the wardrobe, racing toward the window. With other spiders lurking in the corridor, her only escape was through the window. "Little creature, do not betray me again," she thought, as she leapt in desperation, knowing the spider was about to pounce. Alas, she was too late. Silken threads ensnared her ankles, suspending her in midair, gradually pulling her back into the room. Joan struggled, attempting to sever the threads binding her feet. But they were impossibly resilient. As the spider drew nearer, she clutched the little creature tightly, swinging her arms in a desperate arc, flinging it far from her into the night sky. "Run!" she cried, hoping at least one of them might escape. Her own demise seemed inconsequential, but the little creature, with its fierce will to live, should not share her fate here. The spider, eyes gleaming with hunger, advanced as it savored its imminent meal. It deftly tore at Joan and Apos' clothing with its sharp limbs, heedless of her resistance, wrapping her in silk, rendering her a mere oval of sustenance. Overcome with shame and fury, Joan found herself immobilized in the confined space, her limbs rendered useless. She felt herself being dragged away, her consciousness fading as dizziness enveloped her. Outside, the spiders departed the hotel, each carrying their respective prey, when suddenly a shadow intercepted their path. "I found you." 01's voice was filled with delight. His golden eyes fixated on the swarm of spiders. The spiders, enticed by this unexpected bounty, released their holds on their meals, unleashing a torrent of silk towards 01. Far more exhilarated than the spiders, he seized the threads with bare hands, yanking the nearest spider towards him. From behind, the waiting python sprang forth, swiftly decapitating the spider and swallowing it whole. Witnessing this, the remaining spiders were struck with terror, abandoning their prizes in frantic retreat. Yet, 01 had no intention of letting them escape. He leaped, blocking their path as the python sealed the other exit. Cornered, the spiders spun in anxious circles, their legs trembling. Suddenly, they charged at 01 with a desperate resolve, seeking to carve a path to freedom. He remained still, a deepening smile playing on his lips. The python struck like lightning, weaving through the swarm, and in an instant, the spiders were dismembered, their remains scattered across the ground. Joan, 01 reached out, tearing the silk cocoon that enveloped her, revealing her within. As he tore through the last strands, a blush crept onto his cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he hoisted Joan, cocoon and all, into the depths of the night. Meanwhile, the little creature that Joan had cast aside did not flee but remained hidden, observing the chaos unfold. It wriggled from the underbrush, inching its way towards the corpses of the spiders. Methodically, it extended its form, consuming the remains, a monumental task indeed. By the time it finished digesting, the night was well advanced. The little creature then crawled to the discarded prey, meticulously unwrapping the cocoons that encased human remains, once again merging its body with the remnants. This time, it refrained from immediate consumption, instead selecting specific parts: the mouth of one corpse, the eyes of another, the body of yet another. Each body was methodically dismantled within its form, preserving the intact fragments. As dawn broke, sunlight pierced through the lingering mist, illuminating the world anew. Before the silent hotel, a naked human figure meticulously selected favored body parts from the scattered remains. His gaze was clear, akin to that of an infant, as he struggled to articulate the name he had heard the previous night. Joan. Chapter 94. You are not 01 after a night of unconsciousness. Joanne awoke to find herself suspended high above the ground, with the buildings below appearing minuscule. "So, I have truly ascended to heaven," she murmured softly. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed beneath her. The voice struck a chord of familiarity, and as she focused, she recognized her predicament. A man was carrying her as one would a sack, moving swiftly through the air. The chilly wind whipped past her, jolting her into full awareness. Noticing the scattered silver hair beside her, she exclaimed, 01? It's you. You are alive. I thought I was the only one who survived. She excitedly patted his back. Yes, I'm alive, thanks to you, 01 replied in a subdued tone. Joanne sensed something amiss, but could not articulate her concerns. Where have you been? She inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. It had been over half a month since they last parted. Why had they reunited today? 01 did not respond immediately. After a few minutes of silence, he finally said, hunting. I was gravely injured and needed a significant amount of crystal cores. And what about me? Did you abandon me? Joanne and Apos' voice dwindled as a wave of sorrow washed over her. Had she truly been forsaken? You were too injured. I fed you my blood to keep you alive. I intended to bring back some crystal cores, but when I returned, you were gone. I searched for you for a long time. That and Apos' lie, Joanne interjected, unhesitatingly exposing his absurd falsehood. Suddenly, 01 halted, descending rapidly with Joanne in his grasp. The abrupt change startled Joanne, causing her to cling tightly to him, her hands gripping his clothing. Upon reopening her eyes, they had landed atop a building. 01 set her down, gazing at her with a somber expression. Seated on the ground, Joanne's legs felt weak, whether from the night of inactivity or the fright she had just experienced. I was lying. I feared An would be angry with me, 01 said, crouching before her, his golden eyes filled with earnestness. Angry? Wait, what did you call me? As Joanne rubbed her sore feet, she looked up to find herself ensnared in 01's fervent gaze, rendering her momentarily speechless. I feared An would be upset if she knew I contemplated leaving you, 01 continued, his eyes unwavering, his tone sincere. Why would you want to leave? Me? Joanne stammered, feeling a tingling unease under his intense stare. An does not allow me to kill. Joanne was taken aback. Why was he again contemplating murder? So you did kill? No, only the zombies and monsters. This was true. Although 01 had encountered numerous humans in the past month, he had refrained from harming them. As Joanne's admonitions echoed in his mind. Strangely, he had indeed not harmed any humans. He had intended to distance himself from Joanne entirely, severing their bond. Yet memories of their time together would often resurface. In those initial days, he had deliberately avoided her, but when escape became impossible, he finally confronted his desires. He yearned to be with Joanne, to share a life together. He gradually realized that the spiritual energy Joanne had left within him had not vanished. Rather, it had merged with his own, coupled with his prior feelings for Joanne. Was it that ill-intentioned kiss, or the simple warmth of their companionship? He could not articulate it clearly, yet that desire undeniably resided within him. You are not 01. Joanne and Apos' voice snapped him back to reality. Why do you say that? Inan? 01's hand had unconsciously found its way to Joanne's cheek, his thumb caressing her soft lips absent-mindedly. Joanne turned her head to evade his touch, firmly stating, 01 would never call me that without reason, and his gaze would not be so lewd, struggling to find an appropriate descriptor. She ultimately settled on lewd. Why? The reason is that I am very fond of An, he replied with a smile. Ugh. Joanne felt a wave of nausea. She was certain the person before her was not 01. The true 01, with his childlike innocence, would never display such an aggressive gaze. The figure before her exuded an aura of desire and violence, reminiscent of a demon clawing its way out of hell. You are not. You absolutely are not. Joanne vehemently shook her head, resisting his approach. 01 chuckled softly, then who am I? How would I know? All I know is that you are definitely not 01. But I am the 01 that An personally released from the incubation chamber. Upon hearing this, Joanne regarded him with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. This man bore an identical appearance to 01, yet his aura was entirely distinct. She had never disclosed her release of 01 to anyone, only the two of them knew. After some contemplation, she finally accepted that this individual was indeed 01. Then, have you suffered brain damage from the explosion? Joanne struggled to conceive another explanation. The transformation was truly drastic. If An says so, then it must be true, 01 replied, extending his wrist towards her. Drink my blood. No, that and Apos. Unnecessary. Joanne quickly waved her hands, insisting she was perfectly fine. Yet 01 seemed unperturbed, pressing his pale wrist against her lips with a gentle smile. You still have spider venom in your body. Of course, this was a fabrication. Yet Joanne believed him. She obediently bit into his wrist and began to suck. 01 watched her earnest demeanor, his gaze fixating on the point where their skin met. Growing increasingly fervent. So blissful, more fulfilling than slaughter. Perhaps his gaze burned too intensely, for Joanne shot him a suspicious glance. Alarmed by his ecstasy, and immediately released her grip. The blood she had not yet swallowed trickled from her mouth, flowing down her neck to her collarbone. What's wrong? 01 inquired, suppressing the turmoil within him. Nothing. I just suddenly feel like you are quite a pervert. Joanne hastily wiped the blood from her lips, responding stammeringly. It was then she noticed her clothing had been changed. Right. Her attire had been torn apart by the spider. So what was she wearing now? She instinctively glanced at 01, whose face was flushed. It was me, he admitted, effortlessly discerning her thoughts. You rogue. Joanne's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly checked her body. Upon realizing even her undergarments had been changed, she collapsed to the ground in shock. If I hadn't changed, An would have had to run around naked today, 01 explained earnestly. When he saw Joanne still feigning unconsciousness, he added, There is no need for you to be embarrassed. Haven't you seen me as well? Besides, An has a splendid figure. At this, Joanne sprang up in indignation, exclaiming, What nonsense! Chapter 95. What kind of love? Joan sat at the edge of the rooftop, pondering for a full hour how the foolish 01 she once knew had transformed into the current perverse version of himself. After sighing countless times, she suddenly recalled the pitiful creature she had cast away. She hastily turned around, ready to inquire, but upon lifting her gaze, She was met with 01's piercing stare. Never mind, she would adapt. What's wrong, Anan? 01 approached and asked. You saved me last night. Did you see a little monster resembling slime? No. There were only spiders around. All right then, Joan mused, contemplating that perhaps the little creature had managed to escape, given the dire circumstances at the time. What's wrong, Anan? Nothing. Where are we headed now? Joan asked, glancing towards the distant city. We and Amp, Oppos, we going to help you restore your mental strength. 01 seated himself beside her, playfully twirling a strand of her black hair between his fingers. Huh? We still have a day and Oppos' journey to reach that monster and Oppos' territory. What monster? The mere mention of a monster filled Joan's mind with images of mutated creatures, each more ferocious and terrifying than the last. The monster that will provide a great boon. Just wait for me to extract its core, 01 said with a bright smile, his tone lighthearted. As 01 had predicted, he carried Joan and continued on their journey for an entire day, eventually arriving at a city overrun with fleshy vines. Each building was entwined with thick, flesh-colored tendrils adorned with pale pink leaves and bone-like flowers, transforming the entire city into a grotesque garden of monsters. Upon closer inspection, Joan noticed that these fleshy vines not only possessed life, but also bore human organs: eyes, teeth, fingers, noses, ears. These organs were scattered throughout the tendrils. What are these? Joan asked, suppressing her nausea. They are the remnants of humans. The city absorbs them as nourishment, 01 explained calmly. Then plucked a vine and handed it to Joan, continuing, these are all that remains of human flesh and blood. Joan, staring at the bleeding vine, felt her stomach churn violently. She quickly waved her hand, signaling for 01 to discard it. Doesn't it find humans disgusting too? 01 suddenly gazed at her with wide eyes, as if in awe. It's this vine that disgusts me. Why is his thought process so peculiar? Joan thought to herself, unable to contain her exasperation. And Oppos, and do you love me? 01 suddenly queried. Huh? Joan was taken aback, her expression one of utter confusion. As though she were a monk unable to comprehend the situation. Hurry and tell me you love me. Otherwise, how will I save you? 01 grinned mischievously, his gaze fixed intently on her, eagerly awaiting her response. Why, wait. Just as Joan was about to ask why, she noticed the eyes growing wide open on the vine behind 01. They greedily stared at her, the mouth above emitting a cackling laugh, oblivious to the threat. 01 remained focused on Joan, waiting for her answer. Suddenly, the bone-like flower on the vine burst forth, releasing a cloud of yellow powder towards Joan. Caught off guard, she inhaled the pollen and immediately felt dizzy, as if intoxicated, her steps faltering, and her body swaying, on the verge of collapsing into a deep slumber. Inan, say you love me. 01 watched her drunken state with delight, persisting in his inquiry. The surrounding fleshy vines began to stir, silently slithering towards the pair, entwining them together like snakes. Joan clung to 01, her mind in a haze, her consciousness fading, with only his increasingly urgent questions ringing in her ears. She opened her mouth to respond, but no sound escaped her lips. Finally, her head drooped, and she drifted into unconsciousness. 01, deprived of the answer he sought, chuckled darkly, allowing the monsters to bind them together. As you wish, let us perish together, he murmured affectionately, as if whispering sweet nothings. Joan awoke once more, her head throbbing painfully, a feeling akin to a hangover overwhelming her. Must the world cease to turn just because I am unconscious? It was then she realized she and 01 were trapped within a human skin bag, the material thin enough to reveal glimpses of the outside world. She felt a weight compressing her chest, glancing down to find herself submerged in a viscous green liquid. The liquid exuded a sour stench, reminiscent of being submerged in a vat of pickled cabbage. 01. Wake up. Joan prodded the slumbering 01, only for him to grasp her hand firmly, disregarding the liquid enveloping them, pressing her hand against his cheek. Inan, I thought you might leave me to die here. 01 gazed at her with a pitiful expression, as if he were on the verge of tears. How could that be? Joan attempted to withdraw her hand, but his grip was far too strong. Has he gone mad? Joan found herself reevaluating the 01 before her. He had completely changed, as if a different soul had taken residence within him, his madness terrifying. 01, how do we escape? She asked coolly, allowing him to remain close. He must have a way out. Inan, do you love me? 01 blinked his golden eyes, studying her evasive expression. Why do you ask that? Joan met his gaze, her reflection shimmering within his eyes. Because I simply wish to know. If an and oppos and loves me, I will take you out, 01 replied, his tone light and cheerful. However, if an and does not love me, perishing together wouldn't be so bad either, he added after a brief pause. Joan's expression froze, her mind racing with turmoil. Is this a case of Yandra? Has my dear child gone astray? What transpired after the explosion? Who will enlighten me? Her heart screamed in desperation, yet she feigned compliance. Murmuring, I love. Could she dare to deny him when death loomed? Satisfied with her response, 01 beamed, leaning in to peck her lips. His joy palpable as he continued, what kind of love? Romantic. Family. Joan had intended to respond with lover, but upon witnessing 01 and Oppos, S face darkened with fury. As if he might kill her, she quickly amended her answer to family. Yes, family. I'm so happy. Anin is my family. Inseparable family. 01 embraced her tightly, his grip so strong that Joan struggled to breathe. Can you feel my happiness, and Oppos? And I am truly elated. 01 and Oppos. S gaze burned with fervor, as if he would merge her into himself. Joan could hardly withstand his overwhelming affection, nearly fainting once more. Ah yes, Anin loves me, so I will take you out. 01 suddenly released her, tearing apart the flesh bag and casing them with his bare hands. In an instant, they plummeted from the air, green liquid spilling onto the ground. Chapter 96. The Flesh Palace. Here lies a palace forged from corpulent flesh, with warm bodies beneath one's feet, yielding and resilient with each step. The walls are also composed of flesh, with outstretched human skin forming the most exquisite patterns, adorned by black eyeballs. Countless strands of black hair cascade from above, while in the center of the palace blooms a flower made of countless hand bones. With each step Joan took, goosebumps erupted upon her skin, and she shrank behind 01. What is Anin afraid of? They are all humans, after all. 01 gazed at her gently, pointing towards the wall's eyeball, and said, Look, they are watching us. Joanne inhaled deeply, forcing herself to calm her racing heart. He is a madman now. Do not stoop to the level of a lunatic, for she must survive to escape. Be careful, Anin. What? Dozens of flesh vines, adorned with human teeth, surged from the ground, swiftly entwining around their legs, constricting tighter, threatening to sever them. 01. Joanne cried out in pain, as if a beast were gnawing at her flesh. She struggled against the vines, but it was futile. She could only seek help from 01. Yet, he merely looked at her with innocent curiosity and asked, What's wrong? Save me. I can't bear it any longer. If he did not come to her aid soon, she would perish in this place. Anin called for me. 01 exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist and striking the vines. You heard Anin. He hammered down on the flesh vines, shattering their teeth with each blow. Look, I've defeated them all, he said, sweat glistening on his face as he fixed his gaze on Joanne, awaiting her praise like a child. Truly impressive. Joanne felt a twinge of fear. Not of the monsters, but of 01. His behavior was utterly abnormal. He had even contemplated taking his own life just a moment ago. In that fleeting glance, she had seen a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Are you afraid? And no. Why isn't Anin afraid of me? We are family, are we not? 01 continued, ignoring Joanne's response. Watch out, Joanne suddenly exclaimed, lunging towards 01, and they both fell to the ground. The humanoid puppet, thwarted in its attack, pivoted and lunged at them again. The puppet possessed a body akin to that of a human, yet lacked skin, revealing blood-soaked muscle beneath. It bore no facial features, only several dark holes, and behind it trailed a thick flesh vine controlling its movements. Suddenly, a python appeared, swiftly severing the puppet's head and swallowing it whole. The headless puppet paused momentarily, then resumed its writhing. The python, unrelenting, bit off its limbs, consuming them as well. Human flesh is so fragile. How could you ever desire this? 01 scoffed, eyeing the central bone flower. Countless hand bones stirred, emitting a chilling sound. As a voice that was neither male nor female, neither young nor old, responded, Are you here to serve as my sustenance, number 1? Sustenance? Indeed. 01, supporting Joanne, stood up and continued, But it is you who will serve as sustenance, number 4. Number 4? Another predator? Joanne's expression shifted to one of realization. Anin is truly clever, 01 praised without reservation. Speak all the bravado you wish, may you all become my nourishment. The bone flower trembled violently, and the surrounding flesh walls birthed hundreds of humanoid puppets, encircling the pair. 01, unfazed, explained to Joanne, Anin, pay close attention, they are not human, so do not be upset when I slay them. And no, I'm not upset. Hurry, they are coming closer. Joanne dared not express anger, These bloodied monsters were merely puppets. Very well. 01 rolled up his sleeves, unleashing the giant python, and together they commenced a frenzied slaughter. His hands moved like blades, swiftly severing the heads of the puppets, while the python followed suit, tearing their bodies apart and swallowing them whole. I told you, human bodies are incredibly fragile. 01 muttered as he struck. When fatigue set in, he simply grasped a puppet and Oppo's head, twisting it until it spun a full 360 degrees. Seeing that these puppets could not withstand him, Number 4 summoned another batch of puppets that perfectly resembled humans. They bore skin and features, both male and female, young and old, even dressed in their own clothing. Help us! Help us! Their voices trembled as they seemingly begged for rescue. Humans? Qiao An gazed in confusion at the sudden appearance of this group, whispering her inquiry. They are not human, Cillian, they are puppets. 01 replied with a bright smile. Without mercy, he punched through one man's chest, then the second, third, and fourth. Not a single one was spared. Even as they desperately pleaded, he did not cease his assault, but rather grew more exhilarated with each kill. Number 4. How could you think to exploit humans to elicit my sympathy? 01 sneered. I utterly despise human predators. Despise humans? Yet you mingle with them, do you not? Number 4 retorted. 01 smiled as he explained, and does not despise humans. She is my dearest family. Family? Number 4 erupted in laughter. As if hearing the most absurd joke, its skeletal hands trembling with mirth. Test subjects? Predators? Family? Are you playing house with humans? Should not only one test subject survive? The previously calm 01 suddenly erupted like a pot of boiling oil, his expression morphing into one of madness as he charged toward the bone flower. Have I exposed you? Are you enraged? Number 4 taunted, leisurely erecting a thick wall of flesh before itself, constructed from the corpses of humans. You are insufferable. 01 attacked the meat wall furiously, sending flesh flying and blood splattering. Can you break through? Inferior Number 1. How long can your mental strength endure? Number 4 taunted from behind the wall of flesh, fearless in its provocation. Inferior? Bang. The thick wall was completely shattered, and 01, bloodied yet determined, stepped forth, sneering. How many times must I tell you? The human body is exceedingly fragile. Thank you for the reminder, Number 4 responded maliciously. As the black hair above it swiftly descended towards Qiao An. Inan. 01 shouted in alarm, turning back in panic. Do not let it suffocate you. Qiao An remained composed, grasping the descending hair with one hand while rapidly advancing towards 01. She may lack mental power, but physically, she was still a formidable force. What a pity. She is not human, but my family. 01 sent forth the giant python, effortlessly clearing away the hair behind Qiao An, continuing, next time, remember to heed my words carefully. Chapter 97. This is divine retribution. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? Number 4 chuckled lightly, taunting, look at your dear family. She is about to become my nourishment. A pang of dread surged through 01 as he focused intently on Qiao An. Witnessing the skin where her hair had touched sprouting grotesque growths, fleshy buds emerging from her arms, thriving. Qiao An gazed at the burgeoning growths, feeling them siphoning her very essence. Number 4. Enraged, 01 summoned all his strength, striking relentlessly at the skeletal shell, gradually shattering its defenses. Are you angry? Haha. Number 4 proclaimed triumphantly. You're actually furious over a mere human? Strike away, hurry. Otherwise, in a minute, she will bloom into a beautiful flower. Do you fancy flowers? They will be as lovely as me. Your closest kin is about to become a part of me, just like the humans of this city. It continued to boast, its tone growing increasingly arrogant. Then let us see who prevails, whether I extract your core first or she succumbs here. 01 bellowed, his fist growing more ferocious. Fragments of bone pierced his hands, blood cascading and staining the skeletal remains crimson. Countless voices clamored within his mind, some urging surrender, others suggesting letting Qiao An perish. While some vehemently cried for her salvation, and a few whispered to end her life himself. Which of these did he truly desire? Or perhaps, did he yearn for all of them? 01. Qiao An, struggling to maintain her composure, approached 01, urging softly, it's fine. With a resounding thud, 01 finally breached the outer layer of bone, allowing a serpent to slither in, voraciously tearing at the heart of flesh. Emerging with a gleaming crystal core, which he placed in 01's hand. 01 immediately fed the core to Qiao An. As she ingested it, the grotesque growths gradually vanished, restoring her to her former self. How many times must I say it? The human body is exceedingly fragile. 01 remarked. Gazing down upon the wilting bone flower with a sense of superiority, I have triumphed. As the bones crumbled, the palace constructed from flesh collapsed in a cacophony. The tendrils entwined with the structures melded into a pool of blood, exposing countless skeletal remains, those of the city and Apos' inhabitants, cradling the weakened Qiao An. 01 swiftly ascended to the heights, relishing the fleeting demise of number 4. You were aware this was number 4 all along, weren't you? Qiao An remarked, looking down at the blood pooling beneath them, unable to suppress her nausea. Indeed, since awakening, I have sensed the presence of other predators. I assume they can feel my existence as well, 01 replied with a smile, coldly observing the bones below. How many are there? What? 01 feigned ignorance. Regarding Qiao An. Predators. How many predators remain? Qiao An trembled at the thought. The initial young girl had obliterated her surroundings in an instant. While the current number 4 could consume an entire city of millions, they harbored malice towards humanity, including 01. How could humans survive against such formidable foes? I do not know, perhaps a dozen or so. You should inquire with humanity, as they are the architects of these predators. 01 chuckled softly. A few became predators naturally, like an N. A dozen? Yes, indeed, a dozen. What do you intend to do? Annihilate humanity? Is the apocalyptic virus somehow connected to you? Qiao An's voice quivered, the thought almost too dreadful to bear. Couldn't An truly think of me that way? Within and around, I wouldn't resort to killing. Besides, zombies and predators offer far more sustenance than humans. 01 scoffed. As for the virus, it likely resulted from some laboratory leak. Ultimately, humanity brought this upon themselves. Do you know why we were created, An? It is due to human greed. They have relentlessly pursued physical power, then spiritual power, never satisfied regardless of their research's depth. I am but a product of their endeavors and spiritual strength. Across the globe, research varies in scope. Although number 3 and number 4 possess vastly different powers, they both hold terrifying destructive capabilities. Humans, having reached the apex of the food chain, remain unsatisfied, yearning for greater power, which led to the creation of predators. Predators, that is what they call us. Entities that consume all, including our kind. As for the zombie virus, perhaps it is merely a failed outcome of their latest research. 01 articulated calmly, as if all this bore no relation to him. How could this be? Qiao An found it hard to fathom that these monstrosities were wholly of humanity's making. 01 tenderly caressed Qiao An and Apos' cheek, declaring, this calamity is divine punishment for humanity's avarice. You are lying, aren't you? You're deceiving me, Qiao An panicked, scanning 01 and Apos' face for signs of deceit. I speak only the truth. How could I deceive you, An? 01 leaned against Qiao An's shoulder, his golden eyes brimming with mirth. However, I understand that An does not wish for humanity's demise, so I shall assist you, 01 continued. Assist me? Yes. Indeed, I will consume the other predators before they annihilate humanity, leaving none behind. 01 smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. To devour troublesome kin and personally obliterate the greedy human race, nothing thrilled him more. Devour kin? Qiao An contemplated her recent experiences, her thoughts drifting far away. If I do not consume them, they shall consume me, for we are all predators, after all. Just as number 3 once sought to devour him in this calamity. Only one may survive. 01, I wish to rest. The weight of information was overwhelming, and Qiao An yearned to process it all. Very well. I shall take you to rest. 01's eyes sparkled as he lifted her towards a towering edifice. He first guided Qiao into a nearby clothing store to procure fresh garments, then ventured to a supermarket to gather several containers of purified water. Once everything was settled, he escorted Qiao An to a lavish hotel, cleansing the bathtub and filling it with purified water for her to bathe. He then replaced the linens on the bed, preparing for her to rest once she finished bathing. After completing these tasks, he too took a cold shower next door, changing into clean athletic wear while awaiting Qiao An. Chapter 98. Heart and number 6. After finishing her grooming, Qiao An lay on the bed in a daze, reminiscing about what 01 had said. Her emotions were immensely complicated. She found herself neither aligned with humanity nor with the predators, yet she truly wished for humanity and Apos' survival. In her memories, despite encountering numerous misfortunes and witnessing the darker sides of humanity, she understood that everything possesses duality. She had genuinely felt the kindness of others. Benevolent individuals were never scarce among humans, and only a minority committed evil acts while the majority remained innocent. An Has your mental strength recovered? 01 suddenly leaned beside her, gazing intently. Mental strength? Qiao An recalled having consumed the fourth crystal core. Mimicking her previous self, she attempted to summon the void arm. But after several seconds, nothing occurred. It seems not, she replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. How peculiar. Could it be a lack of power? After a moment and Apos, as contemplation, 01 reassured her, but do not worry, Inan, I will find you other crystal cores. I and Apos am not worried. I and Apos am just a bit tired. Tired? Aren't and Amp. Apos, to you a zombie? Why do you feel tired? Startled, Qiao An sat up, her right hand clutching her chest as something within her began to thump again. 01. Listen. She grasped 01 and Amp, Apos, hand and placed it over her heart. Thump, thump. It was a heartbeat. A strong, vigorous heartbeat. The heart that had resumed its rhythm after months of silence. It was an An's heartbeat, a heart akin to that of a human 01 understood. His gaze deepening as he fixed his eyes on Qiao An and asked, Can an An's eyes turn red again? I'll try. Qiao An closed her eyes. And when she opened them again, they had transformed into the distinctive crimson of a zombie. Seeing this, 01 breathed a sigh of relief and embraced Qiao An tightly, stating, Inan is still my family. Inan is not human. Qiao An looked at him in confusion and then pointed at her heart, saying, Since I consumed the first crystal core, my appearance has been increasingly resembling that of a human. Initially, I could only comprehend human speech, then I could speak. Later I regained the ability to feel pain, could eat human food, and now I have a heartbeat. Why? I don't know, 01 replied without hesitation. Not just me. All zombies are evolving closer to humanity. What will I become next? Qiao An seemed to be inquiring of 01 and herself simultaneously. That is something Inan must seek out for herself. After answering, 01 reached out and wrapped his arm around Qiao An and Amp, Apos, waist, lying down again. Feeling somewhat awkward. Qiao An asked, Are you going to sleep here too? It's not appropriate for a man and a woman alone together. I won't sleep. I will guard Inan while she sleeps, he replied sincerely. Watching him, Qiao An felt even more embarrassed. She turned her back to him. But 01 and Apos' gaze was too intense to ignore. Her embarrassment made her scalp tingle as she awkwardly sought a topic to divert her attention. Why do you consider me family? As soon as she asked, she regretted it. Silence enveloped the room. Because Inan would go to great lengths to protect me. Only family would do such a thing, wouldn't they? 01's voice suddenly emerged from behind, coughing lightly. Qiao An thought that she merely did not want to lose another life. In her view, her own death was inconsequential. She had never intended to live from the start. But the death of others was unacceptable. And in 01's voice turned serious as he abruptly sat up, staring out the window. Though she was unaware of the cause, Qiao An turned to look outside as well. The predators are coming. The giant python suddenly appeared, focusing intently on the outside world. Poised for action. More? This is relentless. One after another, they come so quickly, not even allowing us a moment's respite. With a crash, 01 leapt through the broken window, cradling Qiao An. He laid her down on the ground, saying, This time, it and Amp, Apos, a troublesome foe. If I cannot defeat him. How about Inan sacrificing herself for me? He smiled, handing her a shard of glass, and upon seeing her worried expression, he chuckled, Just kidding. How could I bear to have Inan sacrifice herself for me? Number 1? A youthful voice suddenly called from above. They both looked up to see a short-haired boy with silver hair and golden eyes descending slowly. You consumed the fourth, didn't you? He approached 01, sniffing the air before turning to Qiao An. So it's you. It and Amp, Apos. No wonder the fourth was so weak, easily devoured by a human. He smirked, introducing himself. I am number 6, here to devour you. You carry the scent of other predators. 01 positioned himself protectively behind Qiao An, watching the boy warily. This youth appeared far more terrifying than any predator he had encountered before. The boy laughed boisterously. You observed keenly. It's number 5. I just consumed him and rushed here to find you. As he spoke, he gathered a sphere of darkness in his right hand and hurled it at 01. 01, with a keen gaze, swiftly dodged the attack. Is that all? He licked his lips, the giant python preparing to strike. Oh. You're quite quick on the uptake. Number 6 feigned surprise, then summoned another black sphere to throw at the giant python. The python, reacting swiftly, swallowed it whole. Seeing this, the boy erupted into laughter. You actually swallowed it? Ha ha. Fool. As 01 was about to retort, a tremendous force of suction appeared behind him, like a wormhole. However, the black hole seemed to only draw him in, leaving Qiao An untouched. 01. As 01 was nearly engulfed by the black hole, Qiao An desperately grasped his arm. The strange force was so powerful that it pulled Qiao An along with him. The boy leisurely approached them, covering Qiao An and Apos' eyes with one hand and lamenting, "What a pity. The boundless realm can only take one person at a time, otherwise you could accompany him." Qiao An hesitated, wanting to strike this insufferable brat, but she found herself unable to free her hands. "Dawn and Amp, Apos, worry. Once I consume him, I and Amp, Apos, LL come for you. Wait for me outside." As his words fell, Qiao An felt as if her soul had been forcibly extracted, instantly losing her strength and collapsing to the ground. In that moment she released her grip. 01 was entirely devoured by the black hole. Number 6 glanced back at the fallen Qiao An, a meaningful smile curving his lips. 01. Qiao An lay there, eyes wide open, sensing something important fading away. In her ears, the boy whispered softly, Forget all the pain, and await my redemption." Chapter 99. The romantic pursuit. Her neck ached painfully. Could it be? Had she once again woken up with a stiff neck after a midday nap? Joanna lay on the ground, frowning as she rubbed her stiff, sore neck. Ouch. It hurt. She gently twisted, only to cry out in agony. Why was the office so eerily quiet today? Had everyone still not awakened? Sitting cross-legged, Joanna murmured her thoughts aloud. After waiting for what felt like an eternity with no response, she realized she was not in the office at all, but rather on an empty, desolate road. Gazing at her unfamiliar surroundings, her first instinct was that she had been kidnapped. How could she have gone from working in the company to this dreadful place in the blink of an eye? Aside from abduction, she could fathom no other explanation. If she had indeed been kidnapped, then the pain in her neck was easily explained. It must have been inflicted by the kidnapper who had knocked her unconscious. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Since she was abducted, it stood to reason that her captor could not have strayed too far. With that thought, she became alert. However, after waiting expectantly, she saw no sign of the burly, bearded kidnapper she had envisioned. This street bore no trace of another soul. Summoning her courage, she crouched and moved slowly, and upon confirming her solitude, she bolted down the road. She dashed past abandoned shops, crumbling buildings, and countless bones. This must be a dream. Joanna stared at the mountain of human bones before her, frozen in place as if under a spell. It had to be a dream. Absolutely a dream. Ha ha. She scanned her surroundings in disbelief, the horror escalating with each glance. With her hands firmly pinching her cheeks, she chanted, "Wake up! Wake up!" Though she typically indulged in horror films, she certainly did not wish to experience a nightmare. Yet, the dream did not dissolve. The fiery pain in her cheeks only confirmed that this was the real world. No, this couldn't and Apos, TB. Surely, this was some elaborate prank? Talking to the bones. She veered away and continued forward. She had no idea how long she walked, nor did she encounter a single living creature. Her fear escalated. How could the world have transformed so drastically upon awakening? Clearly, she should not have napped carelessly. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Joanna found herself still alone on the road, her shadow stretching long behind her. Is there anyone? Any living being? Surely, the earth could not be devoid of all life, but her. Someone, answer me. Even half a person would suffice. Exhausted, she yelled, having called out from the city to the outskirts, yet no one acknowledged her. She even began to miss her chatty colleagues, longing for someone to engage with her. Just a moment and Apos' interaction, for she could not bear this solitude. At last, the heavens seemed to heed Joanna and Apos' wish, as a figure unsteadily approached her in the waning light. Overjoyed, Joanna exerted every ounce of strength to rush towards the person, nearly moved to tears. Yet, when she discerned the figure's appearance, her tears were abruptly stifled. She pivoted on her heel and fled once more. What on earth is that? I wanted a person, not a corpse. Joanna screamed uncontrollably, her heart racing. The more she cried out, the more excited the zombie behind her became, dragging its exposed bones and grinning with a mouth that was little more than a gash. Its half-formed arms stretched out as it relentlessly pursued Joanna. The faster it chased, the more terrified she grew. In her life, she had never run so fast. Save for during physical tests, she poured every ounce of energy into escaping, fearing that if she slowed, the creature would devour her in a single bite. Thus, amidst the orange glow of the sunset, a woman and a zombie engaged in a surreal chase that, without sound, might even appear romantic. Oh heavens, I was wrong. I don't want half a person. Take it back. I can endure this alone. Joanna clasped her hands together, fervently praying. I merely wish for a conversational partner. not a harbinger of death. We are incompatible. Please, cease your pursuit. As the distance between them narrowed, Joanna exerted herself to the utmost, yet could not shake off the zombie. The creature felt unjustly treated. It had been resting peacefully until summoned by its master. Why must it now be chased away? You can speak human words? I don't want to talk. I just want to be left alone. Joanna gasped as the zombie's voice echoed in her ears, startling her. To her astonishment, the zombie appeared to comprehend, halting its pursuit. Turning to glance back, she saw the pitiful figure slowly retreating in the opposite direction, its silhouette imbued with a hint of melancholy. Hey, you can understand me, right? Joanna cautiously inquired. The zombie let out an excited cry. You want to bite me? Will you? She asked tentatively. Master, bite me, the zombie stammered, responding with a mental connection. The distance between them made it impossible for Joanna to see if its mouth had moved, so she assumed it could speak. You, master, I, servant. What a peculiar master-servant dynamic, Joanna mused inwardly. Do you know where the others are? Others like me? She asked, sensing that this creature might possess more knowledge than she. No, the zombie replied, brimming with excitement. Lead you to them. Take you to see them. The thought of reuniting with its fellow zombies filled it with joy. Then, will you take me to see them? Joanna hesitated before asking. Yay, the zombie exclaimed, raising its arms in triumph, which startled Joanna, making her think it was about to chase her again. She braced herself to flee. But the zombie merely swayed and moved in another direction. Follow. Its voice beckoned again. Thus, Joanna trailed behind the zombie, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. As darkness enveloped the world around them, they finally reached their destination, a dim, damp, abandoned factory devoid of light, where visibility was nearly non-existent. The zombie stepped cautiously inside, while Joanna hesitated at the entrance, nervously pacing outside. Can you call them out? I'm afraid of the dark. The dark itself isn't terrifying. What lurks within it is what frightens me. There was still some moonlight outside, but inside, it was utterly pitch black. The zombie let out a sound of affirmation before entering the empty room. Joanna anxiously paced, her heart racing with both trepidation and anticipation. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from within the factory, as if a dozen people were conversing. Hearing this, Joanna felt a rush of warmth, kin. Finally, she would meet others. With wide, eager eyes, she fixed her gaze on the entrance, watching as the creature emerged with a group of swaying figures approaching her. Chapter 100. Endless slaughter. The zombies indeed brought over a dozen companions to Joanne, yet they were merely as lifeless as she was. With tears of despair welling in her eyes, Joanne gazed at the terrifying horde of undead before her. She found herself unable to run or fight, left to stand helplessly, surrendering to fate. The zombies, upon spotting Joanne, were far more exhilarated than she was. They eagerly sought to draw near, yet were paralyzed by their fear of her power. Circling her hesitantly, Please, do not come any closer. It stinks. Joanne felt a mix of fear and revulsion. The foul odor emanating from the zombies was overpowering, and the stench intensified with their close proximity. If she lingered among them any longer, she feared she would become just as putrid. Upon hearing their master command them to disperse, the zombies obediently retreated a few paces. Unbeknownst to Joanne, their trepidation mirrored her own. What I desire is humanity. Beings like myself. Suppressing her terror, Joanne gestured towards one of the zombies. They, not comprehending the reason behind her anger, assumed she was merely hungry and responded eagerly. We shall fetch food for you, master. Joanne blushed in embarrassment and quickly shook her head. No, do not capture anyone. You will frighten them to death. As she realized that this monstrous group merely appeared fearsome but were docile to her commands, her fear began to diminish. Now, she was uncertain of where to go. After walking for a day and night, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, and she desperately needed rest. Scanning her surroundings yielded no suitable sleeping spots, so she chose a vacant patch of ground to lie down. Before closing her eyes, she reminded the zombies to stay at least 10 meters away, not for any other reason than to spare her senses from their foul stench. The zombies, exchanging glances, stood vigil around Joanne, awaiting her awakening. Meanwhile, in the boundless void, Six observed the carnage of the corpse mountain with great satisfaction. Each cadaver here was a puppet crafted by his own hand. Thousands of humans? He had lost count, having simply thrown every person he had ever seen into this pit. Countless mutated creatures? He was unsure, as he had tossed anything he encountered into this realm, and those monsters, unable to withstand his might, were condemned to serve as puppets. Moreover, with the extraction of the core from number 5, he would soon be joined by number 1. His paradise was becoming increasingly lavish. Did they refuse to succumb to death even when stripped of their memories? Or was their very essence one of slaughter? Six pondered this as he watched 01 relentlessly assault the puppets, curiosity peaking within him. From the moment he had brought 01 into this void, all of his memories had been stripped away, including his ability to speak and act. Now, he resembled a newborn, driven solely by instinct. However, when Six believed he could effortlessly seize his core, he found himself caught by 01 and Appo's grip and struck vigorously in return. When he launched another assault, 01 instinctively retaliated, even summoning a snake once more. After much contemplation, Six was certain he had obliterated number 1's memories. Yet he could not fathom why number 1 continued to resist. It seemed that only instinct could explain this phenomenon. Akin to a baby's reflex to blink when light shines upon their face, instinctively closing their eyes to shield them from harm. 01 and Appo's resistance stemmed from a primal urge to survive, allowing him to fight back despite his memory loss. How fascinating. Let us see how long you can withstand this unending battle, shall we? With a flourish of his arm, a swarm of new puppets surged towards 01. Number 1. How much longer do you think you can endure this relentless conflict? On the following day, Qiao An slowly emerged from her slumber. It seemed she had experienced an exceptionally long dream, yet when she attempted to recall its details, nothing came to mind. She dismissed it as merely a dream. In comparison to her dreams, her current predicament weighed more heavily on her thoughts. What is it like to awaken only to find a group of dismembered, bloodshot-eyed, pallid creatures staring at you? It was quite the shock, far more jarring than awakening in class to find the teacher looming over her. Qiao An, momentarily stunned, took a moment to recollect the events of the previous day. Her stomach grumbled audibly, an inconvenient reminder of her hunger, leaving Qiao An feeling a bit embarrassed. She glanced at the zombies and awkwardly declared, "I seem to be hungry. I shall go find something to eat." Trembling, she attempted to rise and leave, but a zombie, missing half its body, abruptly blocked her path, its gaze fixated on Qiao An. With a guttural growl, it tore a piece of flesh from its own decaying form and extended it towards her. "Eat." Qiao An stood frozen, unsure whether to accept or refuse the repugnant offering. After all, this was one of the few morsels it possessed. I shall pass, thank you." Upon hearing her gratitude, the zombie gleefully withdrew its offering, chortling in delight. The other zombies, observing the exchange, eagerly emulated their companion, tearing at their own flesh to present to Qiao An. They too sought her appreciation. "Eat, eat, take mine." In an instant, Qiao An found herself surrounded, unable to escape the fervent offers of the zombies, each raising their own flesh in devotion. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Qiao An could only repeatedly express her gratitude. The zombies, elated by her thanks, danced aside, making room for others to step forward. "Well, you are rather polite," Qiao An remarked, her lips quivering in disbelief. She began to understand that these creatures resembled children in a kindergarten. Aside from their grotesque appearances, their intentions were innocent. Having confirmed that they posed her no harm, Qiao An began to contemplate how to enlist their help. Indeed, assistance was paramount. Qiao An remained oblivious to the exact nature of the world's upheaval, but the fact that these creatures would not harm her did not guarantee the same for others. She urgently required a refuge, one where she could eat, sleep, and feel safe, allowing her the capacity to comprehend this altered world. The city where she had awakened was strewn with the bones of the fallen, a clear indication of danger. She could never return there. Other locales had yet to be explored, and she was not inclined to gamble with her safety. The abandoned factory before her, though somewhat grimy, offered ample space and was situated on the outskirts, making it the best option for the time being. After careful consideration, Qiao An resolved to lead her motley crew of monsters to renovate the factory. The number of creatures was not overwhelming, only 17 in total. With newfound courage, Qiao An ventured into the factory, where dust coated the surfaces and remnants of machinery lay scattered about. Picking up a steel pipe from the ground, she instinctively swung it through the air, a gesture that felt oddly familiar, as though she had performed it before. However, such details were inconsequential. The priority was to familiarize herself with her surroundings. She jogged around the perimeter, the dozen or so zombies trailing closely behind her. Chapter 101. The Great Gray Rat. This factory, though modest in size, allowed Qiao An to complete a circuit in merely 10 minutes. Upon traversing the building, she discovered a kitchen on the left side of the first floor. With eager anticipation, she entered, only to find a stash of moldy rice flour and a few rotting vegetables. Fortunately, the pickled vegetables in the jar were still edible, but consuming them plain was hardly appealing. Undeterred, she rummaged through the kitchen until she finally unearthed 4 bags of expired instant noodles. At this point, she felt no need for pretenses. She tore open a bag and began to crunch on the noodles. As she munched, she explored other areas of the factory. The second floor comprised half dormitory for the employees, where the bedding remained serviceable, and the other half was their workspace, filled with small machinery. Qiao An scoured the place, collecting wrenches, hammers, shovels, and other implements that could serve as weapons to distribute among the group. The advantage of this small factory was its ample supplies, all contained within one building. These 17 creatures were likely the former employees of the factory. After completing her tasks, she joyfully led the zombies in a thorough cleaning, prioritizing the tidiness of their surroundings before organizing the supplies. Qiao An clutched a damp blanket, intending to take it outside to dry. However, upon noticing a zombie approaching to assist, she scrutinized its oozing, decayed form and instinctively stepped aside. The zombie stood dejectedly, a look of hurt appearing on its blurred visage. Did it sense her disdain? Once the cleaning was nearly complete, Qiao An left 7 zombies to guard the premises while taking the remaining 10 to search for more supplies nearby. The few bags of instant noodles would scarcely last long, and she remained uncertain about what these creatures might consume. If they grew excessively hungry, it could turn perilous for her. Although the factory was located on the outskirts, it was inevitable that there would be a small supermarket nearby. They walked less than 3 kilometers when they stumbled upon a nondescript building bearing a red and yellow sign proclaiming supermarket. 2 zombies ventured forth to scout, one wielding a hammer and the other a screwdriver, as they shakily entered the store. Suddenly, a cacophony of squeaks erupted from within, followed by a series of crashing sounds, after which an eerie silence enveloped the supermarket once more. A, B, are you all right? Qiao An called tentatively, having assigned each creature a name for easier identification: A, B, C, and so forth. There was no response. A sense of foreboding washed over Qiao An. She contemplated fleeing but was anxious for A and B, who, despite their monstrous nature, had treated her kindly. Hesitating at the entrance, she gripped her sharpened steel pipe and cautiously approached the supermarket. The other zombies wished to follow, but she raised a hand to halt their advance, instructing them to remain behind. At last, she reached the supermarket and Appo's entrance. The scene was chaotic, with beverages, instant noodles, bread, cigarettes, and more strewn across the floor. The food appeared as though it had been savaged by some beast, bearing various jagged openings. Qiao An swallowed hard, her palms slick with perspiration. Again, the shrill squeaks echoed, and from the depths of the store, a pair of eyes resembling large red lanterns fixated on her, radiating malice. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a rat, grotesquely larger than a human, dragging a long tail as it lunged toward her. A giant rat. Panic surged through her, prompting her to flee. Though Qiao An was typically courageous and unafraid of ordinary rats, this monstrous creature instilled terror within her. The zombies outside, hearing their masteress cry, rushed to intercept the rat. C bit down on its tail, gnashing and chewing, while D employed its bony hands to stab at the rat and Appo's back. E, the most cunning, struck at the rat's feet with a wrench, though it proved largely ineffective. The rat screeched, leaping into the air, violently shaking off the slow-moving zombies. Its thick tail swept through, incapacitating them with ease. It glared furiously at Qiao An and charged toward her. With no chance of escape, Qiao An was paralyzed with fear, trembling and drenched in cold sweat. With a sharp bite, the mutated rat sank its teeth into Qiao An and Appo's neck, its razor-like fangs piercing her soft abdomen, blood immediately soaking her. As she felt the intense agony radiating from her wound, she found it curious. Strangely, she could endure this pain. It seemed she had suffered worse injuries before. But when? The memory eluded her. The mutated rat, clutching its prize, leisurely made its way back toward the supermarket. The zombies stood helplessly, watching as Qiao An was dragged away, their furious roars echoing in the air. The rat, growing impatient, swept its tail, impaling one of the zombies and extracting its core. The now lifeless zombie collapsed, a mere corpse. See. Qiao An cried out in despair, gripping her steel pipe tightly. She sprang to her feet and thrust it into the rat's eye. The rat screeched in pain, and, momentarily releasing its hold, Qiao An tumbled to the ground, one hand clutching her wound, and the other grasping a fallen shovel. Her eyes glimmered with rage, slowly transforming into the unique crimson hue of the undead. You foul rat. A fire of fury ignited within her chest. demanding retribution for her fallen companions. She hefted the shovel with one hand, charging toward the mutated rat. As she neared, she leaped several meters high, bringing the shovel down with all her might upon the rat and Apos' forehead, producing a dull thud. The rat howled in agony, pivoting to launch another assault on Qiao An. It moved with blinding speed, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. How dare a beast attempt to devour a human? She yelled, raising the bloodied shovel as her eyes tracked the rat and Apos' movements. Suddenly, the rat lunged from behind, sinking its teeth into Qiao An and Apos' right arm, rendering it powerless. The shovel clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound. Qiao An screamed in pain, yet the torment was dwarfed by the fury surging within her. She released her grip on her abdomen, allowing blood to flow freely. With her left hand, she seized the rat and Apos' face, while her right hand slowly rose, pressing against its forehead. Drawing from her strength, she executed a powerful throw, hurling the mutated rat over her shoulder. But that was not enough. Far from it, Qiao An bent down to retrieve the shovel, wiping the blood from her mouth with the back of her hand as she approached the dazed rat. As it attempted to rise, she stomped down on its nose with her foot. Her eyes were ablaze, her expression one of madness. In that moment, Qiao An resembled a feral beast more than the mutated rat itself. Do you remember? What will happen to A, B, and C now that you and Apos' returned? Qiao An and Apos' voice was tinged with sorrow as she raised the shovel high. Suddenly, a cruel smile split her face. Time to pay for your deeds. With a sickening thud, the shovel cleaved into the rat's skull, which let out two pitiful cries before succumbing to death. Qiao An erupted in gleeful laughter, repeatedly pulling the shovel out and striking again. Blood splattered across her face, but she paid it no heed. Halfway through, she felt unsatisfied with just the shovel and cast it aside. Instead, she pummeled the rat's head with her fists, her immense strength shattering its skull with just 2 or 3 blows. Chapter 102. The mother rat. The head of the mutated rat had been reduced to a nauseating pulp by Qiao An, its crystalline core mingled within the grotesque mass, emitting a faint glow. Leaning down, she picked up the core ensconced in the flesh, a wicked voice incessantly urging her to consume it, to swallow. Food. Puzzled, Qiao An cleared away the remnants of the flesh, revealing the core in its entirety. It was crystalline and transparent, its edges sharp, resembling an uncut gem of exquisite beauty. Swallow it, swallow it, swallow it. The voice persisted, and against her will, Qiao An and Apos' hand shoved the core into her mouth. Her eyes widened in shock, her expression frozen. As the core melted upon entry, an extraordinary power surged through her, rapidly healing the gaping wound inflicted by the mutated rat. Fleeting memories flickered in her mind, too swift for her to grasp their essence. Observing Qiao An standing motionless like a wooden post, the remaining zombies approached the carcass of the mutated rat, tearing off its remaining limbs to hoist upon their shoulders. Would you like something to eat? Qiao An snapped back to reality, spotting carrying a leg of the mutated rat. Eat, then allow me to assist you. She attempted to roll up her sleeves, only to realize her clothing had been shredded during the earlier battle, her sweatshirt now sleeveless. Embarrassed, she touched her nose, picked up the rat's forelimb with one hand, and, stepping on its body, began to chop the carcass into several pieces with a series of crunching sounds. Master. Good. The zombies cheered joyously, gathering around Qiao An to collect the scattered meat. Seeing their delight alleviated some of the weight in Qiao An's heart. With the mutated rat dead, she felt reassured enough to venture into the supermarket in search of food. However, as she stepped inside, a chill ran down her spine. There was danger still lurking. Squeak. A creature larger than the previous mutated rat charged furiously at Qiao An, cloaked in black fur. Its belly was as large as an ox, and its tail as long as a python. Qiao An could not evade in time, and the monstrous black rat collided violently with her. The freshly healed wound burst open again, blood gushing forth. Coughing. Blood dripped from her lips as she felt as though she had just survived a car crash, her limbs immobilized by pain. The black rat, undeterred, adjusted its trajectory and charged at her once more. It's the mother rat. So the one that just died was your mate? Qiao An quipped, observing the rat barreling towards her like a small truck. The black rat paid no heed to her words, its gaze fierce and intent on crushing her into a pulp. A few zombies attempted to assist but could not match the mother rat's speed, left far behind. Qiao An stood still, awaiting the mother rat's assault. To her own surprise, she felt no fear, but rather an unsettling anticipation for the impending attack, akin to waiting for a duck to present itself? A duck? What duck? Her thoughts drifted far away just as the mother rat appeared before her. Suddenly, a strange smile emerged on Joan's previously expressionless face. At that moment, her soul seemed to detach from her body, floating above. She watched as she smiled, piercing the mother rat and Apos' head with one hand, extracting the crystalline core, and savoring its consumption. She saw herself slicing open the mother rat's rotund belly, probing within. Behind her, arms like those of a malevolent spirit unfurled, covered in venomous spikes. Was that her? Yet, it was not. Hovering above, Joan gazed down at her earthly self, unable to resist floating closer to witness what treasures lay within the mother rat and Apos' belly. The earthly Joan seemed to sense her presence. Grinning widely as she lifted a blood-soaked pink mass, no larger than a basketball, vaguely discernible as an undeveloped fetus. It bore the head of a rat and the limbs of a human, its body slick with mucus. They too wished to become human, the earthly Joan remarked coldly, then mercilessly slammed the mass onto the ground. The aerial Joan, having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, tightly shut her eyes, unable to bear the sight. After a long wait, hearing no other sounds, she cautiously opened her eyes. She had returned to her body, surveying her surroundings. The mother rat had been disassembled, and the zombies were eagerly shouldering the abundant rat meat, awaiting her return home. How long had it been? Joan murmured, glancing at the darkening sky and the surrounding remains. Suddenly engulfed by fear, what she had witnessed was indeed real. That cruel and powerful creature was her. I can't be. Experiencing a split in my mind. Can I? She lamented, cradling her head in despair, realizing she had become mentally unstable. However, in this world rife with monsters, even if she did not go mad now, madness awaited her in the future. This thought sent her into a melancholic reverie. If I am insane, would you still stay with me? Joan turned to the zombies, inquiring. The zombies, unaware of the term insanity, heard only the latter part of her question. They nodded their creaking heads in response. Stay. Woo-woo. Joan was overwhelmed with emotion, immediately embracing the nearest zombie and crying out in joy. After her excitement subsided, she remembered her purpose in the supermarket, selecting some edible items to pack and take with her. Upon returning to the factory, Joan diligently stored the food and distributed the rat meat among the zombies. Each of them chewed joyfully, and as they consumed the meat, subtle changes began to manifest in their forms. Observing their delight, Joan herself could not find joy. Today's encounters had deepened her fear of this unknown world. Today, it was the mutated rat. Tomorrow, could it be a mutated cockroach? If a rat could grow larger than a human, what would happen if other animals mutated? She spent the night sharpening steel pipes, honing one into a fine point as a makeshift weapon. She also polished every kitchen knife, not expecting them to slice through flesh like butter, but at least to be able to cut through the hide of beasts. Even after all this, she remained restless, pacing the factory anxiously, feeling that something was amiss. Traps. She needed traps to protect the factory. Smacking her forehead, she grabbed a shovel and, accompanied by a dozen zombies, began to dig. By morning, several massive pits surrounded the factory, cleverly concealed to blend seamlessly with the environment. Leading the zombies to inspect the pits, she instructed, "You must not leave these." The zombies nodded in apparent understanding, albeit clueless about the purpose of the pits, but obedient nonetheless. Chapter 103. Primitive Hunting. AD. Hurry up and pull the board. Joanna exclaimed, sprinting frantically as a colossal two-headed chicken pursued her closely. The zombies hiding nearby, upon seeing her dash past, swiftly tugged on the rope, causing the wooden board to be dragged away. The unsuspecting two-headed chicken, caught off guard, flapped helplessly before plummeting into the pit with a few desperate cries, which soon faded into silence. At that moment, the zombies, armed with sharp steel pipes, encircled the trap, reminiscent of primitive hunters. Joanna, clutching her own steel rod, approached the scene, and a triumphant smile crept across her face as she beheld the two-headed chicken, now lifeless from their onslaught. Over the past 2 weeks, she had led the zombies in digging pits and setting up traps, while she herself attracted the mutated creatures towards their demise. In this short span, they had captured dozens of mutated chickens, ducks, rabbits, and rats, nearly one a day, enough to sustain them. The well-fed zombies began to exhibit noticeable changes. Their movements became swifter. Their decaying bodies ceased to deteriorate, and new flesh began to sprout in the areas close to the bone, as if they had been granted a second life. Go down and retrieve it, Joanna instructed A. Nimbly jumped into the pit and expertly butchered the two-headed chicken with a kitchen knife. Once completed, the other zombies tossed down a plastic bucket tied with a rope, ready to haul it back up once filled with meat. As the bucket neared completion, A swiftly climbed out of the pit, joining the others in transporting the chicken meat. That night, Joanna and the zombies gathered around an open courtyard, roasting chicken legs thicker than her thigh over a roaring fire, each zombie savoring their respective morsels at a leisurely pace. During this time, they had learned much from their leader: cleaning, setting traps, utilizing tools, and the basic etiquette of being a zombie. One fundamental principle of zombie etiquette: dining with civility, graceful movements, and a prohibition against snatching food from fellow zombies. As Joanna gazed at the roasting chicken legs, she felt a moment of introspection. It had already been half a month since she began cohabiting with them. During this period, she discovered that consuming the cores of mutated animals had healing properties, and their flesh was indeed edible. The once ferocious version of herself had not resurfaced since her transformation into a mutated rat, although she had not manifested. Her physical capabilities had surpassed those of ordinary humans. She could leap 3 meters high and shatter steel pipes with a single punch. This was fortuitous news for Joanna. Increased strength granted her greater confidence, especially given the uncertainties of the creatures she might encounter in the future. She pondered about her family. How were they faring? Were they alive or perished? Would her delicate sister be frightened into unconsciousness? Did her parents worry for her? Why had she awoken in this unfamiliar city? A multitude of questions swirled in her mind, but she was alone. Who could she confide in? Suddenly, a succulent chicken leg appeared before Joanna, interrupting her reverie. She looked up to find several zombies gazing at her with blank expressions, one holding out the chicken leg. Touched, Joanna realized that, despite not being human, they showed greater concern for her well-being. They followed closely behind her during hunts, anxious for her safety, and always reserved the best portions for her. At night, they stood guard at her door, providing an overwhelming sense of security. They obeyed her every rule, and over the brief span of their companionship, Joanna had come to regard them as comrades. Taking the chicken leg, Joanna blew on it before taking a hearty bite. The rich flavor burst in her mouth, and she thought to herself that no worry could withstand the satisfaction of a roasted chicken leg. Seeing her enjoyment, the zombies returned to their places, continuing to gnaw on their meat. The night was tranquil and warm. The following day, Joanna, as usual, led the zombies to dig traps before boldly entering the territory of mutated animals. With her hands clasped behind her back, she leisurely strolled about, resembling an elderly man meandering in a park. After a round, she found no creatures to be seen. Were they all resting? Observing the silent buildings around her, she considered that such places often harbored the most monsters. Clearing her throat, she called out loudly, "Are there any little creatures that would like to feast on humans? Fresh and delectable humans. Don't miss out." Her voice pierced the stillness like a sword, yet the only reply was the rustling of a plastic bag in the wind. Perplexed, Joanna thought it strange. Typically, there would be at least a mutated rat or lizard in such areas. Could it truly be that she would catch nothing today? Unwilling to accept defeat, she shouted again, but still, no creatures responded. After a while, she had no choice but to lead the zombies elsewhere in search of prey. However, their subsequent locations yielded the same lack of mutated creatures, leading Joanna to suspect that perhaps her recent hunting had scared them away. After a day of fruitless searching, the thought of the zombies waiting at the factory for food filled her with embarrassment. With her head hung low, she trudged back. As she approached the entrance, her spirits lifted at the sight of an enormous pile of mutated animal carcasses. Astonished, she could hardly close her mouth. What was even more surprising was that the cores of these animals had been extracted, leaving only intact bodies behind. After the initial shock, Joanna immediately assumed a defensive stance. Such a large-scale slaughter of mutated animals could not have been executed by zombies, but rather by other humans. The zombies behind her sensed the danger, gripping their weapons tightly, poised to attack. "Who was there? Show yourself," Joanna shouted, pointing her steel rod toward the bodies, behind which loomed a tall figure. "Master." The voice was steady and powerful as the figure emerged from behind the corpses, kneeling on one knee before Joanna with reverence. Bowing his head, "Zombie?" Joanna stared in surprise at the man before her. He was tall and muscular, exuding strength. His red eyes confirmed his undead nature. But he was far more robust than any zombie she had encountered, his skin marred with a tapestry of old and new scars, and his shining bald head caught her attention. "Master, please indulge." The bald zombie held out a crystalline core in both hands, lifting it above his head in a gesture of respect, offering it to Joanna. Chapter 104. Somnambulism. "Are you, indeed, a zombie?" Joanna inquired, her uncertainty evident as she gazed at him. This was, without a doubt, the most human-like zombie she had ever encountered. "Yes, I am a level 3.5 zombie, the bald-headed zombie responded earnestly. 3.5? Zombies have levels? This concept brought Qiao An into unfamiliar territory. Indeed, the zombies around the master are merely at half a level, the bald-headed zombie continued, his tone tinged with pride. However, I have brought 20 level 1 zombies for the master. You brought other zombies? Qiao An exclaimed in astonishment, realizing this bald gentleman had come with an entire entourage. Come out and show yourselves. The bald-headed zombie bellowed to those behind him. As soon as he spoke, 20 intact level 1 zombies stepped forward in unison. Their skin was a bluish gray, their eyes a blood-red hue. Unlike A, E, and the others, these zombies appeared largely uncorrupted. Master, this is the master. Such a small one. The zombies chattered amongst themselves, but their expressions remained vacant, resembling a group of statues. Big brother. Why do you zombies seek out a mere human like me? Qiao An asked, quickly assisting the bald-headed zombie to his feet, as he had been kneeling for too long. We just want to live, the bald-headed zombie replied. Huh? You zombies want to live alongside me, a defenseless human? Qiao An looked at the imposing bald-headed figure, who seemed far more formidable than her own slender form. Being near the master gives us a sense of security. The master is our safe haven. The bald-headed zombie declared with deep emotion. The other zombies echoed his sentiments with guttural sounds of agreement. Qiao An stared at these zombies, feeling either she had lost her sanity or they had. Either way, one side was clearly unhinged. Please leave. I have enough with them, Qiao An said, pinching the bridge of her nose and gesturing dismissively to the bald-headed zombie. This small factory could not accommodate so many zombies, and she was unsure of their true nature. Who knew what might happen in the future? Upon hearing Qiao An's refusal, the bald-headed zombie clutched her ankle, weeping profusely. Master, if you don't want us, who will? Did you not call for us? I summoned you? Qiao An asked, bewildered as she pointed to herself. Yes. We heard you the other night saying something about coming to see you. The bald-headed zombie wiped non-existent tears, gazing at Qiao An with the pitiable expression of a forsaken spouse. I dawn and Apos. T recall calling anyone. Qiao An turned to the zombies behind her, who had been vigilantly guarding her while she slept. They, too, seemed to confirm her doubts. The zombies nodded in unison, saying, You called. Ever since the night before last, you've been sleepwalking out of the factory, murmuring about coming to see you, and then returning to sleep. Is it truly me? Qiao An found it hard to believe. Could she have actually done such things? Yes. The zombies affirmed almost in unison with the bald-headed zombie. Their certainty caused Qiao An to spiral into self-doubt. If that is the case, then you may stay. But find somewhere else to live. With resignation, Qiao An conceded. Upon receiving permission to remain, the newly arrived zombies erupted into cheers, embracing the factory's zombies in jubilant celebration. That night, Qiao An lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. She pondered when she had summoned these zombies and how they had hurt her. According to the bald-headed zombie, they hailed from another region, over 20 kilometers away from the factory. How could they possibly hear her from such a distance? The more she thought, the more peculiar it seemed, and gradually, her thoughts drifted away, leading her into slumber. Moments later, she abruptly sat up, barefoot, and walked outside. The zombies guarding her door dared not disturb her, silently following her to the entrance. Qiao An paused, her delicate mental energy suddenly radiating from her body in all directions, whispering, Come to see me, come back. As the bald-headed zombie had mentioned, the nearby zombies, upon hearing Qiao An's call in the dark of night, began to sway and gather towards the factory. Unbeknownst to Qiao An, she lingered at the door for less than a minute before stumbling back to her dormitory, sinking into a deep sleep, as if nothing had occurred. The following morning, Qiao An awoke to the cacophony of zombie voices. Rubbing her eyes groggily, she mumbled, A, G, A, E, what are you talking about? The zombies at the door, noticing her wakefulness, approached and poked her, gesturing outside. Many. What do you mean by many? Qiao An puzzled as she slipped on her shoes and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the bottom, she encountered the bald-headed zombie from the previous night, who looked at her with excitement. Master, what do you intend to do with all those zombies you summoned last night? Last night. Indeed. Look outside. Hundreds of zombies have gathered, all called by you. The bald-headed zombie pointed to the throngs of zombies waiting at the entrance. But rest assured, I have instructed them to wait patiently for you. Hundreds. Qiao An gasped in shock, rushing to the door to see. Outside, a massive crowd of zombies had assembled, young and old, male and female, some decayed and some intact, waiting patiently at the entrance. Upon seeing Qiao An, they erupted into excited commotion, their guttural sounds filling the air. Hey you, come here. Qiao An beckoned to the bald-headed zombie. I am called Old 3, he replied. Old 3, since you have no memories of your former life and are a level 3.5 zombie, that name fits, he explained. Can you send them away? There are far too many, Qiao An requested, gesturing towards the horde outside. They were summoned by the master and are devoted to you. It's unlikely they will leave. Old 3 replied, his expression one of discomfort as he glanced at the ordinary zombies outside. Yet, with so many zombies, this place cannot accommodate them. Nor can they be managed. Is that your concern, master? Fear not. I will help manage them. We are tough and resilient. We only need a place to stay. Old 3 boasted, thumping his chest proudly. Very well, I leave it in your hands. I must go hunt, Qiao An conceded, feeling somewhat relieved by his confidence. Yet, she remained perplexed as to how she had summoned these zombies. Rest easy, master. I sent those level 1 zombies to find food early this morning. However, now with all these additional zombies, there may not be enough to eat. Chapter 105. A sense of familiarity, I shall venture forth. I possess a particular knack for capturing those monstrous creatures, declared the third brother, preparing to depart. However, Joanna promptly intervened, saying, You remain here to manage these zombies. I will go outside. Being in the company of hundreds of zombies felt far less reassuring than facing the unknown outdoors. It would be best to ensure their living quarters are properly arranged, she added, grasping her steel rod and departing with the other zombies from the factory. As dusk fell, the zombies returned to the factory, carrying various animals, leaving Joanna utterly astonished by the sight before her. It was not merely a fresh horde of zombies, rather. An array of over 10 container houses had suddenly appeared near the factory. To add to this, the vicinity was partially enclosed by wooden fences towering over 2 meters high. The master has returned, exclaimed the third brother, who, while hauling timber, immediately abandoned his load to greet Joanna. Where did all this come from? Joanna inquired, gesturing towards the wood in containers. The containers were procured from a nearby construction site, and the wood was freshly cut, the third brother explained. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, We can sleep standing or lying down. Accommodating a dozen zombies in one container is no trouble at all. Then why the enclosure? Joanna questioned. Her curiosity piqued as the layout increasingly resembled an ancient military camp. That is intended to contain the creatures. Is it not the pit you left for us? The third brother led Joanna to the enclosed area, revealing 8 lively 2-headed chickens trapped in a pit. Due to its depth and the surrounding wooden fence, they were unable to escape. Did you catch these today? Joanna asked, pointing at the chickens. Indeed. And not just chickens, there's also a large one behind. The third brother replied, guiding her to the rear of the factory. There, they encountered a 4-meter-long mutated pig, its mouth armed with 2 sharp tusks, and its bristly back reminiscent of needles. Surrounding it were 7 first-tier zombies, encircling it with an iron gate they had salvaged from somewhere. Initially struggling, the massive pig lay still upon noticing the third brother's presence, appearing utterly terrified. Is it afraid of you? Joanna observed the bound creature, noticing what seemed like tears in its eyes, reminiscent of a distressed 400-pound piglet. Hiki. The third brother sheepishly rubbed his shiny bald head, admitting, I had to discipline it a bit for misbehaving. It has become much more docile since. All right, shall we eat this today? Joanna inquired, eyeing the pig, noting its ample size suitable for the zombies. The third brother shook his head vigorously, saying, No, we've already prepared today's meal in the factory, waiting for you to divide it. This one can be eaten tomorrow or at a later time. He glanced at the pig and added, It won't be escaping. Well, you have certainly made things easier for me, Joanna remarked thoughtfully. The third-tier zombie proved quite capable. Despite his rugged appearance, he worked with surprising finesse, demonstrating that one should not judge by appearances. Days passed. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th mornings, Joanna was awakened by the calls of zombies outside the factory. Each morning brought dozens, if not hundreds, of new arrivals. Accumulating, Joanna now found herself with over 500 zombies. The outdoor area filled with containers grew increasingly crowded, each housing a multitude of zombies, while the surrounding infrastructure steadily improved under the third brother's diligent efforts. The modest factory gradually transformed into a miniature base, a zombie base. This morning, as Joanna descended as usual to inspect the new arrivals, she was taken aback to find the entrance devoid of any zombies. Finally, some peace and quiet? She mused in disbelief, rubbing her eyes and confirming the absence of newcomers before breaking into a joyful smile. Perhaps all the siblings who could come had finally arrived. Out of nowhere, the third brother appeared, clutching a bundle of iron wire. What are you planning to do with that? Joanna inquired, puzzled. The third brother shook the wire in his hands, explaining, since there are no new brothers, I'll surround the area nearby. Is that enough material? Joanna questioned, eyeing the scant wire, which seemed insufficient to cover much ground. Higi, if it's not enough, I'll substitute with beast bones. Most of them are toxic, which should serve well as a deterrent against humans. The third brother grinned earnestly. Humans? Aside from me, there are no other humans within 100 miles. At the mention of this, Joanna felt a pang of melancholy, realizing she had not encountered another person in an entire month. Were there still other humans surviving in this world? Would you like to accompany us? The hunting zombies have already been dispatched. You can remain here, the third brother suddenly proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Joanna replied, that could work. Together. They traversed the orderly rows of containers, arriving at the site where the wire needed to be secured. Here, they found over 100 lower-tier zombies laboriously attempting to drive stakes and tie nets, their movements sluggish and clumsy, rendering the task nearly impossible. If only their levels were higher, Joanna lamented. In her time spent with the zombies, Joanna had learned that the higher the zombies' tier, the greater their abilities, and the closer they resembled humans. Does the master desire higher-tier zombies? The third brother inquired. Indeed, aren't higher-tier zombies more formidable? Joanna responded earnestly. Which would you prefer? Quantity or quality? He asked. Quality over quantity, I suppose, Joanna answered. I see. The third brother set down the wire, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, Joanna remained unaware of the profound transformation her words would inspire among the zombies. That night, Master, for the Master. The cacophonous chants abruptly jolted Joanna from her slumber. Furrowing her brow in irritation, she queried, What are you doing at this ungodly hour? Master. Hiss. The clamorous voices not only persisted but grew louder, the zombies and oppos, roars echoing as if they were engaged in some fervent activity. Unable to endure it any longer, Joanna donned her coat and stepped outside. Strangely, neither A, E, nor the others were stationed at the entrance. The factory stood eerily empty. Continuing her search, she arrived at the vicinity of the containers, only to find not a single zombie present when they typically rested in this area at night. Even more perplexing was the absence of zombies nearby, while their dissonant voices seemed to resonate right beside her. Suddenly, a chilling howl from afar captured her attention. She sprinted towards the source of the sound, her heart racing with an inexplicable dread. As she drew nearer, the metallic scent of blood grew increasingly pungent, prompting Joanna to cover her mouth and nose, her brow furrowed in trepidation. Under the moonlight, she stumbled upon a gruesome scene. Hundreds of zombies were engaged in a violent frenzy, attacking one another without distinction. The ground was littered with the remnants of zombies, their cores viciously extracted, their features grotesquely altered. In a display of unfettered savagery, they revealed their bloodthirsty nature, akin to ravenous beasts, tearing into the flesh of their kin and recklessly excavating one another's cores. Chapter 106. The zombies are the true weaklings for reasons unbeknownst to her. Joanne felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene unfolding before her. It seemed she had witnessed the spectacle of mutual slaughter before. A carnage far grander than what lay before her now. Master, look upon me. I shall emerge victorious. I fight for my master. A crystalline female voice suddenly resonated in her ear, a voice she was certain she had heard at some point in the past. I was born from a mountain of corpses, summoned forth by my master. The woman in damp, Oppo's voice echoed persistently, and a hazy visage gradually materialized in Joanne and Oppo's mind. Who are you? Joanne murmured, as if the woman stood right before her, though her features remained obscured. I am. The woman's lips parted slightly. Yet Joanne could not decipher the reply, as if it had been deliberately erased from her comprehension. Who is it? Joanne shouted in desperation. Upon hearing her outburst, the nearby fighting zombies halted their actions as if a pause button had been pressed. Master, why have you come? Old 3 rushed to Joanne's side. Concern etched upon his face. He stood bare-chested, smeared with blood, evidently having participated in the fray. What are you doing? Joanne's eyes had turned crimson, and behind her, a void-like arm studded with venomous thorns writhed restlessly, eager for action. Advancing. Advancing? Wasn't Oppos. T at the Master's wish for them to attain higher levels? Our advancement relies on the cores of our kind and those of mutated beasts, Old 3 explained earnestly. So, you have incited them to slaughter one another? Joanne could hardly believe her ears, astonished that the zombies and Oppos evolution depended on their own kind. It was not my doing, they volunteered. Everyone wishes to follow the master. They feared awakening you. hence chose this place. But apparently, the noise was still too loud. Old 3 lamented. And the fallen zombies? Qiao An inquired sharply. They too volunteered for the sacrifice. Volunteered? For whom? For a mere utterance of mine? Qiao An suddenly felt as though a weight was pressing down on her. Gazing at the zombies sprawled on the ground, on the brink of collapse. I do not understand. I do not understand. Why is the world transformed upon my waking? I do not comprehend why you call me master, why you seek me, why you choose to follow me. I do not understand. Why should a mere word of mine compel you to slaughter one another? I do not understand. I am but a human. Qiao An, in anguish, clutched her head. Tears streaming down her cheeks, her spine alternating between chills and warmth. Master, please do not cry. I will make them stop. Please, do not weep. Old 3, at a loss, desperately attempted to console her. Why did you choose me? Why? The fears and grievances that had been suppressed for a month erupted at that moment as Qiao An crouched on the ground, her mind a tumult of confusion. Flashes of unfamiliar scenes racing before her eyes, a sea of flames, corpses, explosions. What were these? Each seemed connected to her. Yet she could not grasp them, her memory shrouded in fog. Because the Master is immensely powerful, our sole anchor in this chaotic apocalypse. Since I became a zombie, I lost my human memories. It was only upon reaching the 3rd tier that my consciousness returned. The stronger I become, the more I fear, for the unknown looms larger. Before encountering the Master, we wandered aimlessly, like wild spirits, lacking a sense of belonging. In terms of intellect, we are inferior to humans. In terms of strength, we are outmatched by mutated beasts. We are the true weaklings of this apocalypse. That is a lie. Not long ago, you bested a pig. It was terrified of you. Qiao An abruptly ceased her weeping and looked up at old 3 earnestly. That was with the help of other brothers. Alone, I would surely fail. Now, allow me to finish. Following the Master is akin to a child following their mother. It brings solace. Do not let their fearsome appearances deceive you. They are all quite weak, and we need the Master's protection. Protection? You must be blind with foolishness. What can a frail being like me provide for over 100 zombies? Qiao An could scarcely believe that so many zombies would require her, a fragile woman, for shelter. Well, then let us be your spiritual support. As long as the Master is present, we shall find comfort, old 3 remarked, glancing at Qiao An's back. Though he could not see the void-like arm, he could distinctly sense the terrifying power emanating from her. As for why Qiao An refused to acknowledge it, he assumed it was a sign of her humility. Then command them to cease fighting. From now on, there shall be no more slaughters among our kind. Ensure that the deceased zombies are buried properly. Qiao An pointed towards the zombies in the distance and continued, let us give them a proper resting place. Very well. We shall heed the Master's will. Now, Master, you should return to rest, old 3 said, wiping the blood from his hands onto his pants before carefully helping Qiao into her feet. I shall assist you in burying them before returning. All right. I will fetch a shovel, old 3 replied, hastily making his way back to the factory in search of tools. Since you have chosen me, you must take care of yourselves. Low levels are inconsequential. I will do my utmost to protect you. Qiao An solemnly promised, gazing at the blood-soaked zombies in the distance. Hooray. They understand. They truly understand. The zombies roared in unison, encircling Qiao An and kneeling at her feet, offering fervent growls of devotion. At last, before dawn broke, Qiao An and the zombies buried all the bodies. Over 300 zombies had sacrificed themselves the previous night, leaving merely a little over 100 survivors. Among them, more than 10 had successfully advanced to the 1st tier, alongside the 21st tier zombies old 3 had brought, totaling 31st tier zombies in the factory. A small number were close to the 1st tier, yet the vast majority remained ordinary. Qiao An surveyed the immense grave before her, engulfed by a profound sorrow. If only she were stronger. If only she were stronger. Beneath the ground, unseen, the blood of the corpses seeped into the soil, exuding a pungent odor. The monsters slumbering deep within the earth began to awaken, their heavy limbs stirring as they extended their brick-red tendrils, emitting a dull sound. Night descended. Suddenly, the earth atop the grave began to tremble, undulating like waves as something writhed beneath. After a time, the quaking ceased, replaced by a sticky and fragmented sound of chewing. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones and flesh being pulverized. Qiao An abruptly awoke from her slumber, gasping for air, her forehead drenched in sweat. The scent of blood. It was even more potent than the day before. Sensing an impending calamity, Qiao An sprang from her bed, heedless of her shoes, and dashed out the door. Chapter 107, the most stubborn head when she arrived at the grave. The eerie sound of gnawing from below had yet to cease. The metallic scent of blood wafted forth from the tomb. Master! Suddenly, an anxious voice from behind called out. Old 3 seemed to sense the impending danger. Dawn and Appos, come closer, Qiao An shouted, acutely aware of the terrifying mutated creature lurking beneath the ground. But it was too late. A centipede, over 10 meters long, surged forth from the grave. Its body smeared with foul-smelling mud, a half-consumed arm clutched in its maw. The mutated centipede was colossal, towering like a 2-story building, its body as wide as a pillar, with 2 rows of curved, hook-like legs. Its red head and black back contrasted sharply with its pale pink underside. Its sensitive antennae waved as it probed, finally locking onto Qiao An and Appos' position. Damn it! Qiao An glared at the severed limb in its grasp, noting the many shattered entrails hanging from its body. With a hiss, the mutated centipede lunged at her like a speeding train. Master! Get out of the way! Old 3 shouted in panic, unable to reach her in time. Helplessly witnessing the creature's assault, Qiao An gritted her teeth, picking up a shovel she had discarded the previous day, raising it to strike the centipede's head, cursing. You dare dig up the corpse I buried. With a resounding clang, the shovel was knocked aside, and Qiao An was sent soaring into the air by the force of the mutated centipede. It turned out its exoskeleton had been hardened, impervious to her attack. Coughing, her hand tingled from the impact, her back pained from the blow. She felt the rush of wind past her ears, her anger extinguished in an instant. Had she been foolish, or had she acted too hastily? What was she thinking, confronting such a monster head-on? It was akin to sending Ip Man into World War II unarmed. Master! Old 3, frantic with worry, sprinted toward where Qiao An had fallen, arms outstretched in an attempt to catch her. Another fool, Qiao An thought to herself, casting a glance at Old 3 on the ground. There was no way this monster would only strike her once. Sure enough, just as she was 5 meters from the ground, the mutated centipede lunged again, propelling her into the air once more. Thud! Qiao An was struck by its iron head, blood spilling from her mouth. My insides. They're going to be crushed. She forcibly twisted in midair, covering her mouth to prevent further bleeding. This turn brought her face to face with the centipede and Appos' horrifying visage, its flat head adorned with countless black spikes. Ugh! Unable to hold back any longer, Qiao An vomited violently, her lunch of chicken splattering all over the creature. Master! Don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. Old 3 stammered, quickly climbing a nearby tree to conceal himself among the leaves. As she was about to fall again, Old 3 and the mutated centipede darted toward her simultaneously. This time, aided by the height of the tree, he successfully caught the disoriented Qiao An. Her face was pale, her eyes unfocused. The mutated centipede, displeased that its meal had been interrupted, aimed to devour the oblivious zombie as well. It made a sharp turn and charged at Old 3. I am no soft persimmon, he roared, shielding Qiao An behind him, ready to confront the centipede. At the moment of contact, Old 3 and Appos' muscles bulged, tripling in size and ripping through his clothes. Not only that, his skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. He too had become hardened. Do not underestimate me, he declared, landing an uppercut that struck the centipede and Appos' head, knocking it over. The struck centipede flailed about like a fish out of water, its massive body crushing the surrounding vegetation. Is this a dream? I feel as though I am witnessing the Hulk, Qiao An murmured, still dazed. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the steel-like figure of Old 3. No, wait. That's Old 3. She finally recognized the familiar bald head reflecting the moonlight. Master, you're awake, Old 3 exclaimed, noticing her gaze. You? Aren't and Appos' impressive? He boasted, continuously changing poses to showcase his hardened muscles. Look out behind you, Qiao An shouted, her voice nearly a scream, as the mutated centipede approached Old 3 from behind. Behind? Old 3 turned, only to find the centipede mere meters away, its mouth agape, poised to bite his bald head. Qiao An quickly covered her eyes, unable to watch. Bang! Another resounding metallic clash echoed. Master? Old 3 and Appos' voice called out, and Qiao An cautiously opened her fingers, peeking through them. There he stood, unscathed, with the dazed giant centipede lying at his feet. Are you all right? Hiki. I'm as tough as they come. It couldn't bite me and broke its own teeth instead, Old 3 chuckled, tapping his bald head, producing a series of thuds. That was terrifying. Qiao An exhaled deeply. What do we do now? Its flesh seems toxic. Old 3 pointed to the incapacitated centipede. Let us dismember it. All these legs would make excellent barricades. And the shell can be used too. If the flesh is indeed toxic, we can dry it and grind it into powder for poison, Qiao An contemplated seriously. She then added, the antennae look nice. If possible, let us make whips out of them. Master, you are brilliant. Old 3 couldn't help but praise her. He then proceeded to pry open the centipede's head, extracting its crystal core, polishing it before presenting it to Qiao An. Master, please enjoy this. It's very nourishing. You should eat it. You need to advance. Qiao An felt embarrassed to take such a precious item since she had contributed much to the battle. Master is injured. Master must eat. Old 3 insisted, focused solely on her well-being, refusing to consume the crystal core himself. You eat. I don't need it. Master must eat. Master needs it. I don't. Ugh. Before she could refuse again, Old 3 tossed the crystal core into her mouth. Seeing her swallow it, he grinned. Good. Master, now we can be at ease. Don't be polite with me. He then resumed his task of dismantling the mutated centipede. With swift movements, he tore off the limbs, yanked out the antennae, and carefully removed the carapace. In no time, Old 3 had cleaned up the entire creature, carrying the severed legs back to the factory and calling over a group of zombies to assist. Meanwhile, Qiao An picked up a shovel to rebury the grave that had been ravaged by the mutated centipede. Chapter 108, The Faceless Monster. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. For men and one woman were dealing with the recently slain zombies. The leader of the group leaned against the van's door, savoring a cigarette with a look of satisfaction. 2 other men crouched on the ground, diligently excavating crystal cores, while the remaining man and woman stood guard, weapons in hand. Suddenly, the woman spotted a tall figure in the distance and elbowed the man beside her, urging, "Look over there." The smoking man glanced up, then disdainfully remarked, "Just a human. But why is he naked?" Another armed man questioned. As the bare-skinned man approached, the group found themselves within mere meters of him. It was then they discerned his grotesque features. His facial features were disturbingly mismatched, with eyes of different shapes, a nose fragmented into multiple segments, and uneven lips, as though assembled from various individuals and oppos features. "Look, brother," the woman stammered, trembling as she pointed at the man and oppos as hands. "He has 2 left hands. And his legs." Another man exclaimed, noticing the bizarre proportions. One leg was slender and delicate like a woman's, while the other was thick and muscular, reminiscent of a seasoned athlete. Ugh. The 2 men digging for crystal cores looked up, horrified, and sat down abruptly, momentarily speechless. Disgusting. The leader crushed his cigarette and conjured a crimson fireball, hurling it at the man. The man seemed entirely oblivious to fear, standing there in a daze. As the fireball made contact with his head, flames erupted instantly, enveloping his bizarre visage. Strangely, he appeared impervious to pain, remaining silent and motionless. How peculiar, the leader observed as the flames gradually extinguished. The man and oppos' face was now charred black, indistinguishable as features, yet he remained standing, like a mere wooden effigy. "Ah, brother, look at his face." The woman shrieked in terror, pointing. "A monster." The group turned to witness a chilling sight. The man's previously charred face was contracting inward, as if being absorbed. Soon, only a blank expanse of skin remained. No. Face. Yes, a new visage began to emerge, again stitched together from disparate eyes and mouths. Joe, and the man, using his newly formed lips, slowly articulated a name, mimicking human speech. "It and oppos, S.A. poor soul. Spare us your grotesqueries." The leader bellowed, conjuring another fireball, determined to incinerate him. However, when these fireballs struck the poor soul, they did not ignite. Instead, they sank into his body like stones in a swamp. "Devoured?" The woman spoke in a tone laced with dread, raising her weapon and firing at the monster. Bullets whizzed into his flesh but failed to penetrate, just as the fireballs had been absorbed. No, this can't be. The others, frozen in fear, were paralyzed until someone shouted to kill him. In a frenzy, the 5 of them unleashed their powers upon the poor soul. The poor soul stood unmoving, allowing their attacks to wash over him. All the vibrant energies were absorbed into his being. Humans? The poor soul seemed to regain his senses, slowly raising his hands towards the 5 before him, realizing the danger. The leader scrambled into the vehicle, disregarding whether his teammates managed to board, flooring the accelerator and speeding away. "Brother, wait." The remaining 4 finally recognized the peril, chasing after the vehicle while shouting, "Devour." A deep voice suddenly echoed from behind. The poor soul and oppos' hands elongated swiftly, catching up with the fleeing 4. His fingers coiled around their necks like ropes, evoking a mix of terror and defiance as they struggled to break free, desperately attacking the fingers with their powers. Devour. The poor soul and Apo's voice boomed, and the fingers constricting their necks burst apart, reminiscent of a gaping maw. With a series of agonizing screams, the four heads were severed, one rolling to the feet of the poor soul. New. The poor soul retracted his hands, returning to a normal appearance. He bent down to pick up a severed head, cradling it carefully. His chest cavity suddenly split open, revealing a crimson, viscous interior. He inserted the head hole into his chest, followed by others, inflating his form. New. Face. As the heads were absorbed, the poor soul and Apo's body reverted to its original state. He touched his features in bewilderment, which shifted continuously, as if he were a character in a game selecting his attributes. Once satisfied, he approached the bodies of the four, lifting one man and Apo's leg and another and Apo's arm, inspecting them like a vendor at a market choosing produce. After careful comparison, he decided to replace his legs with theirs. His lower body began to liquefy, transforming into a slime-like substance that enveloped the four corpses, extracting the desired limbs. After a while, he reformed his body, the man and Apo's legs seamlessly integrating without a trace of stitching. Qiao An, so hungry, the poor soul murmured, lifting his gaze with the newly acquired woman's eyes to the cerulean sky. The new eyes were remarkable, rendering the world with extraordinary clarity. Achoo! Outside the factory, Joan, who was constructing a fence with zombies, suddenly sneezed. She freed a hand to rub her nose and asked, "Did someone talk bad about me?" The zombies shook their heads in unison. They aren't even at the stage of speech yet. Someone must be thinking of you. Old three, who happened to pass by, chimed in quickly. Really? Joan regarded him with skepticism, pondering if anyone in the world could be thinking of her. Surely not her exceptional parents or that sister. Absolutely. Fine. Joan chose not to dwell on it, picking up a centipede leg and declaring, "Come on, everyone, keep at it." With everyone's efforts, the entire factory was fortified with fences made from centipede legs. Fortunately, there were plenty of those legs to go around. Chapter 109. Buried Alive Master. Come quickly. There's a man in the trap. Qiao An, who was upstairs grinding poison powder, suddenly heard the urgent call of the third man from below. A man? Upon hearing those words, Qiao An immediately abandoned her tools and hurried downstairs. Master, look. The third man pointed at a man being embraced by a zombie. He was knocked out by the poisonous thorns of the trap. Your centipede powder is indeed effective. Goodness. He was poisoned to death? Qiao An rushed to examine the man. Recently, she had a sudden inspiration to have the zombies smear poison powder on the spikes of the trap, ensuring that any prey that fell in would be incapacitated. She never expected someone would actually fall in. It should be noted that the centipede and Apo's venom could incapacitate even a two-headed chicken. It's precarious. Qiao An observed for a moment and concluded that he was on the brink of death. The man's complexion was pale, his body marred with varying depths of wounds, and his clothes were torn, sticking to him like rags. Did you hurt him? Qiao An inquired, looking at the man's injuries. Don't say that. He was like this when we brought him up. The third man quickly explained, fearing Qiao An would misunderstand them. Very well, place him in a shaded area and keep watch. If he lives, then good. If not, bury him, Qiao An replied nonchalantly. This man gave her an unpleasant feeling. He reeked. Now it was the third man's turn to be bewildered. He had thought the master would be pleased to see a human, considering she spoke of them daily. Had he known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have brought the man back. Such a waste of effort. Wait a moment, are you sure he is human? Qiao An paused and turned back to ask. Is he? The third man was uncertain as well. Right? You're not certain either? Qiao An fixed him with a serious gaze. The third man awkwardly scratched his bald head and pondered for a moment before saying, he doesn't smell like a zombie. So I'll assume he is human. What about his eyes? Are they black or red? Qiao An pressed cautiously. He is unconscious. I can't see. The third man shrugged helplessly, wondering who would think to pry open the eyes of a fainted person. Upon hearing this, Qiao An quickly approached the man, roughly lifting his eyelids. How is it? The third man asked anxiously. What color? White, Qiao An replied coldly. White? The third man leaned closer to look. Well, it really is white. Rolling his eyes. Huh? What other color could it be? Hold his head steady for me. I need a closer look. Qiao An instructed the third man, as she used both hands to pry at the man's eyes. How is it? Good job. Huh? The third man was confused. You brought me back a zombie. Qiao An pointed at the man's eyes. Following her gaze, the third man saw it. Indeed, the distinctive crimson of a zombie. How could you not tell the difference between a zombie and a human? He doesn't smell like a zombie at all. The third man felt aggrieved. Typically, Zombies had a unique stench, but this man emitted none. When would a zombie not have a smell? Joe pressed. Well, the third man lowered his head, pondering for a moment before whispering, the higher the level, the less the smell. As for none, he trailed off, daunted by the implications. Not even a thought. What level could that possibly be? I don't know. He has never encountered a scentless zombie. Even the 4-tier zombies he had seen before had a stench. 5-tier. A voice suddenly interjected. 5-tier? So you do know. Qiao An looked at the third man, puzzled. The third man waved his hands repeatedly. It's not me who said it. Not you? A sense of foreboding washed over Qiao An as she turned around. The man, who should have been unconscious, was now standing and watching the two of them. Are you the king of corpses in this area? The man asked, fixating on Qiao An. Me? No. She is. Both Qiao An and the third man were taken aback by their simultaneous, contradictory responses. I see. Then what tier are you? The man inquired again. I'm human. With no tier, Qiao An answered awkwardly. Human? The man scrutinized the striking woman before him, feeling no scent of a zombie nor any fluctuation of powers. Upon confirming she was merely an ordinary human, the 5-tier zombie suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Heaven has favored me. What? I was still wary of you, thinking you were some high-tier zombie, but it turns out you're just an ordinary human. Haha. What is wrong with your group of zombies? Allowing a woman to be the king of corpses? How absurd. The 5-tier zombie pointed at the third man, mocking, and you, a 3-tier zombie, are acting like a human-esque pet. Haha. After thoroughly enjoying his laughter, he greedily fixed his gaze on the third man. I barely escaped from that group of humans and just happened to meet you low-tier zombies. What divine providence? Everything is providence. Become my food. As he spoke, he pierced the head of the 1st-tier zombie that had held him earlier, pulling out its crystal core and greedily consuming it. Third man. Qiao An gasped in shock. Quickly drawing the dagger she always carried and aiming it at the 5-tier zombie. However, the zombie didn't even glance at her, directly leaping over her to strike at the third man. The third man reacted swiftly, instantly hardening his body to absorb the blow. Seeing he could harden, the 5-tier zombie was overjoyed. You think you can match my hardness? Haha. He laughed so hard he doubled over, and suddenly, numerous tiny steel needles appeared around him. I am a 5-tier zombie capable of controlling abilities. Bah. The third man spat, and without waiting for an attack, he charged forward like a bull, crashing into the 5-tier zombie. The 5-tier zombie was caught off guard, rolling several times on the ground. He found himself pinned beneath the third man's massive form, unable to move. Do you know what it means to be separated by tiers? He suddenly asked, full of self-satisfaction. I don't know. I only know you're a coward. The third man, sitting atop him, began to rain down blows on his head. Then let me show you what tier suppression feels like. The 5-tier zombie grinned wickedly, flipping over and surprisingly tossing the third man to the ground. He stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and gathered thousands of steel needles aimed at the third man. The third man surveyed the sea of needles glinting coldly around him. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he could harden his body, he was unsure of the outcome against so many needles. Now it's a contest of who is harder. Chapter 110. My heartfelt goodness toward you come out. Please, come out. Joanna clasped her hands together, desperately chanting. We cannot defeat the 5th-tier zombie. You must emerge quickly. I beg you. She pleaded repeatedly, yet her body remained unchanged. It was perplexing. The last time they faced the mutated rats, another version of herself had appeared. Why was it ineffective this time? With a heavy heart, Joanna grasped the long whip made from centipede tentacles and cautiously approached the battleground where the 3rd-tier zombie was engaged with the 5th-tier zombie. You and Oppos, VE arrived. Zombie King. The 5th-tier zombie loomed atop a shipping container, gazing down at her with disdain. Beneath him lay the 3rd-tier zombie, immobilized by countless steel needles piercing his body. Third. Joanna and Imp, Oppos, S heart sank at the sight of her comrade, now resembling a hedgehog, his face contorted in agony, needles embedded in every inch of his skin, even his eyes unrelenting in their torment. His crystal core will soon be extracted, and then the remaining zombies will follow, the 5th-tier zombie sneered, lowering his hand toward the 3rd-tier and Oppos' head, ready to claim his prize with the slightest movement. Get away. Joanna roared, darting forward, the whip in her hand striking like lightning, landing a swift blow on the 5th-tier zombie and Amp, Oppos' arm. Hiss. He recoiled in pain, glaring at the audacious human before him. Are you eager for death? The 5th-tier zombie seethed, seizing the whip that had returned to strike again. Joanna remained composed, drawing a second crimson whip from her waist, striking in unison. Surprised, are you? The mutated centipede has 2 tentacles. Caught off guard by her second strike, the 5th-tier zombie felt a flush of anger as he howled. You will not die a peaceful death. All the steel needles embedded in the 3rd-tier zombie were propelled toward Joanna, bloodied and lethal. Faced with the rain of needles descending from above, Joanna faltered. If you don't come out now, I'll be finished, she stammered, clutching her whip tightly, silently praying for a miracle. But instead of salvation, a relentless barrage of steel needles pierced her clothing, mercilessly invading her flesh. It hurts. It hurts so much. Joanna curled into a ball on the ground, her back turned to the sky, her body punctured, blood seeping from her wounds. Ha. The 5th-tier zombie laughed maniacally, reveling in his handiwork. Suddenly, the container beneath him quivered. The dormant zombies awakened en masse. In a frenzy, they clawed their way up the container, trampling their fallen comrades. Howling in rage, the 1st-tier zombies seized weapons fashioned from mutated centipede legs, all fueled by fury, attacking with mere eggs against stone. The 5th-tier zombie barely moved, lazily raising his arm. The needles piercing Joanna soared back to him, aimed at the low-tier zombies. Their movements were sluggish, their strength minimal, and they lacked any special abilities. Dealing with them was as effortless as squashing ants. Though they may be of a lower tier, they can still serve as sustenance, he mused, relishing the impending cries of despair. But mere moments later, the zombies were howling in outrage, launching their attacks. The needles intended to pierce their bodies remained suspended in midair, as if obstructed. How is this possible? How can anyone halt so many needles? The 5th-tier zombie's composure shattered, and he leaped out of the zombie's grasp, perching atop a building to survey the ground below. There knelt the severely injured 3rd-tier zombie, unconscious, incapable of obstructing him. The frenzied horde contained no higher-tier zombies. It could not possibly be them. That woman. The 5th-tier zombie's gaze darted to Joanna, who knelt motionless, resembling a statue, her form drenched in dark crimson. Is she dead? He felt no breath from Joanna. A mere human would have long succumbed to such injuries. Who could it be? He scanned the surroundings uneasily, attuned to the cacophony of the zombies and oppos, roars, the rustling leaves in the wind, and the rhythmic beating of a heart. The heart? That woman was not dead. The 5th-tier zombie leapt forward, landing before Joanna. Cautiously, he lifted her chin with his toe, only to find her pupils glassy as if lifeless. He relaxed into a crouch. As he did, the sound of her heartbeat resonated clearly. Strange. So strange. Despite her apparent lack of breath or warmth, her heart continued to pulse. Puzzled, he propped Joanna up, and from a distance, they appeared to be embracing. The 5th-tier zombie placed his hand over her heart, a sinister grin forming. I have been most generous to you. With that, his hand lunged toward Joanna and Oppos' heart, but upon contact with her skin, it halted, unable to advance further. Joanna grasped his wrist. The 5th-tier zombie stared in shock at Joanna, whose eyes lacked focus and whose breath was absent, yet her lips moved as if whispering something. I. Also. With a sudden thrust, her hand pierced through his left heart. You. The 5th-tier zombie and Oppos' mind went blank. He was heartlessly pierced by a mere human? Instinctively, he fled the scene, scrambling back to the rooftop. Joanna knelt on the ground, clutching a bloodied heart in her right hand. You vile creature. Her pupils sharpened as she gazed at the dark mass in her palm, her expression one of disdain. What manner of being are you? The 5th-tier zombie clutched his empty left chest. Do you not even recognize your own master? Joanna and Oppos' voice was authoritative and unwavering, radiating the pressure of a true powerhouse. She stood there, surveying the zombies atop the building, her presence commanding. Behind her, 2 ethereal arms resembling wings and beastly claws unfurled. With each sweep, bone spikes erupted from her arms, forming a formidable white armor. What are you? What are you? The 5th-tier zombie shouted in terror. Though he could not perceive her psychic power, he felt the aura of death radiating from her, reminiscent of the depths of hell. Without a word, Joanna's right hand clenched tightly, crushing the heart in her grasp, exploding it into a vivid blossom. Ah! The 5th-tier zombie screamed, though he felt no pain, only overwhelming fear. Realizing he was no match for Joanna, he turned to flee. This woman was on par with those humans, if not more terrifying. He had just escaped. He had evolved to this point with great difficulty. He would not perish here. The 5th-tier zombie expended every ounce of his strength, darting away, the rush of wind drowning out all other sounds. Had he evaded pursuit? Cautiously glancing back, he found himself a kilometer away, leaving the horde far behind. At last, the sensation of surviving a calamity eased his tension, granting him a sense of relief. Chapter 111. Bringing you home, where are you looking? A chilling voice suddenly echoed above him, causing his body to tense up, a wave of fear enveloping him once more. The fifth-tier zombie dared not raise its head, hastening its escape, yet the shadow enveloping it was impossible to shake off. No matter how swiftly it ran, that shadow always fell precisely upon it. It was the shadow of death. Running away? Why have you stopped? Is your fifth-tier strength so meager? The voice of a woman dripped with mockery, her tone leisurely, as if she were merely walking a dog. A defeated foe should not be pursued. You will come to regret it. The fifth-tier zombie was both enraged and terrified. It could no longer flee. Given the choice between dying from exhaustion or in battle, it would undoubtedly choose to perish in combat. It halted, for the first time lifting its gaze to meet Joanne's, only to be confronted by a pair of deep, blood-red eyes, as captivating as rubies. You are a zombie. The fifth-tier zombie exclaimed, awakening from its stupor as it gazed up at Joanne. She was not merely a supernatural being. She was a zombie, one even more formidable than itself. She was the zombie queen, its master. Joanne's expression turned furious as her ethereal arm struck down upon the fifth-tier zombie's head, forcing it to kneel at her feet. With a splatter, the zombie coughed up a mouthful of blood, its face contorted with jealousy and rage. It craved her crystal core. Why am I not endowed with such immense power? Why not me? It shrieked in madness, forcibly summoning its abilities once more, conjuring countless silver needles aimed at Joanne. Die. I am the zombie king. As its frenzied cries echoed, the silver needles shot towards Joanne. She remained impassive, her ethereal arms swiftly enclosing her like a fragile eggshell, causing the hardened needles to shatter upon contact with her bone armor, clattering to the ground. How could this be? The fifth-tier zombie stared at the broken needles scattered on the floor, hastily picking one up for inspection. Impossible. My needles are the most resilient. This cannot be. Before it could utter another word, its voice was drowned out by a resounding clap. The ethereal arms joined together in a gesture reminiscent of swatting flies, pressing down upon it. As the arms slowly withdrew, they revealed the fifth-tier zombie, reduced to a pulpy mass, silenced forever, its resentment extinguished. Joanne, expressionless, picked up the glimmering crystal core from the remains. Such exquisite mental energy. What a magnificent power. You must be a deity. A sincere voice of admiration drifted from afar. Joanne furrowed her brow, cradling the crystal core in her palm as she turned to locate the source of the voice. In the distance stood a girl, seemingly 17 or 18 years old, clad in a pristine white dress that seemed incongruous with the post-apocalyptic world. Her long black hair danced in the wind, enveloped in a soft glow. Behind her, a military transport vehicle halted, occupied by several human supernatural beings. They were all powerful, so much so that Joanne had been oblivious to their presence, as if they had materialized out of thin air. Who are you? Joanne inquired quietly, observing the girl. Upon hearing Joanne and Apos' voice, the girl beamed, joyfully rushing towards her. Dawn and Apos, team move. Stay away from me, Joanne exclaimed, immediately halting her advance. The girl appeared harmless. Yet Joanne felt an inexplicable aversion. The girl paused, then adjusted her smile, gazing at Joe, and with a look of infatuation. You are truly beautiful. Everyone will be delighted to see you. May I take you home? Surely, a deity would not deny a mortal and Apos' wish, would you? It must be possible. Ha. The girl stood there, muttering to herself, her hands tightly embracing herself in excitement, her gaze towards Joanne akin to that of an addict beholding their drug. I said, stay away from me, Joanne warned as the girl approached, her laughter ringing in the air. Summoning her ethereal arm, Joanne placed it before her, retreating step by step. Seeing Joanne's defensive posture, the girl appeared saddened, her voice carrying a hint of distress. Deity, do you dislike me? But I admire you so much. The girl, named Sure, suddenly changed expression, her eyes widening as her pupils turned golden, a grin spreading across her face. Golden? Fragmented memories flickered through Joanne's mind. Golden eyes? So familiar. Where had she seen them? Who was it? She must have encountered that person before. Whose were those golden eyes? Sad, angry, clear, empty. Whose were they? Who was it? She could not discern the face of the owner of those golden eyes, but she distinctly remembered the various gazes directed at her. Deity, who are you longing for through me? Sure tilted her head, gazing mournfully at Joanne. Behind Sure, a pair of arms resembling Joanne's ethereal ones emerged, albeit white and flawless, adorned with soft feathers, resembling the wings of an angel. You too. Joanne gasped in astonishment. This was her first encounter with another wielder of mental energy like herself. Come home with me, Sure spoke gently, extending her divine wings toward Joanne. Just as Qiao An prepared to resist, a blinding light enveloped her, and her ethereal arm dissipated in an instant, leaving her weakly collapsing into the embrace of the divine wings. Sure cradled Qiao An, her demeanor affectionate. Sure, that fifth-tier zombie. An ability user behind her reminded. Let it die, we can catch another, Sure replied with a smile. Her memory has been tampered with. Qiao's tone was grave, his expression complex as he gazed at the unconscious Qiao An on the hospital bed. Qiao bore a striking resemblance to Sure, suggesting a sibling connection. Memories? Is it 6? Sure gently stroked Qiao An's right hand, her skin smooth and fragrant, captivating her. In the hospital room, apart from them, there were identical twin sisters. Both with snow-white skin, long black curls, rosy lips, and white teeth, exuding an exquisite doll-like beauty, appearing merely a decade old. Is it 7 and 8? Does Brother Qiao mean that she encountered 6? 7 spoke softly, hesitant to raise her voice. Yes. Qiao nodded. Upon hearing this, 8's eyes brightened with joy as she shook 7's arm. That's wonderful, sister. 6 is still so impressive. If we consume him, then 8 and Oppo's sentence trailed off as she noticed Qiao An on the bed stirring awake. All eyes in the room shifted towards her, though her gaze was clouded with confusion. Who are you? Perhaps due to her prolonged unconsciousness without water, Qiao An's voice emerged hoarse. Chapter 112. 1 month later, within the Elysium base. Xiaoqi. Please help me. I beg you. Sure pleaded, shaking Qi's arm desperately. For a month, Qi had been relentlessly pursued by Sure, who came almost every day asking her to modify the memories of that woman. Qi wished to assist her elder sister Sure, but Brother Qiao had repeatedly warned against altering Sister 11's memories to avoid potential mishaps. I'm sorry, Sure. Brother Qiao said we must leave Sister 11's memories untouched, otherwise, she might lose her sanity. Just a little bit, I swear. Just change me into her favorite person. That's my only request, pretty please, Xiaoqi. Sure insisted, her excitement palpable as she thought of Sister 11. No, Sure, please don't make it difficult for me. If you truly wish to modify her memories, you must seek Brother Qiao's consent, Ba chimed in, trying to reason with her. Upon hearing Brother Qiao's name, Sure's demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon as she sorrowfully remarked, It's precisely because he won't agree that I came to you. Don't worry, Sure. Sister 11 already likes you very much, Qi quickly reassured her. Really? Are you certain? Sister 11 truly likes me? That's wonderful. Sure's face lit up with joy. Her cheeks flushed. She glanced at the clock in the room and realized it was already 6 o'clock. Hastily, she grabbed the bouquet she had prepared earlier and dashed out of the room. Is she going to pick up Sister 11 again? Qi wondered aloud, glancing at the door that had swung shut behind Sure. Who else could it be? Ba nodded and closed the door behind them. As they mentioned, Sure sprinted away from the central building and reached the towering walls of over 10 meters, eagerly awaiting Sister 11's return with her flowers in hand. When the first military green vehicle appeared in the distance, her excitement nearly propelled her into the air. She could hardly contain the urge to rush out and greet it. Behind the vehicle trailed a dark, chaotic mass of zombies, numbering in the thousands. As the vehicle approached the city gates, it suddenly veered towards the immense surrounding fortress. This fortress spanned over 3,000 square meters. Although smaller than the base, the number of zombies within was comparable to that of the base's inhabitants. The fortress was encircled by 15-meter-tall, half-meter-thick steel walls, housing only a few watchtowers and simple resting quarters, while the rest was filled with collected zombies. Upon reaching the fortress gates, the higher-tier zombies automatically opened the doors to welcome the newly arrived horde. The military vehicle stopped beside the entrance without driving in. As Sister 11 disembarked, she immediately spotted Sure waiting at the front of the vehicle. With joy, Sure presented the bouquet and inquired, Sister 11, are you tired today? Have you missed me? Not tired, just thinking, 11 replied, clutching the bouquet in her left arm while holding Sure's hand with her right as they walked into the city together. The densely packed zombies parted to create a wide path for 11, bowing their heads in reverence, not daring to utter a sound. Upon entering the fortress, the distinct stench of decay assaulted their senses. The combined odor of over 50,000 zombies was particularly pungent. The human abilities following them skillfully donned masks to avoid becoming overwhelmed. Yet, 11 and Sure seemed oblivious, engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Once the last zombie had entered the gates and returned to its place, 11 and Sure stood atop a watchtower, gazing down upon the vast army of zombies below. Sure's face glowed with anticipation, for at this moment each day, she would behold the beauty of Sister 11's arms. As expected, 11 narrowed her eyes slightly, her immense ethereal arm unfurling majestically behind her, transforming into countless threads that delved into the throng of zombies below. This crystal core is dim, she mused. This one has extinguished. This one is too feeble. A moment later, 11 retracted her mental energy and addressed the zombies below. Feast. With that command, the previously identified weak zombies were swiftly surrounded and devoured by their peers. Minutes later, the clamor subsided, and 11 issued her second command, sleep. As soon as the words left her lips, thousands of zombies collectively bowed their heads, closing their eyes and standing motionless like puppets. With these tasks completed, 11 and Appo's arduous day finally drew to a close. The tension that had gripped her released at last, and she exhaled deeply, murmuring to herself, "Work is exhausting. I have to go out and subdue the zombie horde early in the morning, only to finish at 6:30 in the evening. I'm so tired. I don't want to work. Sister 11, let us go back for dinner." Cher affectionately clung to 11's arm, leaning against her. Upon hearing dinner, 11's lips twitched imperceptibly as she softly replied, "All right. All right? What a farce. It's not really dinner. It's just a ruse for a meeting to arrange tomorrow's tasks. I loathe it." While 11 maintained a calm exterior, inside, her inner corporate slave was in a frenzy, yearning to punch through the earth itself. The two exited the fortress and entered the Elysium base. Here, humans resided, and upon entering, they encountered individuals greeting them with perfectly crafted smiles. Everyone was well-dressed, their faces beaming with happiness, as if they had never endured hardship or lived in a post-apocalyptic world. The architecture within the base mirrored that of the pre-apocalyptic era, perhaps even more prosperous. With all the necessary shops intact, the streets were immaculate, even the refuse was meticulously sorted, and every individual exuded friendliness and civility, making the place resemble a vibrant, civilized metropolis. Upon returning to the central building, 11 first retreated to her room to shed her blood-stained and muddy camouflage outfit, stepping into the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Cher took the discarded clothing and tossed it into the washing machine, adeptly selecting casual attire for 11's later wear. After completing these tasks, Cher sprawled onto 11's soft bed, burying her face into the pillow, greedily inhaling 11's scent. This is the scent of the divine. So refreshing. 11, clad in a bathrobe, looked exasperatedly at the girl on her bed. Her hair was damp, droplets cascading from the ends, but fortunately, the bathrobe absorbed the moisture well, preventing any spills on the floor. Sister 11. Cher stuttered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she fumbled for words. "All right, you should leave now." "I need to change," 11 said, grabbing a towel and roughly scrubbing her head. "Why should I leave? We're both girls." Cher blinked innocently, gazing at her. "First, put down my pillow before you speak. Otherwise, you truly resemble a lovesick fool." 11 pointed at the pillow Cher was clutching tightly. Reluctantly, Cher placed the pillow on her lap, then turned her gaze back to 11, her eyes seemingly pleading. "Can I stay now?" "Fine. Just turn your back." 11 sighed, exasperated. Who would have thought that the gentle and dignified divine maiden appeared so different in private? Turned around, "Sister 11, you may change now. No peeking." Cher replied earnestly. "All right," she affirmed, maintaining her seriousness. Moments later, the room was suddenly filled with 11's exasperated shout. "I said no peeking." Cher insisted. "I didn't peek. My head just turned by itself." "Sister 11, let me explain. My hand wouldn't cooperate. It wants me." Chapter 113. The Four Corners base upon a rectangular dining table crafted from dark gray marble. 9 individuals occupied the upper seat, while 7 and 8 sat closely on the right side, with 10 nestled against 11 on the left. "Speak up. What caused your tardiness this time?" 9 inquired calmly, his gaze directed at 10 and 11. "I slipped while changing after my shower," 11 replied, her expression grim. "Indeed, it's quite distressing for 10, 10 remarked, tightening her grip on 11 and Appo's arm, completely ignoring her increasingly pallid complexion. "Be more careful next time. Let us serve the dishes," 9 said, resting his forehead upon his hand. Fully aware of the mischief his sister had engaged in, yet choosing not to address it openly, he gestured to a nearby maid. The maid nodded, summoning 5 other attendants who entered, each carrying a circular silver platter, their contents concealed beneath bell-shaped covers, rendering the dishes invisible. They entered in an orderly fashion, placing the trays before the 5 diners, then respectfully withdrew, leaving only the 5 individuals to dine. As the covers were lifted, the cuisine revealed itself in a delightful array, with the plates of 7, 8, 9, and 10 adorned with tender, uncooked morsels, pristine and delicately fresh, accompanied by a few exquisite crystal-like kernels. 11. preferring not to consume raw meat, was served an elegant assortment of pasta and vegetables. 10 uncovered a bowl of soup, revealing a rich, crimson, viscous broth. She speared a piece of white meat with her fork, submerged it in the soup to absorb its vivid hue, and savored each bite with delight. Are you not tempted to try some, Sister 11? The meat is exceptionally fresh today. It must be from a newborn. The blood is quite sweet. 10 offered, presenting a piece of meat to 11 after coating it in the rich liquid. Upon catching a whiff of the sanguine aroma, 11 wrinkled her brow and swiftly waved her hand, refusing. No, I still find it hard to consume humans. How peculiar, considering we are all predators. Yet Sister 11 abstains from eating human flesh, 8 muttered after swallowing a piece of meat. That is the kindness of 11. 9 elegantly set down his utensils, his fingers intertwined. Seeing his demeanor, 11 internally groaned, recognizing the onset of a meeting. Could they not enjoy a meal in peace? Sure enough, just as she had lamented. 9 inquired, how many zombies have been subdued in G-City? 11. Half. I can finish the remainder by tomorrow, 11 replied, reluctantly setting down her utensils. Thank you for your efforts tomorrow, 9 acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. 11 lamented internally, but tomorrow is Saturday. We should be resting. Has he forgotten? Or is this intentional? Gazing up, she met 9's enigmatic smile, resembling a capitalist at work. This boy, merely 19, was already adept at exploiting laborers. The thought of his future was daunting. 11 sighed in anguish, begrudgingly accepting the reality of overtime. Who could fathom how she had endured the past month, tirelessly capturing zombies, amassing over 10,000 in a mere 30 days, each one a testament to her toil and tears. 7. Have you located 6? 9 turned to inquire of 7. Not yet. There is no trace of him anywhere. He must have hidden in the boundless realm, 7 replied candidly. Still no sign? The last sighting was 2 months prior. Can he truly evade us in there for so long? 9 frowned, visibly agitated. The initial persuasion to convince 6 had failed. A plan to consume him had backfired, leading to his escape, and now his absence posed a significant threat that needed to be eliminated swiftly. What of the humans? 9 directed his question to 8. The surrounding small bases have been eradicated. The deceased have transformed into zombies encircling the city, and the survivors have been brainwashed and relocated to the base. 8 paused before continuing. Only 3 large bases remain: the Dawn base in the east, the Renaissance base in the west, and the Revitalization base in the north. What are their forces? 9 pondered for a moment before asking. The Dawn base is the weakest. Once 11 expands her zombie army, we can swiftly conquer it. The Revitalization base is formidable, with numerous ability users, making it challenging to seize. 8 elaborated. The Renaissance base will send reinforcements in half a month. What are your thoughts? 9 surveyed the 4. The Renaissance base and Oppos' military strength is moderate. After assimilating the Dawn base, we can then target it, thereby bolstering our forces against the Revitalization base. 7 proposed. What if they ally with the Revitalization base? They have always maintained a good rapport, 8 interjected. And you too? Any opinions? 9 queried 10 and 11, who had remained silent. Upon being directly addressed, 11 promptly replied, I believe there is no cause for concern. The more casualties they incur, the more powerful my army will become. Unless they incinerate all the corpses, they will only add to my horde. I have no objections, 10 added. 11. How much longer will you require? 9's expression grew serious. Approximately half a month, I suppose. There are numerous locations to cover, and travel time is considerable. Additionally, each site has its own zombie king, complicating matters. Although they are all rather weak, 11 explained. Thank you for your hard work, 9 remarked with concern. 11 stiffened, muttering. It's not hard, just unfortunate. The implication of her statement suggested that she would have no days off in the coming weeks. 7. Continue the search for 6 tomorrow. We must locate him. If necessary, I will forcibly breach the boundless realm, 9 instructed. After assigning 7, he turned to 8 and said, Remember to pray with me tomorrow morning. The so-called prayer involved humans gathering, standing still, hands clasped together in sincerity, bowing their heads in anticipation of divine grace. 9 and 10 stood atop the central tower, where they could behold the entirety of the Elysium base. 10, as per usual, donned a pristine white gown, her expansive divine wings unfurling in the wind, rendering her angelic in appearance. 9 stood beside her, arms outstretched, palms facing upwards. A powerful gust encircled them, whipping 10 and Oppos' wings into a flurry of countless soft feathers that drifted throughout every corner of the base. The humans below, each who came into contact with the feathers, felt an overwhelming sense of joy and fulfillment. as all negativity was dispelled, leaving only positivity in its wake. A mother, whose child had died just yesterday, beamed once more upon touching the feathers. The weight of her sorrow instantly lifted. An ability user, who had lost both legs in battle, sat in a wheelchair with a visage of bliss, seemingly impervious to physical pain. Two individuals who had been quarreling moments before now embraced, their anger evaporated. They laughed, embraced, and prayed together, firmly believing in the divine power that brought them such bliss. Chapter 114. Entanglement in the past half-month. 11 has returned to the grueling routine of rising early and laboring tirelessly to combat the corpse kings in distant lands. On occasions when the journey is too far, she finds herself spending the night outdoors. How enviable it is for the zombies within the encampment, who indulge in a life of eating and sleeping, with even illnesses resulting in a proper burial. Lying in her vehicle, she gazes at the pitch-black night sky, realizing that tonight too shall be spent camping outside. While others enjoy their weekends, she knows no respite. Such a relentless existence is truly captivating. The zombies outside seemingly echo her thoughts, joining in with their groans. Her mind drifts, striving to conjure pleasant memories to ease her weary spirit. War, slaughter, death. The more she contemplates, the more repulsive it becomes, snuffing out any semblance of drowsiness. How astonishing it is that her existence has become so monotonous, devoid of any beauty. What of her past? What was her life like before? Childhood, adolescence, young adulthood? She struggles to recall, but no matter how hard she tries, those memories remain shrouded in an impenetrable veil, indistinct and obscured. In her mind, only fragments of her adult life and memories shared with her siblings, 7, 8, 9, and 10, remain. They are her family. Yet it strikes her as peculiar that siblings born of the same parents could diverge so vastly in appearance. What kind of family could possibly bear 5 children in succession? A wave of confusion washes over 11, compounded by the peculiar names bestowed upon them, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Such hasty and careless choices. Surely, they must be illiterate. Moreover, were they predators? Her siblings had often suggested as much. In her recollections, they seemed less like fellow humans and more like overseers of humanity. Thus, she harbors no compassion for either humans or zombies. In their eyes, humanity appears merely a pitiful and frail species, akin to livestock. They possess formidable power, capable of commanding the zombies, while 10 exerts control over humans. The leader of their base, 9, serves more as an enhancer, amplifying the abilities of others at least tenfold. The compliance of thousands within the base is largely attributed to the synergy between him and 10. 7 and 8 each possess unique skills, one able to alter human memories, the other capable of absolute defense. The walls of the base, an invulnerable fortress crafted by 8, are impervious to destruction. Together, the 5 of them can maintain an iron grip over humanity, both mentally and materially. As for 9 and Amp, Oppo's grand ambition of hurting all humans. What could be the rationale behind it? Surely the inhabitants of the paradise base could sustain several lifetimes without the need to expand their territory. If you wish to avoid the burden of annexing other bases, why not simply refrain from such exhausting endeavors? Cursed be the thought. The more she ponders, the more her anger swells. She lashes out at the air, as though striking 9 and Oppo's insufferable face. Qiao An, a low, resonant voice suddenly disrupts 11 and Oppo's thoughts, calling out from afar. It sounds like a name she recognizes. Intrigued, she peers into the darkness, which is so profound that not even a single star is visible tonight. Qiao An. The voice persists, drawing nearer. 11 switches on her headlights, illuminating the darkness, and is astonished to find a bare man standing in the blinding light. The man is tall, with sharp facial features, a prominent nose, and tousled black hair falling over his forehead. Most strikingly, he possesses an impressive 8-pack of abdominal muscles. No. Where am I looking? She slaps her face to regain her senses. How peculiar it is to encounter a human here. But why have her zombies failed to detect this individual? Annoyance wells up within her. Could it be that her zombies are slacking off? How could they overlook such a large man approaching? She immediately extends her mental energy, ready to reprimand them, yet is met with an unsettling realization. There is not a single zombie in sight. Believing she must be mistaken, she checks again. But the surroundings remain devoid of any undead presence. Impossible. Just earlier today, she had successfully acquired over 1,000 zombies. How could they have vanished? When did they disappear? This must be a trick. As she gazes back at the naked man, dread fills her heart. It's him. She senses that within this man lie countless zombie cores. many of which remain undigested. How has he managed to silently slay over 1,000 zombies? At that moment, the man approaches the vehicle, leaning down to press his face against the window. Upon catching sight of 11, a broad smile spreads across his face. I and Oppos, we found you. The pitiable creature reaches out to touch 11, only to be thwarted by the glass barrier. In a fit of rage, he strikes the window, shattering it and extending his bloodied hand toward her. Seeing this, 11 swiftly opens the opposite door and tumbles out of the car. The two of them lock eyes across the vehicle. The pitiable creature and Oppos' gaze is innocent and bewildered. He cannot fathom why Qiao An is ignoring him. Since their separation, he has tirelessly sought her out, feeling inadequate and consuming other beings to augment his strength. In his quest to grow closer to Qiao An, he has chosen human skins to enhance his appearance. Along the way, he devoured mutated beasts, selecting various skins while learning their languages. He has traversed every place Qiao An has been, yet each time he arrives just a moment too late. Thus, he consumed the zombies in the factory. Drawn by their scent of her, Qiao An, the pitiable creature, murmurs. He circles around the front of the car, extending his arm in an attempt to touch 11. She instinctively dodges, summoning her ethereal arms in a defensive posture aimed at this strange man. Qiao An is going to kill me. Sorrowful, the pitiable creature gazes at Qiao An, feeling the menace emanating from her as she evades him. Tears well in his beautiful peach blossom eyes. He points to his heart, imitating human expressions of grief, saying, "Here, sadness." He possesses the ability to consume living beings and selectively absorb their memories, existing in a liminal state between humanity and something otherworldly, resembling a naive child exploring the world. The sight of a grown man exhibiting such a demeanor is utterly repulsive to 11. With no fondness for him, she swings her ethereal arm, sending him flying 8 meters away. The pitiable creature crashes to the ground, sliding to a halt, his body marred with wounds, blood mixing with the earth. Qiao An, hit me. He stumbles, slowly rising from the ground. 11 watches him warily, her ethereal arm poised for another attack. Qiao An, suddenly, the pitiable creature's body swells, his skin stretching taut like an inflated balloon. His limbs retract into his form, leaving only a visage. Then, in an instant, his body explodes, sending splattered flesh and viscera flying, as if possessing a mind of its own, all of it adhering to 11. Chapter 115. Following 11 for a meal. As 11 gazed upward at the cascading mass of flesh, she immediately extended her ethereal arms to shield herself. The moment the flesh landed upon her bone armor, it fused with the surrounding mass, enveloping 11 entirely. Suddenly, within the mass, a man and Oppos' mouth emerged, uttering the name Joan repeatedly. Gradually, the sphere surrounding 11 began to sprout mouths, those of men, women, the elderly, children, and even animals. All without exception echoed that name, creating a cacophony of voices. Inside, 11 was safeguarded by her ethereal arms, preventing the flesh from encroaching upon her. It could only writhe in frustration against her armor, attempting to consume her. What a revolting entity! The chaotic clamor outside frayed her nerves. Strangely, her body felt an urge to respond upon hearing that name. Why was that? She had never heard it before. Why did it evoke such a reaction? Who was Joan? Unable to contain her questions, she cried out. Who are you? It is you. You are Joan. The mouths outside reiterated like a broken record, and the nearest one even morphed into the man's face, his eyes slowly opening, listening with tears as if he had just wept. Joan, why do you strike me? I have searched for you tirelessly. Why do you despise me? The poor soul and Oppos' speech became increasingly fluent, his face drawing closer, nearly adhering to her ethereal arms. I am 11. You are Joan. No, I am not. You have mistaken me, 11 protested, shaking her head. She searched her memories, repeatedly, yet the name Joan eluded her. She was convinced this peculiar individual had made an error. The scent upon you is that of Joan. You bear a scar upon your heart, the poor soul asserted, recalling the faint pink scar left after his efforts to mend Joan's body post-explosion, a mark the size of a fingernail lingering near her heart. No, 11 exclaimed, pulling her clothing aside to inspect. Her skin was flawless, devoid of any scar. To the left, he indicated. Awkwardly, 11 had instinctively looked to the right, forgetting the anatomical arrangement of heart and lung. When she glanced to the left, indeed, there lay a small scar, barely visible, its color so faint it was almost imperceptible. Given her history of having her heart extracted, it was no wonder it had not healed completely, yet she had no recollection of it. Am I truly Joan? 11 fell into a deep self-doubt. No wonder the 5 children bore 5 distinct appearances. Perhaps she was merely a foundling. Joan, I am hungry. Noticing her hostility had dissipated, the poor soul reverted to a human form, embracing 11 tightly. Between them lay only the barrier of her ethereal arms. Did you not consume so many zombies? I have labored all day, and you are still hungry? The thought of her efforts being for naught filled 11 with ire. Unfazed by her words, the poor soul seemed to have found a way to penetrate the protection of her ethereal arms. He grasped her right hand, placing her finger in his mouth, gently biting to pierce her skin, savoring her blood. 11 remained rigid, allowing him to feed. Was she unwilling to flee? Or was it that escape was impossible? Her body was ensnared by the slime-like flesh, leaving only her upper body mobile. What manner of creature was this, able to shape-shift at will and breach her defenses? Once sated, he meticulously restored the wound to its original state, gently releasing her finger and resting his head against her slender shoulder, content. Full now. So what? 11 was utterly perplexed, akin to a bewildered monk, unable to fathom this man and Appo's intentions. Following Joan means there will be food. I am 11, she reiterated. Although she questioned whether she might indeed be this Joan, yet she could not recall. Comparatively, she preferred embracing her identity as 11. Following 11 means there will be food. The poor soul promptly adjusted his words. Does the name matter? It is of no consequence. As long as you are that person, you could be called anything. Could you release me? 11 asked awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable being embraced by a naked man, regardless of his handsome visage. Certainly. The poor soul obediently withdrew his form. The moment 11 regained her freedom, she commanded her ethereal arms to propel herself away from him, fleeing with remarkable speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Where is 11 headed? The poor soul had already left a fragment of himself clinging to her attire. Utilizing this fragment, he quickly caught up with the fleeing 11. Working overtime, 11 stammered, mortified. If her feet were not suspended in the air, she would have curled her toes in embarrassment. How was it that in her attempt to escape, she was caught? The poor soul, oblivious to the meaning of overtime, gazed at her with innocent curiosity. What is that? 11, her forehead beaded with sweat, stammered in response, searching for zombies. The ones you consumed, I have to replace them. Otherwise, I want to return tomorrow. I will help you find them. The poor soul naturally nestled against 11 and Appo's shoulder, eager to accompany her. After a moment, he recalled his considerable size. 11's petite shoulders could hardly bear his weight. Without a second thought, he swept her up, placing her upon his right shoulder amidst her startled exclamations. Sit tight. I will take you to work, he declared. His current form was quite tall, at least 2.5 meters, effortlessly carrying her. 11 clung to the poor soul and Appo's head, allowing him to navigate through the night sky. Meanwhile, in the boundless realm, Number 6, weary and beleaguered, observed 01 battling amidst the mountains of corpses. It had been 2 months. He had relentlessly fought against the puppets day and night. Why had he not yet collapsed? What was he enduring for? Having paused for but a moment, 01 pursued him with fervor, a serpent lunging towards him, crashing through the corpse that had obstructed his path. Unbeknownst to him, 01 had ceased his blind assaults on the puppets. Instead, he doggedly pursued Number 6, capable of locating him even when he hid. Number 6 had no time for contemplation. He commanded the puppets to intercept the advancing serpent and sought refuge in the skies. Observing 01 ensnared in the sea of corpses. Chapter 116, Memory Confusion. Sister 11. 10 waved from afar, rushing toward 11. Crouched down. She was petting a cat when she looked up to see a neatly dressed man following the girl in the white dress. Has she already taught him how to dress? 11 mused, observing the man who referred to himself as Little Poor. It seemed quite normal for him, as long as he wasn't Appo's running around naked. Sister, are you playing with Little Black again? 10 approached and immediately spotted the pure white cat at 11 and Appo's feet. 11 cradled Little Black in her arms and straightened up to ask, what brings you here? With a smile, 10 replied, what else could it be? I missed Sister 11. Let us get to the point. 11 expressionlessly sidestepped the embrace offered by 10. 10, pouting in disappointment at the empty space, remarked, ever since you returned the day before yesterday, Sister 11 has been so indifferent to me. Have you fallen for someone else? Gazing down at the white cat in her arms, 11 replied without looking up, no. Are you still upset about Brother 9 sending you to attack the Dawn base? 10 continued. 11 paused her caressing of the cat, took a deep breath, and said, I dislike humans, and even more so, I detest witnessing their demise before my eyes. I loathe war and especially overtime. We agreed that I would only be responsible for taming zombies, not leading troops into battle. The memory of Nine's capitalist demeanor from the previous day ignited a simmering anger within her. Had she not stood her ground, she would have had to rise early today to confront another zombie king. But only Sister 11 can command the zombie army. Who else could do it but you? 10 sweetly linked her arm with 11's, resting her head against it. Seeing this, Little Poor also leaned in, imitating 10's gesture, resting his head against her. However, being much taller, he could only awkwardly position his head. I say, you two shouldn't go too far. 11 found herself sandwiched between them, her expression growing ominously dark. Almost forgot. Brother 9 called for you to discuss the attack on the Dawn base tomorrow, 10 said, subtly nudging Little Poor aside, annoyed by his presence. What? Tomorrow? 11 and Amp, Oppos' voice rose in alarm. The Dawn base was over 500 kilometers away, and even if she marched tirelessly with the zombie horde, it would take a considerable time to reach. Why don't you take the human ability users with you? They are far stronger than zombies. 11 looked at the girl with a woeful expression, her eyes pleading. I wish I could, but I can't end Oppos' TB away from the base for too long. The humans here need my and Brother 9's prayers every week. Otherwise, they suffer greatly. Am I going alone? 11 resignedly asked. Well, the sooner I start, the sooner it will be over. Of course not. 7 and Little Poor will accompany you, 10 replied, glancing at the man beside 11. This man, brought back by 11 by a twist of fate, was number 2, the Devourer. Though uncertain of his dependency on 11, it was advantageous for them, as no 2's capabilities could be effectively utilized in their forthcoming assault on the rejuvenation base. Mew. In the midst of their conversation, Little Black suddenly let out a pained cry. Upon closer inspection, they realized its body was ensnared by the flesh mud that Little Poor had split off, leaving only its head exposed. Startled, 11 dropped Little Black, who barely had time to scream before it was completely absorbed by Little Poor. What are you doing? 11 shouted furiously, glaring at the oblivious Little Poor. Little Poor slowly retracted his appendage, a soft, white cattail sprouting from his back. Do you like it? Now I am it, and it loves you, Sister 11. Little Poor mimicked Little Black, wiggling the tail and gently wrapping it around 11 and Oppos' icy wrist. I love it. So you devoured it? 11 trembled with rage, striving to maintain her composure. Little Black was a cherished companion she had rescued during an outing, and she felt an inexplicable connection to it from their very first meeting. I didn't devour it. It is within me. I am it, and it is me. Sister 11 loves it, and Sister 11 loves me, Little Poor explained, bewildered by 11 and Oppos' sudden fury. Why wouldn't she pet him, when he was now the white creature? Dawn and Amp, Oppos, touch me. 11 forcefully yanked her hand away from Little Poor, retreating to a distance. For the first time, a look of sorrow crossed her face. Sister 11. 10 hurriedly approached, gently trying to comfort her. Sister loves cats. I will find you another one just like it. Dawn and Oppos, be sad. Not the same. Not the same. Not the same. 11 clutched her head in agony, as if it might explode. Various voices clashed within her mind. Dark figures, rough cat meows, a woman and Amp, Oppos' voice, a child and Amp, Oppos' laughter. And a man's haughty words. Let call you by Yun. Sister. Bad woman. A cacophony of voices clamored in her head, and her vision blurred. You are my closest family. Suddenly, a memory not belonging to her emerged. A silver-haired, golden-eyed man tightly embraced her, whispering tenderly in her ear. Family? 11 felt as if she could finally see the faces of those people, the black cat, the innocent little boy. She yearned to see more, to grasp the clarity of those memories. But in an instant, they receded like the tide, leaving only 10's anxious calls echoing in her ears. Desperately, 11 looked at 10. Her voice trembling. Am I truly 11? 10 was momentarily taken aback by the question, forcing a faint smile as she softly replied, Of course. You are my most beloved deity. Deity. The weight of her eyelids suddenly grew heavy, and gradually, the surroundings faded into obscurity. She fell into a deep slumber. 10 quietly watched 11 sleep in her arms, slowly retracting the divine feathers embedded in her back. Why did the memories resurface so suddenly? Is number 6 injured? 10 pondered aloud. As she suspected, at that moment, number 6 was grievously wounded in the boundless realm, his powers waning. He had underestimated 01's strength. Even confined within the boundless realm, enduring endless battles to deplete him, he had not consumed 01. 01, seemingly tireless, grew stronger with each battle. When famished, he devoured the corpses of the undead to sate his hunger, and when thirsty, he drank the blood of puppets. For 01, sustenance was abundant in this realm. When weary, he would eat, and when full, he would fight. Even if the corpses were endless, as long as he continued to consume. There would come a day when he would devour them all. In the end, only number 6 and he would remain. Chapter 117. Dawn Base. It was dark and cold. Where am I? 11 felt as though she were engulfed in impenetrable darkness, unable to find an exit. She longed to speak. Yet no sound escaped her lips. She wished to extend her arms but could not sense her own body. Suddenly, she seemed to hear the voice of 7. My power can only alter memories. It cannot seize them. Fortunately, she has not retained much, so the impact is minimal. We must locate 6 as soon as possible. Otherwise, she may remember at any moment. That indifferent voice belonged to 9. I will place a collar on her, so we need not worry about her breaking free for the time being. Its palm emanated a silvery glow, which flew to 11's neck, transforming into a silver metal ring moments later. 8. Absolute defense. Neutralizing danger is the essence of absolute defense. Should 11 betray us, I can eliminate her at any time. Will we still go to Dawn Base tomorrow? 10, stationed by the bedside, inquired, her emotions a tangled web. Of course, 9 replied, casting a glance at the unconscious 11 before turning to 7. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, directly reshape her memory. Understood, 7 nodded, bowing her head. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was the moment of confrontation between the two factions. 11, accompanied by an army of 100,000 zombies, lay in wait 50 miles from Dawn Base. Just half a day's journey from the city. The higher-ups of Dawn Base were now as frantic as ants on a hot pan. They could not fathom why the zombies were collectively surging eastward. To defend? The walls were high, but could they withstand a sea of corpses? To flee? How could the tens of thousands of ordinary people escape? Where could they go? To fight? There were only 10,000 superhumans to contend with over 100,000 zombies. Days ago, they had reached out to other bases for assistance, yet no reply had come. Now, they found themselves facing a dead end. Though it was the deep of night, none dared to sleep within the base. The specter of death loomed over everyone. Mothers clutched their children tightly, hands clasped in prayer to the heavens. Couples held one another, silently attuning to each other's heartbeat. Superhumans gritted their teeth, nerves taut, eyes fixed on the outside, bracing for a fight to the death. The leaders of the base stood atop the walls alongside them, gazing into the distance. As the sun rose, dispelling the darkness, the horde of zombies hidden in shadows became starkly visible. A dark mass, seemingly endless. The zombies crashed against the walls and gates. The superhumans stationed above could no longer contain their screams. Fear and hatred coalesced into an assault upon the zombies below, obliterating them into fragments. Thousands of superhumans unleashed their powers in unison, illuminating the walls with brilliant light and echoing roars. Their attacks momentarily impeded the zombies' advance. But they had forgotten the sheer number of the undead. When the front ranks fell, the rear immediately filled the gaps, their bodies quickly piling into small hills. The later arrivals climbed over their fallen comrades, continuing the assault, and soon these mounds reached the height of the walls, allowing the zombies to breach the defenses and engage the superhumans in combat. Increasingly, zombies scaled the walls, some leaping over superhumans to tumble into the base, where they pursued fleeing civilians with reckless abandon. In response, a number of superhumans leaped inside to combat the zombies. One superhuman, having just dispatched a zombie, barely had time to catch his breath before another lunged at him, tearing into his flesh. The decaying head of the zombie pressed against his abdomen while its bony hands pierced through his chest. With a muffled groan of despair, he was soon overwhelmed and devoured by more zombies. Brother, a young girl cried out, witnessing the horrific scene from her third-floor window. Their mother stood behind her, hands clasped over her mouth, trembling, her eyes ablaze with sorrow. What could be more agonizing for a mother than to witness her child perish? The two embraced, weeping in profound anguish. More and more superhumans fell in battle, and countless ordinary people were infected. The gates would inevitably be breached. The screams of the people within Dawn Base echoed incessantly, every face contorted with terror as escape became impossible. They longed to flee the base. Yet the walls loomed too high, and the iron gates remained shut. The very things that once protected them now entrapped them. Entrapped? 11 perched upon the shoulder of Little Pitiful, both towering above the chaos within the walls, gazing down at the humans scurrying about like ants. What would it matter if they escaped? 11 pondered, observing the desperate humans attempting to scale the walls. Did they truly believe there were no zombies outside? She glanced at the overwhelming horde surrounding the walls, her confusion deepening. There were far fewer zombies inside than outside. Why did they still wish to venture out? How peculiar. Allow me to assist you, 11 declared, summoning her void arm to lift the struggling humans below and elevate them to the walls. Those carried aloft suddenly found themselves transported outside the walls, bursting into joyous laughter, believing divine intervention had come to their aid. Yet, their elation was soon eclipsed by a more profound dread as they beheld the countless terrifying zombies outside, their hollow eyes fixated on their prey, ready to devour them the moment they descended. A man, overcome with fear, lost his sanity, unable to endure any longer, he screamed and leaped down. The zombies surged forth, tearing into his limbs, leaving not a trace behind. Witnessing this, the others hastily retreated into the base, facing the towering walls and finding themselves at an impasse. 11. Are you not going to take action? 7 quietly inquired, observing the humans below. No. Let the zombies handle it. I do not wish to take a life. 11 turned her face away, no longer regarding the humans. But if you act, it would be swifter, and we could return sooner, 7 continued, yearning to witness 11's lethal prowess. After a moment's contemplation, 11 leaped from Little Pitiful's shoulder. She patted his back, saying, You go deal with those troublesome superhumans. I will wait for you here. She truly did not desire to kill. At least not with her own hands. Understood. Little Pitiful immediately transformed into a slime-like form and moved toward the superhumans. He expanded his body, growing to a height of several meters, and ensnared all the superhumans who could not escape, enveloping them like dumplings. Within moments, they fell silent, becoming a part of Little Pitiful's form. Chapter 118. Embracing Nirvana. Despair, fear, resentment, sorrow. Is this the essence of such emotions? 7 gazed coldly at the terrified humans below, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The pleasure derived from witnessing the suffering of others was indeed delightful. No wonder those humans reveled in watching one another slaughter. Were they not engulfed in similar sentiments at that time? How he wished 8 could behold such a splendid sight. Sister 11. Allow the zombies to enter and let them feast to their hard-ass content, 7 said with a chilling smile. That cannot be done. 9 has instructed that at least half must be left alive to return to the Nirvana base, 11 replied calmly. As the situation within the city began to stabilize, 11 summoned the pitiful little one, who she then cradled onto her shoulder. Let us proceed to gather the humans, she ordered coldly, gently patting the little one's shoulder. 11's method of gathering was both simple and brutal. She commanded the high-ranking zombies to scour the homes, dragging people out one by one. For those who refused to emerge, they broke down doors, and those who resisted were devoured on the spot. Soon, the remaining survivors of the base were escorted to the Grand Square, where 11 awaited them. Congratulations on surviving. You will now proceed to the Nirvana base. You have half an hour to gather your belongings and provisions. We shall regroup here in half an hour to depart, 11 declared, looking down from her elevated position at the disheveled humans with an indifferent demeanor, resembling a dictator. The survivors, still reeling from their near escape, were bewildered by the demand to relocate to another base. Curiosity piqued, they lifted their heads to steal glances at the woman on the platform, only to be met by her blood-red gaze. It's a zombie. A voice cried out from the crowd, prompting others to follow suit, their panic palpable as they gazed at 11's crimson eyes. With a smile, 11 clarified, not a zombie, but your master who nurtures you. Zombies. The frightened crowd could scarcely comprehend her words, consumed by terror as they scattered in every direction. However, they quickly realized that they were surrounded by a throng of zombies, leaving no escape. 3 minutes have passed. You have 27 minutes remaining. Once the time is up, we shall depart. If you fail to bring enough provisions, you may starve on the way, becoming fodder for the zombies, 11 stated, glancing at her watch with a detached tone. Move aside. I need to go back. Clear the way. Don't waste my time. At last, someone in the crowd grasped the gravity of the situation and hurriedly left the square to gather supplies, prompting others to follow suit in a frantic rush home. In no time, the crowd had dispersed, leaving only a mother and daughter entwined in an embrace, glaring at 11 with deep-seated animosity. You are the architects of this war. The woman trembled as she voiced the undeniable truth. 25 minutes remain, 11 replied, her brow slightly raised. Why are you doing this? Aren't you human? Why are you doing this? The woman's voice rose with emotion, her heart aching at the memory of her son's tragic death. Human? I am not, 11 replied softly, casting another glance at her watch. If you do not retrieve food, you will starve on the journey. Are you not human? The woman's gaze faltered as she looked upon 11's icy visage, murmuring, How can you not be human? So, you are an ability user. Are you here to exact revenge for your deceased kin? 11's eyes scanned the scattered ability users nearby, their powers flickering weakly a testament to their frail states. I cannot kill you. I cannot kill you. The woman lamented, collapsing to the ground, her daughter rushing to support her. Mom, what's wrong? Whoa, why? I cannot kill her, the woman questioned, her voice filled with sorrow, not directed at 11 but at herself. As a healer, her powers bore no harm to humans but were lethal to zombies. Yet, when she attempted to use her abilities on 11, they bore no effect. Mom, no, don't use your powers anymore. You will die. The little girl cried, desperately gripping her mother's hand, pleading for her to cease. Her mother had nearly exhausted herself in her efforts to heal others. 15 minutes remained. With a sickening sound of flesh being pierced, the woman coughed blood and fell, her eyes filled with despair. Mom, little pitiful. 11 turned sharply, glaring at the man behind her, who had used his clone to pierce the woman's chest. The little one saw no fault in his actions. Retracting his clone and stating with discontent, she just attempted to kill 11. I understand, but you. Because she posed a threat to 11. Anything harmful to 11 must perish, the little one asserted, his expression stern for the first time. His disdainful gaze bore into the woman, wishing to obliterate her entirely. Enough. You needn't go to such lengths. I can protect myself, 11 replied, a hint of resignation in her tone. She had no desire to harm this woman or any others. If it were possible, she would prefer not to manage this horde of zombies. 11, be careful. The little one suddenly turned serious, fixing his gaze behind her. She was puzzled. Suddenly, a dull thud sounded from behind. When 11 turned, she was met with the little girl's eyes filled with hatred. Clutching a dagger aloft, she was poised to strike 11's back. Yet, she could not do it. Her abdomen was pierced by the little one's clone, lifting her high into the air before crashing her down to the ground. Everything unfolded too swiftly. 11 had not anticipated that a child would possess the audacity to attempt her life. Perhaps it was hatred that fueled her resolve. Anyone who threatens 11 shall be eliminated. The little one declared coldly, his clone still stained with the blood of the mother and daughter. At that moment, the time to gather had arrived. Thousands of humans, laden with their belongings, hurried to assemble, anxiously glancing around. None noticed the fallen mother and daughter, some were in such haste that they trampled over their bodies. Those who stumbled would rise again, casting disdainful glances at the corpses before kicking them, muttering curses for obstructing their path. 11 observed the throng of humans silently, lost in thought, before bursting into laughter. Are we all present? Then let us depart, she said, her laughter subsiding as she settled back onto the little one's shoulder, gesturing for the leading zombie to proceed. Thus, the zombies flanked the humans as they departed from the dawn base. I told you, they wouldn't conduct another check. We should have stayed hidden at home instead of gathering. I regret it immensely. Had I known, I would have gone with brother and the others. Me too. Why did we come here so obediently to assemble? Whispers of discontent rippled through the ranks, with occasional glances cast towards the base. As they lamented their choices, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them, causing everyone to turn in shock. A massive mushroom cloud billowed from the direction of the dawn base. The sound emanating from that very spot. The leading 7's lips curled into a smile, his spirits elevated. Disobedient livestock deserve punishment. Chapter 119. Entering the boundless realm, wherever the divine feather traverses, there is no suffering. The deities shall guide us toward happiness. We are all devout followers of the divine. As usual, standing upon the high platform, the divine feather unfurled magnificently, while 9 joined 10 in prayer for the newly arrived humans. The pure white down floated down like snow, landing upon the weary faces of the people, dispelling the anguish within their hearts. From this moment forth, they shall step into the realm of bliss, never to descend into suffering again. As the prayer concluded, 9 cast a scornful glance at the jubilant humans below, disdainfully remarking, livestock never comprehend the relationship between those who slay them and those who nourish them. How envious it is that they can live carefree, doing nothing but waiting for death to come. 10 echoed this sentiment. Let us return. Indeed, at last, I shall see Sister 11. 10 eagerly anticipated the reunion. Yet 11 was less enthusiastic. At that moment, she lay sprawled across the table, fast asleep, utterly exhausted from the long journey. She had hoped to finally rest upon her return, only to find she must await 9 and Apos' arrival for a meeting. Taking advantage of their absence during prayer, 11 seized the opportunity to catch up on sleep. Just as she had encountered the Lord of Dreams, she was abruptly awakened by a call. Sister 11. It and Apos. It's time for the meeting. 10 gently shook her awake, his tone tender. You all go ahead. I shall listen. 11 mumbled without lifting her head, her voice muffled. She was hanging by a thread, appearing half-conscious and lethargic. So tired. I am utterly drained. This is even more tedious than listening to the math teacher. 9. 9 raised his index finger and lightly tapped on the table before her, producing a rhythmic warning sound. All right, I'm awake. 11, startled by 9's threatening tone, immediately straightened up, her demeanor transforming into that of a diligent student ready to listen. You may proceed. Do not just stare at me, she said. Noticing everyone's gaze was fixed on her, feeling somewhat embarrassed. We have been unable to locate number 6, who has remained hidden within the boundless realm. I intend to forcibly open a passage to that place, 9 spoke with gravity. After a brief pause, he turned to 11 and inquired, Who among you wishes to accompany me in capturing number 6? 11 felt the weight of his gaze and could not help but retort, You're looking at me. Why ask? If she maintained her facade of ignorance, the task would not fall upon her. With this thought, 11 steadfastly held her ground, refusing to speak under 9's intense scrutiny. I shall go. 8 slowly raised his right hand and continued, However, both 9 and I lack significant offensive power. Sister 11, would you be willing to join us? Now, yet another pair of eyes were upon her. 11 felt overwhelmed by the pressure, burying her head lower, hesitant to utter a word. Observing her ostrich-like behavior, 9 chuckled softly. Not responding is tantamount to agreement. Thus, it is settled. We shall set off tomorrow at noon. Wait a moment. 11 could no longer maintain her pretense, slapping the table and standing up to speak, only to meet 9 and Appo's menacing gaze. The words she intended to voice were swallowed back down. What is it? 8 inquired, puzzled. Nothing. I am simply overjoyed that I have work to do so soon after returning, 11 replied, feigning cheerfulness. She felt like a mute enduring a bitter ordeal, her frustration mounting. It was utterly vexing. Even the beasts of burden in the production team were less occupied than she. I will accompany 11. The poor soul, who had been silent, finally spoke up upon seeing her intent to leave. My abilities can only transport 3 individuals inside. You must wait outside, 11, 9 explained calmly, his face betraying no hint of deceit. Then let the poor soul accompany you. He wishes to go. 11 hurriedly interjected, her gaze softening as she looked at the poor soul. Just the 3 of us. Remember to gather at the rooftop on time tomorrow, 9 stated, unwilling to entertain further discussion, and with that, he turned and departed, leaving 11 with a forlorn expression. The following day, despite her reluctance, 11 had no choice but to go. She wore a demeanor of profound grievance as she glared at 9, her teeth clenched in irritation. 9 cast a sidelong glance at her, letting out a cold huff before ignoring her completely, preoccupied with sketching something in the air using his powers. Subsequently, 8 opened a metallic container, and a small, dark orb of energy began to float before them, eventually coming to rest in front of the trio. The small black orb began to split and tremble violently, shaking with intensity, leaving traces in the air. Suddenly, a 1-meter-long black fissure appeared, exuding a potent stench of blood and decay that assaulted 11's senses, causing her to retch uncontrollably. It was even more repugnant than the scent of the zombies next door. Let us proceed, 9 said, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he regarded the fissure. Can I opt out? It reeks terribly. 11 grimaced, her face contorted in discomfort as she gazed at 9. She had been reluctant to go, and the foul odor intensified her aversion. It was not merely the stench. The eerie aura emanating from within was enough to make her feel unwell. 9 seemed to anticipate her reaction, clicking his tongue in annoyance. With a swift motion, he seized her collar, flinging her into the fissure amidst her cries, before stepping in alongside 8. As soon as all 3 entered, the fissure shrank and vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. The trio stood frozen in shock at the horrific sight that greeted them. In the dimly lit, boundless realm, remnants of limbs and dismembered bodies lay strewn about. Rotting entrails and bones littered the ground, obscuring any sight of earth beneath a sea of corpses. There were no structures in sight, only towering mounds of decaying bodies reaching several meters high. Here, there was naught but corpses, an array of cadavers from various creatures. 11's stomach churned violently, and she could not suppress her urge to vomit. The soft sensation beneath her feet was that of decomposing flesh, while the moist, viscous substance was coagulated blood. The air felt thick and oppressive, barely allowing for movement. After she heaved, the taste in her mouth was not just sour, but reeked of decay and blood. Sister 11. Are you all right? 8 asked with concern, steadying her and gently aiding her recovery. I'm not. Ugh. She attempted to respond, but her stomach lurched again, and she retched once more. 9 was not faring much better. Since their entrance, he had not relaxed his furrowed brow. You actually found your way here, a weary young voice echoed from above their heads. Chapter 120. Capturing the serpent. Number 6 raised his gaze with an air of indifference. Observing number 6, who was covered in wounds, and remarked with a hint of mockery, "It seems you've been living quite well lately." Number 6 furrowed his brows, prepared to retort, when a gust of wind, laden with the scent of blood, surged from behind him. Endless troubles. Number 6 gritted his teeth and narrowly evaded the strike from the giant python. The serpent missed its target but showed no signs of surrender. It swiftly turned its body, wielding its tail in pursuit of number 6 once more. Thus began a fierce aerial skirmish between man and serpent. Their movements so rapid that the three on the ground could scarcely perceive the action. They had already exchanged blows 4 or 5 times. Brother 9, that is. Number 8 whispered, fixated on the massive python soaring above. It's number 1. No wonder number 6 has been hiding in the boundless realm. It's because of him. Number 9's gaze followed the python's serpentine form, acutely aware of its chaotic yet formidable presence. Chaotic? Is it due to number 6's theft of its memories? Number 11 listened, perplexed, as she knew little about the affairs of the numbered individuals, only understanding that those referred to in such a manner were typically foes. It seemed they now had 2 adversaries in this cursed place. Number 6, it appears you've stirred something unfathomable, number 9 taunted, engaged in the struggle against the python. Number 6 had no time to respond to his jibe. He could only glare at number 9 in frustration, wishing that his gaze could slay. If it could, number 9 would have perished countless times. In that fleeting glance, number 6 noticed the troubled expression on number 11's face. A flicker of confusion passing before it was replaced by joy. He deliberately shifted his course toward her, drawing the python along with him. Long time no see. Number 6 whispered as he flew past number 11, the python gliding closely beside him. Thus resumed their cat and mouse game. Number 11 stood frozen, wondering if she had misheard. Did number 6 just say long time no see? Had they met before? Number 6, return with us, and I shall help you deal with this serpent. Number 9 called out loudly. Upon hearing this, number 6 paused, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he fixated on number 9. Sure, you take care of it first, and I'll obediently return with you. 11. I'm here. Subdue that serpent, number 9 commanded coldly. Number 11 pouted, reluctantly summoning her void arm, saying, What if it bites me? You have bone armor. What is there to fear? Number 9 pushed her impatiently. It's not you who will capture it, so of course. You want it done quickly. Number 11 inwardly grumbled, her frustration boiling as she felt like a puppet on strings. Is it truly like this? Number 6 erupted into laughter at the sight of 11 summoning her formidable void arm. He swiftly darted to a mound of corpses, leaving the battlefield to her. Number 9. You are indeed clever, he sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the seemingly genteel number 9, inwardly cursing, wretch. Seeing number 6 sidestep, the giant python lunged forward, only to be halted by the sudden emergence of 2 arms. The arms, adorned with bone armor, were lined with sharp, poisonous spines. The void arms positioned themselves defensively, awaiting the python's next move. Hissing, the serpent flicked its scarlet tongue, its slit pupils fixated on the arms. 11, seize it. Number 9 commanded as the 2 parties remained at a standstill. Understood. The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. 11 rolled her eyes inwardly. Under her command, the arm surged toward the python, grasping its head and tail, securing it in midair. The serpent, sensing impending doom, thrashed violently, striving to break free. However, 11's grip was unyielding, akin to a vice. I've captured it. What now? 11 looked down at number 9, awaiting his orders. Kill it. Number 6 sneered at the python, all the pent-up frustration of the past 2 months crystallizing into those 2 simple words. I didn't ask you. 11 shot him an irritated glance, thinking, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have to come to this wretched place to catch a snake. Just hold it. Number 9 replied coolly, then turned to number 6, asking, So, will you return with me now? Number 6 squatted atop the mound of corpses, propping his chin on his hand, bantering, Return? Why would I return? This is my domain. I have the final say. As they conversed, the surrounding corpses began to rise, stiffly advancing towards number 9 and number 8, encircling them. Number 8, sensing the threat, summoned a steel shield, shielding the 2 of them from the encroaching puppets. Number 9 had anticipated this betrayal, remaining unperturbed as he calmly stated, The snake is there. Do you still wish to play the game of snake and mouse? Upon hearing this, number 6 leapt up, pointing an accusatory finger at number 9, cursing, And what are you? A dog relying on its master? Don't forget. The only reason she listens to you now is because of me. So, you prefer not to return? Number 9 maintained his calm demeanor. His cold gaze fixed on number 6, awaiting his reply. Return? To play that ridiculous charade with you? Not a chance. Very well. Number 9 glanced at number 11, who appeared to be enjoying the spectacle, saying, Release the serpent. Huh? 11 was taken aback, and as she loosened her grip, the giant python was freed. The liberated serpent did not attack 11, but instead targeted number 6 with lethal intent. Number 9. Aren't you afraid I'll restore her memories? Number 6 yelled through gritted teeth as he dodged the python's strike. Memories? Restore them to her. She. Surely not me, 11 thought, eavesdropping on their exchange. Feeling as if it pertained to her, she flew back to number 9's side, her eyes questioning him. Number 9 smirked coldly. Do you dare? Number 6 certainly did not dare. Without memories, number 1 was already a formidable adversary. If 11 regained her memories, their combined strength could easily spell his demise. Even if 11 wished to confront them, the collar crafted by number 8 could obliterate her at any moment. Just as he felt secure in his advantage, he suddenly felt a poke on his shoulder. It was 11, her face a mask of suspicion as she inquired, Were you talking about me? Not at all. Number 9 casually brushed her hand away. Moments later, she poked him again, and upon turning to look, it was indeed 11 once more. Number 9, growing impatient, prepared to explain, but she interjected, Over there, something is glowing. Glowing? Number 9 and number 8 followed her gaze, but all they saw were heaps of corpses. The towering mounds obscured their view, leaving nothing but darkness. There was no sign of any light. There's definitely light, a glow akin to my own, though it is exceedingly faint. 11 gazed intently at the mountains of corpses, convinced that something existed beyond them. Chapter 121. Return it to me. Where are you going? Sister 11? Hurriedly inquired as 11 suddenly summoned her void arm. Just to take a look. I'll be back soon, she replied urgently, flying towards the mountain of corpses. What and Appos, there? 9 and Appos. Gaze turned icy as he reprimanded 11, who was intent on leaving. 11 deftly escaped the encirclement of the puppets, heading towards the ominous direction of the corpse mountain. Brother 9. I hesitated, watching 11 depart, her hands clenched tightly in anxiety. Let her go, 9 scoffed. Navigating through the treacherous terrain of the corpse mountain, 11 arrived at a hollowed-out area surrounded by cadavers, where a radiant light emanated from its center. Slowly retracting her void arm, she descended onto the ground paved with bones, each step producing a chilling crunch. Summoning her courage, she cautiously advanced towards the center, the unsettling sounds growing louder with each step. The noise resembled a beast gnawing on flesh, and she held her breath, moving with utmost care. It was exceedingly dark in the center, and she could barely discern a vague silhouette. To see clearly, she had to venture further. Driven by curiosity, 11 took a few more steps forward, and to her astonishment, the light radiated from a human figure. A human? She stared at the figure, confirming it was indeed a person. How could there be a living soul in this cursed place? She rushed forward, tapping the individual's shoulder, eager to ask questions. You. The words hung on her lips as the person abruptly turned to face her. At that moment, upon recognizing the individual, 11 felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body trembling, her mind blank. Golden, she murmured involuntarily, for the person possessed a pair of golden eyes. Dressed in tattered clothes, covered in blood, with silver hair cascading down to the ground, soaked in congealed blood. Only those striking golden eyes remained visible through the grime. Return it to me. Upon seeing 11, 012 was momentarily taken aback before discarding the half-eaten limb in his hand, extending his scarred arm towards her. What? 11 stood frozen, her capacity for thought dissipated, as she did not flinch from his outstretched arm. 01 appeared dazed, his golden gaze reflecting 11's face as he repeatedly murmured, Return it to me. His arm rested on her shoulder, his bony hands cradling her face, as he incessantly repeated his plea, feeling the chill emanating from his hands. 11 gazed into his bewildered expression and emaciated form, her heart suddenly aching. Return what to you? She asked tremulously, bewildered by the depth of her sorrow. What? 01 echoed her words softly, pondering what it was he desired. Had something of great importance been taken from him? What could it possibly be? He struggled to recall, his mind and heart a void. Why are you crying? 01 inquired, observing the tears streaming down her face, filled with sadness and confusion, mirroring his own feelings. Am I also sorrowful? He released her, placing his hand over his chest, where there was a haunting stillness, devoid of a heartbeat. 11 imitated his gesture, pressing her hand against her heart, where a lively rhythm pulsed. When she regained her senses, her eyes were already moist with tears. Had she truly wept? For what reason? Was it grief or joy? The two gazed silently at one another, neither able to recall why they felt sorrow. Yet it all felt profoundly familiar. You found me. A voice suddenly resonated from above. It was Six, who had evaded the giant serpent and ended up here. Familiar. Isn't it? Curious. Isn't it? Have you forgotten everything? He taunted the two below with a mocking smile. 01 glanced upwards, and upon seeing Six, he lunged at him, roaring, "Return it to me." The serpent emitted a threatening hiss, coiling around 01, dragging him towards Six. Have you remembered how to speak? Six chuckled as he dodged 01's assault, then waved his hands, summoning a horde of puppets that swiftly formed a barrier before the two. Return it to me. Return it to me. Return it to me. 01 bellowed, his voice growing increasingly desperate. Like a trapped beast, he repeatedly slammed his injured body against the confines, seeking an escape. Six observed him with amusement, replenishing the puppets as they were torn apart, allowing 01 to thrash in futility. The taste of oblivion is unpleasant. Isn't it? Not even knowing who you are. Though Six directed his words at 01, they were intended for 11 as well. He smirked at her, then summoned another wave of puppets to charge at 01. No. 11 cried in despair, propelling herself into the air, her void arm swinging to shield 01 from the oncoming assault. How touching. But he doesn't and Oppos. T seem appreciative, Six remarked, shaking his head and shrugging at 11. Before she could grasp his meaning, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through her shoulder. Turning in disbelief, she met 01 and Amp, Oppos' bloodshot gaze. The serpent had sunk its fangs into her shoulder. See? He's gone mad again. Good luck with that. I'm off to play with 9. With that, Six vanished in the blink of an eye. You bastard. 11 clutched her bleeding shoulder, glaring at Six's retreating figure. Hiss. The serpent launched another attack, releasing 01 and letting him fall, while it swiftly turned its attention towards 11. In agony, 11's face contorted as she saw 01 plummeting towards the pile of bones. Without a second thought, she commanded her void arm to dive after him. At last, just before he hit the ground, she caught him in her embrace. What a stroke of bad luck. Of all hands, it had to be the injured one. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain, she shifted him into her other arm. Only then did she realize how light he was, almost weightless. No wonder. He was little more than a collection of bones. The relentless serpent pursued them, tightly entwining itself around 11. Why won't your snake leave you alone? She lamented, dodging and weaving, noticing that the serpent not only bit her but also savaged its own master. Return it to me. 01 lay in her arms, his voice faint, helpless like a child, tears shimmering in his eyes. I don't even know what you want. How can I return it to you? 11 and Oppos' evasive maneuvers grew increasingly strenuous, her movements slowing. Yet the serpent, seemingly tireless, accelerated its pursuit, swiftly closing the distance, and with a flick of its tail, ensnared both of them. It coiled tighter, nearly crushing her waist, as the serpent bared its gaping maw, ready to consume them both. 11 furrowed her brow and summoned her void arm to brace against the serpent and Amp, Oppos' head. Who wants to die in this accursed place? She shouted with all her might. The bone armor surged forth, its inner barbs piercing through the serpent and Amp, Oppos' flesh like steel. Chapter 122. A fish dies, and the net breaks. With a piercing scream of agony, the enormous python was impaled through its body by the surging bone armor. Its mouth gaped open, eyes wide in shock, and it tilted its head back, unable to emit a sound. What is wrong? 11 exclaimed, her expression fraught with panic as she looked at Ling Yi, who had suddenly cried out and fainted in her arms. Truly remarkable, truly remarkable. Number 6 emerged from nowhere, clapping his hands in delight as he gazed at them. You haven't and Oppos, T left. Of course not. I have no desire to witness that grotesque visage of 9. You are far more entertaining. Number 6 and Oppos' mocking gaze lingered on 11. And then he conjured a sphere of black light in his right hand, identical to the one 9 had produced earlier. Thank you for helping me eliminate this major nuisance. He chuckled with pride, sweeping his arm as his power descended upon the two. You shall become my most satisfactory puppets. The black herb swelled, enveloping the two in a semicircle. What are you going to do? 11 attempted to flee, but the void arm was tightly bound to the python, making separation impossible. Her body was paralyzed, leaving her helpless to watch as the power consumed her. 9. 8. She shouted desperately towards the direction from which they had come. But no one responded. Number 6 cackled at her plight. They are currently preoccupied with my puppets. They have no time for you. 6. 11 glared at him with the one eye that remained untainted, but gradually, even that was obscured, leaving only a black sphere over 3 meters in diameter in the air. Inside the orb, 11 was in distress, as if she were trapped in quicksand, her mouth and nose sealed, gasping for breath and suffering from the crushing pressure. She tried to move her arms to protect the unconscious Ling Yi, but the surrounding force rendered her limbs as heavy as lead, unable to stir. Wake up. Aran and Ampos, do you suppose to go mad? Go mad. Otherwise, we will both perish here. She spoke each word with great effort, her strength waning with every syllable. This power was siphoning her life away. Minutes passed, and the black energy sphere fell into a hushed stillness. Number 6 gazed at the sphere with unrestrained glee. 9. This time I am assured of victory. 11. A sudden cry interrupted his elation. Who is it? Number 6 scanned the surroundings cautiously, apart from corpses. There was not a living soul in sight. He seemed to realize something, his gaze fixating on the seemingly tranquil energy sphere. Not dead? How was that possible? He shook his head, thinking perhaps he was merely imagining things. Yet, in the next moment, a rustling sound emanated from within the energy sphere, which began to implode as if a deflated balloon. Eventually, the orb reduced to a thin layer, revealing a vague human form within. Suddenly, the figure broke through the energy sphere, emerging from within. He hoisted the pale 11 onto his shoulder, supporting her waist with one hand to keep her steady, while the other hand dragged along the unconscious Ling Yi, a morsel of black energy still clenched in his mouth. You bullied 11, devour him. The little one, while eagerly munching on the energy, glared fiercely at number 6. Number 6, clearly astonished by the appearance of someone capable of consuming energy like the little one, believed him to be an ally of 9 and felt a surge of dread. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he feigned calmness, asking, Who are you? When did you arrive? To his surprise, the little one ignored him entirely and turned to 11, asking, Can I eat him? Go ahead. 11 lifted her heavy eyelids, casting a weary glance at number 6 as she replied. With her command, the little one and Apo's body began to pulsate, akin to boiling water. And then dozens of fist-sized duplicates burst forth from him, lunging towards number 6. It was these very duplicates that had stealthily hidden on 11's back, following her into the boundless realm. What are these disgusting things? Number 6 observed the approaching flesh-colored slimes and attacked them with energy balls. This was precisely what the little one desired. The duplicates eagerly caught the energy attacks from number 6. If he missed, they would eagerly intercept. To them, these energy spheres were the finest sustenance, and upon consuming them, the slimes expanded in size, continuing their assault on number 6. At that moment, number 6 finally recognized who the man was and incredulously asked the little one, Number 2, have you also submitted to 9? Devour him. The little one frowned, glaring discontentedly at the one who had caused 11 such suffering. Obeying the command, the duplicates howled and clung to number 6's body, allowing him to attack and struggle. Yet he could not escape. Don't let him look deflated. Number 6 tore at the duplicates clinging to his hand, ripping them away along with bits of flesh, exposing his gruesome white bones, the pain intensifying his hatred. All the puppets in the boundless realm converged at his feet, howling in response to his fury, providing the perfect opportunity for 8 and 9 to escape. Brother 9. 8 gazed worriedly in the direction the puppets had fled, murmuring, 6 intends to move. 9's eyes blazed as he looked towards the massive puppet gradually forming from the scattered puppets, instantly deducing 6's intentions. By the time they arrived, 6 had already concealed himself within the colossal puppet, while the little one was evading the puppet's attacks with 11 and Ling Yi. 9. The puppet roared hoarsely upon spotting the approaching duo. Its enormous hand, composed of corpses, came crashing down towards them. Absolute defense. 8 concentrated on the descending hand, swiftly extending his arms to erect a conical steel barrier, piercing through the hand like a nail. Ah! Number 6 screamed as he withdrew his hand, then furiously retaliated with a punch from the side. 8's gaze darkened as he watched the approaching fist, and with a second wave of his arms, he transformed the barrier. Buzz! At the instant the fist struck the ground, the conical defense morphed into a sea urchin-like structure, covered with metallic spikes. Number 6 let out another wail, his face reddening with rage, his chest heaving violently as he struggled to articulate words. Come back with me. 8 retracted the defense, revealing 9, who maintained an impassive expression as he spoke. Number 6, dragging his heavy form, adjusted the puppets once more. Let us descend into hell together. 9. Countless black energy spheres erupted from the body of the giant puppet, coalescing into a mass that consumed the sky. The earth began to crack and collapse, reminiscent of an apocalypse. Utterly foolish. 9 scoffed at the withering puppets, channeling his energy to envelop 8 as he declared, defense. Yes. With 9's aid, 8's power surged, swiftly summoning a steel defense that encircled the 4, leaving no gap exposed. Number 6 stared at the impregnable steel barrier before him, fully aware that he could not inflict even a scratch upon them. However, there was no turning back. The rampaging energy had slipped from his grasp, destined to wreak havoc uncontrollably. With sorrow and resentment in his eyes, Number 6 uttered, "I will await you in hell." 9. Chapter 123. Death shall not bind me to your service. The buzzing sound persisted for a full minute, leaving the 4 sheltered within the protective barrier, utterly oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Once the tumult subsided, Number 8 cautiously retracted the defense. A blinding light immediately flooded in, and the 3 individuals, long accustomed to darkness, struggled to adjust, shielding their eyes with their hands as they squinted toward the outside. "Sister 11, you have finally returned," exclaimed Number 10 and Number 7, their faces radiant with anticipation. "Where is Number 6? Has he been devoured? Or has he perished?" Number 10 queried, glancing around, but failing to spot Number 6. "He is dead, preferring to perish rather than return," Number 9 replied with an air of discontent, then turned to the silent Number 11 and the unconscious 01, adding, "However, we have an unexpected gain." Numbers 7 and 10 followed 9's gaze, immediately spotting the gaunt figure of a man. Number 10 merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting her attention to Number 11. "Sister 11, are you injured? Why do you look so unwell?" Number 11 began to explain, but was abruptly seized by a wave of excruciating pain that felt as if her head were being cleaved by an axe. Countless memories surged forth, overwhelming her mind, accompanied by dizziness. At that moment, the unconscious 01 also groaned in agony, clutching his head. 7. Alter the memories, Number 9 commanded, recognizing the pained expressions on both individuals as a sign that they were recovering memories due to Number 6 and Apos' demise. "Remember to change me into Sister 11 and Apos' most cherished person." Number 10 chimed in opportunistically. Number 7 nodded in understanding and, with fingers interlocked, aimed at Number 11, preparing to unleash her special ability. Unexpectedly, the previously silent little pitiful interposed herself, indignantly declaring, "So it was you who made Qiao An forget me." Number 2, step aside, Number 9 admonished, irritation evident in his tone. "Do you intend to have me forgotten again? Step aside immediately." Number 10's divine feathers flared, targeting Little Pitiful. All barriers between her and the divine must vanish. The air thickened with tension. How infuriating. Just as the 2 factions stood at an impasse, Qiao An suddenly groaned, pressing a hand to her forehead. "I remember now. I remember everything. All that has transpired. I recall it all. Little Pitiful, take us away from here." She strained to rise, issuing the command with fervor. "Understood." Little Pitiful promptly lifted Qiao and hoisted 01, preparing to depart. "Do you think you can escape?" Number 10 and Apos' divine feathers transformed into arrows, launching towards Little Pitiful. A sharp metallic clang rang out as the skeletal armor of the void arm intercepted Number 10 and Apos' assault, its surface bristling with menacing spikes, rendering it difficult to approach. "Sister 11, Number 10 cried, anguish etched across his face as he called out to the void arm, which took an aggressive stance aimed at him. "Let us leave." Qiao An and Apos' voice was laced with fury, her tone commanding. The distance between the divine feathers and the void arm was perilously narrow. "How can I allow my sister to leave? I shall not permit it." Number 10 and Apos' expression twisted with madness. Seeing this, Number 9 activated his abilities to amplify Number 10 and Apos' divine feathers. "Do not forget, we are surrounded. At my command, hundreds of thousands of zombies will surge in." Qiao An clenched her fists, continuing, "When that moment arrives, your painstakingly established paradise base will descend into hell on earth. Just like the Dawn base." "You wouldn't dare," Number 9 replied with a sardonic smile, his voice dripping with certainty. "Could the restored memories compel her to act against humanity?" "Sister 11, stay. Let us create a world free of suffering together," Number 10 urged gently. "I shall repeat myself. Let us leave." Qiao An bit her lip, her eyes blazing with fury. "Proceed." 10, Number 9 impatiently urged, clearly growing weary of the standoff. As soon as the words left his lips, Number 10, filled with regret, looked at Qiao An and murmured, "I apologize, Sister 11." The divine feathers rose, piercing toward the 3. "Take him away." Qiao An suddenly leaped down, using a void arm to absorb the impact of the incoming strike while the other arm lifted little pitiful and 0-1, unexpectedly tossing them out as the four were caught off guard. Number 9, upon witnessing this, immediately intended to pursue with numbers 7 and 8, but Qiao An, dragging her injured body, blocked their path. With darkened eyes, she fixed her gaze upon the three and then smiled wickedly. Awaken. A deafening roar of the undead erupted from the encirclement, and a dozen high-tier zombies swiftly leaped over the walls, converging around Qiao An. The ordinary zombies pressed through the gates, surrounding the paradise base in the blink of an eye. At Qiao An's command, they would charge into the base, transforming it into a living hell. Yet, the inhabitants remained blissfully unaware, lost in the euphoria bestowed by the divine, their faces adorned with serene smiles as they prayed fervently. Number 9 furrowed his brow, surveying the zombie horde outside. Do you truly intend to stand against us? 11? Release me, and I shall ensure their safe passage. Release the tiger back into the mountain? Number 9 chuckled softly, gesturing to her neck. This collar will detonate, obliterating you the moment your zombies invade. In that instant, not only will the inhabitants of Paradise Base perish, but so shall you. Even so, do you still wish to leave? He scrutinized Qiao An, searching for even a hint of fear in her expression. Yet, her pallid face revealed nothing but rage. How disappointing. To be blown to bits? That would suit me just fine. Do you not know? I have long wished to die but could not. Qiao An suddenly laughed, her mirth turning into tears, her vision blurring before her. 10. Subdue her. 7. Prepare to alter her memories. Number 9, exasperated by her indifference, barked orders. Never. I shall not serve you in death. Qiao An spat defiantly at Number 9, then leaped from the high platform, using the void arm in a bid to escape. The high-tier zombies immediately positioned themselves in front of the four, buying time for Qiao An 8. Eliminate her. Number 9 ordered, driving his hand through a zombie and Oppo's skull, his voice sharp. Yes. Number 8 hesitated, then swiftly spread her arms wide. Chapter 124 in beginning. The collar suddenly tightened, constricting around Joanne's neck to the point where she could scarcely breathe. Her face flushed crimson as her right hand desperately tugged at the collar in an attempt to alleviate the pressure. In her agonizing struggle, she suddenly heard a voice in her ear. If you come back, I will loosen it. Dream on. Joanne managed to force out 2 words through gritted teeth. If you do not return in 10 seconds, you will be killed by the collar. Killed. Joanne paused momentarily, forgetting to use her void arm, allowing herself to plummet to the ground below. The 3 on the rooftop watched helplessly as she fell, with 10 rushing desperately to catch her. In her heart, Joanne was the embodiment of the deity she had always envisioned. 10 seconds felt interminable, long enough for 10 to reach Joanne's side. Yet it was also fleeting, so short that she was mere millimeters away from catching Joanne. In that moment of misconnection, she heard Joanne and Oppo's final whisper, eat. Then, with a resounding explosion, a blinding white light engulfed her. At that instant, the zombies, having received their final command, surged into the city gates like a tide, drowning the Paradise Base in a sea of blood. In October, the Dawn Base fell victim to a zombie horde, with no survivors. In the same month, the Paradise Base encountered a similar fate, where a single ability user sacrificed themselves to protect the entire city. The following month, the Revival Base moved north to merge with the Rejuvenation Base to prevent further zombie incursions, collectively referred to as the Rejuvenation Base. By February of the following year, the Paradise Base had been rebuilt. 2 years later, the Paradise Base unified the Southern Territories and formally declared war on the Rejuvenation Base. Within a space, a flesh-colored slime, over 2 meters long, was submerged in crystal-clear spring water. If one were to look closely, they would see that the slime vaguely resembled a human form. The tranquil waters suddenly began to boil, bubbling as if heated to a rolling simmer. Meow. Bayun was the first to notice the anomaly in the space. It excitedly exclaimed and then focused its consciousness within. The boiling water's surface abruptly extended a slender, pristine arm that groped in the air, seemingly searching for something. Once it touched the bank, it stilled, propping itself up against the earth, and with a splash, a naked woman emerged from the spring. She rubbed her eyes, wiped the water from her face, and squinted around in confusion, asking, is this paradise? Why does it resemble Bayun's space so much? Meow? Master, you have finally awakened. Upon seeing Joanne suddenly appear, Qiao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into tears, exclaiming, it and Oppo's. It's been so long since we last met. How could you have also died? Did you ascend to heaven with me? Where is Ling Yi? Why haven't I seen him? Is it because he was too wicked in life for heaven to accept him? Boo-hoo. I died in an explosion. How did you perish? Did Chen Lin and Bai Yun also die? Why haven't I seen them? Listening to Qiao An and Apos, as torrent of questions, Qiao Yu felt both excited and sorrowful. She gently patted Joanne's back, choking back her own tears as she replied, Master, we are not dead. Everyone is alive. Boo-hoo. I knew it. What? Joanne had prepared herself for the worst but was suddenly told she was not dead. She immediately released Qiao Yu, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Healthy body, no halo above my head, no wings on my back. I appear even more beautiful than before. Am I truly not dead? I distinctly remember being blown to pieces. Joanne incredulously repeated, haunted by the vivid memories of that fateful day and the unforgettable pain of her demise. Qiao Yu, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, softly reassured her, the master is indeed not dead. You merely slept for a very long time. How long? 3 years. What? Please repeat that. 3 years? Am I a pig? How could I sleep for such an extended period? No wonder I thought Qiao Yu seemed more beautiful than before. Qiao Yu gazed at Joanne, her cheeks slightly flushed as she said, Ever since we discovered you, you have indeed been in a deep slumber for 3 years. Discovered me? Where did you find me? How did you find me? Where have you been? What is the current situation? Joanne was overwhelmed with questions. Her mind racing while her mouth struggled to keep pace, stammering, What? Observing her master's curious demeanor, Qiao Yu sighed gently, Please, step outside first. Everyone has missed you dearly. As for your questions, you will naturally learn everything once you are outside. All right, let us go. Joanne readily agreed, rising to leave, only to be abruptly pulled back by Qiao Yu. What is it? Aren't we going out? Joanne asked, perplexed by Qiao Yu's sudden silence as she looked downward, her ears inexplicably burning bright red. Master, you should get dressed first. Huh. In confusion, Joanne glanced down, her face instantly turning crimson with embarrassment. She had been conversing with Qiao Yu completely unclothed. No wonder Qiao Yu was too shy to look at her. Who would dare look at a nudist? She swiftly covered her vital areas with her hands and hurriedly found a set of clothes to change into. Although 3 years had passed, the spatial resources remained untouched, allowing her to quickly locate garments. Once properly dressed, the two of them exited the space, both blushing furiously. They were oblivious to the fact that in the spring where Joanne had emerged, a fist-sized flesh-colored slime was writhing, making its way towards the core of the spring, the celestial stone. Chapter 125. Only a head remains as Joanna stepped out of the space. She was greeted by a black cat with 7 tails, licking its paws and waiting for her. Bai Yun, Joanna tentatively called. The cat mewed softly and leaped into her arms, nuzzling against her in a display of affection after 3 long years apart. Its fluffy head felt particularly comforting against her palm. How is it that you now possess 7 tails? Are you even more formidable than before? Joanna inquired, unable to resist the temptation to ask as she observed the swaying tails behind it. Upon hearing this, Bai Yun proudly lifted its head and meowed, before whisking Joanna away in an instant. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves 100 meters away. Impressive. The rapid turn of events left Joanna momentarily speechless. Just as she was about to speak, Bai Yun transported her back to their original location. At that moment, all her admiration and astonishment crystallized into a simple exclamation of impressive. Big sister. Just as Joanna was lost in the exhilaration of the teleportation, a trembling voice pulled her back to reality. She turned to see a young girl of about 10 standing at the doorway, accompanied by several burly bodyguards. Who is this? Joanna stared at the girl, momentarily at a loss for her name. Master, this is Yiya, Qiao Yu whispered, noticing Joanna and Apos' dazed expression. With this reminder, Joanna finally recalled. She regarded the approaching Yiya with an expression of understanding and then asked, And who are those behind her? They are the servants you instructed me to train. Though sadly only 4 survived, Qiao Yu explained once more. As they conversed, Yiya had already reached Joanna. Tears glistened in her eyes as she looked up at Joanna with her fair little face. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Joanna, feeling a rush of urgency from her long absence from comforting children, hurriedly attempted to wipe Yiya and Apos' tears away. Seeing Joanna and Apos' flustered demeanor, Yiya choked back her sobs and said, Yiya has finally waited for big sister. Waited for me? Joanna was taken aback, struggling to remember if she had ever promised her anything, pondering why the child would say such a thing. After a long moment of contemplation, she could not recall and decided to let it go. Master, everyone is waiting for your awakening, Qiao Yu said, her expression complex. Why? What about Ling Yi and Xiao Lin? Why haven't and Apos' seen them? Joanna inquired. Lingyi has been in turmoil for the past 3 years. While Xiao Lin is living with his father at the human base, Qiao Yu explained slowly. It turned out that after their encounter with number 3, Qiao Yu had followed Joanna and Appos as instructions to flee with Qin Lin and Bai Yun. Along their escape, they encountered the Human Ability Army, whose commander was none other than Qin Lin's father. In the chaos of the times, father and son were reunited. However, their unit was destined to revitalize the base, while Qiao Yu, concerned for Joanna, was eager to find her. Thus, the two parties had to part ways temporarily, agreeing to reunite at the base after locating Joanna. After sending Qin Lin away, Qiao Yu intended to contact Joanna telepathically but found herself unable to establish a connection. Even Bai Yun and Appos' spatial awareness could not detect her presence. Qiao Yu rushed to the last meeting place, but aside from the deep crater left by an explosion, there was nothing else. She refused to believe that Joanna could perish so easily but had no idea where she could be, wandering aimlessly like a headless fly. During this time, she remained vigilant against mutated creature attacks while searching for traces of Joanna and Lingyi. Finally, one night, she seemed to sense Joanna's presence. Elated, she followed the trace to an abandoned factory, but when she arrived, it was already deserted, leaving behind only remnants of Joanna and Appos' past. Qiao Yu did not give up. As long as she knew Joanna was alive, that was enough. She believed she would eventually find her. Later, she heard rumors that the Paradise Base was gathering zombies, led by a figure capable of controlling them. She was nearly certain that this was her master. Qiao Yu attempted to seek her out, but encountered a minor zombie tide that delayed her for several days. By the time she reached the Paradise Base, Joanna's presence had faded. Yet it was evident that the sleeping zombies besieging the adjacent city were indeed under Joanna and Appos' control. In a desperate attempt to reunite with her master, Qiao Yu and Bai Yun devised various plans to infiltrate the Paradise Base, but soon discovered its peculiarities. The humans inside were mere puppets, brainwashed and manipulated, exhibiting an unsettling unity. Qiao Yu, as a zombie with retained self-awareness, felt like an anomaly among them. Unable to blend into the Paradise Base and with the central building heavily guarded, Qiao Yu could only remain nearby, hoping for a chance to meet Joanna once more. This time, she truly beheld the Joanna she had longed for day and night. Upon sensing Joanna and Appos' aura, she transformed into her beast form and, alongside Bai Yun, raced toward the Paradise Base. When she arrived, the base had already been overrun by zombies. Strangely, these zombies did not attack the humans but instead directed their efforts toward the building above. They formed a mountain of corpses, low growls accompanying their ascent as they climbed atop one another's bodies. Qiao Yu had little interest in this spectacle. She merely caught a fleeting glimpse of several individuals struggling on the rooftop against the ever-increasing horde of zombies. Joanna and Appos' presence grew fainter. It was in a corner at the base of the building that Qiao Yu found her, beside the unconscious Lingyi. In that moment, Joanna lay with her eyes closed and her complexion pale, her body absent except for a head smeared with dust and blood. A slimy creature clung to her severed neck, healing her wounds. Suppressing her sorrow, Qiao Yu carefully cradled her master and Appos' head in her arms, trembling all over. Yet she knew Joanna was not dead. Her core still radiated light. To protect Joanna, Qiao Yu placed her into the spring water of the spatial realm, where the water possessed healing properties. Chapter 126. Mutual disgust. So, are we currently at the revitalization base? Joanna listened quietly to Qiao Yu and Appos' account, her heart a tumult of emotions. It turned out that during her period of amnesia, she had been longed for by others. She heard Qiao Yu let out a soft sigh, then shake her head, saying, "Not quite. We are situated between the Paradise and revitalization bases." Joanna gazed at her in confusion, awaiting an explanation. Since the merger of the revitalization and revival bases, a faction of humanity had risen to advocate for our expulsion. As she spoke, a flicker of hatred passed through Qiao Yu's eyes. Why? You would not harm humanity. Xiao Lin and his father can attest to that. Alas, humanity is far more complex than we can imagine. They use the excuse of Appos. Those not of our kind must have different hearts and Appos to justify our expulsion from the base. Even if Qin Lin and his father can provide evidence, they only represent a minority. The majority harbor only fear and hatred towards zombies. And you all. A chill crept up Joanna and Appos' spine, her voice barely a whisper. After we left the base, humanity had no intention of sparing us. They dispatched high-level supernatural beings to attack us. Those servants perished during their repeated assaults. Qiao Yu recounted in a matter-of-fact tone. During the time, She had hidden with the amnesiac Lingyi and Bai Yundong, evading capture. North lay the revitalization base. South the paradise, she could only remain in the unwelcoming middle ground, longing for Joanna to awaken. So, what can I do for you now? Joanna's speech slowed. Her body cold as if plunged into an icy abyss. Xiaoyu's gaze deepened, and she slowly spoke. I hope the master can organize the middle ground and unify the zombies. Very well, the middle ground? Is that where we are now? Joanna inquired. Unable to suppress her curiosity. The task of unifying the zombies sounded tedious, yet she could not bear to dismiss Qiaoyu's wish, nodding while seeking more information. Yes. Big sister, Yiya chimed in softly. A year ago, the Paradise Base unified the south, expelling all zombies to the north. The Northern Revitalization Base employed the same tactics, driving all zombies southward. Thus, both sides engaged in mutual expulsion, leading to a standoff, leaving these zombies stranded in the awkward, ungoverned middle ground. Qiaoyu added at the appropriate moment. Capable of expulsion but incapable of extermination? The leaders of both bases must be out of their minds. Zombies still yield course. How could they commit such folly? Joanna could hardly comprehend. Extermination has proven impossible. Over the past 3 years, the number of zombies has only increased, particularly the higher-tier ones. For humanity, eradicating them all at once is nearly impossible unless both bases collaborate, yet neither is willing to concede. So they merely shove the zombies onto each other's doorstep to vex one another? Joanna finally grasped the situation after such extensive listening. Realizing that not only could they not eliminate the zombies, but humanity was also embroiled in infighting. Upon reflection, it also made sense. The Paradise Base was under the control of Qiao, who was not aligned with humanity, merely seeking to domesticate them. Ultimately, only the Revitalization Base could claim to belong to humanity. Little wonder the two factions were at odds. After pondering for a moment, Joanna inquired, how extensive is the middle ground? And how many zombies are there? Not large, not many. There is no need for the master to worry. That's a relief. I thought I was destined to toil endlessly once more, Joanna said, soothing her chest as if releasing a breath of relief. Yet, her respite was short-lived as Qiaoyu added. It's approximately 50,000 square kilometers, and the exact number of zombies is currently unclear. But there are 6 zombie leaders besides us. Ah, this familiar recipe, the same old flavor. Why are they still squabbling over division even after becoming zombies? Joanna and Apos, S had throbbed with the complexity of the situation. What does 50,000 square kilometers even signify? Nearly half the size of Tibet. If it were a neatly circular area, it would be manageable, but the name middle ground suggested a rectangular expanse, and subduing it would undoubtedly require relentless travel. Are those 6 zombie kings formidable? What level are they? Joanna and Apos, S primary concern lay not in the distance, but in the strength of the adversaries. Similar to me, otherwise. I would not have been at a stalemate with them until now. Xiaoyu replied honestly. At last, Joanna received some good news. She nodded, forcing a wry smile. Well then, I shall clear the way for the zombies. After a brief pause, she asked, where is Lingyi now? I wish to see him. Joanna and Apos, S memories of Lingyi were tethered to their emergence from the boundless realm, a time when he was mentally scarred and physically frail. She was curious what he had become after 3 years. I shall take you to him, Qiaoyu gestured graciously. Chapter 127. Unification within the serene confines of the glass greenhouse, lush vegetation enveloped everything. As the door swung open, the dense foliage obscured the path beneath one's feet. Yiya led the way, her index fingers poised at her chest, channeling her abilities to manipulate the plants. Flecks of green luminescence rose from the foliage, which seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, parting to create a wide passage for the trio. Is 01 here? When did he become a vegetarian? Qiao An surveyed her surroundings, noting that apart from the flora, there were no other creatures, not even an insect. Qiaoyu pointed ahead at a massive flower bud, saying, he is over there. Following her gesture, Qiao An and Apos, S gaze fell upon a colossal bud standing at the center of the greenhouse, which appeared oddly familiar. It was the carnivorous plant that the master had brought back previously. Sensing her confusion, Qiaoyu explained, the carnivorous flower? After a moment and Apos, S reflection, Qiao An recalled that she had indeed cultivated a few of these plants. However, after 3 years of absence, she was astonished at their growth, now towering 10 meters high. Shaoqi, open the flower bud, Yiya commanded as she approached the carnivorous plant, resting her hand on its verdant leaves. As her words faded, the plant began to sway, slowly lowering its bud, which then unfurled. In that instant, a pink mist emanated from the blossom, suffusing the greenhouse. Qiao An quickly covered her nose. She remembered all too well that this mist could induce hallucinations. Do not fear, big sister. Yiya is here, Yiya reassured her, raising her hand to conjure a barrier that enveloped the three of them. The pink mist dissipated upon contact with the shield. As the mist cleared, the figure within gradually became discernible. 01 lay peacefully at the heart of the flower, his expression tranquil, silver hair cascading down to his ankles. His limbs were ensnared by the plant and Apos' teeth, or rather, pierced by them. Qiao An, witnessing this, was about to speak when Xiao Yu quickly interjected. For the past 3 years, his mind has been in turmoil. He neither eats nor drinks and often engages in indiscriminate attacks, even harming himself. We had no choice but to let him sleep here. The mist from Shaoqi serves to calm him. Those teeth are supplying him with nourishment, Yiya added. So it is. Qiao An was momentarily speechless as she stepped closer to observe the slumbering 01. Shaoqi sensed her presence. Emitting a soft whimper and gently nudging her foot with its leaves, Qiao An reached out to caress its petals, saying, "You have worked hard over the years." Shaoqi chirped joyfully, snuggling closer to her. "And you all, Qiao Yu, yeah, Bai Yun, thank you for your efforts." Qiao An turned to express her gratitude to the two people and the cat standing behind her. "Meow. It is good as long as the master awakens," came the response. "It was not difficult, big sister." Qiao An bit her lip and turned her attention back to 01, instructing Shaoqi to gently lower him. Upon receiving the command, Shaoqi retracted the teeth that had secured 01's limbs and used its vines to place him in Qiao An's embrace. "Master, without Shaoqi, he will awaken soon," Qiao Yu reminded her. Qiao An looked down and replied, "I understand. It is all right." True to Qiao Yu and Apos' words. Less than a minute after 01 was removed from the flower's core, he stirred awake. His curled lashes fluttered, and as he opened his golden eyes, confusion was swiftly replaced by chaos. He shot upright, clutching his head and screaming in agony. "Careful, master!" Qiao Yu exclaimed, swiftly pulling him away to shield Qiao An. Yiya aligned her fingers, the surrounding plants poised to restrain him at a moment's notice. Qiao An observed the increasingly frantic 01, behind whom loomed a massive, bloodied serpent, devouring itself. Alongside it, several smaller snakes, each as thick as a thumb, incessantly attacked the giant python. Manifestations of 01 and Apos' fractured psyche. Is it a case of dissociation? Qiao An mused aloud. Is his turmoil caused by them, master? Xiao Yu, unable to perceive psychic energies, was perplexed by Qiao An's words. "Yeah, bind him." Understood. Upon hearing Qiao An and Apos' directive, Yiya swiftly commanded the vines to ensnare 01 firmly. In that moment, Qiao An summoned the void arm, its form resembling that of a bird's wing, robust and adorned with feather-like bone armor. A closer inspection would reveal that each feather bore fine, sharp spikes, each carrying potent toxins. With her eyes closed in concentration, Qiao An meticulously sensed the small snakes. The void arm obeyed her will, capturing the serpents one by one and forcefully feeding them into the maw of the giant python until it was sated. "Return from whence you came," Qiao An whispered. And as the last serpent was swallowed, the python and Apos' wounds began to heal, ceasing its self-destructive behavior. Meanwhile, 01 was drenched in sweat, his pallor ghostly, eyes tightly shut, trembling as if ensnared in a nightmare. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Qiao An arranged for Qiao Yu to escort 01 to rest, a sudden, urgent barking erupted from outside the door. "Sister Yu, I shall confront him," Yiya declared, instantly recognizing that Shyn had come to cause trouble again. "What has occurred?" Qiao An inquired, noticing the grim expressions on both their faces. Yiya sighed, brushing her forehead. "The corpse king next door has once again come to harass Sister Yu." Qiao Yu's face darkened, as she thought to herself that had it not been for the need to take 01 to rest, she would have flown outside the city to deliver a few punches to that corpse king. Chapter 128. Master and servant play. Qiao Yu adeptly managed this territory of moderate size, encircled by walls of verdant flora, alongside the 7 man-eating flowers. Wang Kai stood guard at the entrance. Within the confines of the city lay the hundreds of thousands of zombies she had subdued over the past 3 years. Lacking mental control, the lower-tier zombies were ensconced within the flora, slumbering, while the sentient mid- to high-tier zombies patrolled and maintained the domain. As she traversed the path, the zombies regarded Qiao Yu with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. One could only wonder if she had recently taken heads to the floor again. Otherwise, why would these zombies tremble at her very sight? Upon reaching the city gate, Yaya manipulated the plants to elevate Qiao An onto the wall. But where were the zombies? From her elevated position, Qiao An gazed beyond the gate, met only by an empty expanse devoid of any undead. Qiao An, come out and face the consequences. Yaya suddenly shouted, hands on her hips, her timid demeanor transformed into one of bravado. After her outburst, she reverted to a soft, innocent visage, gazing at Qiao An. The stark contrast momentarily caught Qiao An off guard, nearly causing her to stumble. I want to come out unless my dear little Yu is here to punish me. A mocking voice echoed from outside, yet upon closer inspection, no one was present. Stop dreaming. Sister Yu has no interest in you. Yu retorted, visibly agitated. Qiao An, observing their banter, was filled with confusion. This was not at all how she had envisioned the interaction between zombie kings. She had anticipated a fierce rivalry, where mere words could incite conflict. Yet here they were, engaged in playful banter. Was this truly a zombie king? The tone resembled that of a petulant child. Yaya, what is his ability? Qiao An could not help but inquire. Stealth, and he moves with incredible speed. Yaya began to explain when suddenly, her form lifted into the air as if held by an unseen force. Qiao An, I'm here. Hurry and bring little Yu to smack me. I've missed her terribly. Qiao An exclaimed, shaking Yaya in his grasp, oblivious to Qiao An and Amp, Appo's presence. After all, Qiao An currently exuded an aura indistinguishable from that of a human. As long as she refrained from revealing her true nature, she appeared to be an ordinary individual. Little Yu? Are you referring to Qiao Yu? Qiao An asked, her gaze fixed upon the floating Yaya. Indeed. You seem unfamiliar. Who are you? I haven't seen you before. Qiao An finally noticed Qiao An, scrutinizing her closely. Though she possessed fair skin, a striking appearance, and long, straight hair with an air of aloof beauty, she paled in comparison to his dear little Yu. With such thoughts, he could not help but shake his head. Smacking his lips, Qiao An and Appo's dark eyes bore into him, perceiving every thought he dared to entertain. There was no escaping her insight. To her, these zombies were as transparent as if they were laid bare before her. I am your master, Qiao An declared with a chilling smile. Upon hearing this, Qiao An instantly shook his head. No. I do not engage in master and servant play. If I were to play, it would only be with little Yu. You are not my type. Big sister, what is master and servant play? Yaya, still in Qiao An and Amp, Appo's grip, gazed at Qiao An with wide-eyed curiosity. Ahem, you're too young to understand. Realizing she had forgotten about the child in her grasp, panic surged through her. If Qiao Yu learned that she had been imparting such nonsense, she would surely be furious. Qiao An cleared his throat awkwardly, wishing to ease the tension. Qiao An maintained her icy demeanor. Though this zombie king seemed harmless, an inexplicable dislike brewed within her. How dare he harbor designs on Qiao Yu? Her brows furrowed as she raised her hand, summoning her void arm to strike Qiao An. Caught off guard, Qiao An was unceremoniously propelled outside the city, rolling several times upon landing. He lay there, incredulity etched on his face as he stared up at the aloof woman atop the wall. The force of her blow had been substantial, leaving him breathless under the weight of her presence. It's over. I might truly have to engage in master and servant play, he lamented, a mournful visage appearing as he relinquished his cloaking ability, revealing his true form. Qiao An appeared to be in his early 20s, with a prominent nose and perfectly proportioned lips. His crimson eyes, rather than intimidating, conveyed a certain naive clarity. His pitiful posture on the ground resembled that of a scolded husky. What is this? You're neither fleeing nor retaliating? Qiao An inquired, a hint of disdain coloring her tone. Flee? Could he possibly escape? This woman's strength far surpassed his. Had she not held back, he would have already met his end. Qiao An resigned himself, sitting back down, playing with the dirt. I cannot defeat you, nor can I outrun you. What if I fled and you caught up to break my legs? Besides, I haven't yet seen little Yu. Humph, seeing how formidable you are, I shall begrudgingly acknowledge you as my master. He was a man of adaptability, willing to bend when necessary. However, this was a secret that must remain between the three of us. It was imperative not to disclose it to little Yu. No sooner had he spoken than a cold voice resonated from the wall above. Oh, what is it that cannot be told to me? Chapter 129. Am I not concerned about my dignity? Previously, Qiao An had contemplated various ways he might meet his demise, be it at the hands of a more formidable zombie, succumbing to the bite of a mutated creature, or perhaps being slain by a human with supernatural abilities. However, today, reality presented him with a far more humiliating fate, social death. He sat rigidly on the ground, the soil in his hands losing its amusement. His eyes darted around aimlessly, The desire to see Qiao Yu had transformed into an overwhelming urge to escape. Qiao Yu, seemingly intent on amplifying his embarrassment, called out once more. What is it? As Yi was about to respond, Qiao An suddenly sprang up, propelled by an unseen force, retreating rapidly to a distance of 100 meters as if his backside were on fire. Qiao An cast a casual glance at the blushing Qiao An and descended beside him with a flourish of her ethereal arm. Why are you running? Did you not wish to see Qiao Yu? She has arrived. No. I have reconsidered. My zombies are waiting for me to feed them. I must take my leave. Qiao An chuckled awkwardly, then utilized his powers to vanish from sight. Truly, the zombie king was impressively swift. Qiao An could not help but marvel at his speed. Master, I shall retrieve him, Qiao Yu declared as she approached Qiao An, her body beginning to shift into a beastly form. Qiao An waved her off hastily. No, allow me. It will be good for me to stretch out a bit. She then turned her gaze to Bai Yun. Come, let us test your spatial teleportation. Upon receiving her command, Bai Yun leapt onto her shoulder, meowing to signify readiness. Let us depart. With Qiao An's command, the pair, one human and one feline, vanished in the blink of an eye. When they reopened their eyes, they found themselves before Qiao An, who was still grappling with his embarrassment, muttering to himself and oblivious to the presence of another. Speak up. I wish to hear as well, Qiao An taunted. Who are you? Why should I share with you? He grumbled, suddenly realizing something and inhaling sharply. He turned to flee but was halted by an invisible barrier. You just recognized your master, and now you wish to escape? Qiao An observed him with a bemused expression, her ethereal arm poised above his head, ready to strike if necessary. Though Qiao An could not perceive the mental energy, he felt an inexplicable chill above him. He reached up to check his hair, finding it intact, yet the sensation remained perplexing. He decided it was best not to dwell on it. I am not fleeing. Isn't it nearly feeding time? I must attend to my zombies. The feeding was merely a ruse. The true desire was to distance himself from this mortifying situation. Qiao An continued to regard him with a gentle smile. It is quite all right. Bring them all over. I shall feed them for you. Ah? No. They only heed my commands. It would not be a bother for you. It is better if I return promptly to ensure the children are not left hungry. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a tightening at his collar, and upon looking down, he found himself suspended in the air. It was evident that this was the doing of the woman beside him. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to maintain composure as he feigned a smile. What are you doing? I am coming with you to feed them, and to see if those zombies respond to my authority. That seems inappropriate. You, a woman, accompanying me to my home. Then shall we invite Qiao Yu as well? Let us go. I shall lead the way. The moment he heard Qiao Yu would join, Qiao An shook his head vigorously, urging them to depart. He was already being lifted off the ground, now bending over and lowering his head in a most obsequious manner, a sight all too familiar. Qiao An scrutinized him for a moment, and suddenly, an image of a traitor from a wartime drama flashed in her mind. This way, my lord. Allow me to guide you. Unable to suppress a chuckle, she found Qiao An utterly oblivious to her thoughts, merely offering a strained chuckle in return. Thus, he was carried by Qiao An until they reached his domain, where he was finally set down. His territory was merely 70 miles from Qiao Yu's, explaining the frequency of his visits. Both held domains. Yet Qiao Yu and Amp, Oppo's, was fortified with walls and towers, replete with facilities. In stark contrast, Qiao An and Amp, Oppo's, territory was barren, devoid of even a complete structure. Low-level zombies wandered aimlessly in the open ground, while higher-level zombies rested beneath dilapidated buildings. Had he not claimed this place as his territory, Qiao An might have thought she had entered a war zone. Being a zombie king for the first time, I lack experience. I apologize for the embarrassment, Qiao An said. His face flushed, rubbing his hands together anxiously. Qiao An surveyed the desolate territory and then regarded the sincere Qiao An. Your presence is a blessing for them. Is that a compliment? Ah, did you truly believe I was praising you? Qiao An shot him a look of exasperation before unleashing delicate strands of mental energy into the horde of zombies, observing the woman beside him with her eyes closed. Qiao An scratched his face in confusion. Had he just been dismissed? All is well. Once all the zombies were under her mental control, Qiao An slowly opened her eyes. What do you mean, all is well? Let us return. Qiao An offered no further explanation, simply cradling Bai Yun as she turned to leave. Are we departing already? Qiao An felt a surge of joy, only to notice that the zombies were also following in the direction of the woman. Hey, what is the meaning of this? He grasped a higher-level zombie, demanding, yet the creature paid him no mind, gazing at Qiao An with reverence. Master? Master? In that instant, Qiao An comprehended that Qiao An had manipulated the situation. Enraged, he glared into the distance. No matter how powerful she was, she could not steal his followers before his very eyes. He was, after all, a zombie king. Such indignity was intolerable. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting him to summon his powers and charge at Qiao in Chapter 130. My mother-in-law? After accepting him, there would only be 5 zombie kings left, right? Indeed, master. Yeah. Have you secured that group of zombies we brought back? Rest assured, dear sister, they are under your control and behaving well. That's good to hear. I will check on 01. If all is well, I shall visit other territories tomorrow. In his unconscious state, Qiao An seemed to hear the conversation between that detestable woman and Xiao Yu. Wait a moment. He distinctly remembered fighting that woman fiercely until she begged for mercy. How could she speak so casually now? He was eager to uncover the truth. While lost in thought, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. A crisp fragrance filled the air. It was Xiao Yu. Qiao An was overjoyed. Wake up and come with me. What? He moved his fingers slightly and then made an effort to open his eyes. What greeted him was a dazzling crystal chandelier. Such opulence could only belong to Xiao Yu's home. Keep up. Xiao Yu disdainfully kicked at the prostrate Qiao An and turned to stride outside. I'm coming. Though his mind was still foggy, his body obediently followed her. How did I end up in your house? Master brought you back. Master? That wretched woman? I never imagined you enjoyed playing the master-servant game. Xiao Yu. Qiao An exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Mind your words. If you dare speak disrespectfully of the master again, you will regret it. Xiao Yu halted abruptly, her tone serious. May I ask, just this once? Qiao An and Apos' expression was conflicted, hesitating to speak. Go ahead. You and Apos, re straight, right? If you and Apos, re not, then you might as well end it now. At this point, Xiao Yu had lost her patience. She clenched her fist and struck Qiao An and Apos' abdomen, declaring, I'm here to help you. Ouch. Mistake. Even if Xiao Yu isn't straight, I will strive to set you straight. As soon as he finished speaking, his already injured abdomen received another heavy blow. From today onward, we are both under the Master's command. If I find any signs of disloyalty from you, I will be the first to deal with you. Xiao Yu leaned close, threatening him. All right. We're colleagues from now on. Qiao An hurriedly agreed, fearful of incurring her wrath and receiving another punch. What kind of person is our superior to be so formidable? He cautiously glanced at Xiao Yu, relieved to see no signs of anger before asking. That is the master, the one who summoned me to this world, the true zombie king. Is she your mother? Wow, your mother-in-law is so young. No sooner had he spoken than he was met with another round of Xiao Yu and Apos' wrath. Shortly after, a battered Qiao An trailed behind Xiao Yu to the newly constructed training ground, filled with low-level zombies. Meanwhile, Qiao An arrived at 01's resting chamber. She gently pushed the door open, careful not to disturb him. To her surprise, he had already awakened, quietly sitting on the bed, his golden eyes fixed intently on her. Awake? Do you remember me? Qiao An asked, momentarily taken aback. 01's expression was unreadable, his gaze vacant as he nodded slightly, appearing quite haggard. That's good. Do you feel any discomfort? Qiao An approached the bed, speaking softly. 01 shook his head again, then lifted his pale wrist and rested it on Qiao An's hand, using his other hand to press against her back, suddenly pulling her into his embrace. Caught off guard, Qiao An crashed against his chest, her vision momentarily blurring. So thin. Just bones. It and Apos, as so uncomfortable, she thought, unable to contain her inner monologue. They maintained their embrace for a long while until she finally heard 01 and Apos' voice. Qiao An, my family. He spoke each word with a lingering tone. Could you let me up for a moment? My leg is falling asleep. Qiao An, the epitome of a romantic yet oblivious girl, asked awkwardly. I will hold you. Before she could react, he effortlessly lifted her onto the bed, lying beside him. What are you doing? You just woke up. Your body is in poor condition. Qiao An struggled to rise, but 01 firmly held her down, his strength betraying the frailty of a sickly person. I'm not doing anything. It's been too long since I've seen you, he faltered, averting his gaze. What do you mean by Apos? Something Apos? Qiao An inquired, puzzled. I miss you. After a moment of silence, 01 slowly continued, and then, you made me who I am. Huh? Qiao An was even more confused, suspecting his mind had yet to fully recover, his speech disjointed. They are fighting for my body. They all wish to become me. They are all me, yet not me. Are you referring to that split personality thing? Qiao An asked weakly. 01 fell silent, perhaps taken aback by her understanding. I'm sorry, my vocabulary is limited, and I cannot find other words. He sighed deeply, gently caressing Qiao An's cheek, his golden eyes profound as a deep pool. Thank you for allowing me to become a complete version of myself. From now on, there will only be 101. So you wanted Appos. Do you want to kill me anymore, right? Qiao An asked softly, recalling the previous bloodthirsty 01, who often threatened to take her down with him, sending shivers down her spine. That was also a part of me. So that means, Don and Appos, be silent. I genuinely fear for my safety. Say something 01. Please, just say something. Chapter 131. The corpse-herding hound. The following day, Joanna, dressed impeccably and cradling Bai Yun, leaned in to reconfirm the information about the third zombie king with Xiao Yu. Gazing at the image of the burly man, Joanna and Appos' brows knitted together tightly. Chu Yin also leaned in for a look, remarking, "This one's utterly hideous, not even a fraction as appealing as I am." You? Xiao Yu cast him a scornful glance before retorting, "A mere pretty face with no substance." "Pretty? Little Yu is praising me," he exclaimed, grinning broadly. After a moment of contemplation, Joanna declared, "I shall confront him. You all stay and guard the base, and remember to distribute the spring water to the zombies punctually." Upon awakening, Joanna discovered that the spring water in their space had a certain healing effect on the zombies. 1 cup was equivalent to a low-tier crystal core. This was excellent news for Joanna. If the spring water could indeed facilitate the zombies' evolution, there would be no need for them to slaughter one another for crystal cores. Although it would demand considerable time, they merely needed to water the zombies daily and await their evolution and return to consciousness. "I'll accompany you," 01 said, suddenly tugging at her sleeve as Joanna prepared to leave. Since his awakening yesterday, his demeanor had transformed significantly. He was neither the naive version he once was nor the bloodthirsty creature he had become later. He now embodied a balance of both, infused with a newfound gravitas. Joanna shook her head in refusal. "Your body has not yet recovered. Remain here and recuperate. Once you are well, the remaining zombie kings will be entrusted to you." "I am quite well. You need not worry," 01 insisted, holding her sleeve firmly, his resolve unwavering. "However, Bai Yun cannot carry you, and you cannot teleport. I and Appos, LL join you next time. For now, rest here," Joanna said, pulling her sleeve from his grasp before vanishing from sight. 01 gazed down at his palm, his golden eyes swirling with emotion, vexation, as it seemed she was deliberately avoiding him. "Xiao Yu, where's Wang Kai?" he suddenly inquired after a prolonged silence. "At the main gate." "Why?" "I must relieve Joanna of her burdens," he stated before striding away. Chu Yin observed 01 and Appos' departure, shaking his head with a TSK. "He is even worse than I am." Xiao Yu shot him an exasperated glance. "His power is on par with the master." "Ah, that and Appos. That's not what I meant." "What did you mean?" "The young master gets to commute with his beloved every day. He does not." Xiao Yu, finding no merit in further conversation, turned away and left. At the city gate, 01 scooped up the slumbering Wang Kai without a word and summoned the giant python, ascending onto its broad back as they took to the skies. Upon opening his eyes again, Wang Kai found himself in the territory of an unknown zombie king. Before him stood towering stone walls, emanating a distinct stench of decay. Woof! Did it stir too suddenly? He seemed to witness his master assaulting a zombie. Wang Kai shook his large head, drool spilling onto the ground. "Silly dog, take them back. When you think it and Appos, as time, take a closer look." His master commanded, holding the severed head of the zombie king before him, issuing orders from a position of dominance. "This is for you to eat." 01 tossed the freshly severed head at Wang Kai's feet and added, "They say dogs have a good sense of direction. Remember to bring these zombies back." Wang Kai joyfully gnawed at the crystal core, relishing the bounty, but upon hearing he needed to return, he glanced toward the city, where throngs of zombies stared blankly at him, causing the core to suddenly lose its appeal. He quickly shook his head, barking in protest. A few zombies were manageable, but how could he, a single dog, contend with thousands? 01, slightly frowning, remarked, "Treat them like sheep, as long as you can bring them back to the base. It and Appos, acceptable. I must move on to the next one." With that, he soared away on the giant python, leaving Wang Kai helplessly barking at the sky. He was a dog, not a sheepdog. Even if he could herd, thousands of zombies would surely exhaust him. Unfortunately, 01 had already departed, oblivious to his plight. Meanwhile, Joanna was directly brought before the zombie king by Bai Yun. Upon their arrival, The burly zombie king was resting, cradling a 2-meter-tall plush teddy bear, sleeping soundly like a 300-pound child. Joanna surveyed the room, which was filled with plush toys. Even the curtains were adorned with doll-like trinkets. Is it possible that this over 4-meter-tall zombie king possesses a delicate, girlish heart? Awaken, we need to discuss some matters. Seeing him in such tranquil slumber, Joanna deliberated but ultimately decided to rouse him. As expected, the moment her words fell, the zombie king sprang up like a carp. Who are you? His voice was deep and resonant, befitting his imposing figure. Alju, the strikingly beautiful woman who had abruptly appeared in his chamber, her silhouette graceful, features striking, and cradling a pitch-black zombie cat in her arms. The cat, with 7 tails and dark red eyes, fixated on him, sending chills down his spine. Unwelcome visitors. Joanna replied coolly, unleashing her immense void arm to apply pressure on the muscular giant before her. The intangible force bore down upon Alju's shoulders like a mountain. To avoid being crushed, he hastily summoned all his strength to resist, yet the more he struggled, the stronger the pressure became. Thus, they remained locked in a stalemate, neither willing to relent. Chapter 132. The true dog. Seeing him drenched in sweat and trembling uncontrollably, Joanne withdrew her oppressive aura. With a gentle smile, she looked at the earnest-faced Aju and asked, "Are you willing to accompany me?" "Not willing." Aju gasped heavily. Joanne, unfazed by the rejection, glanced at him and inquired, "What would make you willing?" "I wouldn't be willing under any circumstances. I cannot abandon my companions." "Companions? Are you referring to those zombies outside?" "I came here to have you lead them away with you." Joanne secretly sighed in relief, recognizing the potential for negotiation. She preferred to avoid conflict whenever possible. "Can you really take them with you? You won't devour them, will you?" Asia regarded Joanne with skepticism. Joanne fixed her gaze on him, remaining silent for a moment before pulling him into her space. Moments later, she released him once more. She explained to the astonished Aju, "Did you see that? The spring inside possesses its own power. I do not require crystal cores, and I can use this spring water to nourish them. Why are you being so kind to them?" Aju asked earnestly, fully aware of the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. In the fight against humanity, if the zombies do not unite soon, their extermination is merely a matter of time. Joanne spoke with a solemn expression, each word deliberate. After hearing her words, Aju appeared taken aback. Following a moment of silence, he cautiously asked, "And what about you? How will you treat us? You aren't a zombie, are you?" "I once was. I strive to help every zombie regain their consciousness, rather than remain as mindless beings." "Is that true?" "Indeed." Perhaps it was the unwavering determination in Joanne and Amp, Apos, eyes that stirred Aju and Amp, Apos, instinctual desire to follow her, a natural inclination towards strength. "Then I am willing to follow you. But should you deviate from your words, I will not hesitate to leave with them," Aju declared after a moment of contemplation. Joanne felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a facade of calmness as she replied, "Of course." As Joanne hurried back to the base with Aju, 01 awaited her at the city gates. He looked down at 2 glimmering crystal cores resting in his palm, freshly extracted from the skulls of the 2 zombie kings. "Big sister," Yaya called out as she opened the gates to let Joanne and the zombies enter. "Yaya, this will be your partner from now on. He possesses earth-based abilities, which complement your wood-based skills perfectly." With a wave of her hand, Joanne released Aju from her space. "Hello, I'm Yaya. I'm pleased to be your partner." Yaya greeted, extending her hand in a gesture of friendliness. With Joanne present, she felt no fear towards the hulking Aju, especially considering her own abilities were not to be underestimated. Aju bent down to look at the petite figure before him. Although she was a zombie, she appeared too frail. Had her master not provided her with sustenance? Hesitantly, he reached out, his movements gentle, fearful of hurting Yaya. "I'm Aju. It's a pleasure to meet you. From now on, the defense of the base will be entrusted to the 2 of you. Yaya, please help him familiarize himself with the surroundings. I will allow the newly arrived zombies to enter later." "All right, big sister. Aju, follow me." Yaya nodded and led Aju away. "Inan, this is for you." After their conversation concluded, 01 approached Joanne, extending his palm to present the crystal course. Joanne looked down, her expression shifting to one of alarm as she hurriedly asked, "What is this?" "Zombie kings." "Indeed. Did you kill them all?" Joanne pressed again. 01 nodded slightly, then shook his head. "Not all. I left one behind, unable to extract its core." "Why did you have to kill them?" "I could have reasoned with them." Joanne lamented, rubbing her forehead in frustration. 01 pouted defensively, explaining, "I tried to convince them, but they attacked me." I had to defend myself. Defend yourself by extracting someone's crystal core? What kind of self-defense is that? You call it self-defense to blow someone's head off? I swear, they charged at my hand. 01 raised 3 fingers, adopting a serious expression. Fine, what about the other zombies? Without their leader, they must be in utter disarray. They will return shortly. What? Hours later, Qiao An finally grasped what 01 meant by return. A vast swarm of zombies staggered towards the base, accompanied by a lively corpse-herding dog, bouncing around and organizing them. Wakai? Qiao An observed the diligent dog, panting heavily yet still working tirelessly amidst the horde, and quietly sighed. It was evident that this was 01 and Appo's doing. Even though Wakai was a dog, 01 and Appo's actions were even more dog-like. After nurturing a dog for 1,000 days, one uses it for a moment. 01 smiled as he looked outside the city, continuing, "He's grown lazy from sleeping all day. A little exercise is just what he needs." Woof woof woof. Wakai seemed to have spotted 01 atop the city wall and barked loudly at the gates. Upon hearing this, Qiao An turned to 01 and remarked, "It seems he is scolding you? It appears he hasn't walked enough today and still has the energy to bark." Chapter 133. Their bond in the vast expanse of land. A woman cradling a black cat gazed upon the desolate surroundings, softly murmuring to herself. "We managed to capture 2 of the 6 zombie kings, while 01 eliminated 3. One fled before I arrived today," Joanna explained as she slumped into a chair. "Why did it flee? Did it run away in the dead of night?" Yaya tilted her head, looking at Joanna with curiosity. "It was frightened. 01 extracted the cores of 3 zombie kings yesterday. So it's no wonder that this one decided to make a hasty retreat," Joanna remarked, casting a glance at 01, who had his head lowered, absent-mindedly twisting a strand of his silver hair, showing no signs of introspection. Where could the zombies escape to after leaving the central zone? Qiao pondered, resting her chin on her hand. "The Bliss Base," Joanna replied without hesitation. "The revitalization base is human territory. That zombie king wouldn't be foolish enough to seek its own demise. Thus, it must have headed to the Bliss Base, a place where predators keep humans and where zombies have also been welcomed in the past." Her tone shifted to a more serious note. "What is the Bliss Base?" Young Master inquired, moving closer to Qiao, poking her with his finger. "Are you willing to lose your hand?" Qiao shot him a cold glare, her voice dripping with menace. "They are enemies, inherently loathing humanity and looking down upon zombies." At the mention of the Bliss Base, Joanna felt a pulsating throb at her temples. 7, 8, 9, 10, there are 4 of them. Individually, any one of them is manageable, even the strongest among them. 10 could be confronted with my current abilities, provided 9 does not aid her in amplifying her strength. The challenge lies in their unity, their cohesive defense and offense, making them exceedingly troublesome. Indeed, unity is strength. Why the sigh, my lord? Joanna continued, "The Bliss Base poses a significant threat, and we are still uncertain about the revitalization base. Both factions are aware that my unification of the central zone is inevitable. What remains unknown is their potential reaction." Joanna felt as if she were a cookie caught between 2 layers. Above her lay the revitalization, and below, the Bliss Base, leaving her trapped in a dilemma. Without a doubt, the Bliss Base will come after me once they realize I am alive. The revitalization base, which has yet to accept even Qiao, would hardly welcome the army of tens of thousands of zombies now at our disposal. If the 2 sides were to ally, Joanna shook her head vigorously, frightened by her own speculations. She hastily called for Yaya, earnestly advising, "Yaya, you and Zhu must ensure our defenses are fortified. The walls must be thick and sturdy. If your abilities are insufficient, drink more spring water. Don and Amp, Appo's, worry, big sister. Zhu and I will protect the base," Yaya promised, her eyes glistening with determination. "Oh, my little angel," Joanna exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes as she embraced Yaya. Seeing her in such a vulnerable state, 01 inhaled deeply and reminded her, "And then, you are a zombie king now. You must show some resolve." "I lack resolve. Would you like to take this zombie king instead?" Joanna retorted, shaking her head. She had anticipated a witty comeback from 01, yet he merely sighed, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Do not fear. I will guard these zombies for you." Joanna was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected display of sentiment, while Yaya and the others exchanged knowing smiles before discreetly exiting, leaving the 2 of them alone, locked in a silent gaze. "Can you tell me why you suddenly wish to save them?" 01 leaned in, his golden eyes reflecting her astonished expression. "Do you truly wish to know?" Joanna responded earnestly. 01 met her gaze and nodded silently. "Then let me enlighten you. Joanna cupped her hands over his ears, and delicate strands of psychic energy emanated from her palms, intertwining in a multitude of connections, leaving the nature of their essence shrouded in mystery. Master, save me. Please save me. The chorus of desperate voices reverberated through the threads, raw and trembling, filled with humility and longing, reminiscent of drowning souls pleading for a lifeline. Joanna was their beacon of hope. Noticing the furrow in 01 and Apos' brow, Joanna withdrew her psychic energy and explained, "Since my awakening and connection with them, their pleas have echoed in my ears day and night. I often ponder whether zombies are truly devoid of emotion. Even the weakest among them beseeches me. How can I save them? During my most helpless moments, they cared for me. Are they really without feelings? They were once human, transformed by this catastrophe. Is restoring them to humanity the ultimate redemption? You cannot achieve that. Neither can I. You are their master, but not a savior," 01 interjected suddenly, his tone resolute yet cold, slicing through Joanna's idealistic visions like a sharp blade. Joanna slumped back in her chair, staring blankly out the window. "Indeed. How could I be a savior? But we can be. We can become saviors," 01 countered, shifting his perspective. "A single individual bearing the hopes of many is bound to collapse. If we unite, perhaps we can succeed. Aren't you a testament to that success?" He placed his hand over her heart, where a pulse akin to that of a human throbbed, revealing a rare softness in his gaze. "With me, with Qiao, Bai Yun, Yaya, Azhu, and Shu Yin." He gently caressed the back of her head, guiding her to lean against him as he sighed softly. "Rely on me, rely on us more." 01. Your hip bone is digging into my face." Joanna hesitated to speak. "Then why have you changed? Why the sudden kindness?" Joanna inquired, unable to contain her curiosity when he fell silent. 01's jaw tightened, suppressing his anger as he gritted his teeth. "Of course, it is to dominate the world. Then, I can feast upon as many humans as I desire." "Are you angry?" Joanna asked, sensing a shift in his tone. "No. You're rather melodramatic, aren't you?" 01. Chapter 134. The forces at play as Joan had foretold. The sixth zombie king had indeed sought refuge at the Elysium base. Regrettably, he was unaware that this path led only to his demise. Seated upon a lavish throne, Tin observed the fallen zombie king kneeling before her with a playful smile gracing her lips. 7, 8, 9, do you hear? Sister 11 seems to still be alive," she remarked, her golden eyes shimmering with tenderness. Flanking her gaze were two radiant crystal cores, with another embedded in her forehead. These three cores pulsated with an otherworldly light, seemingly alive, responding with a gentle quiver to her call. With a soft thud, the kneeling zombie king collapsed onto the plush carpet, dark blood mingling with pale, gray matter streaming from his forehead. "What a pity. I have grown to loathe zombies," Tin mused, her expression deceptively innocent. Her divine feathers retracted gradually, stained with blood and still clutching the recently extracted crystal core. She tossed the core to a nearby puppet human, cheerfully proclaiming, "This is your reward. Grateful for the divine and Apos' bounty." The man exclaimed, dropping to his knees in gratitude, hands cradling the bloodied crystal. "Bring forth some ability users to dispose of the zombies he has brought," Tin commanded, rising slowly from her throne, her long divine feathers trailing behind as she descended the steps barefoot, clad in a pristine white gown untainted by dust. She exuded an aura of compassion akin to that of a deity. 3 years have passed. "You must be anxious," she observed gently, watching the zombies being eradicated by the ability users below, witnessing their anguished struggles. Her delicate fingers brushed the crystal core on her face with utmost care, and upon touching the one on her forehead, she suddenly offered a bittersweet smile. "Brother 9, your wish shall soon be fulfilled." The core on her forehead flickered momentarily, adding an eerie undertone to her otherwise pure visage. The Elysium base soon detected the shifts occurring in the central zone. "Father, I have seen her. It is sister. She is alive and has tamed the zombies there." Qin Lin lay on the hospital bed, a rare smile gracing his pale face. "Do not look any further. Your body cannot endure it," Qin Ming replied, concern etched across his features as he regarded his frail son. He gently caressed Qin Lin and Apos' head, sighing. "Try not to glimpse into the future anymore." Qin Lin shook his head softly. "It is futile, father. Everyone desires me to see more, just a bit further. But your health." Qin Ming hesitated, ultimately clenching his fist in silent endurance. Understanding his father's helplessness, Qin Lin grasped his hand, straightening his fingers one by one. "Do not worry, father. They still need my vision. I shall be fine." "How long did you sleep today?" Qin Ming inquired, a pang of sorrow filling his heart as he observed his understanding son. He felt inadequate as a father, having been absent during Chun Lin's upbringing, and even now, despite his high position, he could not protect him. 21 hours, Chun Lin replied, his gaze lowered. His health was declining, a side effect of overexerting his abilities. Chun Ming's brows furrowed. It has increased. Those people. It is all right, father, I am fine. Chun Lin reassured him just as the nearby machine emitted a beeping sound, urging him to sleep. Hearing the incessant beeping, Chun Ming felt a surge of frustration. Father, I must rest now. It is time to say goodbye. Sweet dreams. Chun Ming uttered, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Sweet dreams, father. Chun Lin replied, lying quietly on the hospital bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber under the influence of medication. In his dreams, he beheld a familiar figure hovering above the sea of thousands of zombies, her expression cold, crimson eyes reflecting the inherent brutality of the undead. Opposing her was a seemingly apathetic human army, also under the gaze of a hovering young girl, her expression gentle, golden eyes filled with compassion. Suddenly, a veil of darkness obscured his vision, rendering everything unclear. When the mist dissipated, the golden-eyed girl had vanished, leaving behind only Joan, bloodied and rigid like a statue. Below, the humans were gripped by terror, screaming as they fled from the horde of zombies, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Chapter 135, consuming more medicine. Joan stood outside the city gate one morning, witnessing a familiar face awaiting her arrival. Sister 11? So you are indeed alive. She gazed at the figure on the city wall, flanked by 01 and Qiao An, cradling a black cat in her arms. It seemed that her sister was faring well, surrounded by so many companions. When would Sister 11 return to keep her company? Joan looked at her with a pitiful expression, reminiscent of a child abandoned. Awakened early by someone's call, Joan was already in a foul mood, and upon realizing it was Tin who had come, her spirits plummeted even further. From a distance, she observed the girl in white, and as she discerned the crystalline cores adorning her face, her breath caught in her throat, her body trembling. Those cores were. You killed them? Joan's voice quivered slightly, for the 3 cores bore a scent she recognized all too well. She could hardly believe it. Tin, hearing this, broke into a radiant smile, her tone light as she explained, these are 7, 8, and 9. She gestured as she spoke. This one is 7, this one is 8, and the one on my forehead is Brother 9. I brought them to see you, as everyone misses you dearly, Sister 11. As she spoke, the 3 crystalline cores shimmered with light. You killed them? Joan repeated, incredulity etched on her face. How could that be? They are alive and thriving within me. We are now symbiotic. Tin's smile remained undiminished, yet her words sent a chill down Joan's spine. Upon closer inspection, Joan noted that although those crystalline cores had left their original bodies, they still radiated light, undeniably alive. Observing her contemplative expression, Tin elaborated. All of this is thanks to you, Sister 11. Me? I was left with nothing but my head after you all detonated. Joan remarked, instinctively touching her neck, which throbbed with a phantom pain. That was only because you refused to listen, Sister 11. If you had returned then, we would all be living in harmony now. Tin and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, her smile fading as she continued. But you were so cruel, commanding so many zombies to attack us, an unending horde of the undead. Tears shimmered in Tin's eyes as she was pulled back into that nightmarish memory. The resolute expression of 8 resurfaced in her mind, her fierce defense sparing their lives amidst the zombie onslaught. Sister 11, do you know what it feels like to be torn apart by zombies? Do you know the agony of watching your family perish? We suffered greatly in the disaster you created. Our bodies were ravaged, our powers nearly exhausted. Do you understand what it means to be blown apart? Oh no, to be utterly shattered? Joan's face darkened as she retorted, swearing she never wished to experience such pain again. Lost in her own world, Tin continued, 8 nearly died. I had to extract her crystalline core and place it within my own body to free her from that broken shell. I housed everyone's cores within me so we could always remain together. Sister 11, everyone misses you dearly. When will you come to see them? At this moment, 01 could no longer contain himself. He leaned towards Joan and whispered, this person is even more deranged than I was during my psychotic break. Joan, equally exasperated, replied, how should I know why I always attract madness? Perhaps I was the director of a mental institution in my past life. Qiao Yu, observing Joan's distressed expression, asked earnestly, Master, should I handle her? Forget it. Yuwuden and Appo's stand a chance against this lunatic. Joan shook her head helplessly. She then retrieved a box of medicine from her space and tossed it to Tin, saying, take some medicine. This can't go on. Fortunately, She had amassed various medicines during her scavenging, which now proved useful. Joan felt a sense of pride in her foresight. Upon receiving the box, Tin looked down to see it labeled aripiprazole tablets. Upon reading the indicated symptoms, she saw it was for treating schizophrenia. See instructions. Her face darkened as she crushed the box and its contents in her hand. Not fond of this? I have other options. If you and Oppos, unwell, you should take your medicine. Joan implored, rummaging through her inventory and tossing more medications at Tin. Unable to tolerate any longer, Tin summoned her divine feathers, obliterating the incoming medications mid-air. Her expression was dark enough to dampen the atmosphere, and Joan suddenly remembered that Tin was not to be trifled with. She paused in her throwing motion, offering an awkward smile, inwardly lamenting, how could I forget about her divine feathers? What have I gotten myself into now? Chapter 136, The 3-Day Agreement, Sister 11. The jesting ends here. Return to my side swiftly. Tin wore a cold expression, her golden eyes fixated venomously upon Joanne. After finally escaping. Only a fool would return. Joanne, unwilling to concede, summoned the void arm to manifest behind her. Then do not blame me for resorting to force. In an instant, Tin soared into the air and, in the next moment, appeared behind Joanne. Before she could make a move, her throat was seized by 01, who hurled her heavily towards the ground. Get lost. 01 regarded Tin and Oppos' plummet with disdain in his eyes. Number 1. Tin shouted sharply, her form shifting. And instead of crashing to the earth, she reappeared behind Joanne once more. Master. Qiao transformed into a leopard, her size amplifying severalfold to intercept Tin and Oppos' devastating strike. The void arm seized the opportunity, capturing Tin and lifting her high into the air. So this is how it is. Despite being restrained by the void arm, Tin's face bore no trace of fear. Rather, she exuded triumph. She retracted her divine feather and, in the blink of an eye, broke free from Joanne's grasp. Where did she go? Tin and Oppos' sudden absence threw Joanne into a state of panic. She was indeed a formidable opponent. When Tin reappeared, she was back in her original position. What should I do? It appears I and Oppos am no longer satisfied with merely Sister 11 and Oppos' return. I desire everything from her. Her gaze shifted towards 01, Qiao, and the dormant zombies in the training ground. With each glance, her smile deepened, and she spoke with a sinister grin. Sister 11. It is not too late for you to come with me now, or I shall return for you in 3 days. You may leave. I will not accompany you, nor will I assist you in nurturing humans. Joanne resolutely rejected, contemplating deeply. Even if Tin's current power was terrifying, Joanne would not be easily intimidated by her words. We shall see who is truly superior. Unfazed by the rejection, Tin chuckled, saying, in 3 days, I shall come to collect you. Along with all the inhabitants of the paradise base, Sister 11. You dare threaten me with humans? Joanne was about to unleash a tirade when she realized Tin had already vanished without a trace. What should I do? What should I do? Am I to fight against humans? Joanne, her face drawn, anxiously paced the hall. Then let us fight. Worst case, we turn them all into zombies. Leaning against a pillar, 01 crossed his arms, his gaze following Joanne and Oppos' movements. After all, it would not lead to the extinction of humans. There are still many to revitalize the base. His words provided no solace, only heightening Joanne's anxiety. Oh dear, revitalize the base. I almost forgot they have already sent letters to test me, written in such flowery language that even with my illiteracy, I am at a loss on how to respond. Joanne slumped back into her chair, appearing as though her vitality had been drained. What are they testing you about? 01 could not help but inquire. What else could it be? Perhaps they are inquiring about my views on the future development of humans and zombies, and whether I harbor any ill intentions. And what is your view? If I had a view, I would end Oppos' be in this predicament. Thankfully, I delegated the task of replying to Qiao. She seems quite interested in it. Joanne and Oppos' expression softened, though her frown persisted. Revitalization is not urgent. What is pressing is the paradise base. In 3 days indeed. 01 straightened, walking toward Joanne to offer comfort. She is difficult to handle, but we are not easily subdued. Channel your aura as a zombie king. It is merely one base. They have not allied with revitalization. What is there to fear? As 01 stated, the 2 bases indeed had not formed an alliance, but were solely under Tin and Oppos' unilateral control. In the office of a high-ranking official at the revitalization base, a lavishly dressed human knelt reverently before the desk. Seated in the chair was none other than Tin. How many do they have left? Tin inquired, propping her chin on her hand. 1/3. Most of the high-ranking officials have been successfully replaced, with only a small portion remaining difficult to control, the elderly man replied respectfully. If we cannot convert them all into followers within 3 days, then send those old stubborn ones to meet the divine. But that would incite chaos. Do you not wish for the humans here to enter the paradise? Ten retorted, dissatisfied. Of course we do. We long for the salvation of our divine Lord at every moment. You shall soon receive salvation. The paradise is about to descend. Ten and Apos, lips curved into a smile. And dark currents surged within her golden eyes. The divine feather descended upon the man, leaving him entranced. Chapter 137. The eve of battle, the night was calm and still, with only a few sparse stars twinkling in the vast sky. Aizhu, haven't you gone to rest yet? Yia asked as she arrived at the training ground. Noticing Aizhu's troubled expression, Aizhu seemed taken aback by her presence and replied, "Oh, what brings you here? Like you, I am worried," Yia said as she gazed at the zombies bound by vines. Over the past half-month, they had been nourished by the spring water, and most had ceased to decay, beginning to regenerate new flesh and blood. However, my concern lies not with whether the elder sister will succeed, but with whether our defenses are adequate. She looked up at Aizhu and continued, "I have faith in the elder sister. We must perform our duties well and not hinder her efforts." Aizhu opened his mouth, contemplating his response. "But you saw that woman during the day. She is formidable. The elder sister is strong, and so are you, Jie and Ling Yigu," Yia replied, her face radiating pride. "Are you not afraid? What if?" Aizhu began to voice his concerns, but Yia interrupted, "I am not afraid. I have already died once. It was the elder sister who saved me, and everyone has nurtured me. As long as I am with everyone, there is nothing to fear." Aizhu sighed deeply upon hearing her words. "And what about these zombies? Do they not fear?" "That depends on Aizhu and me. Isn and Apos. It our responsibility to ensure the defenses," Yia asserted. "While everyone fights in the front lines, we must safeguard the rear." Indeed, Aizhu found himself at a loss for words, nodding repeatedly. A tiny seed holds the potential to blossom into a beautiful flower or grow into a towering tree, brimming with infinite possibilities. Yia bent down, scooping a handful of soil and presenting it to Aizhu. A vibrant green plant broke through the earth, stretching its branches and leaves under the starlight, eventually producing small buds that would bloom into exquisite flowers. Yia placed the flower and soil into Aizhu's large palm and said, "What you and I must do is protect these seeds and witness their boundless potential." Aizhu gazed at the delicate, radiant flower in his hand, his heart softened. With a sweeping gesture, he fashioned a small fence from the soil and carefully transplanted the flower within. He then squatted beside Yia, lifting her onto his shoulder. Yia appeared quite small compared to Aizhu, and there was still ample space on his shoulder. He carried her to the watchtower at the training ground. "I will ensure their safety." They both gazed at the slumbering zombies below the watchtower, a gentle smile gracing their lips. "Then it is settled. Aizhu and Yuya will protect them," she affirmed. "Yes." Equally restless was Qiao An. During the daytime confrontation with Tin, he had been present, though he lacked Yuya and Apos' confidence in Qiao An. The instinct of the zombies warned him that the woman was far more terrifying than Qiao An. The power contained within the 3 crystal cores embedded in her face was formidable. If a battle ensued, Qiao An would undoubtedly lose. Following Qiao An would lead to certain doom, yet he could not betray her for another woman. Xiaoyu would surely despise him if she found out. Qiao An paced anxiously, feeling like an ant on a hot stove. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He slapped the back of his head and exclaimed, "Why not escape with Xiaoyu? As long as they refrained from participating in this conflict, their abilities would suffice to survive in the apocalypse." Without hesitation, he leaped to Xiaoyu and Apos' door, noting the light still flickering within. He politely knocked, and upon receiving permission, entered with a sense of delight. At that moment, Xiaoyu was diligently writing a reply at her desk, overwhelmed by the influx of correspondence regarding the revitalization of the base. "Speak," Xiaoyu replied without lifting her head. Seeing her earnest demeanor, Qiao An found himself at a loss for words. His prepared speech stuck in his throat. Noticing his silence, Xiaoyu glanced up, curious. Xiaoyu, would you like to leave here with me for a while?" Qiao An asked, summoning his courage. "Huh?" Xiaoyu scoffed coldly, refusing to meet his gaze. "You saw for yourself during the day. That woman is not to be trifled with. What if Qiao An fails? Then you and I. How dare you speak the name of the Lord so casually?" Xiaoyu's tone turned sharp, her eyes narrowing at Qiao An, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "Your disloyalty to the Lord renders your presence here meaningless. If you wish to flee, you are free to do so now." "No, but you." Qiao An attempted to counter, but the icy glare from her silenced him immediately. What does it matter to you? Leave. Qiao glared at Qiao An, her arm sweeping him out the door with a gust of wind, slamming the door shut behind him. Qiao An, flustered, picked himself up from the ground and clenched his fists in front of the closed door, ultimately saying nothing. He turned and disappeared down the corridor. He's gone. Qiao An murmured softly, seated on her bed. Each person bore a fragment of her spiritual energy. She was the first to know when someone departed. She had anticipated that someone would leave, for when disaster struck, everyone sought to survive. As Qiao An and Apos' presence faded from the base, Qiao An withdrew the thread of spiritual energy she had placed upon him, sighing, "Let him be. Stop sighing and get some rest," Ling Yi suddenly interjected. Still immersed in sorrow, Qiao An and Apos' expression darkened upon hearing his voice. "How can I sleep with you here? Don and Apos, do you have a room of your own?" Dressed neatly, Ling Yi lay innocently on Qiao An's bed. "But sleeping next to you is far more comfortable. Only with sufficient rest can we ensure our combat prowess. Male and female together. Who would want to sleep with you? I am fully clothed. I am not naked," Ling Yi retorted, pouting in dissatisfaction. Qiao An was left speechless with anger, and the room fell into silence. "Be honest with me," she demanded. Intrigued, Ling Yi propped his head up to look at her. "Do you like me?" The moment the words left her mouth, Qiao An and Apos' face flushed crimson, her entire being aflame with embarrassment. "It is not mere liking." "Then why?" She was about to inquire further when Ling Yi interjected, "It is love." His expression was serious, his tone sincere. Qiao An was visibly startled by his answer, but quickly regained her composure. "What kind of love?" "The familial kind." "I knew it." Qiao An sprang up, kicking both the blanket and Ling Yi off the bed in a fit of irritation, shouting, "Go back to your own room and sleep." Chapter 138. The prophecy altered. Ling Yi stood outside Qiao An and Apos' door, clutching a blanket for a considerable time. Only after Qiao An had fallen asleep did he gently push the door open and approach her bedside, covering her with the blanket. Ling Yi gazed at Qiao An's serene sleeping face for an extended period before softly inquiring, "Why must it be lovers? Surely, family is far more precious, is it not?" He lifted a corner of the blanket and lay down beside her, resting one hand on her waist, feeling the rhythm of her breaths. Familial love provides warmth, while romantic love offers romance. For Ling Yi, Qiao An bestowed upon him a comforting warmth. For humanity, kinship embodies the emotional bonds that foster collective existence. However, for Ling Yi, Qiao An and Apos' emotional connection transcended that of mere lovers. He was oblivious to the true essence of love, having only experienced the warmth of familial affection during his childhood. Pressing against Qiao An and Apos' slender back, he absorbed the warmth radiating from her. Suddenly, a sharp sound shattered the tranquil atmosphere. "Ling Yi, why are you here again?" Qiao An exclaimed, delivering a swift slap to the hand resting on her waist. "Just let me hold you a little longer. It's only been 2 nights." Ling Yi buried his face in the nape of her neck and murmured. Qiao An, initially filled with anger, found herself momentarily at a loss for words upon witnessing his demeanor. With a resigned sigh, she turned and embraced Ling Yi in the same manner. "Fine, let us sleep." In the darkness, Ling Yi abruptly opened his eyes and, gazing intently at Qiao An, declared earnestly, "I will not let you perish." "All right." The night once again enveloped them in tranquility. "Shaolin, what did you see today?" A researcher clad in a white lab coat, bearing a standard smile, inquired of Chen Lin, who had just awakened. "I saw nothing. The dream was shrouded in black mist." Chen Lin replied weakly, his prolonged slumber having pushed his body to its limits. Yet, the personnel at the base showed no signs of ceasing. Instead, they relentlessly extended his prophetic sessions, eager to glean more information. Those who attempt to glimpse the future shall ultimately be devoured by it. The man, initially poised to take notes, hesitated, his smile faltering. "Is that so? It's unwise to deceive, dear child. I'm not lying. I truly cannot see clearly anymore. Shaolin, you are the hope of the base. Everyone eagerly anticipates your prophecies and relies on your guidance. If there comes a day when you cease to lead us, we shall be in distress." Chen Lin slowly closed his eyes, concealing the fatigue within them. After a long pause, he spoke again. "The Paradise Base is on the brink of war with the Intermediate Zone." Upon hearing this, the man's expression suddenly brightened with excitement. He leaned closer to Chen Lin, pressing for more details. "And then? Please elaborate." Chen Lin numbly shook his head. "I cannot see." The man, visibly disappointed, returned to his seat, closed his notebook, and coldly remarked, "Then I must ask you to look more carefully." With that, He hurriedly exited the infirmary to report the day's prophecy to the higher-ups. Beep, beep, beep. As the machines whirred to life, Qinlin lay stiffly on the bed, his expression vacant as he sank into the blankets, resembling a soulless marionette. Father-Sister Shaolin is so tired his eyelids grew heavier, and gradually, he succumbed to slumber, his consciousness dissipating once more. He found himself enveloped in that terrifying darkness again. In the dream world, the thick, inescapable black mist lingered. Sister Qinlin called out for Qiao An, wandering barefoot through the fog. After an indeterminate number of calls, the mist finally receded, revealing the truth within. However, upon seeing it, he collapsed in terror. Rendered incapable of thought, the scene before him starkly contrasted with his previous dreams. The two figures still hovered in the air, humanity and zombies still at an impasse. Yet this time, those who came to revitalize the base were all high-level superhumans, including his father. This time, the girl did not vanish. With a sinister smile, she plunged her hand into Qiao An's chest, ripping out her warm, beating heart. Before the eyes of the onlookers, she embraced Qiao An, absorbing her entirely. This cannot be real. How could this be happening? Tears streamed uncontrollably down Qinlin's face, his body trembling as he curled into himself, overwhelmed by sorrow. Prophecy. I despise this cursed ability. Perhaps due to his heightened emotions, he jolted awake from the dream. Shaolin, did you have a nightmare? Qin Ming, witnessing his son's sudden awakening, asked with concern. Father, do not oppose sister. Qinlin, disoriented, could not distinguish between dream and reality. He clutched Qin Ming's arm, pleading, humans must not battle the zombies. Yes. They are still waiting for my prophecy. If I can just tell them not to oppose sister, she might not die. Yes. I must tell them. In a frantic state, Qinlin clumsily climbed out of bed, disregarding his shoes, and dashed barefoot toward the door. Shaolin, what's wrong? Qin Ming, alarmed by his son's demeanor, hurriedly followed, attempting to support him. Unfortunately, Qinlin's frail body succumbed before he could reach the door, collapsing into Qin Ming's embrace. Chapter 139, Humanity Siege. 3 days later, Tin arrived at the city gates with 210,000 individuals from the Paradise base, encircling the area so tightly that not a drop of water could escape. Qiao An was compelled to ascend the city walls to confront them. Her expression one of exasperation as she gazed down at the throngs of humanity below, her claustrophobia nearly overwhelming her. In other apocalyptic scenarios, it was typically zombies that surrounded cities, yet here, it was humans enclosing her. Surely, her approach had been misguided. How could humans surround zombies? Determined, she closed her eyes and reopened them, only to find the scene remained unchanged, leading her to sigh in resignation. Sister 11, it's not too late to reconsider, Tin said cheerfully as she looked at Qiao An. Although Qiao An was reluctant to engage in battle, she was even less willing to allow humanity to be subjugated. If she were to lose this fight, the revitalization of the base would become Tin's next target, resulting in the entire human race being confined and reduced to livestock for their predators. This was not the future she envisioned for Xiaolin or for humanity. In this battle, she could allow nothing less than victory. Qiao An took a deep breath, feigning calmness as she asked, surely you do not believe that a mere few 100,000 humans can conquer this place? Behind these gates lie zombies far more ferocious than any human. Upon hearing her words, Tin suddenly covered her mouth in a fit of laughter. Sister 11, do you truly believe you can spare the zombies from battle while attacking these humans? I did not bring them here simply to besiege the city. I intend to lead them to their demise. Tin surveyed the entranced crowd at her feet, continuing, from this moment on, for every second that passes, one person shall perish. Until Sister 11 agrees to return with me, or until all 210,000 humans are dead. As soon as she finished speaking, Tin unfurled her divine, elongated wings, descending as though a deity had graced the earth. The gem at her brow shimmered, a sign that Qiao was aiding her. Countless tiny feathers soared from her wings, blanketing the world in a flurry of white, silencing all sound. The humans below rejoiced, their faces alight with unrestrained ecstasy as they opened their mouths wide, welcoming the divine gift that was their key to paradise. This blessing persisted for several seconds, until every individual had received it. Begin, Tin suddenly declared with a sinister grin. At her command, the first row of humans collapsed, breathless. Their faces bore smiles that had yet to fade as they fell heavily to the ground, embarking on their so-called journey to paradise. The surrounding humans seemed oblivious to the deaths of their kin, still gazing up at Tin with their fixed, joyful expressions. Qiao An trembled with rage, summoning the void arm to manifest before Tin, seizing her slender neck and threatening, stop this at once. The mirth in Tin's eyes threatened to overflow as she looked at Qiao An, teasingly replying, "If mere humans are insufficient, how about adding zombies to the mix?" "What?" Qiao An and Apos, S heart raced as she hurriedly turned around, not even glancing at what was occurring within the city. The roar of explosions filled her ears. Immediately, hundreds of high-ranking ability users leapt onto the city walls, recklessly unleashing their powers within. No, it was not merely hundreds. Their numbers were rapidly increasing. "Rest assured, my lord." A voice suddenly rang out from within the city. It was Qiao Yu, transformed into a colossal cheetah, blocking the ability user's path and engaging them in combat. Not only Qiao Yu, but Yaya and Zhu also retaliated immediately. One erected a solid earthen wall, while another summoned vines from the wall to ensnare the encroaching ability users. Even Bai Yun extended its 7 tails, repelling each human attempting to breach the city with remarkable speed, rendering their powers ineffective against it. But how long could they hold out? "I have summoned all the ability users from the entire revitalization base," Tin said slowly, her divine wings deftly fluttering, freeing herself from Qiao An and Apos' grasp. How could this be? Had the revitalization base truly fallen? What about Xiao An? Qiao An and Apos' heart sank as she stared in disbelief at the throng of ability users behind her. Then down at the humans continuously perishing beneath her feet, a profound sense of helplessness engulfing her. She felt as though she were sinking into a mire, deeper and deeper. Unable to move. "Stop this at once." "Stop? Sister 11, are you willing to return with me?" Tin's voice was laden with temptation, seizing upon Qiao An's momentary panic as she stretched her divine wings toward Qiao An's head. Closer, closer, just a bit more, and she could seize Qiao An's core. Tin's gaze was fixed intently on Qiao An, her face brimming with excitement. Suddenly, a massive python rose from the ground, its long tail sweeping and sending Tin flying several meters away. "No." Tin glared furiously at the man who had thwarted her plans. 01 ignored her completely, bending his finger to flick Qiao An's forehead forcefully. "Wake up. You didn't even realize you were ensnared." "Ah, damn." That flick jolted Qiao An back to her senses. She clutched her forehead in pain, finally realizing how close she had come to losing her life. The only way to end this catastrophe is to eliminate her. 01 whispered in Qiao An and Apos' ear. "Only her death will dissolve humanity and Apos' mental control. Go, I will accompany you." Chapter 140, 2-level reversal in the city below. Every passing second claimed a human life. Within the city, 01, accompanied by a few allies, valiantly defended against the onslaught of the gifted individuals. Above, Qiao An wielded her ethereal arm, battling against Tin. Her figure was like lightning, swift and lethal, each punch infused with a potent intent to kill. Tin, unfazed, deftly evaded her strikes, whether by conjuring an iron defense with the abilities of the 8th District or gracefully maneuvering with her divine feathers. The two soared through the air, seemingly evenly matched. Yet only Qiao An was aware that Tin had not exerted her full strength. She had been toying with her from the very beginning. "Sister 11, do you realize? I am their deity, and you are mine." Tin paused momentarily, bracing herself to absorb Qiao An's punch head-on. "Cease your control." Qiao An bellowed in fury, her eyes reddening from the exertion of her abilities, nearly consumed by the crimson shade. Tin continued to smile, that innocuous grin that belied her true nature. "Unless I perish. Or you do, sister." With a cold utterance, she suddenly twisted her wings, propelling Qiao An into the sky. Upon reaching a certain altitude, she smirked, "Return to the earth." Sister 11. Qiao An felt an ominous sensation. It was as if she had been injected with a tranquilizer, her limbs losing sensation, unable to command her ethereal arm. Tin abruptly released her divine feathers, casting Qiao An down from the heights. The wind surged past her, her vision blurring as she helplessly watched Tin recede into the distance. How despicable! She seethed, gritting her teeth until pain radiated from her tongue, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. The sting of pain finally restored her instincts. Damn it! In an instant, her ethereal arm unfurled, catching Qiao An securely as she fell. Clenching her fists, her eyes narrowed, fixated on Tin above. Qiao An surged upward, her arm outstretched like an arrow piercing through the wind, racing toward the sky. Upon witnessing her survival, Tin and Apos' expression morphed into something sinister, reflecting both excitement and madness. Sister 11. Truly remarkable. My deity. Fueled by wrath, Qiao An became a fiery force, unleashing her fury upon Tin. As she approached, her ethereal arm expanded, resembling a giant and Apos' palm, crashing toward the deranged Tin. Get lost. Qiao An summoned all her strength and delivered a resounding slap, sending Tin flying 10 meters away. I absolutely detest her kind. Those who are both a danger to others and themselves. Madness. Tin's gaze lifted toward Qiao An, her golden eyes flashing with a strange crimson hue. Deities must not fall to the hands of lunatics. Sister 11, she called out, deliberately elongating her words as her divine feathers rose, transforming into sharp blades that hurtled toward Qiao An. Qiao An glared at her in disgust, swiftly shielding herself with her fortified ethereal arm. After a cacophony of clashing sounds, she gradually lowered her arm, coldly regarding Tin. Let us end this. With a fierce determination, Qiao An lunged at Tin. The armor on her ethereal arm sprouted countless sharp spines, resembling the fangs of a beast, as they pierced Tin and Apos' body upon contact, binding her and gradually injecting a lethal toxin. Qiao An and Apos' speed was so swift that Tin had no time to evade, her body now drenched in blood, transforming her white dress into a vivid scarlet, her divine feathers drooping. Tin, in your next life, be a normal person. Qiao An placed a hand atop Tin and Apos' head, intending to extract the crystal core. Yet in the next moment, she found herself impaled by the descending divine feathers. Two-level? Reversal? She gazed in disbelief at the girl she had ensnared. No, I am the one ensnared. Realizing the truth, Qiao An looked at her own fangs, noticing the parts connected to Tin's sprouting pristine wings. The wings extended upward, reaching her ethereal arm. She was being assimilated by Tin. Sister 11, we can finally be together. Tin slowly raised her head, her golden eyes now a deep crimson. She chuckled softly, lifting Qiao An's drooping head with her bloodied hands, gazing at it as if it were a treasure. Is this the heart of my sister? Warm, beating. It belongs to me. Tin presented the extracted heart to herself, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction as she beheld the gruesome piece of flesh, her body trembling with excitement. Sister and Apos' crystal core. Eagerly, she reached for Qiao An and Apos' head, her fingers piercing the temples, stirring within to find the core. But no matter how she probed, all she encountered was the wetness of brain matter. Where's the crystal core? Where have you hidden it? Tin's demeanor shifted to one of rage. She violently shook Qiao An's lifeless body, desperate to extract the core and Apos' whereabouts from her lips. How can there be no crystal core? Where is it? Where have you hidden it? Yes, it must still be in her head. I shall break it open and search thoroughly. Tin laughed maniacally, seizing Qiao An and Apos' head, poised to strike down with intent. Chapter 141. Death and Chaos. Sister 11, where have you hidden? Come out. I know you are not dead. Tin anxiously scanned her surroundings, calling for Qiao An. Just when victory was within reach, she vanished into thin air. How could she still be alive with her heart ripped out? She must have teleported away. Where could she be hiding? The surroundings were eerily silent, the clouds in the sky drifting slowly, and aside from the faint whisper of the wind, no other sound lingered. Tin waited for what felt like an eternity, yet Qiao An remained absent. She could not even sense her presence. Where did she go? Hurry and show yourself. I beg you, Sister 11. Don't leave me behind. Her voice suddenly escalated, piercing and shrill. The humans below were also affected, collapsing in droves. Tin gazed at the still smiling faces of the mortals below, a sudden wave of jealousy washing over her. Why is it that my deity has forsaken me? Yet you all continue to smile. Why? Tin screamed, frantically tugging at her long hair, the crystal core on her face flickering with the tumult of her emotions. Her mind had long been shattered. Was it now, or 3 years ago during the tide of corpses? Perhaps she had already succumbed to madness long before. The divine feathers turned, lunging towards the defenseless humans below. The mortals collectively raised their heads, gazing up at the descending deity, their hearts filled with joy, for this was salvation. Pure wings unfurled. A palpable aura of malice blossomed. In that moment, it was impossible to discern whether she was a deity or a harbinger of death. Die. Damn it. The voices of Tin and 01 echoed almost simultaneously. As she flapped her wings, a massive python suddenly crashed into her, sending her sprawling several meters away, tearing a chunk from her wings in the process. 01 stood upon the python and Apos' back, coldly observing her. If these humans perish, and it would be terribly distressed. This is enough. He had just dealt with those ability users, and now this woman was bent on annihilating humanity? Where is Qiao An? Wasn't she supposed to be restraining this woman? 01 searched frantically for Qiao An, yet her figure eluded him. Tin smirked, tauntingly remarking, Are you looking for her? She is right here. Slowly, she raised the now cold heart, casting a mocking gaze at 01. As expected, upon seeing the heart, 01 and Apos' expression shifted dramatically, his pupils constricting. What have you done to her? The python suddenly leapt, launching itself at Tin with blinding speed, snatching the heart away. The angrier 01 became, the more delighted Tin appeared. She disdainfully regarded the dried blood on her hands, casually stating, I killed her. You should have seen the agony on Sister 11's face when her heart was ripped out. A wet, warm heart. The sensation was exquisite. Her excitement grew with each word, the damaged divine feathers visibly mending. She was a deity, an immortal being. You killed the one I spared? 01 abruptly looked up at Tin, questioning her. Killed? This madwoman, killed Sister 11. She met his gaze with unabashed pride. Madwoman? 01 asked sharply. Crushing the heart in his hand, flesh splattering across his pale face, creating a bizarre yet beautiful sight. Do you wish to compete in madness with me? He gazed at Tin, his expression gradually turning fervent. Since Qiao An was dead, what did it matter if others perished? The first to die would be the sinner who killed Qiao An. Consumed by hatred, 01 no longer suppressed his bloodthirsty nature, commanding the python to attack Tin indiscriminately. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, akin to a struggle between birds and serpents. The bird soared, the serpent pursued, the bird alighted, the serpent struck. The serpent paused, the bird pecked, the serpent moved, the bird evaded. Number 1, hurry, or else those humans shall perish. Tin swiftly dodged the python's attack, turning back to mock him. In response to her taunt, 01 smiled instead of fuming. Their demise suited him just fine. Don't you feel the same? You too yearn for their extinction, right? Tin suddenly asked, her excitement palpable. She should have known. How could a predator ever protect humans? Yes. But now you are the one who deserves to die. For the first time, blood-colored tinged 01 and Apos' eyes, and his spiritual power surged dramatically. As he gazed at the overwhelming force of his spiritual energy, Tin was momentarily stunned, murmuring, so that's how it is. The python, infused with new spiritual energy, let out a thunderous roar, its body swelling and splitting apart, a new golden-scaled serpent emerging from the remnants of the old. The golden serpent struck like lightning, ensnaring Tin in its embrace. You will upset my stomach if I consume you, 01 remarked, looking down at Tin with disdain. Thus, it would be better to perish directly. The golden serpent coiled tighter, breaking Tin's wings, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. 7. Save me. The crystal core beneath her glowed in response, countless arms resembling those of infants emerging from it, swaying as they reached toward 01. 01 attempted to evade, but the small hands grew at an astonishing rate, swiftly penetrating his skull. More and more arms invaded his mind, recklessly altering his memories. The joys and sorrows of humanity, the survival and propagation of animals, the germination of plants. In that moment, the memories of all things in the world flooded into his consciousness, racing through his mind like a hastily played film, burying his original memories. In that instant, he was a newborn baby, an antelope on the northern plains, a seed sprouting from the earth. He was everything, except himself. He forgot language, forgot action, forgot his own existence. His mind became a chaotic whirlpool. Chapter 142. 3-on-3 thud. Thud. Oh, could you please cease tormenting my fragile heart? The once tranquil surface of the water suddenly erupted with bubbles, accompanied by Qiao An and Apos' faint murmur of complaint. It appeared she had dozed off again, utterly fatigued. Thud. Another splutter echoed, and she abruptly sat up, panic-stricken as she clutched her chest. Thump, thump. Her heart continued to beat. My heart. Wait, it's still here? Qiao An gazed down in disbelief, noticing that the previously pierced wound on her heart had miraculously healed, leaving behind only a faint scar. Am I truly endowed with such remarkable self-healing abilities? No, wait. Where am I? She lifted her gaze to her familiar surroundings. It was the space of the white clouds. The memories flooded back. Just when she thought she was nearing death, she was suddenly drawn into this space, and then the subsequent events eluded her memory. Poochie. A familiar sound reached her ears, and Qiao An looked down to see the little creature, now returned to its original slime form, nestled on her knee. Little one, have you been here all along? Poochie. The little creature nodded eagerly, climbing back onto Qiao An's chest to infuse her with the absorbed energy, causing the last trace of her scar to vanish. Even in her dazed state, Qiao An comprehended the situation. She embraced the little creature, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, magnificent healer. Poochie. The little one waved goodbye and leaped back into the water, swimming toward the verdant celestial stone, its true haven, serene and comfortable. Recalling the perilous situation outside, Joanne swiftly rose from the spring. The circumstances beyond were dire, or rather, exceedingly grim. As she exited the space, she was met with the sight of 10's bloodied wings. Before she could ponder the source of the blood, she found herself ensnared by those very wings. Sister 11, you finally decided to show yourself. 10 drew closer, pressing her forehead against Joanne and Apos, her eyes wide with excitement. The sudden enlargement of her face startled Joanne, nearly causing her to bite her tongue, but she quickly regained her composure. This was what a madwoman looked like. Let me show you something splendid, sister, 10 declared, presenting a gleaming crystal core before Joanne. Ding, ding, ding. The core of number 1. With glee, she embedded the core into her cheek, right before Joanne and Apos' eyes. 01. Joanne gasped in horror, reaching out to snatch it away, only to be deftly evaded by 10. How foolish. How could one person possibly contend with the 4 of us? But now it's different, number 1 has joined us. It's your turn now, sister. Joanne's mind went blank at 10's words. All she could focus on was the core belonging to 01. 10 was not deceiving her. It indeed was 01's core, still bearing her own mental energy. Here it comes again. She covered her face, murmuring softly, why must everything connected to me depart in such various ways? I am the one who yearns for oblivion the most. Are you crying? You truly are crying? 10 tilted her head, observing Joanne with a teasing expression. 10. Joanne suddenly called out. What is it, Sister 11? Have you ever heard the saying? Joanne straightened her posture, gripping the wings that confined her and pulling them apart. She enunciated each word clearly. The barefoot are not afraid of the shod. 10's expression momentarily froze, and in the next instant, Joanne effortlessly snapped the ethereal wings. What? She stared in disbelief at Joanne, unable to comprehend the situation. Today, I will show you what a true madwoman is like. Joanne's expression turned icy as she pressed her palm against 10's face, her fingers piercing into her cheek to extract the bloodied crystal core she had just embedded. Ah, it hurts. Sister 11, I'm in pain. 10, regaining her senses, clutched her cheek in agony, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. Joanne disdainfully tossed her aside, allowing her to fall before swallowing the crystal core of 01 in one gulp. One person cannot defeat you? Then how about 2? The void arm surged with newfound power, its bone armor expanding outward, intertwining to form a pair of skeletal wings, grotesque yet magnificent, reminiscent of a demon and Apos' wings. What of 2? Those who deserve to die must perish. 10 glared venomously at Joanne, her arms eagerly extending toward her. Mental energy? Joanne stood resolutely, awaiting the approaching arms. What's wrong? Are you too frightened to move? 10 watched with anticipation, intent on ensuring Joanne met the same fate as number 1, succumbing to the agony of chaos. Furrowing her brow, Joanne allowed the arms to envelop her, then calmly stated, have you forgotten? I am the master here. In an instant, the arms belonging to 7 were infused with Joanne and Apos' mental energy. These tiny hands, now uncontrollable, turned to grasp 10. Even the crystal core of 7 gradually peeling away from her body and flying toward Joanne. Now, let the 3-on-3 commence. Joanne accepted the crystal core without hesitation. Swallowing it whole, the void arm ascended once more, 2 fissures suddenly appearing on the smooth bone armor, each over a meter long. A pair of eyes peered through the gaps, gazing at the gathered crowd. Chapter 143. Root and branch. No, I am not afraid. I still have 8 and 9. Absolute defense. Yes. 10 anxiously glanced at the rising void arm, muttering to herself as she erected a steel barrier to envelop herself. She would not go out. As long as she remained inside, Joanne would be powerless against her. Those wretched humans would still meet their demise. The more she pondered this, the more she reveled in her perceived victory. Observing her turtle-like demeanor, Joanne retorted with a mocking laugh. Do you truly believe you can block me? The void arm, encased in reinforced bone armor, exhibited a hardness that far surpassed 8's defenses. Joanne stood resolutely, her enormous wings coalescing into a fist that struck heavily upon 9's shell. The collision produced a deafening roar that echoed through the air. Even on the ground, Qiao An paused her assault, lifting her gaze skyward. Master, she murmured softly, then turned to swat away a human ability user who had charged in amidst the chaos. Weren't they just repelled by one wave? How could another wave have arrived so soon? The leopard glared in disgust at the humans climbing over the city walls. These were the ability users from the revitalization base. Controlled by 9, Qiao An and her companions could not afford to kill them. They could only injure and discard them aside. Meow. Bai Yun had just dispatched her own human adversaries when she leapt onto the leopard's head, her 7 tails drooping wearily, their fur matted with blood, forming clumps. Aju supported the shoulder of Yiya, the two of them working in perfect harmony to block one after another of the humans attempting to infiltrate the training grounds. Although Qiao and Bai Yun could intercept most of the invading humans, a few inevitably slipped through, and it was Yiya's task to ensnare these stragglers. Aju. To your right. Yiya pointed at an ability user attempting to attack a zombie. Aju reacted swiftly, gathering the earth surrounding the user, immobilizing him in a statue-like form. Concerned he might escape, Yiya wove vines around the earthen figure, kindly creating 2 openings in the face for breathing. Across the training grounds, many such earthen statues had already formed. Yiya gazed skyward, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping over her. Meanwhile, high above, Qiao An and Tin were locked in a fierce struggle. The void arm could indeed overpower its defenses. But Qiao An's shield was constructed with such swiftness that each time Qiao An breached one side, another would swiftly arise in its place. The two found themselves at an impasse once more. Bai Yun, assist me, Qiao An called softly. Do you wish to compete in speed? Tin countered, a smile playing on her lips as she continued to build her shield. At this rate, all humans will perish. By the way, the ordinary humans from the revitalization base should be arriving soon. Upon hearing the mention of the revitalization base, Qiao An and Appo's expression darkened further. You have them all under your control, don't you? Oh, when this world is left with just my sister and me, it would not be too late for her to eliminate me then, she fantasized, her shield building speed increasing. Yet the very next second, her smile was replaced by sheer panic. Her face, her crystal core, had been extracted. The moment the 8 and amp, Appo's crystal core departed her body, her steel shield vanished, and Qiao An and amp, Appo's furious fist surged toward her. She widened her eyes, staring at the man who had stolen her crystal core. However, before she could discern his identity, the void arm descended upon her, slamming her into the ground. Why did you come up so high to fight, causing me to chase after you for so long? The man, hanging from the void arm, gradually revealed himself to be the previously escaped Qiao An. He deactivated his invisibility ability and quickly flashed to Qiao An and Appo's side, handing her the crystal core. Had I known you were unguarded, I would have extracted 2 cores at once. What a pity. Qiao An accepted the crystal core with a stoic expression and placed it in her mouth before inquiring, did you not flee? Qiao An felt awkward under her gaze. Responding with a nervous chuckle, I got halfway away but returned, worried about Xiaoyu. Please do not wear that expression. It frightens me. How about this crystal core as compensation? If it is insufficient, I can extract another. After all, she still has one left. Seeing Qiao An remain silent, Qiao An grew anxious. Scratching his head, this was his mother-in-law. He could not afford to offend her. No need. You go assist Xiaoyu. Qiao An consumed the energy, then flew toward Tin's descending position. She was determined to eradicate the threat once and for all. Chapter 144. The Deification Project. Hey, Sister 11, what is a deity? The short-haired little girl blinked her golden eyes innocently and asked, a deity? They are incredibly powerful, possessing magical abilities, safeguarding all beings, dispelling calamities, alleviating suffering, and bringing happiness to humanity. The girl dubbed 11 responded with a smile. The little girl nodded, appearing somewhat perplexed. Is Sister 11 a deity? No, dear sister. But I shall strive to become a deity to protect you. The young girl gently replied, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Tilting her head, the little girl gazed at her 7 years older sister and earnestly declared, then I will also work hard to become a deity and protect Sister 11. The girl looked at her serious, chubby face and couldn't help but laugh. Very well, then you must grow up healthy and strive to be selected as a candidate. Okay. As time passed, the encounters between the little girl and her sister became increasingly infrequent. When she finally saw her sister again, it was a year later at the selection trials. Dozens of unarmed children were confined in the same laboratory as a monstrous creature. The researchers coldly observed their performance through protective glass. The creature resembled a human, but bore a pair of skeletal wings that mimicked human arms. It hunched over, its features obscured, as if partially dissolved by strong acid. The twisted skeletal arms stretched and lunged, mercilessly slaughtering the children. In an instant, the laboratory was filled with screams and wails as one child after another was brutally torn apart, their bodies hanging lifelessly from the creature. Quick, escape. The creature stammered between its acts of carnage, crystalline tears mingling with blood as they fell to the ground, indistinguishable. The little girl, paralyzed with fear, watched the advancing monster in horror, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing its voice, her cries abruptly ceased. She stared in terror as she recognized the voice of Sister 11. The creature halted beside her, its skeletal wings drooping slowly, causing a corpse to tumble to the floor with a thud. "Teacher, what is this?" A female researcher hesitated, pointing at the creature. The elderly professor, referred to as teacher, glanced at the monster and then at the few remaining children, his brow furrowing. A defective specimen is still a defective specimen, even its hunting is flawed. Prepare for electric shock. Understood. The female researcher nodded and proceeded to the control panel, unhesitatingly pressing the shock button. At that moment, the creature emitted a piercing scream, thrashing wildly as its skeletal appendages lunged toward the little girl. "No," she cried, her eyes squeezed shut, terror etched across her face. Outside the laboratory, the onlookers, whose faces had been numb, finally displayed a flicker of surprise at that moment. A year later, the golden-eyed girl accompanied a group of researchers to the laboratory, watching the annual bloody selection unfold. Despite the gruesome scenes within, a faint smile remained on her slightly chubby face. As the slaughter concluded, a young male researcher approached, leading a blood-soaked boy, just as he had once brought her out. 9, he will be your younger brother 10 from now on. The golden-eyed girl smiled and said, "Let him be called 9. I will be 10, and I want to be the little sister." This. The male researcher looked uncertainly at the white-haired professor, who nodded slightly in approval. "Very well, you shall be 10, and he shall be 9, the male researcher confirmed before leading the boy away. Not understanding the need to be a little sister, he mumbled to himself. 10 gazed at their departing figures, her smile unwavering as she softly said, "Of course there is a difference. You owe me a sister. 10, come now. Today's tests have yet to be conducted." The professor called coldly. "Coming, teacher." 10 quickly retracted her gaze and joyfully walked towards the elder. "Teacher, how many people will be selected for the deification project in total?" 10 asked cutely, hands clasped behind her back. "Unknown. The number varies at each experimental base." "Oh, all right. Will they be stronger than me?" "As of now, no. Their data is all inferior to yours." 10, you are destined to be the closest to a deity, the professor replied earnestly, his desires evident in his murky eyes. "Really? Then I must become an exceptional deity, and then eliminate the sources of suffering." "Suffering? Suffering." In a pool of blood, 10 suddenly opened her eyes, blood spilling from her lips. Her brow glowed with a radiant gem, and her eyes darted erratically, moving in all directions without pattern. The divine feathers behind her absorbed the anomalous energy, swelling until they drained her physical form completely, ceasing to grow only then. The voluptuous divine feathers lifted the lifeless body slowly, creating an eerily surreal scene. Chapter 145. Cremation. The corpse of 10, suspended like a helium balloon, ascended into the sky. Qiao An followed her upward, halting her ascent only after reaching an altitude of over 100 meters. 10 and Apos' body hung quietly, her crystalline core dimmed and lifeless, having lost all its power. Qiao An cautiously approached, her fingers merely grazing the core, which instantly disintegrated into powder and scattered away. How could this happen? Qiao An and Apos' mental energy meandered within 10 and Apos' lifeless form, searching for the core. Yet, within this desiccated shell, there was not even a trace of blood or moisture. The magnificent wings behind her appeared even more jarring in contrast. As Qiao An intended to examine the divine wings, they instinctively contracted, enveloping the corpse tightly, forming a colossal cocoon. "Eliminate. Suffering." 10's voice floated out sporadically from within the cocoon as the divine wings began to whirl violently. Feathers swirled around like the scene when 10 exerted her mental control. Qiao An, alert, extended her finger to catch a feather. The moment her skin made contact, it felt as if it was being seared by fire, the excruciating pain causing her to wince. Upon closer inspection, her finger rapidly withered, mirroring that of 11. And in the next instant, it shattered and fell, turning to dust. These feathers. Qiao An gazed in horror at the multiplying feathers surrounding her. With so many humans and zombies below, she could not allow the spread to continue. Without hesitation, Qiao An reached out with her void arm towards the divine wings. She could touch them, yet could not halt their motion. "Stop!" she screamed, her arms pressed firmly against the cocoon in a desperate attempt to suppress its rotation. "Suffering." 10 and Apos' voice resonated low again, and the divine wings spun wildly, flinging Qiao An away, leaving only her void arm trapped between the feathers. Joanne and Appo's eyes fixated on the cocoon, her mind racing to devise a way to halt or destroy it. She had searched thoroughly. There was no core within the cocoon, indicating it had no weakness. Just as she pondered, the cocoon abruptly ceased its rotation, the divine wings unfurling, a tremendous suction pulling Joanne inside, sealing shut behind her. Sister 11. Let us become divine beings and create a new world together. In the darkness, Tin and Appo's voice echoed again, yet her presence was nowhere to be found. Joanne found herself immobilized within the constricting cocoon, her void arm shielding her. Become divine, Sister 11. What kind of deity would be drained of life? Joanne struggled, attempting to break free from the divine wings and Appo's grasp, but they tightened around her, fine hairs penetrating from all directions, trying to assimilate her void arm into their essence. Joanne could not even connect with the outside world. Even the space of white cloud was inaccessible. The divine wings had isolated her completely. 10. Do you wish to die? Joanne suddenly ceased her struggle, calmly inquiring. Die? How could a deity perish? Once the new world arrives, I shall exist eternally. Tin's voice responded coldly and evenly, as if stating a fact. The void arm, now covered in white fluff, appeared indistinguishable from the divine wings, or perhaps this was to be the next pair of divine wings. Deities may endure, but you shall not. In the darkness, Joanne slowly raised her head, her form having been corroded, the divine wings extending to her cheek. You will descend into hell. Suddenly, golden beams of light pierced through the tranquil cocoon, slicing it apart from within. With a guttural scream, a bloodied woman crawled out of the cocoon. Behind her loomed a pair of stained wings, golden vertical pupils glaring fiercely at the divine wings. Do you think a mere handful of feathers can confine me? I am the harbinger of death, Joanne proclaimed, tearing the feathers from her body, skin and flesh coming away with them. One hand was insufficient, so she used both to pluck them all out, indifferent to the agony it caused her. As long as she could rid herself of these abhorrent things, that was enough. Futile, they have already burrowed into your flesh. Stop, it is pointless. Tin and Appo's voice offered a calm admonition from within the cocoon, yet Joanne seemed not to hear. And only after removing the last feather from her void arm did she gaze at the cocoon once more. I simply wish to die cleanly. If I were to perish covered in these feathers, it would haunt me. Her body was in tatters, every inch of skin seeping blood, resembling a demon risen from hell. I am perfectly fine. With her golden pupils wide open, immense mental energy gathered on either side of her void arm. I have waited long enough. Joanne suddenly broke into a smile, propelling herself toward Tin like an arrow released from a bow. The vast mental energy flanked the cocoon, her void arm clasping it tightly. You think? Tin's voice trembled, then turned frenzied. Do you believe you can withstand this? Soon your body will no longer be yours. What can you do then? She spoke the truth. The feathers were regrowing, once again enveloping Joanne, rooting themselves deep within her, already penetrating her marrow. Joanne wiped the blood from her eyes, her vision clarifying. She clutched the cocoon tightly, joyfully declaring, I shall end you before that happens. Her blood flowed continuously, soaking the entire feather cocoon, staining it crimson. Or perhaps it was the cocoon that was siphoning her blood. However, none of this mattered to her. Tin finally realized Joanne and Appo's intentions and screamed in madness, You are insane. What benefit does this provide you? It is greedy humanity that is the root of all suffering. Why would you aid them? Drenched in blood, Joanne's consciousness began to wane, her eyelids growing heavy. She struggled to lift her gaze, barely able to discern the ground beneath her. Then she softly replied, I despise them too. But there are people I care for down there. Her voice diminished further, the flames around her intensifying, engulfing both her and the cocoon. The divine wings crackled under the scorching red flames as Tin writhed in agony, thrashing about, yet could not shake Joanne off. Joanne clung to the cocoon like a shackle, her body binding it tightly. The two were entwined, plummeting to the earth like a shooting star. The crimson flames burned fiercely, fueled by Joanne's mental energy, not extinguishing until the last vestige of her power was consumed. Chapter 146. The old and new humanity. As the fireball streaked across the sky, humanity finally regained its senses. Ceasing to fall, their smiles replaced by an array of emotions, fear, sorrow, confusion. The dormant zombies awakened en masse, collectively gazing towards the direction of the fireball's descent, emitting mournful groans. When Qiao and her companions arrived, only a lifeless gray crystal core lay quietly in the depths of the pit, devoid of radiance. her mind blank. She expressionlessly bent down to pick up the crystal, gently brushing off the dirt, and stiffly pressed it against her heart. Cold, lifeless, a mere stone. Yaya turned her head, striving to suppress her grief, determined not to weep aloud. Qiao An opened his mouth, but words of comfort eluded him. He could only stand silently behind Qiao. A year after the war, humanity returned to the revitalization base in the north. The zombies, under the leadership of a new zombie king, settled in the south. 3 years post-war, the first great battle between the north and south ensued, resulting in countless casualties. 5 years post-war, after 2 years of ongoing conflict, both sides finally negotiated terms, establishing boundaries of non-aggression. 10 years post-war, the zombies regained their intellect, indistinguishable from humans in intelligence, their physiology far surpassing that of humanity, earning the title of New Humanity. 15 years post-war, the North and South fostered amicable relations, facilitating trade and friendly exchanges. Friendly? It's only because they cannot defeat us. I say we should march north and eliminate them entirely. Qiao An reclined on the sofa, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Qiao, who was engrossed in political affairs. Wouldn't their extermination alleviate the burden of handling so many letters? These humans are indeed bothersome, incessantly bringing forth trivial matters. 15 years hence, Qiao's appearance remained unchanged, yet her demeanor exuded an aura of maturity and composure. Imbued with the unique authority of a ruler, she lifted her gaze to glance at Qiao An, her voice icy. If you have nothing better to do, go capture the mutated creatures wreaking havoc in the west. I expect to see their crystal cores tonight. Upon hearing this, Qiao An leapt off the sofa, exclaiming, That is too far. A single day is simply insufficient. 3, 2, no. I'll go right away. As Qiao began the countdown, a shiver ran down Qiao An and Apos' spine, and he swiftly harnessed his abilities, darting out of the room. Yaya, just entering, glanced back at the frantic Qiao An before turning to Qiao, inquiring, Sister Yu, what about him? Stabilizing the borders. Oh, Yaya nodded in understanding. Now, Yaya had blossomed into a graceful young woman, her features soft and possessing the gentle charm unique to southern ladies. She approached Qiao's desk and presented the documents in her hands. This is the latest research data. The offspring born from the union of new humanity closely resemble old humanity in both intellect and physique, or rather, these newborns are essentially old humanity. At this rate, in a few years, the South will be entirely composed of old humanity. Qiao paused, studying the documents intently, before sighing. It appears to be fate. This world shall ultimately return to humanity. Sister Yu, what are your plans? To continue leading them, or? No. I shall select suitable successors from this new generation of children. Humanity should be guided by its own kind. Upon hearing this, Yaya smiled softly and remarked, Sister Yu, you are indeed dependable. If Big Sister knew how peaceful it is now, she would be overjoyed. Master? Meow? During their conversation, Bai Yun gracefully entered through the window, its 9 black tails swaying gently. It strode elegantly between the two, then conjured a flesh-colored slime from the void. The slime cradled the gray crystal core and the verdant celestial stone, tirelessly channeling the latter's energy into the core for the past 15 years. Despite the passage of time, the core remained gray, but just moments ago, a faint glimmer flickered within it. Qiao gazed at the slender beam of light in disbelief, her face finally breaking into a smile. Master, please awaken soon. Big Sister, hurry and wake up. Sister Yu has so much work to handle daily. She needs your assistance, Yaya said, her eyes glistening with tears. To their surprise, the flicker of light in the core seemed to respond to the mention of work, shimmering briefly before vanishing. Qiao Yu, Yaya, Bai Yun, Pudgy. The little creature looked perplexed, wondering where its efforts had gone.